Chapter 1. The First in the City. 100 years after the revival of spiritual energy, the global population counts in the billions, and everyone yearns for martial arts, dreaming of becoming a martial arts master who can fly and traverse the earth. In Huaxia, in Tiansword City, at the second high school, in the classroom of Class 3, Year 3, students excitedly whisper to each other, discussing the latest martial arts news. Have you heard? Last night, Su He, a disciple of the Tiansword King, killed a second-tier beast outside the city. Is that true? That's a second-tier beast? Not something an ordinary person can deal with. I heard he's only 18 and already a second-tier martial artist. What a prodigy. Sigh, when will we have such an opportunity to showcase our talents? Suddenly, the door to the classroom was gently pushed open, and all the students' gazes instantly focused on the entrance that a ragged, downcast boy appeared, tightly clutching a worn martial arts manual, stumbling into the classroom. Some students showed sympathy, some were indifferent, but most were gloating. Hey, isn't that Chen Feng? Who bullied him this time? Look at him, he's really embarrassing our class. A waste with great talent doesn't deserve to stand with us. Chen Feng lowered his head, silently enduring the mockery. He knew any rebuttal would be futile. Feeling the pain in his body, he clenched his teeth and continuously adjusted his chaotic breath through his inner energy. At this moment, the classmates began to discuss among themselves. I heard his father is also a waste. No wonder he turned out like this. How pitiful. Born in the Su family but lacking even decent talent. The Su family? Don't joke around. He's just a discarded child of the Su family. Just as the students were discussing, the classroom door opened again. This time, it was their homeroom teacher, a stern-looking middle-aged man. Teacher Wei Ling Feng scanned the classroom and finally fixed his gaze on Chen Feng. Chen Feng, what happened to you? Chen Feng raised his head, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Teacher, I'm fine. I just tripped on the playground. Wei Ling Feng frowned. He knew Chen Feng's situation. He probably got bullied by someone from the Su family again. All right, everyone be quiet and prepare for class. The students quickly returned to their seats, but Chen Feng's heart was tumultuous. He knew he couldn't go on like this. He had to prove himself. Even with great talent, he wanted to shine in his own way. The class bell rang, and Chen Feng sat down in his seat. Though his mood remained heavy, he knew life had to go on. Wei Ling Feng entered the classroom, his expression different than usual, carrying a hint of uncontainable joy. Students, I have good news to share today. The classroom fell silent, all students curiously looking at the homeroom teacher that in the recently concluded citywide liberal arts unified exam. Our classmate Chen Feng achieved first place in the whole city. The teacher's voice was filled with pride. A wave of surprised murmurs erupted in the class. Even those who usually looked down on Chen Feng couldn't help but regard him with new eyes that commend Chen Feng's outstanding performance. The city has specially rewarded him with a bottle of first-tier beast essence. This is a treasure that greatly benefits martial arts cultivation. The teacher continued to announce. A surge of surprise welled up in Chen Feng's heart. This was the first time he received such honor and recognition at school. The atmosphere in the class began to change. Some classmates started to discuss quietly, their tone no longer mocking but tinged with envy and respect. Although the teacher's announcement changed the class's atmosphere, soon whispers began to circulate among the students, dismissing the importance of liberal arts achievements. What does being first in the city for liberal arts matter? In this day and age, martial arts strength is what counts. Exactly. No matter how good your liberal arts score is, it's just a bookworm's bragging rights. In the martial arts world, strength is paramount. And if great talent like Chen Feng can't turn his fortunes around, no matter how good his liberal arts scores are. Teacher Wei Ling Feng noticed the students' discussions and added, although liberal arts scores may seem less important in the martial arts world, wisdom and knowledge are also crucial parts of a martial artist's growth. Chen Feng's results prove his potential. I believe he will achieve great things in the future. However, Wei Ling Feng's words did not completely quell the disdainful voices. Potential? With his great talent? The teacher is too naive in martial arts cultivation. Talent is the hard truth. Chen Feng silently sat in his seat, treating these discussions as background noise. He knew these people would never understand that for him, liberal arts achievements represented another form of strength. Chen Feng, please come to my office after class to collect your reward, Wei Ling Feng said with a smile. Chen Feng nodded, filled with gratitude. He knew this bottle of beast essence held significant meaning for him. When the class bell rang, Chen Feng followed the teacher's instructions to the office, only to find another student, Wang Chuan, already standing there. He was also the best martial arts student in the class, reportedly about to advance to a first-tier martial artist. Wang Chuan stood there, looking relaxed, clearly not surprised by Chen Feng's arrival. His gaze swept over Chen Feng with a hint of amusement. Teacher Wei Lingfeng cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Chen Feng, your achievement of first place in the liberal arts exam is indeed excellent. But considering your martial arts talent, Wei Lingfeng paused, then continued, the first-tier beast essence rewarded by the city has more direct benefits from martial arts cultivation. Chen Feng's heart tightened. The teacher's words shocked him. Teacher, do you mean? The teacher avoided Chen Feng's gaze and slowly said, Wang Chuan has immense potential in martial arts. This essence holds greater significance for him. For the honor of the class, I think you might consider helping Wang Chuan. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Chen Feng felt an unprecedented sense of disappointment and anger. He had worked hard for his liberal arts exam, yet now, due to insufficient martial arts talent, he was to be stripped of his deserved reward. Wang Chuan stood silently beside him, but his eyes revealed a hint of smugness. Clearly, he did not mind the teacher's suggestion. Chen Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Teacher, I know my martial arts talent isn't as good as Wang Chuan's, but I also have my own areas of effort. This essence is a testament to my liberal arts achievements. I hope to use it myself. At that moment, Wang Chuan spoke up, his tone tinged with provocation. Chen Feng, your liberal arts scores are indeed good, but in this world where martial arts reign supreme, what does that matter? Do you really think that with your great flicker of light, you can achieve anything? Chapter 2. Dropping out. Chen Feng stared directly at Wang Chuan, his eyes shining with an unyielding light. Talent isn't everything, Wang Chuan. I believe that as long as I work hard, even a flicker of light can illuminate my path. Hearing this, Teacher Wei Lingfeng fell silent for a moment in the office, and finally, his voice was as hard as iron. Chen Feng, although you achieved results in liberal arts, in this martial arts dominant era, this first-tier beast essence is more important for Wang Chuan. For the class and the honor of the school, I have decided to give the essence to Wang Chuan. Chen Feng felt disbelief wash over him, his heart sinking instantly. Teacher, this is my deserved reward. You can't. Wei Lingfeng interrupted Chen Feng, his expression more severe. I've already made my decision, Chen Feng. As a member of the class, you should consider the bigger picture. Wei Lingfeng took a check from the drawer and handed it to Chen Feng. This 10,000 yuan is your compensation. Take it. Although it's not much, it's the school's goodwill. Chen Feng stood still, his hands clenched into fists. Teacher, I cannot accept such a decision. This is not only unfair to me, but also a denial of my efforts. Wei Lingfeng looked at Chen Feng, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Chen Feng, you have disappointed me greatly. I thought you could understand the bigger picture, but your stubbornness now only makes you appear selfish. Chen Feng did not back down. His gaze was filled with determination. Teacher, I am not being stubborn. I am merely defending my dignity and rights. The atmosphere in the office grew tense, and Wang Chuan was surprised by the confrontation between Wei Lingfeng and Chen Feng. He thought Chen Feng would quietly accept it, but he did not expect Chen Feng to dare to confront the homeroom teacher. Wang Chuan seized the opportunity to fan the flames. Chen Feng, you dare to question the homeroom teacher's decision? It seems you really cannot see your own position. You are not worthy of this essence. Wei Lingfeng finally lost his patience, coldly looking at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, take the money and leave. Wang Chuan stood by, a trace of disdainful smile on his lips. This is reality. The weak can only accept it. Faced with the indifference of homeroom teacher Wei Lingfeng and the ridicule of Wang Chuan, Chen Feng's heart became even more resolute. He took a deep breath and said calmly, Teacher, if this is your final decision, I cannot accept it. I will appeal to the principal and seek justice. Wei Lingfeng smirked coldly. Appeal? Chen Feng, do you think the principal will stand on your side? Don't be naive. In this world where strength is respected, power is the rule. Chen Feng was not intimidated by the homeroom teacher's threat. His eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. Teacher, this world is not only about strength, but also about justice and fairness, that I believe the principal will make the right judgment. Wang Chuan fanned the flames from the side. Chen Feng, you really overestimate yourself. Do you think you can change anything? Don't waste everyone's time. Ignoring Wang Chuan's provocation, Chen Feng turned to Wei Lingfeng, his tone firm. Teacher, I respect you, but I cannot stand by and watch my efforts being ignored. I must fight for what I deserve. Wei Lingfeng's expression darkened. Chen Feng, it seems you are determined to oppose me. In that case, go ahead and sue. But I must remind you, the consequences are yours to bear. Good. I will go find a principal right now. Let's see who is right and who is wrong. Chen Feng looked at Wei Lingfeng with determination, his stubborn tone never wavering. At that moment, Principal Zhao Xiang's voice suddenly came from outside the door. No need to look for me, I am already here. The principal walked in with a calm expression, looking at Chen Feng. Student Chen Feng, I understand your dissatisfaction, but Teacher Wei's actions are based on the overall interests of the school. Zhao Xiang's words revealed a bias towards homeroom teacher Wei Lingfeng. Wang Chuan's martial arts potential is crucial for the school. We need to concentrate resources to cultivate such talent. Chen Feng felt disappointed. He did not expect the principal to hold such an attitude. Principal, everyone's efforts should be respected. I do not oppose cultivating martial arts talent, but this cannot be a reason to deprive others of their rights. Zhao Xiang's view of Chen Feng did not change. I have already made a decision, student Chen Feng. You should accept reality and focus your energy on improving your martial arts abilities. Chen Feng did not leave immediately. He stood firm, his eyes flashing with defiance. Principal, I understand the school's considerations, but I believe justice and fairness are more important. That I cannot give up what I deserve. Principal, do you really think treating a student's hard work this way is fair? Zhao Xiang looked up, giving Chen Feng a cold glance, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng, you were awarded because the school gave you the opportunity to be assessed. Being able to talk to me here is the school's tolerance towards you. Now, you are being arrogant and disregarding the school's current situation. Do you realize you are making a mistake? Hearing this, Chen Feng was taken aback, followed by a surge of anger. He could not tolerate such an insult. Principal, I achieved first place in the city through my own efforts. Now, not only am I not receiving the reward I deserve, but I am also being blamed for it. Tell me, what is wrong with me claiming back what I deserve? Zhao Xiang laughed coldly, his tone filled with sarcasm. Your mistake, Chen Feng, lies in defying your teachers, in obstructing the school from nurturing future martial arts talents, in being a martial arts waste and not realizing it, and even more so, in lacking any insight. Chen Feng, in this world where martial arts is supreme, your academic achievements are worthless. Chen Feng stared at the principal, never expecting that as the head of the school, he could be so unjust. In the eyes of this principal of the second high school, those without martial arts talent were all considered useless. For a mere bottle of first-level essence, he even concocted an excuse of defying teachers, further directly labeling him as obstructing the school from nurturing future martial arts talents. Such a teacher's ethics, he is unworthy to be the head of a school. Who doesn't know that those who obstruct the school from nurturing future martial arts talents can be directly expelled? It turns out that, after all, his mistake lay in being too weak. Chen Feng did not back down. His loud voice echoed in the office. Principal, your worldview is narrow and selfish. True strength not only includes power, but also wisdom and justice. Zhao Xiang's expression darkened. He did not expect a student to dare speak to him like this. Chen Feng, are you questioning my decision? If you insist on taking back this bottle of essence, it may adversely affect your future. That a glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Principal, I came here to seek justice, but it seems there is no justice here. I would rather leave this school than lose my dignity here. Zhao Xiang laughed in anger. Good. Chen Feng, since you are so strong-willed, then please leave immediately and no longer be a student of this school. Chen Feng did not say anything more. He turned and strode out of the principal's office. Although his heart was filled with anger and disappointment, his will became even more resolute. He tightly clutched the martial arts manual in his arms, silently vowing, I will prove with my actions that even a glimmer of light can illuminate the darkness and dispel injustice. Chapter 3. System Activation. Chen Feng returned to the Su family with a heavy heart. His parents had eloped for love, leaving the Su family behind. However, his mother, Su Wanqing, died, saving Chen Feng from a beast during an accident. His father, Chen Feng, had been missing for 10 years while pursuing that beast, leaving little Chen Feng to grow up alone in the Su family. He was not allowed to mention anything about his parents and could not enjoy any privileges of the Su family. Chen Feng did not receive the sympathy and support he deserved in the Su family. Instead, he faced more mockery and ridicule. Some even bullied him further, believing he was just a waste without martial arts talent, unworthy of growing up in their Sioux imperial family. What his parents left for Chen Feng, besides deep longing, was this yellowed martial arts manual that in this environment, where there was no fatherly love and motherly affection, Chen Feng silently lived until now. However, everything would be different now. No one knew that Chen Feng was actually a traveler, having enjoyed flying freely in the world of disconnected city and warriors in his previous life. As the screen went black, his eyes rolled back, and he actually blacked out. As he opened and closed his eyes, he was reborn as a baby. Of course, as a time traveler, Chen Feng naturally has a system. But this system actually has anti-addiction features, requiring Chen Feng to study hard and improve every day, and it can only be activated when he turns 18. And today is precisely his 18th birthday. After waking up, Chen Feng found a system panel appearing before him. Character, tasks, skills, backpack, mall. On the left is a red health bar, and on the right is a blue energy bar, very clear and concise. With a light tap on the character button, an illusory character panel immediately appeared in front of Chen Feng. Name, Chen Feng. Level, LV2. Strength, 20. Intelligence, 20. Constitution, 20. Attack speed, 10. Movement speed, 10. This panel looks very similar to the character panel in the game Disconnected City. However, the secret techniques require memorization to learn, which is really inhumane. Other time traveler systems just need a scan to automatically record skills. Chen Feng took out the ancient manual left by his mother and slowly began to recite it. The speed sword skill book left by his mother is truly difficult to learn. It's also hard to remember. He has had this book for many years, and while he can understand the individual characters, he truly has no idea what the manual means when read together. Fortunately, although these characters are profound and difficult to understand, he is close to memorizing them all. As time passed, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a gray skill icon suddenly appear in his skill bar, which was indeed the speed sword. With a thought, he allocated his remaining skill point to the speed sword skill. As he invested the skill point, he felt a warm current flowing through his body, as if a power was awakening. Skill activated. Speed sword. Skill level 1. Skill effect. When using sword-type weapons, attack speed is increased by 100. Chen Feng took a deep breath he could feel. This newly acquired power, he stood up, walked to the courtyard, drew his sword from his waist, and began to practice. As he executed the sword techniques, his speed increased, and the sword light flashed like lightning, almost blurring the sword shadow. However, after about 20 seconds, Chen Feng suddenly stopped and frowned. He could feel that if he continued using the speed sword, his arm would likely get injured. His constitution couldn't withstand the muscle damage caused by high-speed sword swings at maximum speed. He could only use the speed sword skill for 20 seconds. Otherwise, swinging his arm might lead to irreversible damage. His level was still too low, and his constitution was insufficient to support prolonged high-intensity combat. Chen Feng realized he needed to enhance his strength more comprehensively. He needed to level up. If he wasn't mistaken, his system was probably similar to a game, where fighting monsters could help him level up quickly. With this thought, Chen Feng's mind sparked with ideas. Isn't it just about fighting monsters? Simple. After a quick wash, Chen Feng headed towards the city gate. This time, the most suitable way for him to level up was, of course, the slaughterhouse by the city gate. After all, although Chen Feng, who grew up under the red flag, was a bit righteous, he wasn't foolish. With these level 2 attributes, he was far from being able to compete with first-tier warriors with over 100 points in strength. Even teachers wouldn't easily take non-warrior students out of the city for training. Could a level 2 weakling like him dare to venture out alone and fight strange beasts? Wouldn't that be like lighting a lamp in the toilet, seeking death? Did he really think this was a game for warriors in Disconnected City? What if he encountered a first-tier monster as soon as he stepped out? He would be done for. Wouldn't that make those from the Su family and his homeroom teacher, Ling Feng, very happy? This is the real world. Dying means truly dying. It's better to be cautious. Once he reaches level 10, he will definitely go out. Standing at the entrance of the slaughterhouse, Chen Feng felt a strange sensation in his heart. He knew this wasn't a glorious battle, but it was a practical path to improvement. Inside the slaughterhouse, the sounds of chickens and ducks echoed, and a faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Chen Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and walked into the venue. The owner was a burly man who, upon seeing Chen Feng enter, loudly asked, "Young man, are you here to apply for a job?" Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, I want to work here to train myself through labor." The owner looked Chen Feng up and down. "You look a bit delicate. Can you handle the work here?" Chen Feng smiled slightly. "I will do my best." The owner nodded. "All right, then you could try for a day. If you can last, I'll take you." Chen Feng started his work at the slaughterhouse. He picked up a butcher's knife and began to slaughter chickens and ducks. Although these weren't powerful opponents, Chen Feng discovered that every time he slaughtered one, the system would prompt experience points 1. Chen Feng was delighted. He knew this was indeed feasible. He began to focus more on slaughtering chickens and ducks, his speed increasing and his technique becoming more proficient. By the end of the day, Chen Feng had slaughtered hundreds of chickens and ducks, and the system informed him he had gained hundreds of experience points, allowing him to level up directly, gain an additional skill point, and increase his four-dimensional attributes by 10 points. The future looks promising. At this rate, with some effort, he could level up to level 10 in a week and become a first-tier warrior. Isn't this much better than aimlessly practicing at school? Did he really think that just because he wasn't in school, he couldn't take the college entrance examination? Chapter 4. Promoting to warrior during the week at the slaughterhouse. Every day was filled with sweat and effort for Chen Feng. The slaughter knife in his hand seemed to become his most loyal companion. Each swing was accompanied by the fall of chickens and ducks and an increase in experience points. As time passed, Chen Feng's skills became more and more proficient, and his body unknowingly grew stronger. Throughout the week, he hardly rested. Every night, when darkness fell, he would quietly practice in a corner of the slaughterhouse, feeling the flow of power within him. His physique, strength, intelligence, and agility were all steadily improving, and his skill, swift sword, became even more refined through countless practices. Finally, after a week of hard training, Chen Feng felt a warm current surging within him, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 10. You have reached the realm of a Tier 1 warrior." Character panel updated. Name, Chen Feng. Level, LV10. Strength, 100. Intelligence, 100. Physique, 100. Attack speed, 20. Movement speed, 20. Chen Feng took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him. Now, he finally had enough strength to face stronger opponents and explore a broader world. However, to be safe, should he level up a few more levels before going on an outdoor adventure? How about level 15? Oh no! Reaching level 20 and advancing to Tier 2 warrior before going out to hunt monsters would definitely be foolproof. It was decided joyfully. Such a perfect leveling base must not be wasted. Level up to 20 before leaving. To promote from Tier 1 warrior to the first battle, he would start with that 200-pound big black pig. His gaze was firmly fixed on the large, lazy black pig lying in the pen. Chen Feng slowly walked into the pig pen, and the big black pig seemed to sense the murderous aura emanating from him, starting to pace nervously within the pen, emitting low grunts. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng gripped the slaughter knife tightly, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the slaughter knife transformed into a blur, and the big black pig didn't even have time to scream before its head fell, blood splattering across the pen. Meanwhile, a trace of confusion flashed through Chen Feng's mind. Why was there no experience prompt from the system? Where was the experience for killing the pig? Did the system swallow it? Could it be that after promoting to Tier 1 warrior, killing these non-tiered livestock no longer grants experience? If that's the case, this outdoor adventure really is unavoidable. Those days of easily gaining experience points are gone forever. Just as Chen Feng was lost in thought, several disciples from the Su family happened to pass by the slaughterhouse. They saw Chen Feng covered in blood, holding a slaughter knife, and attacking the big black pig, immediately bursting into a cacophony of piercing laughter. "Haha, look at our Chen Feng, so brave, actually killing pigs here, truly bringing honor to our Su family. Yeah, I thought you would at least amount to something, but I didn't expect you to fall to this level. It's really eye-opening. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Do you really think killing a few pigs can change your cowardly character? Don't dream. This is all you will amount to in your life." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng came back to his senses, turned around, and faced the Su family disciples who were mocking him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Their ridicule and insults were merely manifestations of their ignorance and short-sightedness. He did not respond immediately, but stood quietly, waiting for them to continue venting. However, the Su family disciples did not restrain themselves due to Chen Feng's silence. Instead, they became even more unbridled. Look, he doesn't even have the courage to retort. What a coward. I bet he's even worse than a pig. At least pigs can provide us with meat. And what can he do? Besides bringing shame to our Su family, what else can he do? His father knelt at the Su family's door for 7 days and nights to apologize. His dad Chen Feng is pathetic, and so is Chen Feng, a worthless coward, haha. A flicker of anger flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. He knew that true retaliation was not through words, but through strength. Are you done speaking? Chen Feng's voice was calm and firm, revealing an unyielding momentum. The Su family disciples were momentarily stunned by Chen Feng's aura and dared not speak. But soon, a disciple named Su Hao stepped forward. He was a standout among the younger generation of the Su family and had always looked down on Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you worthless piece of trash. How dare you look at us with that kind of gaze? What? Do you want to fight us? With your pathetic F-grade talent? That's just ridiculous. Su Hao continued to provoke. If you really have any ability, prove it to us. Cool, me. I'll stand right here. If you dare, take action. After saying that, Su Hao leaned his face close to Chen Feng. Brother Su Hao is a Tier 1 warrior. Even if Chen Feng had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to attack. Just this little waste. He actually dares to speak to us like this. Hey, he won't survive today. The others chimed in, their eyes filled with disdain, as if Chen Feng were an ant in their eyes. Chen Feng looked at that arrogant face, his anger burning inside him, and he clenched his fists. Su Hao, you are seeking death. His voice was low but filled with a surging anger. Ha ha ha. Su Hao laughed wildly. Seeking death? Today I'll let you see what seeking death looks like. An F-grade waste still dares to bark. Saying this, he suddenly charged at Chen Feng, his fist cutting through the air, striking directly at Chen Feng's face. But at that moment, Chen Feng moved. His body suddenly accelerated, like a flash of lightning sweeping through the slaughterhouse, the slaughter knife in his hand transforming into a cold light, meeting Su Hao's fist at an almost untraceable speed. Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed. The back of Chen Feng's knife accurately blocked Su Hao's fist, and disbelief appeared on Su Hao's face. He never expected Chen Feng's speed to be this fast. Immediately, Chen Feng did not give Su Hao any chance to react. His body accelerated again, and the slaughter knife rained down on Su Hao like a storm. Each strike carried the sound of slicing air, each blow accurately hitting Su Hao's fist shadow. Su Hao was completely at a disadvantage. He could only passively defend, and with each strike from Chen Feng, he felt immense pressure. Ultimately, under Chen Feng's continuous assault, Su Hao could no longer hold on and was sent flying by a single strike, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire place fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Chen Feng's performance. The Su family disciples were left dumbfounded. They never imagined that Chen Feng possessed such formidable strength. Chen Feng sheathed his slaughter knife and said, I just want to practice quietly and don't want to cause trouble. But if someone insists on slandering my parents, I will not hold back. After saying this, Chen Feng prepared to turn back to the slaughterhouse to continue his work. However, at that moment, Chapter 5, the Black Forest Su Hao suddenly came back to his senses from his shock, a fierce look appearing on his face. Do you think this counts as a win? Su Hao roared, unable to accept that he had been defeated by Chen Feng, this worthless person. Su Hao quickly stood up, a strong momentum erupting from his body, clearly indicating that he was serious now. Today, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Su Hao, he shouted, and the spiritual energy around him began to condense, preparing for a fatal strike. Chen Feng stopped in his tracks, sensing the killing intent radiating from Su Hao. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Come on, Su Hao, let me see your so-called strength. Chen Feng responded coldly, and at that moment, his own momentum erupted, colliding with Su Hao's in the air, creating a powerful airflow. Seeing this, Su Hao became even angrier. He shouted and charged at Chen Feng, his fist enveloped in rich spiritual energy. A punch like that could be lethal if it hit. However, Chen Feng did not retreat, weaving through Su Hao's fist like a ghost. Just as Su Hao's punch was about to land, Chen Feng moved, his blade carving out a perfect arc swift sword. A flash of the blade was seen. Swish! A light sound echoed as Su Hao's collar was sliced open by the blade, but his reaction was quick. He retreated rapidly, avoiding the swift strike. The battle between the two instantly escalated to a fever pitch, with fists and blade lights interweaving, every clash filled with danger. However, Chen Feng's swift sword skill played a significant role at that moment, his attack speed far exceeding Su Hao's expectations. After a rapid exchange, Chen Feng found an opportunity and slashed at Su Hao's arm. Su Hao cried out in pain, a deep cut appearing on his arm, blood gushing out. He looked at Chen Feng in horror, unable to believe he was being defeated by this worthless person. Chen Feng did not press the attack. He sheathed his blade and coldly looked at Su Hao. I will say this again, I don't want to cause trouble, but don't push your luck. Today's matter ends here. Su Hao covered his injured arm, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. But in the face of Chen Feng's powerful strength, he knew there was nothing more he could do. Chen Feng, just wait, this matter isn't over. Su Hao threw down a harsh remark and left the slaughterhouse with the other members of the Su family in defeat. Chen Feng watched their departing figures, feeling little emotional upheaval. He turned back to the slaughterhouse, continuing his training. The slaughterhouse was no longer suitable for him to level up. Next, he needed to prepare to leave the city and hunt monsters. However, before that, he needed to allocate his skill points. After reaching level 10, he had accumulated 8 skill points that he still needed to use. His gaze refocused on his skill panel, considering how to allocate these 8 skill points reasonably. Swift Sword LV1 increases attack speed by 100 when using sword-type weapons. Light of Dawn LV1 adds light attribute during combat. Light attribute enhancement 5. No wonder this talent skill, Light of Dawn, was rated F grade. With just a 5-point light attribute attack, it likely only resulted in a 5 increase in attack. Such a damage increase might not even be felt in reality. That's why others thought this talent was just for lighting up, utterly useless. After the system panel detailed this skill's attributes, Chen Feng finally understood the power of this skill. As long as the light attribute enhancement stacked up, its attack enhancement could multiply several times. And the key point was that this enhancement multiplier and the increase from martial skills would be calculated multiplicatively. Moreover, this wasn't a game. There was no such thing as damage overflow. With mutual stacking, the attack enhancement brought by the Light of Dawn skill could potentially be dozens or even hundreds of times. Incredibly powerful. After careful consideration, Chen Feng decided, 1. Allocate 4 skill points to Swift Sword, upgrading it to LV5 to ensure he could maintain a speed advantage when facing stronger opponents. 2. Allocate the remaining 4 skill points to Light of Dawn, upgrading it to LV5 to enhance his light attribute enhancement. Swift Sword LV5 increases attack speed by 300 when using sword-type weapons. Light of Dawn LV5 adds light attribute during combat. Light attribute enhancement 25. Chen Feng closed the skill panel, already having a plan for his next steps. However, before leaving the city, he needed to buy a longsword. He couldn't always use a butcher's knife to execute the swift sword skill, could he? After thanking the owner of the slaughterhouse, Chen Feng left, passing through the bustling marketplace. Chen Feng arrived at the weapon district in the city. His gaze wandered among the rows of shops, finally stopping in front of a modest-looking weapons store. Inside, there were various weapons on display, from wooden training swords to steel-forged battle swords, everything one could need. The shopkeeper was a burly man with a full beard. Seeing Chen Feng enter, he approached with a loud voice. "Young man, here to pick a sword? Let us see what kind of sword you need." Chen Feng nodded, gently sliding his fingers over the sword handles, feeling the weight and balance of each sword. He didn't need ornate decorations or blades sharp enough to cut through the air. He just wanted a sturdy, durable, and reliable sword. After the shopkeeper's recommendation, Chen Feng chose an ordinary longsword. The blade wasn't specially forged, but it was strong enough, and the hilt was wrapped in worn leather, providing a solid grip. This sword had no illustrious background or legendary story, but it was sufficient for Chen Feng. After negotiating the price, Chen Feng said little, paid, and sheathed the sword in his accompanying scabbard. He also purchased some small tools and medicines that might be useful during his journey, preparing for the upcoming outdoor training. Without lingering, Chen Feng headed straight toward the city gate. At the gate, some martial artists preparing to leave the city had already gathered. They were either alone or in small groups, each face filled with anticipation and nervousness for the adventure ahead. At the guard station, an armored guard officer was busy recording the information of the martial artists. Chen Feng stepped forward and, as required, provided his name, level, and the area he intended to hunt. Chen Feng, level 1 martial artist. Target area is the Black Forest outside the city. The guard officer recorded while looking up at Chen Feng. The Black Forest is not as safe as inside the city. Are you going alone? Chen Feng nodded. Yes. I have the ability to handle it. The guard officer said no more, only reminding him, be careful. It's best to return before dark. Just as Chen Feng was about to leave, a voice came from the side. Chapter 6. The Hunt Begins, Brother. It looks like you're also going to hunt in the Black Forest. How about joining our team? Chen Feng turned to see a group of 5 people, all well-equipped and seemingly experienced. They were well-equipped, chatting and laughing amongst themselves, clearly having worked together many times before. The leader of the group was a burly middle-aged man named Zhao Taizhu, whose steadfast gaze gave a sense of reliability. However, Chen Feng understood that hunting exotic beasts was no child's play. Any mistake could lead to fatal danger. He needed to be more cautious. Zhao Taizhu noticed Chen Feng's hesitation and explained, our team happens to be short of swordsmen. You look well-equipped and should be a decent fighter. How about we work together for mutual support? Thank you for your kindness, Chen Feng replied politely, but I think it's better for me to act alone. I'm not very familiar with the Black Forest and don't want to cause trouble for the team. Zhao Taizhu was slightly taken aback, but quickly showed an understanding smile. That's all right. Hunting alone can help you grow faster. However, if you change your mind, feel free to find us. Chen Feng nodded in appreciation. He turned away from the registration office, feeling a slight warmth from Zhao Taizhu's straightforwardness and understanding. However, he did not change his mind and resolutely headed towards the city gates. Hunting alone meant more uncertainty and risk, but it also meant more freedom. Chen Feng set out on the road to the Black Forest by himself. As he gradually ventured deeper into the forest, the sounds around him shifted from the city's clamor to a harmonious symphony of nature, birdsong, and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. Chen Feng's footsteps slowed at the edge of the Black Forest, his heartbeat echoing in his chest like the beating of war drums. This was his first time leaving the city's shelter to face the unknown wilderness. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on him. It could not dispel the tension and unease in his heart. His heartbeat quickened, and his breathing became slightly deeper. Is this the outside world? Chen Feng wondered, a hint of nervousness in his voice, feeling it was more dangerous than he had imagined. Calm down, Chen Feng, he urged himself, focusing his mind and gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the tip gently touching the ground, sensing every tiny movement around him. Just then, a swift rabbit suddenly sprang out from a nearby bush towards him. Chen Feng's heart raced, and his expression sharpened. The tension turned instantly into readiness for battle. In the forest, the first-tier exotic beast, the swift rabbit, was known for its alertness and speed. Its muscular limbs could unleash astonishing speed over short distances. Chen Feng swiftly swung his sword. A flash of silver passed, accurately striking the swift rabbit's vital point. Experience 10. The battle ended so quickly that Chen Feng himself was a bit surprised. He stood there, feeling a bit relaxed. I seem to be quite strong. The powerful skill of the swift sword left by his mother was not just an enhancement in speed, but also represented an ultimate control over swordsmanship. Chen Feng carefully stored the swift rabbit's corpse, took out its magic core, and placed it into his system backpack. The soft and thick white fur of the swift rabbit, along with its firm muscles, could fetch a good price in the market back in the city. Continuing forward, Chen Feng finally spotted another prey, a pitch-black leopard. The leopard stood nearly 2 meters tall, covered in heavy armor, with a robust body and fierce eyes like 2 lanterns. It was a first-tier exotic beast, the thunder leopard. Upon seeing the leopard, Chen Feng's heart trembled, and a sense of retreat surged within him. The Thunder Leopard had high attack, high agility, and solid defense. What made it most troublesome was its proficiency in using lightning attributes, with lightning spewing forth and inflicting terrifying damage. Generally, such exotic beasts require a team to control before they could be dealt with. The Thunder Leopard noticed Chen Feng and let out a series of low growls. Appearing very excited, it moved quickly towards Chen Feng. Not daring to hesitate, Chen Feng immediately turned to run. Though the Thunder Leopard was formidable, Chen Feng's agility was certainly not weak. It couldn't catch him easily for the time being. Although he was wary of the Thunder Leopard, he did not completely lose his fighting spirit. While running, he quickly devised a strategy in his mind, utilized the swift sword, and find an opportunity for a quick counterattack. Chen Feng weaved through the forest, using the trees as obstacles, trying to distance himself from the Thunder Leopard. The strength and speed of the leopard were impressive. Going head-to-head would not benefit him at all. He needed a suitable moment, one that would allow him to leverage the advantages of the swift sword. During a sharp turn, Chen Feng suddenly stopped, turning to face the relentless Thunder Leopard. He took a deep breath, focusing his mind, a determined glint passing through his eyes. Now's the time. Chen Feng's figure suddenly launched forward at high speed towards the Thunder Leopard. The leopard seemed caught off guard by Chen Feng's sudden counterattack, momentarily stunned. In that instant, Chen Feng closed in on it, his sword emitting a faint golden light, aimed at the leopard's abdomen, its weak point. The Thunder Leopard roared in anger, trying to retaliate with lightning, but Chen Feng's movements were faster. His sword tip sliced a deep gash in the leopard's abdomen, and he quickly retreated, avoiding the leopard's lightning spurt. The Thunder Leopard howled in pain, but Chen Feng did not give it a chance to breathe. He activated the swift sword again, moving like a ghost around the Thunder Leopard, each strike landing accurately on its weak points. Ultimately, under Chen Feng's continuous attacks, the Thunder Leopard collapsed with a loud crash. Experience 20. Chen Feng stood next to the Thunder Leopard's corpse, panting heavily, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. "I did it," he murmured to himself. "Even a Thunder Leopard couldn't stop my progress." Chen Feng collected the Thunder Leopard's corpse and stored it in his system backpack. The leopard's fur and the lightning attribute magic core were valuable materials that would bring him a considerable income. In the following days, Chen Feng continued to hunt in the Black Forest. He encountered various exotic beasts, and each battle helped him become more proficient with the swift sword, with each victory enriching his combat experience. After a battle with a rampaging bear, Chen Feng felt a warm current surging within him, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 15. Chen Feng opened his character panel, looking at his new attributes, filled with satisfaction and pride. He was no longer the novice warrior he once was, but had truly grown into a powerful exotic beast hunter. Name: Chen Feng. Level: LV15 Strength, 200 Intelligence, 200 Constitution, 200 Attack Speed, 20 Movement Speed, 20. Chen Feng placed a rampaging bear in his backpack, preparing to head back to the city. Just then, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura. Chapter 7 Fierce Battle. With a First-Order warrior, the hunting experiences of these days had sharpened Chen Feng's instincts. He could feel someone watching him from the shadows. Chen Feng stopped his tracks and muttered softly to himself, "Guests are coming." He tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, a flicker of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Just then, several figures quietly emerged from behind the surrounding trees, dressed in dark, tight-fitting clothes, their faces masked, wielding gleaming weapons. These individuals were clearly well-prepared, their movements light and practiced, indicative of a group of trained thieves. "Chen Feng, your performance in the forest these past few days has been quite eye-catching. That massive raging bear vanished in an instant. You must have some good spatial treasures," one of the thieves said in a hoarse voice, his gaze greedily fixated on Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked coldly at the thieves, knowing that a battle was inevitable. "Want it? Then let's see if you have the capability." Chen Feng responded quietly, discreetly allocating the extra skill points he had gained from leveling up to the Swift Sword and Glimmering Radiant skills in a 3:2 ratio. Swift Sword LV8 increases attack speed by 450 when using sword-type weapons. Glimmering Radiance LV7 adds Light attribute during combat. Light attribute enhancement 35. The thieves let out a cold laugh and then launched their attack on Chen Feng. Their movements were swift and ruthless, clearly aiming for a quick victory. However, Chen Feng was not afraid. His sword was already eager for action. The battle was about to erupt. The thieves quickly dispersed, adopting a surrounding tactic to attack Chen Feng from all angles. One thief swung a large sword with both hands and charged forward. Another thief silently blended into the ground, as if merging with the earth, only a hint of murderous intent revealing his presence. A third thief leaped gracefully, dual daggers dancing in his hands, quickly weaving a net of blades to block Chen Feng's retreat. Another thief, wielding a meteor hammer, stealthily circled behind Chen Feng, waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal blow. The leader of the thieves was even more cunning. His eyes suddenly flashed with red light, and the long sword in his hand seemed to be imbued with some form of cursed power. Chen Feng took a deep breath and focused his mind. As one thief approached silently, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the swift sword skill activated in an instant. The long sword carved silver arcs through the air, and Chen Feng's speed reached its peak. His sword not only sliced through the thief's daggers, but also precisely parried another thief's giant sword. And even as the meteor hammer was about to reach him, he delivered a precise counterattack that sent it flying back. The battle was intense, but brief. With his extraordinary swordsmanship and keen sense of danger, Chen Feng dodged the thieves' fierce attacks one by one. His sword shadows moved like the wind, and the sword light flashed like lightning. He weaved between the thieves, each swing of his sword accurately deflecting an enemy's attack, and he occasionally counterattacked. During a clever dodge and counter, Chen Feng inadvertently knocked a thief's mask off. As the mask fell, Chen Feng's gaze sharpened. He recognized a familiar face. "It's you, Zhao Taizhu." These thieves were actually the group, led by Zhao Taizhu, who had originally invited him to team up. A complex mix of emotions surged within Chen Feng, both anger and disappointment. He hadn't expected that the seemingly straightforward and reliable Zhao Taizhu harbored ulterior motives and had long been ill-intentioned towards him. Zhao Taizhu was momentarily stunned. Then a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, clearly not anticipating that Chen Feng would recognize their identities so quickly. He sneered and simply removed his mask, revealing his true face. Since their identities were exposed, there was no turning back. Today, Chen Feng must die. A glimmer of ruthlessness passed through Zhao Tieju's eyes as he spoke in a low, threatening voice. "Chen Feng, you are truly a nuisance. I didn't want to do this, but since you've seen our faces, there's no helping it. In the Black Forest, a few people go missing every day, and no one will care." Chen Feng gripped his long sword tightly, knowing that the next moment would be a life-and-death struggle. "Zhao Taizhu, do you think you can kill me just because you have numbers?" Chen Feng's voice was calm, but each word revealed his determination. Zhao Taizhu let out a cold laugh and gestured for the other thieves to intensify their assault. "Do you think you can fight as easily as before? Just accept your death." A hint of madness crept into his voice. If they couldn't eliminate Chen Feng here, once he reported their robbery, they would likely be wanted throughout the city. They only wanted to make some extra money, not to become fugitives who couldn't even enter the city. Chen Feng sneered, the tip of his sword still dripping with blood as it pointed diagonally. "Then come and try. Let's see if your blades are sharp or my sword is faster." The battle erupted again, with Zhao Taizhu and his band of thieves launching a more frenzied assault on Chen Feng. The weapons in their hands gleamed coldly in the sunlight, each strike carrying lethal force. But Chen Feng was unafraid. His swift sword was now unleashing its true power. The sword light was like a raging storm, each swing accompanied by the sound of breaking air, and Chen Feng's figure darted across the battlefield like a ghost. Each clash erupted into dazzling sparks, and each impact was as deafening as thunder. Chen Feng's sword technique was infused with the power of glimmering radiance. An enhancement of the light attribute made each attack even more deadly. His sword tip grazed the chests of the thieves, creating bursts of blood mist, causing 4 thieves to scream and fall to the ground. Experience points 60. The battle grew increasingly fierce, and Chen Feng bore several new wounds. But his gaze became even more resolute. Seeing this, Zhao Taizhu roared in anger, charging forward with his long sword, his eyes filled with madness. Chen Feng died. Chen Feng took a deep breath, a glint of calm flashing in his eyes as he nimbly dodged Zhao Tieju's sword wind. At the moment Zhao Tieju's sword was about to reach him, Chen Feng moved. Swift sword, his body suddenly accelerated, the long sword in his hand transforming into a beam of cold light, aimed directly at Zhao Tieju's vital points. Zhao Tieju was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Feng's speed to be so fast, and he couldn't react in time. Swish! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as Chen Feng's long sword accurately struck Zhao Tieju's sword, sending it flying. Without giving Zhao Tieju any chance to catch his breath, Chen Feng accelerated again, his long sword raining down on Zhao Tieju like a storm. Chen Feng, do you think you can kill me? You brought this upon yourself. Zhao Tieju's eyes suddenly turned blood red, as if flames were burning within. His body began to emit a strange aura, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Chen Feng felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. It was clear that Zhao Tieju was preparing to unleash some powerful skill. Chapter 8. Cold Starsword Pavilion. This is my talent's secret technique, Blood-Eye Demon Eye. Zhao Tieju laughed wildly. It allows me to gain extraordinary power and speed in a short time, but the cost is immense. However, everything is worth it to deal with you. As Zhao Tieju's words fell, two beams of red light shot from his blood-red eyes, and his entire body was enveloped by a violent energy. His power and speed surged instantly, causing the surrounding trees to sway due to the energy fluctuations. Come on, Chen Feng, Zhao Tieju roared, launching a fierce attack on Chen Feng. Each of his strikes carried a sound that sliced through the air, the sheer force putting immense pressure on Chen Feng. Gripping his sword tightly, Chen Feng knew this was a life-and-death battle. He had to give it his all without holding back. Divine Speed Sword, Sword Net, going all out. The Divine Speed Sword danced in his hands, the sword light resembling shooting stars, transforming into a massive sword net, sharp and unparalleled. The sword light collided with Zhao Tieju's attacks, producing deafening echoes. The battle became increasingly intense, and Chen Feng bore several new wounds. Zhao Tieju's blood-eye demon made his attacks more frenzied, but Chen Feng noticed that as time passed, Zhao Tieju's body began to show unusual signs. His skin started to crack, blood seeping from the fissures, a precursor to the side effects of the blood-eye demon eye. Opportunity! Chen Feng took a deep breath, concentrating all his spirit. The speed of the Divine Speed Sword increased once more, the sword lights swirling around Zhao Tieju like silver snakes, launching relentless assaults. Although Zhao Tieju's power had greatly increased, he began to show flaws under Chen Feng's continuous onslaught. Finally, after a clever dodge, Chen Feng found his chance. His long sword, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, stabbed directly at Zhao Tieju's heart. Zhao Tieju's eyes widened. He never expected to be defeated by Chen Feng's sword. You actually. Before Zhao Tieju could finish his words, Chen Feng's sword had pierced through his chest, ending this life-and-death struggle. Zhao Tieju collapsed to the ground, his mutated body gradually returning to normal. Experience points. 40. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 16. Chen Feng stood beside his corpse, panting heavily, his hand gripping the sword, slightly trembling. He felt an unprecedented emptiness and heaviness. This was his first kill, although it was for self-defense. The impact in his heart was still strong. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his emotions. I killed someone. Chen Feng muttered to himself, his voice laced with confusion and self-doubt. Ending the lives of 5 people meant that perhaps 5 families were shattered due to his actions, and this feeling filled him with deep guilt. He knelt beside Zhao Tieju's body, staring at the eyes that once brimmed with madness and killing intent, now devoid of life-esque light. I must be strong, Chen Feng reminded himself, his voice echoing in the silent forest. This world is different from the last. The law of the jungle is an unchanging principle. I cannot let my weakness become a fatal flaw. Chen Feng closed his eyes, began to adjust his breathing, and tried to expel the distracting thoughts from his mind. After some time in contemplation, Chen Feng slowly stood up, his gaze regaining determination. Killer, The strong always kill the weak. Chen Feng began to clear the battlefield, collecting some useful items left by Zhao Tieju's group. He buried the bodies one by one and, after completing everything, set off on his way back to the city. Chen Feng walked through the city gates, returning to familiar streets. He did not go directly home, but instead headed to the market's trading area to sell the beast materials obtained from this hunt. He needed some money to buy better equipment and martial skills for emergencies. This battle against the human made Chen Feng deeply aware of his shortcomings. Currently, he had only mastered the divine speed sword. While it was strong, his methods were too singular. Although the attack speed was high, it was easy to counter. Moreover, he did not have an explosive state skill like Zhao Taizhu as a trump card. If he hadn't leveled up to level 15, he might have truly been defeated by Zhao Taizhu. And then there was the weapon. Looking at the pockmarked long sword at his waist, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. The weapon was too mediocre under such high-speed attacks. It was too easy to damage. He was so poor that he couldn't afford to change weapons every day. However, in the past few days of monster hunting and selling materials, he had saved up quite a bit of money, and finally, he could shop in the system mall. The moment the system opened, Chen Feng had looked at the system mall. The saying products from the system must be quality goods was truly accurate. There was nothing in their price below 100,000 huaxia coins. As a poor student working at slaughterhouse, how could he afford that? However, although the items in the system mall were expensive, they also had their advantages. As long as you spent money, you could buy what you wanted. This weapon was perfect for me right now. Chen Feng looked at a weapon recommended on the homepage of the mall. It was a uniquely styled long sword, entirely snow white, emanating a brilliant white light. Light spirit sword, equipment quality, purple, level, 15 attack, 300 strength, 50 additional effect, light attribute additional damage 16. Selling price, 300,000 huaxia coins. Upon seeing the attributes of this long sword, Chen Feng's heart surged. Although the attack power of the light spirit sword was not particularly high among level 15 purple weapons, its additional effects made him very satisfied. Light attribute damage. This matched his talent perfectly, with an adaptation rate of almost 100. Ding dong. System prompt. You have purchased the light spirit sword. This purchase drained Chen Feng's small savings accumulated from monster hunting over the past few days. Just when he had finally started to feel rich, buying the light spirit sword left him with just over 10,000 huaxia coins. Looking at the remaining balance in his bank account, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Besides wanting to buy a weapon, he also wanted to buy a powerful martial skill. However, learning martial skills wasn't limited to the system mall. There were other ways. This was Tianjin City, a city named after the Tianjin, famous for its swordsmanship across the country. Although the Su family wouldn't teach him, with so many sword pavilions in the city, paying tuition would surely allow him to learn one or two suitable sword techniques. As Chen Feng strolled through Tianjin City, his gaze swept over the signs of various sword pavilions. He noticed that the tuition fees at these sword pavilions were generally expensive, starting at 50,000 huaxia coins, which made him feel hesitant. After all, he only had over 10,000. Should he go outside the city to grind for a few more days to earn enough for 50,000 huaxia coins before coming back? However, just then, among the many expensive sword pavilions, one named Cold Star Sword Pavilion caught Chen Feng's attention. The tuition fee at this sword pavilion was only 10,000 huaxia coins, far lower than other sword pavilions, which made him curious about why there was such a significant price difference in a similar location. Chapter 9. The Nine Swords of Cold Stars. Chen Feng was about to enter the Cold Star Sword Pavilion when suddenly several instructors dressed in Fengyun Sword Pavilion attire quickly approached from the opposite direction, directly blocking his path. Wait a moment, friend. One of the Fengyun Sword Pavilion instructors reached out to stop Chen Feng, a sly look in his eyes. Are you planning to learn sword techniques at the Cold Star Sword Pavilion? Chen Feng stopped and nodded. Yes, is there something wrong? The Fengyun Sword Pavilion instructor smiled slightly, but his expression carried a hint of disdain for the Cold Star Sword Pavilion. The sword techniques at the Cold Star Sword Pavilion are rather mediocre. As an instructor, I advise you not to waste your time and money in a place like this. Our Fengyun Sword Pavilion offers the best swordsmanship in Tianjin City, and our pavilion master is a renowned sword master in the city. Don't you want to experience true swordsmanship? If you enroll in Fengyun Sword Pavilion now, I can offer you a special 50% discount. Chen Feng frowned slightly. He didn't appreciate the tactic of directly belittling others to elevate oneself. Just as he was about to respond, a cool voice came from behind him. Instructors from Fengyun Sword Pavilion. It seems inappropriate for you to recruit students at someone else's sword pavilion. It was the female receptionist of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion, a girl dressed in a white training outfit. The Fengyun Sword Pavilion instructors turned to see Lin Qingxue, their eyes flashing with surprise. The receptionist exuded elegance and a cold demeanor, giving off an air of inviolability. Oh, isn't this the young lady Lin Qingxue from the Cold Star Sword Pavilion? The leading instructor, Wang Hai, smirked with ill intentions. We're just here to invite this friend to join our Fengyun Sword Pavilion. After all, that's where one can truly learn swordsmanship. Wang Hai, you just switched from the Cold Star Sword Pavilion to the Fengyun Sword Pavilion, and you're already so eager to tarnish the reputation of the Cold Star? Lin Qingxue coldly glared at them. Although the tuition at the Cold Star Sword Pavilion is not high, we teach the true way of the sword, not your flashy techniques. The expressions of the Fengyun Sword Pavilion instructors changed. What did you say? Daring to insult our Fengyun Sword Pavilion. Lin Qingxue remained unfazed. Insult? I'm merely stating facts. If you want to prove your swordsmanship, then let's settle it at the swordsmanship exchange meeting, rather than bullying a new student here. The Fengyun Sword Pavilion students were momentarily speechless, intimidated by Lin Qingxue's presence. Chen Feng watched from the side, feeling admiration for Lin Qingxue's calmness and wisdom. Fine. We'll meet at the swordsmanship exchange meeting. Just don't lose too badly, Cold Star Sword Pavilion. Wang Hai shot a glare at Chen Feng and Lin Qingxue before turning to leave with the other instructors. His words carried a hint of regret. Clearly disappointed that he couldn't persuade Chen Feng to join the Fengyun Sword Pavilion. Lin Qingxue watched them leave and gently smiled. She turned to Chen Feng and said, I apologize for the disturbance earlier. I hope you don't mind. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. It's fine. I was planning to check out the Cold Star Sword Pavilion anyway. Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up, revealing a satisfied smile. Classmate, I'm glad to hear that. May I know your name? Chen Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue softly said, Chen Feng, although our Cold Star Sword Pavilion is not large, we have affordable fees and focus more on the essence of swordsmanship and personal growth of our students. I believe you will find what you are looking for here. Chen Feng nodded. I mainly want to find a sword pavilion to learn sword techniques. Lin Qingxue smiled and extended her hand, making an inviting gesture. Learning sword techniques is definitely no problem. Please follow me. I'll show you around our pavilion and introduce you to your instructor. Chen Feng followed Lin Qingxue into the Cold Star Sword Pavilion. They passed through a spacious training area where many students were focused on practicing sword techniques. The sword light flickering and the sword energy like frost. As Lin Qingxue led Chen Feng through the training area, she introduced the pavilion situation. Our Cold Star Sword Pavilion may not have the vast funding and prestigious reputation like Fengyun Sword Pavilion, but we have a group of instructors who are passionate about the sword path and highly skilled, as well as a group of like-minded students. Here, everyone can receive personalized guidance and space for growth. Chen Feng looked around and saw the students' eyes filled with focus and enthusiasm. Every swing of their swords appeared powerful and precise. Lin Qingxue noticed the anticipation in Chen Feng's eyes. She knew that to truly convince him to join the Cold Star Sword Pavilion, she needed to show him its unique strengths. Chen Feng, in our Cold Star Sword Pavilion, we have a unique sword technique called the 9 Swords of Cold Stars. Lin Qingxue smiled and said, This is the treasure of our pavilion, known for its exquisite craftsmanship and strong practicality. Chen Feng's curiosity was piqued as he focused on Lin Qingxue. She continued, Each move of the 9 Swords of Cold Stars has a unique meaning and variation, embodying profound swordsmanship philosophy. Let me demonstrate a few moves for you so you can feel its power. With that, Lin Qingxue walked to the side and picked up a wooden sword. She stood in the center of the training area, took a deep breath, and began her demonstration. First, she showcased the first appearance of Cold Stars, a sword strike that emitted a cold light from the tip, as if the first star in the night sky flickered, illuminating the darkness. Next was the hanging river of stars. As the wooden sword rotated in her hand, the sword light resembled a hanging river of stars, dazzling and full of elusive changes. Then came the stars sink to the sea. As the sword's momentum shifted, the wooden sword descended with a heavy and profound force. As if the stars sank into the deep sea, tranquil yet profound. Each move left Chen Feng in awe. He could feel the power and beauty contained within these sword techniques, as well as their potential in actual combat. After the demonstration, Lin Qingxue stood with the sword collected, looking at Chen Feng. "What do you think, Chen Feng?" Chen Feng sincerely praised. Miss Lin's sword techniques are truly eye-opening. Each move is full of variation and depth. I believe studying at the Cold Star Sword Pavilion will definitely benefit me greatly. The 9 swords of Cold Stars. Each sword contains unique power and profound sword intent. Lin Qingxue said slowly. The essence of this sword technique lies in that each sword is heavier than the last, layering upon each other. With a complete 9th sword capable of unleashing an astonishing 512-fold attack power. Incredibly powerful. Chen Feng was captivated, sensing Lin Qingxue's pride and respect for this sword technique, in her words. Chapter 10. Swordsmanship Genius. To cultivate the 9 swords of the Cold Star, one not only needs extraordinary talent, but also a tenacious will and diligent practice. Lin Qingxue continued her introduction, explaining that starting from the first sword's initial stance, each sword swing is a test of the swordsman's will and body. As the sword techniques deepen, the swordsman will gradually feel the power contained within the swordsmanship, until finally reaching the realm of unity of the 9 swords, where the sword's point can break through anything. Chen Feng was deeply attracted by Lin Qingxue's description. He could imagine the power of each sword stacking up and the magnificent scene of all 9 swords being unleashed at once. Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes looked at Chen Feng. "Classmate Chen Feng, you now have a basic understanding of the 9 swords of the Cold Star. If you decide to join us, you will start learning from the first sword and gradually master the essence of this sword technique." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng said without hesitation, "Miss Lin, I can't wait to begin learning. Please let me join the Cold Star Sword Academy." Lin Qingxue smiled and replied, "Very well, classmate Chen Feng. You just need to fill out this enrollment application and pay the tuition fee. After that, I will arrange your classes and mentor for you, and you will start your journey of cultivating the 9 swords of the Cold Star." Chen Feng quickly filled out the application and paid the tuition. From that moment on, he officially became a member of the Cold Star Sword Academy. Classmate Chen Feng, since you have decided to join our Cold Star Sword Academy, I will personally guide you in learning the basics of the 9 swords of the Cold Star, Lin Qingxue said, pointing to a nearby weapon rack. "Please choose a wooden sword. We will start with the most basic sword stance." Chen Feng stepped forward, selecting a wooden sword that felt suitable in his hands, and returned to Lin Qingxue, ready to begin learning. The first step of the 9 swords of the Cold Star is to learn the combination of breath and strength. Lin Qingxue explained seriously that the power of each sword comes not only from muscle strength, but also from your inner breath and intention. Let's start with the first sword, Cold Star Emerges. Lin Qingxue demonstrated the initial stance, her movements simple yet powerful, her gaze focused, and every detail revealed her deep understanding of the sword technique. Watch closely. The key to Cold Star Emerges lies in the direction of the sword tip and the flexible use of the wrist. Saying this, Lin Qingxue slowly repeated the movements several times, ensuring that Chen Feng could see every detail clearly. Then, she let Chen Feng try to imitate her, patiently correcting his posture and movements. Relax your wrist. Don't exert too much force. The sword tip should be stable, and your intention should be concentrated. Chen Feng practiced over and over according to Lin Qingxue's guidance. At first, his swordsmanship seemed a bit stiff, but as time passed, his movements gradually became smoother. Lin Qingxue stood by, carefully observing Chen Feng's practice, occasionally giving guidance and encouragement. "Very good, your progress is quick. Remember, the cultivation of swordsmanship is not just muscle memory. It is also the unity of heart and sword." "Heart and sword?" Chen Feng murmured. Lin Qingxue nodded yes. "The heart and sword are like your body. They are everywhere and can be touched at any place. The heart and sword represent the mutual integration of the mind and body. When the heart is calm, the body can be tranquil. When the heart is restless, the body can become light and float. Saying this, she pointed to a nearby stone tablet. What you're doing now is to immerse yourself in the sword, allowing your heart to connect with the sword, achieving a state of omnipresence, thus reaching a harmonious level of heart and sword. After listening to Lin Qingshue's words, Chen Feng felt he understood somewhat. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Lin. Lin Qingxue smiled and shook her head. It's just a small effort. You practice by yourself for a bit. I still need to guide others, so I will leave for now. Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement and saw her off. Having practiced for so long, he still hadn't grasped the 9 swords of the Cold Star. It seemed that the difficulty of learning this sword technique was indeed significant. However, thanks to Lin Qingshue's careful guidance, the system finally recorded the first form of the 9 swords of the Cold Star. With a tap, he consumed 1 skill point and easily learned it, saving several months of hard practice. Cold Star 9 Swords LV1 demonstrates the cold light of the sword tip with concise and precise swordsmanship, 200 attack power. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword, silently reciting the skill's name, and began to attempt the newly learned Cold Star emerges, as his spiritual energy circulated and the sword tip danced. A beam of cold light burst forth from the sword tip. Although it was just a basic sword form, the power and beauty contained within it already left Chen Feng in awe. Lin Qingxue, noticing Chen Feng's practice from a distance, saw that he could now smoothly execute Cold Star emerges. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Such a situation had never occurred in the history of the Cold Star Sword Academy. Cold Star emerges as the first form of the 9 swords of the Cold Star, is notoriously difficult to learn. This form not only serves as the initial stance of the sword technique, but also contains the essence of the sword path, requiring the swordsman to achieve a balance of internal and external cultivation, merging heart and sword when wielding the sword. The practice of Cold Star emerges typically requires the swordsman to condense inner strength at the sword tip and, through subtle wrist movements, make the sword light flash like a cold star, yet with precision. Even the most talented swordsmen often need months or even half a year to initially grasp its essentials. However, Chen Feng's appearance completely overturned Lin Qingshue's understanding. Under her watchful gaze, Chen Feng captured the essence of Cold Star emerges in just a few hours. Every swing of his sword was accurate, as if this form had already merged into his very blood. Lin Qingsue watched in shock as Chen Feng practiced again and again, every movement perfectly executed, every gleam of the sword dazzling. She couldn't help but ask herself, is this really a realm that a beginner can reach? Lin Qingsue felt excited in her heart and quickly recorded a video of Chen Feng. Chen Feng was definitely a genius in swordsmanship. She had to share this good news with her father immediately. At this moment, in the office of the Cold Star Sword Academy, the director Lin Tianxiong was leisurely drinking tea with someone, enjoying the peaceful afternoon. Old Lin, I heard there have been some fluctuations in the academy recently, with some instructors rebelling. Aren't you going to do something about it? The middle-aged man opposite him, always wearing a smiling expression, plump in figure, and dressed in a well-fitted suit, said half-jokingly. He had a kind face that gave a sense of warmth. Principal Huang, what are you talking about? How could I not want to manage it? It's just that sometimes the will of the people can't be swayed by a single word from me, as the director. Lin Tianxiong said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He knew Principal Huang was referring to the matter of instructor Wang Hai being poached by the Wind and Cloud Sword Academy. The conditions offered by the Wind and Cloud Sword Academy were too generous, and Wang Hai jumped ship for personal development. As the director, I can only respect his choice. Lin Tianxiong sighed, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness. You also know that the influence of the Wind and Cloud Sword Academy in the swordsmanship community has been growing in recent years. Life for us small sword academies is becoming increasingly difficult. Chapter 11. The Master of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion, Huang Jinren nodded in understanding. I understand your difficulties, Old Lin, but as the leader of the Sword Pavilion, sometimes you must take certain measures to stabilize people's hearts, especially at such a critical moment. Hearing his old friend's helpless words, Lin Tianxiong felt quite complicated inside. The swordsmanship exchange meeting is of great significance to your pavilion. If the Fengyan Sword Pavilion student wins the championship, the Cold Star may be close to shutting down. Lin Tianxiong forced a smile and took a sip of tea. He knew that the swordsmanship exchange meeting was crucial for the Cold Star Sword Pavilion. The rise of the Fengyan Sword Pavilion had already dealt a significant blow to the reputation and recruitment of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion. If they allowed a student from the Fengyan Sword Pavilion to win, the situation for the Cold Star Sword Pavilion would become even more difficult. However, although the Cold Star Sword Pavilion's renowned sword technique, Cold Star 9 Swords, was powerful, it was challenging to cultivate a student who could win in a short time. Sword fighters without talent could hardly master the first 3 swords. Moreover, among the students under 20 at the Cold Star Sword Pavilion, there are almost none who could stand out, making it completely impossible to defeat the Fengyan Sword Pavilion at the swordsmanship exchange meeting. Just as the two were discussing, Lin Qingxue hurriedly walked into the office, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Father, I have good news to tell you." The pavilion master Lin Tianxiong smiled slightly upon hearing his daughter's voice and responded gently. "Qingxue, what's the matter? You seem very excited." "Yes, father. I found a real genius in swordsmanship at the pavilion." Lin Qingxue tried to calm her emotions, but the excitement in her voice was still hard to conceal. Lin Tianxiong raised an eyebrow and exchanged a surprised glance with Principal Huang Jianren. "Oh, a genius? That's quite rare. Tell me, what is special about this young man?" Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound more stable. "His name is Chen Feng, and he just joined our sword pavilion today. Shockingly, he mastered Cold Star's first appearance in just a few hours." "Father, I recorded a video of Chen Feng practicing Cold Star's first appearance, and I'll send it to you via WeChat so you can see for yourself." As Lin Qingxue spoke, she quickly operated her phone and sent the recorded video to the pavilion master. Curiously, Lin Tianxiong took out his phone, opened WeChat, and checked the video sent by his daughter. Principal Huang Jianren, noticing the pavilion master's actions, leaned over to watch together. As the video began to play, Chen Feng's figure appeared on the screen, holding a wooden sword with a focused expression, his movements fluid and precise. As the sword technique unfolded, each strike revealed powerful strength and control. Even through the video, one could feel the sharp sword intent. Lin Tianxiong and Huang Jianren watched the video, their eyes gradually showing surprise and recognition. At the end of the video, they exchanged glances, both seeing admiration in each other's eyes. "Looks like he's a high school student. A genius from your Tianjin #1? Lin Tianxiong raised an eyebrow and asked Huang Jianren beside him. After watching Chen Feng's swordsmanship video, Huang Jianren's shrewd eyes flashed with surprise, and he turned to Lin Tianxiong, saying, "Old Lin, this kid's swordsmanship is truly impressive. However, he is not from our #1. But I know this kid. He has suffered a lot at #2. Oh, what happened?" Curiosity appeared in Lin Tianxiong's eyes. Huang Jianren chuckled lightly, pointing to Chen Feng in the video, and continued, "Hey, this little guy previously scored first in the city's liberal arts, and the city rewarded him with a bottle of first-tier exotic beast essence, which was taken by that old dog Wei from #2 and given to someone else. He even made up a non-existent excuse to expel Chen Feng. Wei is simply lacking in teacher's ethics." Huang Jianren's tone was filled with disdain for the principle of no. 2. Having someone like Wei as a principal in Tianjin City really lowered the moral standards of the profession. Stealing a student's martial arts resources and arbitrarily cutting off a student's educational path. Was this something a high school principal could do? He then praised. "Moreover, as far as I know, Chen Feng's cultivation was below a first-tier warrior before, yet now he has such strength and progress speed. It's truly astonishing." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong's eyes flashed with shock. He knew that Huang Jianren was well-informed and had a deep understanding of the education sector in Tianjin City. Didn't know. To really just give up on such a promising candidate? The Chen Feng in the video, even among first-tier warriors, was probably not weak. To master the first form of the Cold Star 9 swords in just a few hours, and with 3 weeks left until the swordsmanship exchange in Tianjin City. With this kid's talent, he really could learn the third sword in 3 weeks. The third sword has an 8-fold increase in attack power. Paired with the strength of a first-tier warrior, It would be enough to defeat some elite students from the Fengyun Sword Pavilion. At the very least, it wouldn't allow the Fengyun Sword Pavilion to win completely. Lin Tianxiong was silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Chen Feng's experience is indeed infuriating. We at the Cold Star Sword Pavilion will give him justice. Hearing this, Huang Jianren raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You're clearly tempted by someone else's talent in swordsmanship. What's wrong? Are you interested? Do you want to recruit Chen Feng as a core member of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion? Your Cold Star 9 swords haven't seen anyone use the 9th sword for a long time, right? Even you, old Lin, have only reached the 6th sword. Huang Jianren, true to his name, was quite cheeky, and with one sentence, he exposed Lin Tianxiong's inner thoughts. Hearing this, Lin Tianxiong wasn't angry and burst into laughter. Haha, what? Aren't you, Huang, thinking the same way as I am? At least a solid foundation. And there's a great chance of him becoming a seed student in the top 5 nationally. Don't you want this delicious opportunity? Of course. This incredible fortune is ours at Tianjia No. 1. Huang Jianren declared loudly, his round figure looking exceptionally domineering at that moment. Let's go, Qingxue. Take us to meet this little genius. Lin Tianxiong waved at Lin Qingxue and, together with Huang Jianren, headed towards the martial arts hall. Soon, the three of them approached Chen Feng with smiles on their faces. Hello, Chen Feng. I am Lin Tianxiong, the master of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion. Lin Tianxiong stepped forward enthusiastically and extended his hand. Chen Feng was taken aback upon hearing this, and then shook hands with Lin Tianxiong. Hello, may I ask why you're looking for me? Chen Feng wondered if he had learned the Cold Star 9 swords too quickly, and now the pavilion master wanted to teach him himself? Or maybe the 10,000 yuan was just the price for learning the first sword, and the other 8 swords would cost extra, but he was already out of money. And the middle-aged fat man next to him had a strange look in his eyes, as if he were evaluating some rare treasure, constantly making sounds of amazement. Chapter 12, the core members of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion, the face of Lin Tianxiong, the head of the pavilion, was adorned with a warm smile as he patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and said kindly, Chen Feng, I heard from Qingxue that you just joined the Sword Pavilion today, and within a few hours, you learned Cold Star Emergence. Your performance in the pavilion is truly impressive. Your understanding and mastery of swordsmanship seem to come with an innate talent. Chen Feng nodded slightly, humbly responding, You flatter me, Pavilion Master. I'm just doing my best. Huang Jianren chuckled from the side and interjected, Doing your best and achieving such a level is not something just anyone can do. Chen Feng, I believe your potential in swordsmanship is something even you might not fully realize. Chen Feng looked at Huang Jianren with slight surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Your words honor me, but I know I still have a long way to go. Lin Tianxiong nodded, his tone becoming even more gentle. Exactly, Chen Feng. The path of swordsmanship is long and full of challenges, but gifted swordsmen always manage to go further on this journey. Our Cold Star Sword Pavilion has always hoped to nurture disciples who can inherit and promote the essence of the 9 swords of Cold Star. Chen Feng's heart stirred, seemingly catching the deeper meaning in Lin Tianxiong's words. Pavilion Master, do you mean? Lin Tianxiong smiled slightly, not answering directly, but shifting the topic. Chen Feng, how much do you know about the Cold Star Sword Pavilion? What do you know about our 9 swords of Cold Star? Chen Feng thought for a moment and replied, I know that the 9 swords of Cold Star is the treasure of the pavilion, with each sword containing profound sword techniques. Huang Jianren added, Indeed, and this set of sword techniques cannot be fully grasped by those who are not core members of the pavilion. It is not just a transmission of skills, but also a conveyance of spirit and will. Lin Tianxiong took over the conversation, his tone filled with expectation. Chen Feng, if you are willing, I hope you can truly become one of us in the Cold Star Sword Pavilion to understand and learn the 9 swords of Cold Star more deeply. Of course, our pavilion will also provide you with a more suitable environment and guidance. A hint of doubt arose in Chen Feng's mind. Pavilion Master, I have already paid the fee. I am now a student of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion. Lin Tianxiong smiled slightly and finally clarified. What I mean is that I hope you can become a core member of our pavilion. At that time, you will receive the complete 9 swords of Cold Star and will be exempt from tuition fees. A flash of surprise and joy crossed Chen Feng's eyes. But he quickly composed himself and cautiously asked, "Pavilion Master, what do I need to do to become a core member?" Lin Tianxiong nodded slightly, his tone revealing a sense of anticipation. The Nine Swords of Cold Star is a family treasure of the Lin family. If you wish to learn all 9 swords, you will not only be a student of the pavilion, but also a true part of it. In the future, if the pavilion has matters, you will need to protect it. And of course, if you have matters, the pavilion will protect you as well. At the same time, you will also represent our pavilion in various swordsmanship competitions and exchanges, showcasing the strength of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion. Huang Jianren joined the conversation with a hint of encouragement in his voice. Chen Feng, becoming a core member is not only a recognition of your swordsmanship, but also an affirmation of your potential. I can assure you that if you master the 4th sword within a month, the pavilion will grant you a guaranteed admission slot at one of the 5 major universities in the country. A look of shock flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, and he soon fell into deep thought. Both the complete 9 swords of Cold Star and the guaranteed admission slot at the 5 major universities were undoubtedly a huge temptation for him. However, once he agreed to Lin Tianxiong's request, he would likely be tied to the Cold Star Martial Arts Pavilion for good. Was it worth it? What's wrong, Chen Feng? Are you not satisfied with such conditions? Lin Qingxue, who was standing nearby, frowned and spoke with some dissatisfaction. Qingxue, don't say too much. Let Chen Feng decide for himself. Lin Tianxiong admonished his daughter with a glare. Lin Qingxue opened her mouth slightly, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Becoming a core member of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion and representing it in swordsmanship exchanges was not a difficult requirement. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng raised his head, his eyes shining with determination. "All right, I accept your offer." "Good. Chen Feng, you have not disappointed us," Lin Tianxiong said with a beaming smile, pulling Chen Feng into an embrace. "From today on, you are a core member of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion. We will all support you and help you grow." Huang Jianren patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. "Chen Feng, you have made a wise decision. You will never regret joining the Cold Star Sword Pavilion." Chen Feng nodded, his heart filled with anticipation for the future and a love for swordsmanship. "Thank you all. I will do my best and live up to your expectations." Lin Tianxiong turned to Lin Qingxue. "Qingxue, from now on, you will assist Chen Feng in his training and ensure that he can quickly master the essence of the 9 swords of Cold Star." Lin Qingxue nodded seriously. "Yes, father. I will do my best to help Chen Feng master the 9 swords of Cold Star as soon as possible." Afterward, Lin Tianxiong took his leave with Huang Jianren. Lin Qingxue stayed behind to continue training with Chen Feng. Lin Qingxue led Chen Feng to a private training area in the pavilion, surrounded by tranquility. She turned to face Chen Feng, her expression serious. "Chen Feng, you have already mastered Cold Star Emergence. Now we will begin learning the 2nd sword, the Star River hanging upside down. The essence of this sword lies in the transformation of sword momentum and the circulation of power." Chen Feng listened intently, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for new knowledge. "Please guide me, senior sister Qingxue." Lin Qingxue nodded gently, then drew her sword and began to demonstrate the basic movements of the Star River hanging upside down. Her movements were graceful and fluid. Each turn and each rotation of the sword seemed to blend with the surrounding air, forming beautiful arcs. The key to the Star River hanging upside down lies in the word upside down, Lin Qingxue explained as she demonstrated. This is not just a form of sword technique, but also a state of mind. You must imagine yourself like the stars reflected in a river under the night sky, maintaining calmness and composure even in adversity. After the demonstration, Lin Qingxue handed the sword to Chen Feng. "Now you try." Chen Feng took the sword, took a deep breath, and began to mimic Lin Qingxue's movements. At first, his sword technique appeared somewhat stiff, but with repeated practice, his movements gradually became more fluid. Lin Qingxue stood by, carefully observing each of Chen Feng's movements, occasionally offering guidance and suggestions. "Don't use too much strength. Let the sword flow naturally with your will." Chapter 13. The attack on the Fengyun Sword Pavilion as time passed. Chen Feng's understanding and mastery of the Starry River hanging down became deeper. He began to try to integrate the state of mind that Lin Qingxue had mentioned into his swordsmanship. Gradually, his sword momentum became more natural. as if he could truly feel the harmony between the stars and the rivers. Lin Qingxue noticed Chen Feng's progress, and a hint of approval flashed at her eyes. Chen Feng, you are doing very well. Remember, the essence of swordsmanship lies not in form, but in the heart. As long as you practice more, you will naturally be able to perform the starry river hanging down technique. It's getting late today, you should rest. Practice more on your own, and once you learn the second sword technique, I will personally teach you the third. Chen Feng, hearing this, collected his thoughts and bowed to Lin Qingxue. Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. I will take my leave now. Lin Qingxue waved her hand slightly, indicating that he could go. After finishing a day of practice, Chen Feng, filled with a sense of fulfillment and contemplation about the new sword technique, set off on his way home. The night was deep, and the streetlights cast long shadows. His mind was still replaying every detail of the starry river hanging down. However, just as his thoughts were immersed in swordsmanship, several figures emerged from a dark alley, blocking his path. Chen Feng stopped, frowning slightly. He could sense the hostile aura of the newcomers. "Who are you?" he asked in a deep voice, unconsciously placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. One of them sneered, his voice filled with obvious hostility. "We are from the Fengyun Sword Pavilion, Chen Feng. You really are stubborn. You actually dared to join the Hanqing Sword Pavilion." Chen Feng's heart sank. The Fengyun Sword Pavilion's people coming to find him was certainly not a good sign. He watched the few in front of him warily. "Fengyun Sword Pavilion? What do you want with me?" "We just came to advise you to withdraw your tuition from Hanqing and come join us at Fengyun Sword Pavilion," another person mocked. Chen Feng understood. It was clear that the Fengyun Sword Pavilion was targeting the Hanqing Sword Pavilion. No wonder the 10,000 Huaxia coins tuition for Hanqing couldn't attract students. The Fengyun Sword Pavilion's tactics were truly despicable. He scoffed, "Oh, you Fengyun Sword Pavilion are so arrogant? I have no interest in the Fengyun Sword Pavilion and do not wish for unnecessary conflict. Step aside." The other side clearly did not expect Chen Feng to reject them so directly, and the atmosphere became tense. The leader's expression darkened. "Chen Feng, don't be ungrateful. Our invitation from Fengyun Sword Pavilion is not something you can easily refuse." Chen Feng understood in his heart that tonight's matter could not be resolved peacefully. He took a deep breath and slowly drew his sword. "I don't want to cause trouble, but I won't let anyone bully me. If you want to fight, then come." Seeing Chen Feng draw his sword, the people from Fengyun Sword Pavilion showed a hint of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by disdain. A mere high school student. What kind of combat power could he have? They quickly exchanged glances and drew their weapons, swiftly spreading out to form an encirclement. Chen Feng stood in the middle of the encirclement, his expression calm, but there was no fear in his heart. Instead, having just learned the Hanqing Nine Swords, he was now filled with battle intent. Wasn't he this a live target for him to practice? "You little brat, you don't cherish the opportunity given to you. Since that's the case, I'll break your leg so you 1T run around," the leader said ominously as he swung his sword at Chen Feng. His words carried a strong, killing intent, clearly wanting to incapacitate Chen Feng. Chen Feng moved immediately, his wrist shaking violently, and his sword danced like a silver dragon, instantly sealing off all retreat routes for the Fengyun Sword Pavilion members. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of weapons sent sparks flying as both sides engaged in fierce close combat. The Fengyun Sword Pavilion members initially thought they could easily subdue Chen Feng, but they were taken aback by the intricacy of his swordsmanship. Their attacks were all neutralized by Chen Feng, and some even nearly got injured due to his counterattacks. Chen Feng's sword flowed like water, each swing carrying the first technique of the Hanqing Nine Swords. The swordplay of Hanqing appears gradually revealed its true power in his hands. His gaze was calm and focused, completely immersed in this sudden battle. "How is this possible?" The leader of the Fengyun Sword Pavilion widened his eyes, staring at Chen Feng with disbelief. Chen Feng smiled indifferently, his arm exerting force as he slashed at the sword-wielding hand of the leader. With a sharp clang that sounded like metal colliding, the Fengyun Sword Pavilion member felt a sharp pain in his hand, almost losing his grip on the sword. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng struck again, aiming for the opponent's chest and abdomen. The Fengyun Sword Pavilion members were terrified, forgetting their shock at Chen Feng's formidable strength. and hurriedly dodged to the side. Puff! Although they avoided the vital spots, the sword tip still tore through the leader's clothing, piercing into the flesh. Chen Feng did not pursue. He simply picked up the discarded long sword with the tip of his sword and walked away. Damn it, we actually lost to a kid. One of them exclaimed, that bastard swordplay is so strange. It's simply impossible to defend against. Damn it, we must report this to Instructor Wang Hai. We have to get this back, or I won't swallow this anger. Back at the Fengyun Sword Pavilion, several students returned looking disheveled, recounting their encounter from the night to Wang Hai, a senior instructor at the Fengyun Sword Pavilion. Wang Hai, upon hearing this, exploded with rage, his face darkening as if it could drip water. What? Our Fengyun Sword Pavilion members were actually beaten back by a kid from Hanqing Sword Pavilion? Wang Hai's voice echoed in the Sword Pavilion, shaking the windows with a buzzing sound. Instructor Wang, that kid's sword was particularly fast. We couldn't see through his moves at all, one of the students said hesitantly, still bearing the lingering fear on his face. Wang Hai slammed the table, shouting angrily, "Bunch of useless fools. You've embarrassed our Fengyun Sword Pavilion." The students fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Wang Hai took several deep breaths, trying to calm his anger, before speaking in a low voice. "You few, go watch outside the Hanqing Sword Pavilion. If that kid appears again, report back immediately. I want to meet him personally." The students did not dare to say more, quickly nodding in agreement, then swiftly left the Fengyun Sword Pavilion, fearing that Wang Hai's wrath might fall on them. On the other side, Chen Feng returned to his room, frowning. He loved the way of the sword and yearned for continuous improvement, but the reality was that his wallet was almost empty, and he had no skill points to upgrade the Hanqing 9 swords he had just learned. The first technique of the Hanqing 9 swords could only unleash 200 attack power, and the explosive power was still lacking. It seemed that tomorrow he would need to go to the wilderness to level up 1 or 2 levels first. He had to learn at least the first 3 techniques of the Hanqing 9 swords. Chen Feng pondered. The urgent task was to improve his combat power. Chapter 14, Second Order Strange Beast. Shadow Spike Wolf King. Early the next morning, Chen Feng stood up, had a simple breakfast, packed his belongings and sword, and set off again for the Black Forest. Ding! You have killed a First Order Strange Beast, Thorned Wild Boar, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! You have killed a First Order Strange Beast, Claw Black Tiger, gaining 40 experience points. Ding! You have killed a First Order Strange Beast, Soft-Boned Rabbit, gaining 20 experience points. Chen Feng heard the system prompts ringing in his ears, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations, your level has reached level 17. Feeling the improvement in his physical quality and spiritual energy, Chen Feng was very pleased. Indeed, after learning the Cold Star 9 swords, his monster-killing efficiency had increased significantly. Leveling up to 17 granted him 1 skill point, which he must not hesitate to add to the Cold Star 9 swords. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to this sword technique. Cold Star 9 swords LV1. Cold Star 9 swords LV2. Unity of heart and sword. A concise and swift double strike. The first hit deals 200 attack power. The second hit deals 400. Standing in the dense forest, Chen Feng felt the surging power within him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With the improvement of the Cold Star 9 sword skill, he could clearly feel that his swordsmanship had become sharper and his attacks more rapid. The 400 attack power of the second strike of the Cold Star 9 swords gave him a significant advantage in battle. Such a skill would be a deadly trump card against strong enemies. Chen Feng wasted no time and continued to venture deeper into the wild, looking for more strange beasts to test his new skills. He passed through thickets and climbed over a small hill, arriving at a place known as Shadow Valley. This area was perpetually shrouded in a faint shadow and was the habitat of a first-order strange beast known as the Shadow Spike Wolf. Although these wolves were not large, they were extremely agile and adept at ambushing using the environment of Shadow Valley. At the edge of Shadow Valley, Chen Feng encountered a lone Shadow Spike Wolf. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his state and prepared to face the challenge. The Shadow Spike Wolf seemed to sense Chen Feng's presence, its eyes flashing with vigilance before quickly vanishing into the surrounding shadows. Chen Feng knew that this shadow spike wolf was about to launch an attack on him. He focused his mind, sensing all the movements around him. Just then, a shadow suddenly sprang out from the left side, and Chen Feng reacted quickly, swinging his sword in the first strike of the Cold Star 9 swords. In a flash, the sword light struck the shadow spike wolf with 200 attack power, knocking it down from the air. Chen Feng followed up with an even faster second strike of the Cold Star 9 swords, landing the 400 attack power hit accurately on the shadow spike wolf. Ding! You have killed a first-order strange beast, Shadow Spike Wolf, gaining 40 experience points. Chen Feng sheathed his sword and stood still, feeling the powerful attack power brought by the Cold Star 9 swords. With the increase in his level and skills, he felt confident facing even stronger opponents. In the following hours, Chen Feng continuously killed Shadow Spike Wolves in Shadow Valley. One after another, the Shadow Spike Wolves fell beneath his sword. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has reached level 19. Name, Chen Feng. Level, LV19 Strength, 28,050. Intelligence, 280. Constitution, 280. Attack Speed, 20. Movement Speed, 20. Unknowingly, he had already reached the peak of a first-order martial artist. After his skill attack power increased, his monster-killing efficiency had indeed risen several times compared to before. Before learning the Cold Star 9 swords, it would have taken Chen Feng several days of continuous grinding in the Black Forest to reach level 19. It seemed that learning the third sword of the Cold Star 9 swords had to be prioritized. Otherwise, he would have skill points, but no way to level up. The 800 attack power of the third sword would produce damage that could reach the heavens. However, just as Chen Feng was constantly envisioning the third sword in his mind, suddenly, a deep and unusual roar came from the depths of Shadow Valley, shaking the surrounding leaves. Chen Feng frowned. He could feel that the power contained in this sound far surpassed any strange beast he had encountered before. He tightened his grip on his sword, vigilantly looking towards the direction of the sound. A massive shadow slowly emerged from the mist, its size at least 3 times that of an ordinary shadow spike wolf, with cold red light flashing in its eyes and covered in iron-like scales. This was the overlord of Shadow Valley, the Shadow Spike Wolf King. The moment Chen Feng saw the Shadow Spike Wolf King, his expression turned extremely grim. The Shadow Spike Wolf King was a second-order strange beast. He knew that the Shadow Spike Wolf King would not act alone. There must be wolf guards around it. Sure enough, several figures soon emerged from the shadows surrounding them, their eyes glimmering with cold light in the night surrounding Chen Feng. They were the Wolf King guards. Although these guards were not as large as the Wolf King, they were equally agile and clearly the Wolf King's capable assistants. Chen Feng gripped the sword hilt tightly, quickly thinking in his mind. He had no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. He needed to use his speed and swordsmanship to take them down one by one and find a breakthrough. The Shadow Wolf King issued a command, and the Wolf Guards immediately launched their attack. Chen Feng's figure swayed as he executed the Cold Star 9 swords, the sword light flickering like cold stars, intertwining with the attacks of the Wolf Guards. Chen Feng quickly retreated, tried to maintain distance from the wolf pack while searching for advantageous terrain. His gaze quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted a narrow mountain path with steep rock walls on both sides. This was the terrain he needed. Come on, one at a time. Chen Feng silently chanted in his heart, deliberately slowing his pace to make the Wolf Guards think they had an opportunity. Sure enough, one of the Wolf Guards couldn't hold back and pounced towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng swiftly turned his body and nimbly dodged into the mountain path, using the narrow space to limit the numerical advantage of the Wolf Guards. His eyes turned cold, and a sharp killing intent erupted from within. He swung his sword to meet the attack. Micro-Light Radiant Speed Sword, first sword of Cold Star 9 swords. Buff stacked to the max. This strike was bound to be a direct kill. The sword light of the Cold Star 9 swords appeared even more fierce in the narrow passage, striking accurately at the vulnerable waist of the Wolf Guard. In an instant, one Wolf King Guard was split in two, blood staining the ground. Ding! You have successfully killed a first-order strange beast, Wolf King Guard, gaining 60 experience points. Chen Feng did not linger and continued to retreat, luring more Wolf Guards into the mountain path. He was like a calm hunter, patiently waiting for the best opportunity. Whenever a wolf guard attempted to pass through the mountain path, Chen Feng would launch a lightning-fast attack and then quickly withdraw, maintaining a safe distance. One by one, the wolf guards were taken down under Chen Feng's tactical maneuvering. Although they were numerous, they could not leverage the advantage of group combat in the narrow mountain path, and instead became prey beneath Chen Feng's sword. Ding! You have successfully killed a first-order strange beast, Wolf King Guard, gaining 60 experience points. X5 as the last wolf guard fell. Chen Feng let out a slight sigh of relief, but he knew that the greatest threat, the Shadow Spike Wolf King, was still lurking in the shadows, watching him closely. Chapter 15. Comprehending Sword Intent. Sword strikes the Wolf King. He did not let his guard down and continued to utilize the terrain advantage of the mountain path. Ready to face the Wolf King. The shadow-stabbing Wolf King finally could not hold back any longer. Its massive body slowly entered the mountain path, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Chen Feng tightly gripped the sword hilt, feeling the intense killing intent radiating from the Wolf King. Just as Chen Feng was intently staring at the shadow-stabbing Wolf King, he suddenly saw it vanish into the shadows in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng felt a cold wind sweep past his back, and instinctively leaped forward, simultaneously turning around to swing his sword. However, there was no enemy behind him, only a faint shadow swaying on the ground under the setting sun. Chen Feng concentrated, sharpening his senses. The sounds around him became clearer, the rustling of leaves, the calls of nocturnal animals in the distance, and the faint sound of air being sliced through the ground. Suddenly, a black shadow lunged out from the left side. Chen Feng turned sharply, his long sword swinging out, just in time to meet the attacking shadow, stabbing Wolf King. The sword blade collided with the wolf's claws, producing a crisp metallic clang. Chen Feng felt a powerful force transmitted from the sword body. Leveraging that force, he quickly retreated, adjusting his breathing and posture, preparing for the next round of attacks. The Wolf King seemed surprised by Chen Feng's agile response. It let out a low growl and then disappeared back into the shadows. Chen Feng knew that the Wolf King would not give up easily. It was certainly looking for the next opportunity to attack. He began to move on the battlefield, deliberately making his footsteps loud to cover other sounds. At the same time, he quickly calculated the Wolf King's possible attack routes. Just then, he felt a cold wind approaching from behind. Chen Feng did not turn around, but leaped forward and turned to swing his sword. With his strike, he used all his strength, the sword light resembling a cold star piercing through the night sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Buff stacked to the max. 9 cold stars. First sword. The cold star appears. The shadow-stabbing Wolf King's figure was revealed in the sword light, its eyes flashing with surprise, clearly not expecting Chen Feng to predict its attack so accurately. The Wolf King had no way to dodge and could only brace itself against Chen Feng's powerful strike. Howl! The Wolf King let out an angry howl, its massive body suddenly charging forward, shattering the sword energy, blocking its path. Chen Feng scored a hit and immediately did not give the Wolf King any chance to breathe, following up with another strike. 9 cold stars. Second sword. The Star River is upside down. 400 attack power. At the same time, the Wolf King's claws fiercely lunged at Chen Feng, as if wanting to tear apart this little thing that dared to harm its subordinate. Bang! The iron sword in Chen Feng's hand collided with the wolf claws, erupting in a shower of sparks. The Wolf King's immense power caused Chen Feng's wrist to ache painfully, nearly making him drop the sword. Fortunately, he stabilized in time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to say he wouldn't have been sent flying by this ferocious creature. However, the tips of the Wolf King's claws also erupted with a few drops of blood from the collision. It seemed neither party was in good shape. Before the Wolf King could pounce again, Chen Feng immediately withdrew, creating distance. At this point, he had completely taken the initiative and found the Wolf King's fatal weakness, its neck. Although the Wolf King had tough skin and thick flesh, its neck was still quite soft. Particularly, like a wolf, the Wolf King's bones and internal organs were tougher than those of other animals. So its weakness was not the typical soft spot of ordinary wolves, but its cervical vertebrae. Chen Feng's previous attack, though it did not break through the shadow, stabbing Wolf King's tough defense, had injured its bones, causing its speed to slow slightly. Chen Feng's speed was already not slow, and now that he had pinpointed the weakness of the Wolf King's cervical vertebrae, he would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. Swish! The long sword in Chen Feng's hand flashed, transforming into a streak of silver light, sweeping towards the Wolf King's neck. The shadow stabbing Wolf King's eyes widened, and it opened its mouth to spray a cloud of black mist. Chen Feng had anticipated this. The moment the Wolf King opened its mouth, he jumped into the air to avoid being contaminated by the black mist it exhaled. Then, as Chen Feng landed, he slashed down towards the Wolf King's neck with his long sword. The cold star appears. This move seemed simple, but was highly threatening. If it landed, the Wolf King would undoubtedly be doomed. The Wolf King was indeed clever, raising its front leg in advance to protect its neck. Ding! With a crisp sound, the Wolf King's front leg blocked Chen Feng's seemingly guaranteed strike. However, Chen Feng's sword suddenly changed direction, the blade facing down, cutting upwards, and struck the Wolf King's right arm. Second move, the Star River is upside down. No matter how high the Wolf King's defense was, it could not withstand Chen Feng's relentless series of attacks. Instantly struck by this sword, blood gushed forth. Growl! The Wolf King let out a painful cry and furiously lunged forward, attempting to bite Chen Feng's throat. Chen Feng scored a hit and immediately retreated. He did not need to think too much, just focusing on executing the 9 cold stars. It could break through defenses. It could also wear it down. What could a second-tier beast do? It would be killed without hesitation. After failing its attack, the Wolf King changed tactics again. A shrill howl suddenly rang out. The Wolf King leapt forward, its fur bristling like steel needles, then soared into the air, its claws moving in a flurry, creating a dense web of claw shadows that descended upon Chen Feng. Boom! The claw shadows had not yet arrived, but the gusts of wind had already swept through, causing the surrounding grass and trees to sway violently, branches flying everywhere. Oomph! Is that all you've got? Chen Feng sneered, his figure shifting. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, meeting the Wolf King's claw shadows head-on. System: Swift Sword level up. Level 2. Swift Sword LV2. When Swift Sword reaches level 10. Skill characteristic Sword Intent of Speed will be automatically triggered. Swift Sword LV10. When using sword-type weapons, attack speed is increased by 550. When actively using Sword Intent of Speed, the skill effect is doubled. The skill leveling up to level 10 unexpectedly triggered the Sword Intent. This was indeed an extra delight. The Swift Sword skill was already powerful, and now with the addition of Sword Intent of Speed, the attack speed was increased by 1100. Such a skill effect was simply terrifying. Chen Feng felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, his blood boiling. As the long sword in his hand seemed to merge with his body, every cell yearning for battle. Facing the Wolf King's storm-like claw shadows, a glint of brilliance flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Sword Intent of Speed. Chen Feng shouted softly, his arms instantly becoming blurry, as if countless arms were attacking simultaneously. The sword light resembling numerous shooting stars streaking across the night sky, shattering the Wolf King's claw shadows one by one. The Wolf King felt an unprecedented threat. It tried to retreat, but Chen Feng's sword followed closely like a shadow. 9 cold stars. The Wolf King let out a mournful howl, attempting to use its immense power to resist Chen Feng's sword, but under the enhancement of the Sword Intent of Speed, the 9 cold stars, its resistance appeared utterly powerless. First sword. Second sword. D. Chen Feng's sword was like a raging storm, continuous and unending, each strike accompanied by the sound of air being sliced through, each blow filling the Wolf King with despair. Chapter 16 Blood Wolf Squad. Under Chen Feng's sword, the Wolf King's defenses were peeled away layer by layer. Its body began to tremble, and its strength started to wane. Finally, with a perfect combination of power and speed, Chen Feng's long sword pierced through the Wolf King's heart. With a thunderous roar, the giant body of the Wolf King finally fell, and its eyes no longer held the ferocity and cunning from before, replaced instead by unwillingness and despair. Ding! You have defeated a second-tier beast, Shadow, Stabbing Wolf King, gaining 300 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has broken through to level 20. A powerful force surged from within Chen Feng, quickly spreading throughout his body, and he could clearly feel his strength rapidly increasing. More importantly, the system prompt in his mind filled Chen Feng with joy. He had been promoted to a second-tier martial artist. With such cultivation, even among all the recent graduates in Tianjin City, he would undoubtedly be among the top ranks. Name: Chen Feng. Level: LV20. Strength: 30,050. Intelligence: 300. Constitution: 300. Attack speed: 30. Movement speed: 30. Just as Chen Feng was about to store the corpse of the shadow-stabbing Wolf King in his system backpack and prepare to collect the bodies of the Wolf King's guards, a sound of footsteps broke the evening tranquility. He raised his head warily and saw a well-equipped team of human hunters emerging from the darkness. Their steps were steady, and their gazes sharp, clearly all experienced martial artists. The leader of the hunting team was a burly middle-aged man with a noticeable scar on his face. His gaze swept over Chen Feng and then lingered on the corpses of several Wolf King guards. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes, but was quickly concealed. "We are the Blood Wolf Squad, and I am the captain, Huyen." He paused, assessing Chen Feng. "Young man, it seems you single-handedly dealt with these Wolf King's guards. Truly impressive for someone your age." Alarm bells rang in Chen Feng's heart. He could sense something unusual in Huyen's tone. He knew that in the wild, strength was everything, and the captain of the Blood Wolf Squad was clearly probing him. Although Chen Feng remained vigilant inside, he kept a calm exterior, nodding slightly and responding. "I just happened to encounter these Wolf King's guards and had to defend myself." Captain Huyen's gaze circled around Chen Feng, seemingly evaluating his strength. Then he feigned friendliness and asked, "Young friend, you are practicing alone in this Shadow Valley. Truly commendable. What is your name? Would you be interested in joining our Blood Wolf Squad? Our team is lacking someone with your potential." Just one person could take down so many first-tier peak Wolf King's guards. This young man was probably not far from being a second-tier. However, every member of the Blood Wolf Squad was at least a first-tier peak martial artist, and he and the vice-captain were both second-tier martial artists. Even if this kid was second-tier, it would just mean a bit more effort. Chen Feng sneered inwardly. He knew these people were not genuinely inviting him to join, but likely had other intentions. He politely declined. "My name is Chen Feng. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Hua, but I prefer to act alone and may find it hard to adapt to team life." A flicker of displeasure crossed Huyen's eyes, but quickly returned to a smile. "Since that's the case, we won't force you. However, the corpses of these Wolf King's guards are quite useful to us, and we are willing to offer a reasonable price to buy them. What do you think?" Chen Feng calmly observed Huyen and his team's reactions and asked, "Captain Hua, since you are interested in purchasing, may I ask how much you are willing to offer?" A sly glint flashed in Huyen's eyes as he deliberately quoted a price far below market value. "We offer this amount." He extended his hand. "Finger splayed, 5,000 Huaxiao coins. This price is quite fair. What do you say? Think about it." Chen Feng sneered internally. 5,000 Huaxia coins would barely buy the corpse of an ordinary first-tier beast, let alone these peak first-tier Wolf King's guards. The Blood Wolf Squad clearly did not genuinely want to trade, but was testing his bottom line, or perhaps looking for an excuse to launch an attack. "Captain Hua, this price doesn't seem to match the market rate," Chen Feng replied, his voice calm, but his tone revealing undeniable firmness. Upon hearing Chen Feng's response, the smile on Huyen's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of coldness. "Young friend Chen Feng, are you refusing our Blood Wolf Squad? In this Shadow Valley, the price we offer is the market rate." Chen Feng remained unmoved. He knew that any hint of weakness could become a flaw for the other party to exploit. "Thank you for your kindness. I will take these Wolf King's guards' corpses to the market myself. I believe there will be plenty of knowledgeable buyers." After hearing Chen Feng's words, Huyen's face instantly darkened. And then he sneered, his voice laced with obvious mockery. "Truly unwise. Wouldn't it be better to take the money and leave obediently?" The members of the Blood Wolf Squad erupted in a harsh chorus of laughter, openly showing their disdain for Chen Feng. This kid really overestimates himself, thinking he can negotiate fairly with our Blood Wolf Squad. Kid, do you think this is where you can just have your way? This is Shadow Valley, not your backyard. Truly unaware of your limits. Want money? We can burn it for you. Yan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Young friend Chen Feng, remember this in your next life. In this place, our Blood Wolf squad is the law. What we say goes. Facing the ridicule and threats from the Blood Wolf squad, Chen Feng's eyes held no fear, only an increasingly firm resolve. Only strength could silence these arrogant hunters. Perhaps today, you've chosen the wrong target. Chen Feng's voice was calm, yet filled with power as his hand gently brushed over the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at any moment. Upon hearing Chen Feng's response, a flicker of surprise crossed Yan's eyes, quickly turning to anger. Good. Since you have such spirit, let me see if your strength is as tough as your words. With Yan's roar, the members of the Blood Wolf squad drew their weapons and charged at Chen Feng. Their movements were swift and ruthless, clearly intending to take Chen Feng down in one fell swoop. However, Chen Feng's movements were even faster. The bright spirit sword was instantly unsheathed. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. Radiant light, divine speed sword, swift sword intent. Chapter 17. The secret realm of the sword tomb. Chen Feng's sword was like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. With each swing, it produced a sound of breaking air, accurately striking the weapons of the few team members at the forefront and sending them flying. What? The members of the Blood Wolf squad exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't expected Chen Feng's swordsmanship to be so swift and precise. How is this possible? One team member stuttered, having already dropped his weapon to the ground with a dull thud. We can't believe this kid. Another team member's voice trembled as he looked at his companions, who were swaying unsteadily, fear filling his eyes. Cold Star 9 swords. Chen Feng did not give them a chance to react. His sword was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each swing harvesting the courage and lives of the Blood Wolf squad members. His swordsmanship was not only fast, but ruthless, each strike aimed at a vital point. In the Shadow Valley, the sounds of breaking air intertwined with screams, as Blood Wolf squad members fell one after another, their eyes filled with terror and despair. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant members of the Blood Wolf squad had fallen to more than half, leaving only Yan and a few stronger team members desperately holding on. Fear finally appeared in Yan's eyes as he realized he had severely underestimated Chen Feng's strength. Stop. Please just stop, Yan shouted, his voice devoid of the previous arrogance. We were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked you. We truly made a mistake. I'm willing to give you all my money, just spare us. The other members of the Blood Wolf squad began to plead as well. However, Chen Feng completely ignored them. Being merciful to enemies was cruel to oneself, especially for this group of scoundrels from the Blood Wolf squad. Chen Feng's onslaught remained fierce, showing no signs of mercy. Ding, you have killed a second-tier martial artist. Experience 100. The difficulty of leveling up was becoming increasingly challenging. Now, there was no experience gained, even for killing first-tier martial artists. Chen Feng sighed, slightly in his heart, but the momentum of his sword remained like a raging storm. In a flash, only Yan was left standing awkwardly in place, trembling and begging for mercy from Chen Feng. Don't kill me. Yan retreated repeatedly, his voice trembling with fear. I know of a secret realm, a low-tier secret realm that you would definitely be interested in. Only martial artists below tier 3 can enter. If you spare me, I'm willing to tell you this secret. Oh, Chen Feng paused his sword, his gaze sweeping over Yan with a hint of interest. And he asked in a deep voice, what secret realm? Yan trembled as he pulled out a tattered map from his bosom and handed it to Chen Feng. This is the map to the secret realm. It records the entrance to a secret realm that no one knows about. I promise, if you spare me, it will be yours. Yan looked at Chen Feng with hopeful eyes, awaiting his response. Chen Feng's gaze was as sharp as a sword, fixated on Yan as if assessing whether his words were deceitful. Yan felt an invisible pressure and involuntarily began to tremble. After some thought, Chen Feng extended his hand to take the map. Suddenly, a glint of cunning flashed in Yan's eyes as he abruptly drew a dagger from behind and lunged at Chen Feng's heart. Yan grinned savagely, his eyes gleaming with madness. But Chen Feng's reaction was even faster. His figure flickered like a ghost, easily dodging Yan's sneak attack. At the moment Yan's dagger was about to touch the hem of his clothes, Chen Feng's sword had already sliced across Yan's throat. Huiyan's smile froze on his face as he looked at Chen Feng in disbelief, the dagger falling helplessly from his hand. He clutched his neck tightly, but blood continued to pour out, and he ultimately fell to the ground, still filled with unwillingness. Ding, you have killed a second-tier martial artist. Experience 120. Chen Feng picked up the map from the ground and examined it carefully. Although the map was worn, the markings were clear, with a small path leading to a mysterious place. This secret realm might hide immense dangers, but it could also contain unimaginable opportunities. Now that he had leveled up to a second-tier martial artist and possessed sword intent, Chen Feng was confident in exploring this secret realm. Following the map's guidance, Chen Feng traversed through the dense fog of Shadow Valley and arrived at the depths of the Black Forest. The trees here were tall and dense, with sunlight barely penetrating, and the air was filled with a mysterious and ancient aura. After a series of winding paths, Chen Feng finally reached a secluded valley, surrounded by towering peaks. There was only a narrow passage leading into the valley. At the end of the valley stood a stone door covered in ancient runes that emitted a faint glow. It was indeed the entrance to the secret realm. Chen Feng reached out, gently touching the runes on the stone door, feeling the power contained within. Suddenly, the runes emitted a dazzling light, and the stone door slowly opened, revealing a passage leading deep into the secret realm. Without hesitation, Chen Feng stepped into the passage. The moment he entered, a powerful wave of energy enveloped him. His vision instantly blurred, and the surrounding space seemed to twist and distort. When everything became clear again, Chen Feng found himself standing in a completely different world. This was a ruined sword tomb, surrounded by broken walls and remnants. The former glory was gone. Only the shattered sword intent lingered in the air, telling tales of past glory and hardships. In the sword tomb, weeds grew wild, and ancient swords were half buried in the soil, their blades either rusted or broken into pieces. Even so, Chen Feng could still feel their former sharpness. Each sword here had once been a companion of a sword cultivator, witnessing countless battles and cultivation. Such a scene stirred inexplicable sorrow and grief in Chen Feng's heart, and he couldn't help but reach out his right hand to touch a nearby broken sword. Though this long sword had decayed, its blade remained remarkably resilient. Even broken, it still shimmered with a cold light. Clang! As Chen Feng's fingertips touched the long sword, it trembled slightly, emitting a distant, vast, and deep sword cry. The moment Chen Feng's fingertip made contact with the ancient sword, the sword cry felt like a call that transcended time and space, touching his soul. He could sense the unwillingness and glory contained within the sword, as well as the endless dedication of a sword cultivator to the sword path. In this sword tomb, it seemed as though Chen Feng could hear the whispers of countless sword cultivators, their battles, cultivation, pursuits, and dreams echoing in his ears along with the sound of the sword cry. He closed his eyes, quietly feeling all of this, his spirit resonating with this sword tomb in an indescribable way. Suddenly, a strange power flowed from the sword into Chen Feng's body, causing his sword intent to fluctuate. Resonating with the sword intent in the sword tomb, the power within the sword tomb surged, pulling Chen Feng into a vision. This place was no longer the ruined sword tomb, but rather the battlefield of the once glorious Kunlun sword sect. Chapter 18. The inheritance of the Kunlun sword sect. The thunder rumbled in the sky, and the earth shook. Chen Feng felt as if he was immersed in an ancient and brutal battle. Disciples of the sword sect, today's battle concerns the survival of our Kunlun sword sect. Regardless of victory or defeat, we must show these strange beasts the indomitable spirit of the Kunlun sword. Yes, Sectmaster. The glory of the Kunlun sword sect will be protected by us. All disciples, set up the sword formation. Let these strange beasts taste the power of our Kunlun sword formation today. The battle grew increasingly intense, with sword light intertwining with the roars of the strange beasts, creating a poignant picture of war. Elder, there are too many strange beasts. We may not be able to hold on. Even if we fight to the last person, we cannot allow the strange beasts to step into the sect. The glory of the sword sect cannot be tarnished in our hands. As the battle progressed, the disciples of the Kunlun sword sect fell one after another. But their swords never ceased, and their wills never surrendered. It seems today, our Kunlun sword sect cannot escape this calamity. But even if the sect is destroyed, our sword intent will endure. Sect Master, let me lead the remaining disciples to buy you time. You must survive and revive the Kunlun sword sect. Elder Yu. Having you in the Kunlun sword sect is my fortune. The sword intent of our sect will be passed on by you and me, never extinguished. Ultimately, the battle in the illusion reached its climax. The sect master and the elders of the Kunlun sword sect stood back to back. Their swords were already damaged, but the indomitable fighting spirit still burned in their eyes. Though we are defeated today, we are still honored. Disciples, we shall fight again in the next life. As the sect master's final words fell, the illusion gradually dissipated, and a long sword cry echoed in the sword tomb, as if calling for something. Chen Feng stood quietly, feeling the sword intent around and gathering. A figure gradually appeared before him. It was the image of an elder dressed in an ancient sword robe, his eyes revealing the sediment of years and endless wisdom. It was none other than Elder Yi, whom Chen Feng had just seen in the illusion. Though he was just a remnant soul, Elder Yi's aura was still powerful, and his presence filled the entire sword tomb with solemnity and dignity. Elder Yi looked at Chen Feng and nodded slightly in approval. Young sword cultivator, your arrival here in resonance with the sword intent of the Kunlun sword sect indicates that you possess extraordinary talent and a righteous heart. Elder Yi said slowly, I, Dongfang Yi, elder of the Kunlun sword sect, though dead, my sword heart remains unextinguished. To meet you today is also fate. Chen Feng respectfully bowed. Junior Chen Feng. Greetings to Elder Yi. Elder Yi smiled slightly. No need for excessive courtesy. My time is limited. The sword spirit power of the sword tomb can only allow me to manifest for a moment. I will impart to you the Kunlun sword sect's ultimate skill, Tianshu Sword Classic. Chen Feng. I hope you can inherit the will of the Kunlun sword sect and let the brilliance of the Kunlun sword path shine upon this land once again. As Elder Yi's words fell, streams of sword intent emanated from him, forming images of sword techniques that directly imprinted into Chen Feng's mind. These images contained the essence of the Kunlun sword sect's sword techniques, with every move and every stance embodying profound sword principles. Chen Feng immersed himself in these sword technique images, feeling the power and changes of each sword, and even his sword intent was sublimated unknowingly. Elder Yi's sword intent was like a clear spring, nourishing Chen Feng's sword path cultivation, deepening his understanding of the sword. Experienced 10,000, ding. Congratulations. Your level has reached level 25. Ding. Congratulations. Host comprehension of quick sword intent has strengthened. Skill trait. Quick sword intent effect enhanced to level 2 sword intent. Swift sword LV10. When using sword type weapons, attack speed is increased by 550. Skill trait. Quick sword intent LV2 activated. When actively using quick sword intent, Swift sword skill effect is increased to 4 times the original. Chen Feng's eyes brightened. Level 25. Directly advancing to the mid-level of Martial Master. With some more effort, he could reach level 30. The third-tier Great Martial Master is not far away, right? Now, there are probably no third-tier high school graduates in the entire Tianjin city. And this level 2 Quick Sword Intent, a 4-time skill effect, isn't that a 2,200 attack speed bonus? Too strong. The key point is that many gray skills appeared on Chen Feng's skill panel, indicating that as long as he has skill points and meets the learning conditions, he can light up the skills of the Tianshu Sword Classic at any time. This is a systematic inheritance of swordsmanship. These skills are enough to support him to cultivate to the Emperor level. Moments later, Elder Yi's figure began to fade slowly, and his voice became increasingly ethereal. Chen Feng. The future of the Kunlun sword sect is entrusted to you. Remember, the sword path is boundless. May you persist and keep moving forward. Elder Yi, your teachings, I will remember in my heart. Chen Feng took a deep breath and responded firmly. In the end, Elder Yi's figure completely dissipated in the sword tomb. As Elder Yi's remnant soul vanished, the brilliance in the sword tomb gradually faded. Chen Feng stood alone, immersed in the newly acquired knowledge of sword techniques and sword intent. However, this tranquility did not last long. as hurried footsteps from afar broke the silence of the sword tomb. A group of martial artists who had entered the secret realm before Chen Feng were attracted by the light radiating from the sword tomb and were rushing towards it. When they arrived at the sword tomb in a flurry, they saw Chen Feng standing quietly with a steady aura. Chen Feng's eyes revealed determination and composure, clearly already prepared for battle. Their gazes were sharp as eagles, quickly locking onto Chen Feng. This group of martial artists had never seen Chen Feng, but from the aura and sword intent emanating from him, as well as his position, it was not difficult to guess that Chen Feng was related to the secret realm inheritance. Chen Feng's sharp gaze quickly swept over this unfamiliar group of martial artists. The leading young man immediately caught Chen Feng's attention. He appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old. His appearance was handsome, his posture upright. Dressed in a luxurious brocade robe adorned with golden thread royal family insignia, showcasing his extraordinary identity. This young man's eyes revealed a natural pride and confidence, as if he were a favored child of heaven, destined to rise above others. He looked down at Chen Feng with an air of superiority, stepping forward with imposing momentum, his voice echoing in the sword tomb. "Do you dare to trespass into my Wang family's secret realm?" His voice carried an inherent sense of superiority, as if questioning an insignificant existence. Facing the arrogant young man's inquiry, Chen Feng showed no signs of fear, calmly responding, "The inheritance of the secret realm is for those with fate. When did it become your Wang family's?" "Bold. Do you know who the young master is? How dare you speak back? Do you really want to die?" A martial artist from the Wang family shouted angrily. "Shut up." The young man, referred to as the young master, raised his hand to silence the martial artist. Chapter 19 Fierce Battle with SS Class Genius. The arrogant young man turned to Chen Feng, his gaze cold. "Brat, tell me your name." Chen Feng snorted. "What's the matter? Afraid of me because I come from a big family? I don't mind telling you. My name is Chen Feng, just an insignificant nobody." A cold glint flashed across the arrogant young man's face, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You're quite interesting. Not afraid of us at all. What good does fear do? It only gets you killed faster." Chen Feng shrugged. "Besides, if I didn't have the courage to enter this secret realm, why would I dare to come here?" After hearing Chen Feng's words, the arrogant young man showed a look of interest. "My name is Wang Tianzong. Remember it. The one who will kill you," Wang Tianzong said. Suddenly, he extended his right hand, pinching his index finger and thumb together, and flicked it sharply. Bang! Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the void. Immediately, a dazzling golden light beam broke through the spatial barrier and shot towards Chen Feng's forehead in an instant. Although this golden beam was only 3 meters wide, it contained astonishing power, causing the surrounding void to twist and tremble. Chen Feng felt a sharp pain in his forehead, blood splattered, and he stumbled backward involuntarily. Caught off guard, he instinctively activated his swift sword defense, but it was unable to stop Wang Tianzong's attack. Fortunately, he reacted in time, and Wang Tianzong's golden beam was blocked, but Chen Feng still felt a buzzing in his head. Bang! Under the tremendous backlash, Chen Feng fell heavily to the ground. With one move, Wang Tianzong defeated Chen Feng, earning praise from the other martial artists of the Wang family. The young master truly deserved to be an SS-class genius with a dazzling sunlight gold talent. That finger flick was impressively fast. The young master's talent is undoubtedly the best among the younger generation in our Tianjin city. Even the inheritance of this secret realm only belongs to the young master. What is that, kid? Daring to covet the young master's opportunities is simply seeking death. Oh! Wang Tianzong's eyes sparkled as he stared at the wound on Chen Feng's forehead for a moment, then suddenly frowned. Although Wang Tianzong had only used 2 points of strength in that move, it should have easily crushed a typical second-tier martial artist. Even if Chen Feng was slightly stronger than an ordinary martial artist, he should have been killed instantly. Yet, Chen Feng not only survived, but only suffered a minor injury. However, even if this kid has some strength, he is still an ant. Chen Feng, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Hand over the secret realm inheritance and self-destruct your cultivation. Remove your own tongue, and I might spare your life, Wang Tianzong said arrogantly, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down at Chen Feng. Chen Feng chuckled coldly, shaking his head. What kind of skill is a sneak attack? You think you're strong? Chen Feng's words darkened Wang Tianzong's expression, a flicker of anger appearing in his eyes. Sneak attack? In the face of absolute strength. Any means are justified. You think just because you have a little strength, you can be arrogant in front of me? The surrounding Wang family disciples echoed in agreement. Their voices filled with admiration for Wang Tianzong and disdain for Chen Feng. The young master's strength is not something a nameless nobody like you can compare to. If you're sensible, surrender quickly to avoid more suffering. The young master offers you a chance to live, yet you still refuse to appreciate it. Truly ungrateful. Since you are unwilling to self-destruct your cultivation and cut off your tongue, then I can only help you myself. As Wang Tianzong's words fell, he took a step forward, and a massive pressure suddenly enveloped the entire valley. Then, faint streams of light flowed within him, transforming into golden flames that surged and burned, causing his body to emit a scorching masculine aura. At this moment, Wang Tianzong appeared ordinary, yet his momentum was several times stronger than before. Like an unrivaled overlord looking down upon the world, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng, and his aura surged violently like the sun rising, illuminating the dark surroundings while completely enveloping Chen Feng. So strong. The young master is indeed formidable. This single move is enough to look down upon the crowd. Indeed, as far as I know, within the martial artist stage, unless a martial artist with SS-class talent intervenes, almost no one can compete with the young master. Even if the opponent is a third-tier great martial artist, they may not be able to defeat the young master. The surrounding Wang family members looked at Wang Tianzong with excited expressions. I'll ask you one last time, will you hand over this secret realm inheritance or not? Wang Tianzong's eyes narrowed as he glared at Chen Feng, the golden glow on him intensifying. Chen Feng, however, did not respond. He simply stood up and slowly walked towards Wang Tianzong. Stubborn. Wang Tianzong snorted coldly and stepped forward, although he did not take a large step. It felt as if he was treading on solid ground, sending ripples throughout the valley. Whoosh! His figure suddenly vanished from a spot. Bang! When he reappeared, he was already in front of Chen Feng, his right fist crashing down. Before the fist arrived, a terrifying gust of wind blew Chen Feng's hair wildly and his clothes fluttered. Bang! Chen Feng showed no fear, taking a deep breath as the sword intent within him flowed, activating the faint glow and swift sword skill in an instant. His sword was like a flash of lightning, slicing through the air towards Wang Tianzong's fist. First star cold. Chen Feng shouted lightly, the sword tip tracing mysterious trajectories in the air, each strike containing the power of the stars, colliding with Wang Tianzong's fist wind. Boom! With a loud crash, the sword and fist met, releasing a powerful shockwave that distorted the surrounding air. Although Chen Feng's sword was as fast as lightning, he still felt immense pressure under Wang Tianzong's powerful strike. However, Chen Feng did not retreat. His sword technique became even more agile under pressure, each strike more precise, targeting the flaws in Wang Tianzong's fist technique. Your strength is indeed good, but it's still not enough to surpass me. Wang Tianzong sneered, his fist force suddenly becoming more violent, the golden flames on his fist burning even more fiercely. Solar God Fist. Wang Tianzong shouted, the golden light on his fist radiating brightly, as if a sun was rising in his hand, illuminating the entire valley. Chen Feng sensed an unprecedented crisis, realizing that Wang Tianzong was using all his strength. He dared not hold back, pushing the sword intent in his body to its peak. Cold Star 9 Swords. Double Slash. Chen Feng's sword technique accelerated once more. The sword light like a meteor streaking across the sky, filled with an unyielding determination, aimed directly at the heart of Wang Tianzong's fist. Bang! The sword and fist collided again. This time the impact was even more intense. Chapter 20. The Third Order Expert Strikes. Golden flames and brilliant sword light intertwined in the air, creating a magnificent battle scene. Your strength exceeds my expectations, but it is still not enough to win this fight. Wang Tianzong looked at Chen Feng, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. After speaking, Wang Tianzong suddenly swung his fist, and the surging golden light and flames erupted forth, pouring towards Chen Feng. Crash! The flames howled out like a tide, crashing towards Chen Feng. The momentum was terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Boom! Chen Feng's sword energy crisscrossed, the sword light cascading like a waterfall, tearing apart Wang Tianzong's offensive. The two exchanged dozens of blows, neither gaining any advantage. This kid's sword technique is truly strange. Why is he so difficult to deal with? Whether attacking or defending, he is exceptionally adept, leaving people puzzled. The young master must be holding back, just waiting for the best opportunity to take down that Chun kid in one blow. Indeed, once the young master gets serious, that Chun brat is bound to be in trouble. Wang Tianzong's subordinates murmured among themselves, all believing Wang Tianzong would undoubtedly win. After all, in their eyes, Wang Tianzong was synonymous with invincibility among the younger generation. Anyone who challenged his authority was destined to be crushed, even killed. However, the more Wang Tianzong fought, the darker his expression became, as he gradually lost control of the initiative. Boom! Boom! Fists soared light, and flames collided, erupting with deafening thunder. Crack! Crack! Stone walls shattered. Trees broke and dust flew. Bang! Finally, after a fierce exchange, both retreated, stabilizing their footing like roots, their eyes locked on each other with grave expressions. Kid, you really have guts. At such a young age, you can withstand so many of my moves. Wang Tianzong stared deeply at Chen Feng, a murderous intent boiling in his eyes. Would you just say? I didn't catch that. Chen Feng replied calmly. I said today you are doomed. Wang Tianzong roared angrily and suddenly leapt into the air. In an instant, a dazzling burst of golden light erupted from his body, as if he were covered in a layer of gold leaf, making him look extraordinarily radiant, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Sunlight light, realm descends. Wang Tianzong growled, raising his arms high before slamming them down. In that moment, golden light surged in the void, and a pillar of light, about 7 or 8 meters in diameter and 3 or 4 meters wide, suddenly appeared, crashing down towards Chen Feng like a meteorite, its momentum astonishing. Boom! Before the pillar of light even descended, the surrounding air violently trembled, creating waves of air that whipped up fierce winds, shredding the nearby flowers, grass, and trees into dust. Boom! The pillar of light crashed to the ground, exploding and triggering a tremor. Immediately, in front of everyone's eyes, the ground began to rapidly collapse, forming a deep pit about 10 feet deep. Chen Feng, who was engaged in battle with Wang Tianzong, was caught off guard, affected by the shockwave, and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face changing suddenly as he hurriedly retreated. You actually dodged it. Wang Tianzong's pupils contracted. He had thought Chen Feng would definitely be swallowed by the pillar of light. Yet he never expected that Chen Feng not only avoided it, but also successfully escaped from its coverage area. Chen Feng's figure retreated quickly. Although injured, his eyes revealed an indomitable spirit. Wang Tianzong, your fists are indeed powerful, but it seems it's still not enough to defeat me. Chen Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice firm and calm. Arrogant, Wang Tianzong shouted angrily, golden flames dancing on his fist, as if to ignite the air itself. Yet Chen Feng remained unmoved, the tip of his sword trembling lightly as he softly said, Let me show you a sword technique I just learned. System. At points. 3 skill points. Tian Shu Sword Classic, Flowing Light Meteor Slash. As Chen Feng called out in his heart, a powerful energy surged within him. He allocated the skill points to the Tian Shu Sword Classic, specifically the strongest single-target sword technique available to lower-tier martial artists from the Kunlun sword sect. Flowing Light Meteor Slash. Tian Shu Sword Classic, Flowing Light Meteor Slash LV3. Unleashes a shadowy sword light containing the power of the stars, striking like a giant meteorite hitting the ground, with an effect of 1500 attack power. Radiant Light Swift Sword Intent of Speed. Tian Shu Sword Classic, Flowing Light Meteor Slash. Whoosh! A silver ribbon shot up from Chen Feng's sword tip, instantly crossing 100 zhang distance, shooting towards Wang Tianzong. The silver ribbon burst forth with countless dazzling lights, blindingly bright, and a sharp sword aura enveloped the ribbon, giving it a domineering and fierce quality. Get lost. Wang Tianzong shouted angrily as he saw the ribbon flying towards him, more golden flames erupting from his right fist. In his roar, his fist seemed to carry the might of the sun as it struck against the silver ribbon. The golden flames condensed into a massive beam of light on his fist, illuminating the entire valley like the blazing sun. Sunlight, divine fist wrath of the sun. With Wang Tianzong's roar, his fist power collided with Chen Feng's sword light in midair, erupting with dazzling brilliance, like two stars colliding in the night sky, releasing endless energy. Boom! The massive roar was deafening, shaking the entire valley under the impact of this force. The surrounding air was compressed and twisted, forming violent air currents that swept up dust and debris, creating a gigantic vortex. However, despite the immense power of Wang Tianzong's sunlight divine fist, Chen Feng's flowing light meteor slash contained the essence of the Kunlun sword sect. And with the stacked buff enhancements, the sword light was imbued with the sword intent of speed and the power of the stars, making its might unfathomable. Swish! The silver ribbon pierced through the golden beam of light, continuing to fly towards Wang Tianzong. Wang Tianzong's expression changed. He never expected that his Wrath of the Sun would be unable to completely block Chen Feng's sword light. Impossible! Wang Tianzong roared, hurriedly channeling all his inner strength in an attempt to further enhance his fist power. But it was too late. The silver ribbon was already before him. Wang Tianzong could only watch helplessly as the silver ribbon pierced through his defenses, striking his body. Bang! With a loud noise, Wang Tianzong was hit by the silver ribbon, flying backwards and crashing heavily to the ground. A deep sword scar appeared on his body, blood gushing from the wound, staining his clothes red. The entire arena fell silent as the Wang family's warriors stared in shock at this scene, unable to believe that young Master Wang Tianzong had actually been defeated by Chen Feng's sword. It should be noted that Wang Tianzong was the most outstanding junior of the Wang family's younger generation and possessed an SS-level martial arts talent. How could he possibly lose to such an obscure young peer? This was simply impossible, as Chen Feng's sword light pierced through Wang Tianzong's defenses, knocking him to the ground. The entire valley fell into dead silence. At that moment, the peak third-order expert among the Wang family's guards, Wang Taya, instantly recognized the seriousness of the situation. He quickly rushed towards Wang Tianzong to check on his injuries. Wang Taya knelt on one knee, supporting Wang Tianzong with one hand, and asked in a deep voice, "Young master, can you still hold on?" Although Wang Tianzong was seriously injured, he still nodded weakly with Wang Taya's support, indicating that he was not in immediate danger. After confirming that Wang Tianzong was not in grave danger, Wang Taya immediately turned around, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, his gaze sharp as a sword, locking onto Chen Feng. "Reckless fool, how dare you harm my young master? Today, I will make you pay the price." Chapter 21. The terrifying beast-tied Wang Taya did not say much and acted directly. His figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Chen Feng, throwing a punch with momentum like a rainbow, as if he wanted to kill Chen Feng with a single blow. Raging winds and angry waves. Wang Taya's punch was like the furious waves in a storm, crashing one after another, relentless, each punch carrying immense power, vowing to drown Chen Feng in this force. Chen Feng did not dare to be negligent and immediately unleashed the Tian Shu Sword Classic, with sword light flashing, intertwining with Wang Taya's fist shadows. However, at that moment, a low rumbling sound suddenly echoed throughout the sword tomb, as if the earth was roaring. Cracks rapidly spread beneath their feet, and rocks fell from the dome, crashing down with a sense of destruction. A flicker of alertness flashed in Wang Taya's eyes. He could sense the instability of the secret realm. But in the face of Chen Feng, he was still unwilling to retreat easily. However, when a massive rock fell not far away, raising dust that almost reached them, Wang Taya knew that if they did not withdraw from the secret realm soon, they would likely be buried within it. "Protect the young master," he shouted loudly, abandoning his entanglement with Chen Feng and turned to rush towards Wang Tianzong. The guards, recovering from their shock, quickly gathered around Wang Tianzong. Wang Taya picked up the injured Wang Tianzong and said solemnly to Chen Feng, "The dignity of the Wang family cannot be provoked. After we exit the secret realm, I will kill you. After saying this, he hurriedly carried Wang Tianzong out, with other guards following closely behind. Chen Feng snorted coldly, ignoring Wang Taya and the others. Focusing his thoughts on the crack in the secret realm before him, he turned and moved like a ghost, weaving through the collapsing valley, dodging the falling rocks. Their figures flickered in the dust and stone rain, eventually disappearing into the secret realm. At this moment, at the entrance of the secret realm, amidst the rumbling of the collapsing secret realm, the ground shook violently, and not only dust and debris surged from the cracks, but also a series of heart-pounding roars. The exotic beasts that had been imprisoned deep within the secret realm gained their freedom due to the collapse, and their pent-up rage and chaotic power erupted at this moment. Wang Taya and the guards were rapidly retreating while protecting Wang Tianzong. However, when they heard the deafening beast roars, everyone's face turned extremely grim. The outbreak of the beast tide meant that even if they managed to escape the secret realm, they would face a new life-and-death test. Not good, it's the beast tide. A serious look flashed in Wang Taya's eyes. He knew that the power of these exotic beasts should not be underestimated. And even a peaked third-tier expert like him had to respond cautiously. Hurry, protect the young master, we charge out, Wang Taya commanded loudly, his voice carrying undeniable authority. The guards quickly formed a protective circle, tightly surrounding Wang Tianzong, while Wang Taya stood on the outermost edge, vigilantly observing the movements around them. They had to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Any hesitation could lead to fatal consequences. However, just as Wang Taya's thoughts crossed his mind, he saw a scene that sent chills down his spine. A black centipede, hundreds of meters long, sprang up from the dust, its poisonous stinger like a steel cone, piercing through the air and viciously stabbing into the chest of a guard. The guard didn't even have time to scream. His entire chest cavity was corroded into a pile of rotten flesh by the potent poison, and blood gushed down from the stinger, quickly forming a river of blood. Additionally, dozens of giant snakes, each 40 to 50 meters long and entirely black, crawled out from the cracks. Although these snakes were somewhat slender compared to the centipedes and scorpions, they were extremely fierce, especially their sharp teeth, which could easily bite through any material. Once bitten by such a poisonous creature, unless one was a sufficiently powerful cultivator, death was certain. The toxicity of these snakes was extremely strong. Any guard bitten or those nearby all fell to the ground dead. Run! Save me! Quick! Save me! No! Don't! The piercing screams and pleas for mercy echoed continuously. The guards panicked, desperately trying to flee, resulting in even greater attacks from the exotic beasts. Form a formation. Don't panic. Wang Taya's voice was like thunder, trying to maintain a semblance of order amid the chaos. Guards, protect the young master. Let us fight our way out. Wang Taya took the lead, charging towards the giant snakes and centipedes, each of his strikes carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. On the other side of the battlefield, Chen Feng witnessed the Wang family's guards falling one after another. He knew in his heart that if he stayed here any longer, he would also fall into a life-and-death crisis. Run! I must escape. This beast tide was not something he could handle alone. He had to reach the city gate so that experts in the city could deal with this wave of beasts. Let us do it. Chen Feng immediately turned and fled, slashing through the beast hordes that blocked his path with his sword. These giant beasts, although tough-skinned and fearless, were not very fast. Therefore, Chen Feng found it relatively easy to break through and ran further away. The sword light in Chen Feng's hand streaked across the night sky like a meteor, each swing accompanied by the sound of breaking air, cutting down one exotic beast after another that stood in his way. Among them were quite a few second-tier exotic beasts. Under this beast tide, Chen Feng's experience points surged, and the notifications of gaining experience rang continuously in his ears. Experience 100, experience 120, experience 160. Ding! Ding! Congratulations! Your level has reached 26. However, at this moment, Chen Feng did not feel much joy. Beneath his feet was a scene of chaos, and he moved quickly through the mud and pools of blood. The surrounding black forest seemed to come alive at this moment. Each tree trembled, and every leaf whispered. as if telling of the impending disaster. Run, run, it's the beast tide. In the distance, desperate cries echoed. The screams of other martial artists fleeing for their lives filled with fear and helplessness, contrasting sharply with the silence of the Black Forest. Help me! Who will save me? A female martial artist's voice echoed in the forest, her tone filled with tears, clearly at her wit's end. Boom! With a muffled sound, the female martial artist's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. Roar! With a beast-like howl, Chen Feng looked up to see a creature about 2 to 3 meters tall, covered in grayish-blue scales, with wings on its back, charging towards him like a small mountain. Chapter 22. The Fourth Order Beast General. The azure-scaled winged wolf. It was a wolf, but it possessed eagle-like claws, its blood-red tongue licking its blood-stained lips, exuding a bloodthirsty and frenzied aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The aura emanating from the wolf-like monster felt like a tangible cold wave, nearly freezing Chen Feng's blood. He could sense that the power was far beyond what he could contend with. Each breath felt like a brush with death. The azure-scaled winged wolf. Fourth Order Beast General. Chen Feng's heart raced like a drum. He knew that facing such a being head-on was tantamount to seeking his own death. He had to utilize his speed and agility to find an opportunity to escape. The wolf's eyes glimmered with a faint red light in the night, seemingly reveling in the fear of its prey. To it, all humans were mere toys and food. A woo! The azure-scaled winged wolf let out a low and prolonged howl, crouching slightly before launching a deadly strike at a nearby male warrior. A flicker of determination flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He knew he could not just sit and wait. He began to move rapidly in the blind spots of the wolf's vision, using the trees and shadows of the forest as cover to avoid the monster's attention. His footsteps were light and swift, each landing nearly silent. However, just when Chen Feng thought he had successfully evaded the azure-scaled winged wolf's notice, a sudden and intense sense of crisis washed over him. He turned sharply, only to see the wolf leaping high into the air, its massive body arcing toward him. Chen Feng's reflexes were quick. His body instinctively reacted, rolling to dodge the wolf's pounce. However, the wolf's claws left deep marks on the ground, its attack range and power far exceeding Chen Feng's expectations. Flee with all your might. You can't stay here any longer. He took a deep breath, mobilizing all the power within him, and began sprinting toward the city gate at his fastest speed. His figure darted through the forest, with the furious roars of the azure-scaled winged wolf echoing behind him. Chen Feng's heart was filled with urgency. He knew he had to reach the city gate quickly. There might still be a glimmer of hope there. His speed increased, nearly reaching his limit. Finally, the outline of the city gate appeared faintly in the night, and a spark of hope surged in Chen Feng's heart. However, as he approached the gate, he heard the desperate shouts of other warriors, their voices filled with despair. No, don't close the gate. We haven't made it in yet. The officer guarding the gate wore a grave expression. He looked down at the warriors below, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, but ultimately issued the command. Close the gate tightly. No one is to be let in. Why? Open the gate. A warrior shouted hoarsely. We are humans too. This is to protect the entire city. The officer's voice was cold and firm. If the beasts rush in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing this, Chen Feng's heart sank. He could hear the roars of the azure-scaled winged wolf growing closer behind him, while in front of him were the ruthlessly closed city gates and the desperate cries of the warriors. He turned around, facing the azure-scaled winged wolf that was about to burst out of the forest. Come on, Chen Feng shouted fiercely, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. At this moment, fighting with all his might was the only chance for survival. Even if he were to die, he would take a bite out of the azure-scaled winged wolf. Who cares if it is a fourth-order beast? Whoosh! Chen Feng leaped into the air, wielding the radiant spirit sword as he charged toward the azure-scaled winged wolf. However, just as he prepared to attack, a figure leapt down from the city gate, like a shooting star piercing the night sky, rushing toward the terrifying azure-scaled winged wolf. It was a young man, clad in silver battle armor, wielding a long spear that shimmered with cold light. His gaze was resolute, and his posture was erect, each step carrying a steady power. The aura emanating from him clearly indicated his strength as a fourth-order martial general. It's Lin Yu, the genius of the Holy Hall. We are saved. Holy Hall? Isn't that the organization that specializes in training elites? I've heard they accept various missions from the Huaxia Kingdom to maintain peace. That's right. Members of the Holy Hall are all selected geniuses from across the country. Every member who joins is an elite among elites. Lin Yu, at such a young age, has already become a fourth-order martial general, which is rare even in the Holy Hall. Some recognized Lin Yu, and the warriors who were previously engulfed in despair now showed excited and thrilled smiles. Lin Yu's appearance was like dawn breaking through the night, bringing hope to all the warriors present. Their gazes sparkled with determination and courage, reigniting their fighting spirit. Under the intimidation of Lin Yu, the azure-scaled winged wolf temporarily halted its attack, its blood-red eyes fixed on this newly emerged strong enemy. Lin Yu spoke little. He lightly shook his spear, the tip drawing arcs of cold light in the air, pointing directly at the azure-scaled winged wolf. His actions revealed immense confidence and composure, as if to tell everyone that he had the ability to protect them. Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy. Lin Yu's voice was clear and resolute, his gaze firmly locked on the azure-scaled winged wolf. I will deal with this fourth-order beast general. Lin Yu's words were like war drums, stirring the hearts of every warrior. Under Lin Yu's leadership, they would no longer be a scattered mass but a cohesive force. The surrounding warriors responded in unison, their voices merging into a torrent, showcasing the strength of unity. With Lord Lin Yu here, these beasts are nothing to fear. That's right, this time we are saved. Ha! Brothers, charge! Exterminate these beasts! Roar! The azure-scaled winged wolf roared as it charged forward. Whoosh! Lin Yu's spear transformed into a streak of light, stabbing toward the wolf's neck. A woo! The azure-scaled winged wolf opened its mouth to roar, spewing fireballs toward Lin Yu. The two violent forces collided, creating a fierce explosion that sent dust and debris flying into the air. Bang! Bang! The fireballs from the azure-scaled winged wolf collided with Lin Yu's spear, instantly exploding into a rain of fire that poured down. Bang, 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 bang. The fireballs and spear clashed, generating massive shockwaves that uprooted the nearby trees. Just as the battle between Lin Yu and the azure-scaled winged wolf reached a fever pitch, an equally powerful sense of oppression suddenly descended, causing the hearts of everyone present to sink to the bottom. An even larger beast, the iron-armored rock bear, stepped out from a crack on the other side, each of its steps shaking the ground. Oh no, another fourth-order beast. A warrior's voice was filled with despair. What now? How can we possibly fight against two such monsters at the same time? Another warrior's face had already drained of color. Chapter 23. The genius of a sanctuary is surprisingly powerful. Lin Yu's brows were tightly knitted. Facing two fourth-tier, even he felt unprecedented pressure. Don't panic. Leave the Qinglin winged wolf and the ironclad rock bear to me. You all focus your strength on dealing with the lower tier. Lin Yu shouted, his voice filled with power and confidence. The Qinglin winged wolf and the ironclad rock bear seemed to know that Lin Yu's strength was extraordinary, and they actually teamed up to try to deal with him first. To team up against me is simply wishful thinking. Lin Yu snorted coldly, lightly tapping his toes on the ground, using the rebound force to quickly soar into the air. His figure twisted and swayed in the void, as if transforming into dozens of shadows, each pouncing towards the two. Is this the SS-level talent phantom clone of Lord Lin Yu? Truly unmatched in strength. It was said that each clone had 1/3 of the main body's power. At this moment, Lin Yu seemed to become a different person, fierce and cunning. Under the cover of dozens of clones, he was like a leopard lurking in the jungle, waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal blow to his prey. Swish! 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 Almost in an instant, Lin Yu appeared beside the Qinglin winged wolf, wielding his spear, striking towards the wolf's abdomen like a venomous snake, the moves sharp and merciless. Puff! The spear struck like lightning, piercing through the Qinglin winged wolf's belly and emerging from its left leg. Blood gushed out from the wound, but did not cause too much damage to the Qinglin winged wolf, as it was a large with tough skin and thick flesh. The ironclad rock bear was entangled by Lin Yu's clones. Although it had the upper hand, it was difficult for it to assist the Qinglin winged wolf. Every attack Lin Yu made flowed like water. The spear in his hand seemed to have a life of its own, agile and deadly. Even when facing two powerful fourth tier, Lin Yu was still able to maintain the offensive, demonstrating the astonishing strength of a fourth-tier martial general. Chen Feng stood aside, marveling in his heart. This is the battle power of a fourth-tier martial general, truly eye-opening. He tightened his grip on the bright spirit sword in his hand, feeling a strong sense of fighting spirit rise within him. I'm too weak. I must quickly improve my strength. Chen Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and the sword in his hand became even sharper, its light flickering. Bang! Bang! One sword strike after another fell, continuous and relentless, like a turbulent river rushing forward. Chen Feng's swordsmanship was swift and fierce. With each swing, a sharp sword light burst forth, striking at the heads and claws of the Experience 120, Experience 130, Experience 100. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has reached level 27. On the other side, the Qinglin winged wolf howled in pain under Lin Yu's attack, letting out a deafening roar. A fierce light flashed in its eyes. Suddenly, its scales emitted an even more dazzling blue light, and its body began to spin rapidly, forming a blue storm that knocked Lin Yu's clones away one by one. Everyone be careful. The Qinglin winged wolf is about to use its talent skill. Dance of the storm, Lin Yu said seriously, shouting loudly. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, the Qinglin winged wolf dove down towards Lin Yu, its massive claws tearing through the air with a terrifying force. Clang! 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 Lin Yu swept his spear horizontally, deflecting the Qinglin winged wolf's claws. But he still felt a numbness in his hands. Roar! Seizing the opportunity, the ironclad rock bear let out a furious roar. Its entire body engulfed in raging flames, shooting towards Lin Yu like a cannonball. Although the ironclad rock bear was heavy, its speed was astonishing, reaching Lin Yu in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The ironclad rock bear opened its mouth, spitting out a fist-sized, red-hot fireball aimed at Lin Yu. Boom! Lin Yu raised his right arm to block in front of his chest, bracing against the ironclad rock bear's attack, and was sent staggering back 5 or 6 meters before stabilizing himself. Puff! Lin Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face paling significantly. The fireball was quite powerful. If he hadn't reacted in time to block part of the attack, he would have sustained serious internal injuries by now. The Qinglin winged wolf pressed the attack, its sharp teeth glinting coldly, suddenly leaping up to pounce on Lin Yu, ready to take advantage of the situation. Damn it, how dare you! Seeing this, Lin Yu roared in anger, hurling his spear with all his might, instantly piercing through the Qinglin winged wolf's head. Roar! The Qinglin winged wolf let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground. Bang! Lin Yu grabbed the spear that fell to the ground and stabbed it fiercely into the Qinglin winged wolf's neck. The spearhead sank deep into the wolf's throat, nailing it to the ground, and the Qinglin winged wolf completely lost its vitality. At the same time, the ironclad rock bear had charged close to Lin Yu, its massive paw carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, slamming down towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu couldn't help but tense up, his eyes flashing with determination. He knew he could no longer fight, but he would never give up, even if it meant using his last ounce of strength. At that critical moment, Chen Feng moved. His figure darted across the battlefield like a ghost, the bright spirit sword in his hand radiating dazzling light. His speed was incredibly fast, and he almost instantly arrived beside Lin Yu. Let me handle it, Chen Feng shouted, pointing the tip of his sword at the ironclad rock bear's vital points. Swish! The bright spirit sword swung, slicing through the air and striking the ironclad rock bear's shoulder. Chapter 24. The powerful Fifth-Order Beast General. The ironclad rock bear suddenly felt pain, its massive paw retracting violently. However, the half-retracted bear paw still slammed heavily against Chen Feng's body. Ah! Chen Feng let out a miserable scream, flying over 10 meters away before smashing into a stone tablet and finally coming to a stop, immediately spitting out 3 or 4 mouthfuls of blood. He lay beside the shattered stone tablet, gasping painfully. It seemed that Chen Feng's ribs had fractured, and each breath was accompanied by excruciating pain. But his consciousness remained clear, and his fighting spirit was not diminished by the pain. He took a deep breath, tried to suppress the intense agony within him, and began to concentrate. Although the light spirit sword in his hand was dim, its sword intent remained resolute. System. Allocate points. Max out the flowing light starfall / for me. Chen Feng shouted in his heart, instantly pouring all remaining skill points into the flowing light starfall / Heavenly Pivot Sword Classic. Flowing light starfall / LV6. Unleashes a shadowy sword light imbued with the power of the stars, striking like a massive meteor hitting the ground, resulting in 3,000 attack power. The ironclad rock bear roared and launched another attack at Chen Feng. Its steps were staggered, but still filled with menace. Glimmering radiance. Swift sword. Speed sword intent. Chen Feng quickly adjusted to his strongest state, his eyes locked onto the rock bear's movements, searching for the final opportunity to strike. Just as the ironclad rock bear was about to close in on Chen Feng, he suddenly moved. He used all his strength to leap into the air, evading the rock bear's attack. In midair, Chen Feng adjusted his posture, gathering all his spiritual energy to the tip of his sword. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he softly recited his final sword move. Heavenly Pivot Sword Classic Flowing Light Starfall / At the tip of Chen Feng's sword, a brilliant sword light coalesced, seemingly gathering the power of the stars. Above the ironclad rock bear, Chen Feng swung his sword downward with force, the sword light falling like a meteor, striking directly at the bear's head. Slash! 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 With a powerful attack speed bonus, Chen Feng unleashed 10 slashes in just 1 second. With a hiss, the light spirit sword pierced through the ironclad rock bear's skull, driving its enormous body into the ground with unstoppable force. The massive body of the ironclad rock bear crashed to the ground with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust as its life force rapidly dissipated with the loss of blood. What a powerful sword technique! Lin Yu looked at this astonishing result, unable to help but gasp in shock, his face revealing disbelief. The defense of the ironclad rock bear was incredibly terrifying. Even a full-force strike from an ordinary third-order martial artist would find it hard to break through its defenses. But now there was a young man who, relying solely on his martial artist cultivation, achieved the unparalleled feat of slaying a fourth-order beast general, even though that ironclad rock bear was already at its last gasp. Such a thing still left Lin Yu feeling immensely shocked. Who was that young man? I have never seen such a young powerhouse in Tianjin City. So young, yet able to slay a fourth-order ferocious beast. Truly a prodigy. Could he also be a genius of the Holy Hall? As the crowd began to celebrate their victory, believing the crisis was over, a far stronger sense of oppression suddenly descended. This aura brought an oppressive feeling far exceeding that of the previous ironclad rock bear, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. The crowd looked up at the sky, where a massive shadow flickered in and out among the clouds, accompanied by the sound of thunderous roars, with gusts of wind sweeping down, stirring up dust and debris from the ground. Oh my, what kind of monster is this? It comes from the sky. It's probably a more troublesome, ferocious bird beast. Everyone be careful. This beast may be even more dangerous than the ironclad rock bear. As they conversed, the enormous shadow in the sky suddenly accelerated, charging down with a powerful storm. As the distance closed, everyone finally saw the true form of this beast. A gigantic eagle, its wings spread wide, measuring dozens of meters in width, its sharp claws and the cold gleam in its eyes revealing its might. That is, the Skyvault Dragon Eagle, a fifth-order beast. How can we possibly contend with it? No, this is impossible. A fifth-order beast. We're finished. No one can fight against a fifth-order beast. A sense of despair enveloped the crowd once more, and many martial artists had already drained color from their faces. The Skyvault Dragon Eagle circled in the air before suddenly diving down, opening its massive maw and letting out an ear-splitting roar. Its claws, sharp as swords, swiped toward the crowd. Don't panic. Prepare for battle. Lin Yu shouted loudly, brandishing his spear to meet the Skyvault Dragon Eagle. Chen Feng was also unwilling to back down. Despite having little spiritual energy left, he still wielded the light spirit sword, charging toward the sky vault dragon eagle without flinching. If we want to survive, we can only fight to the death. Lin Yu, you brat, you really have guts. You're no match for the sky vault dragon eagle. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly sounded, carrying a hint of admiration. Chen Feng looked up and saw a woman in red descending from the sky, her figure graceful, holding a long sword radiating a scorching aura. The determination and strength in her gaze indicated that she was also a powerhouse of the Holy Hall. Luo Yutong, why are you here? Lin Yu, seeing the woman in red, was momentarily surprised, but that was soon replaced by deep gratitude. Luo Yutong, as a core genius of the Holy Hall, surpassed Lin Yu in both strength and talent. The owner of the SSS-level Talent Immortal Phoenix, with the cultivation of a fifth-order martial general, had combat power that was not inferior to that of a sixth-order martial commander. Such qualifications are rare even in the entire Huaxia nation. Luo Yutong glanced at Lin Yu and said lightly, "The urgent mission of the Beast Tide is not just something you took on alone. Moreover, with a fifth-order beast general appearing here, how could I miss it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately laughed. Although he knew that Luo Yutong's character would definitely lead her to help, he did not expect her to come so timely. Luo Yutong landed steadily, her cold gaze fixed on the sky vault dragon eagle. She drew the long sword from her waist, her spiritual energy surging violently, coalescing into a dazzling red flame. Caw! The sky vault dragon eagle seemed to sense the threat, letting out a piercing scream, its wings flapping fiercely to stir up a strong wind that sliced through the air like a steel blade, sweeping toward Luo Yutong. Chapter 25, Invitation from a Sanctuary of. Are you in such a hurry to seek death? Watching the attack of the celestial dragon eagle, Luo Yutong showed disdain. She stomped one foot on the ground and leaped into the air. Then, with a flick of her right hand, the long sword erupted with brilliant flames, slashing out like a shooting star. With a single stroke, it seemed as if even the void would be split apart. The scorching sword light howled as it violently collided with the incoming hurricane, and with unstoppable momentum, it completely shattered it. BFFFF. Using the residual force, Luo Yutong continued forward and heavily collided with the massive body of the celestial dragon eagle, effortlessly beheading it. Roar! A mournful scream echoed across the sky, causing all who heard it to shudder involuntarily. The massive body of the celestial dragon eagle fell from the sky, producing a thunderous roar. Hiss! Chen Feng gasped, his eyes wide as he watched this scene. The defense of the celestial dragon eagle was terrifying, not to mention a fifth-tier great martial general. Even a sixth-tier martial commander would find it difficult to kill it. Yet under Luo Yutong's hands, it was killed on the spot without lasting long. An SSS-level talent is indeed terrifying. Lin Yu stood on the battlefield, watching Luo Yutong easily defeat the fifth-tier beast. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Luo Yutong, your strength has improved again, Lin Yu said, his tone filled with both admiration and self-deprecation. Luo Yutong sheathed her sword and scanned the field, finally resting her gaze on Lin Yu. You're not bad either. In just over 2 months, you've already advanced to the 4th tier. I believe it won't be long before you reach the 5th tier. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. He knew Luo Yutong's words were both encouragement and fact. Although his promotion speed was already impressive, there was still a significant gap compared to a prodigy like Luo Yutong. Thank you, Luo Yutong, Lin Yu said sincerely. What are you thanking me for? We're all friends, right? Luo Yutong smiled. Lin Yu did not speak, but a look of comfort appeared on his face, silently reciting 7 words in his heart. We will always be friends. With the fall of the celestial dragon eagle, the Beast Tide's offensive completely collapsed. The beasts felt an unprecedented panic and began to scatter and flee, losing their will to fight. The warriors took the opportunity to pursue and eliminate the remaining beasts, ensuring the complete safety of the city gates. On the battlefield, as the dust settled, the exhausted warriors supported each other. Some checked their companions' injuries, while others gazed at the gradually dissipating clouds in the sky, filled with relief and gratitude. Finally, it's over. Lin Yu exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling sore all over as he sat heavily on the ground, drenched in sweat. He turned to Chen Feng, who was not far away, and said, "I haven't had the chance to thank you for saving my life. What's your name?" That sword technique was really beautiful. Hearing Lin Yu's praise, Chen Feng smiled slightly. Though tired, he felt invigorated. "My name is Chen Feng. If it weren't for you, Brother Lin Yu, arriving in time, I would have probably died under the claws of the azure scale wing wolf." Lin Yu laughed heartily, patting Chen Feng on the shoulder. "Chen Feng, your courage and sword technique are impressive. Would you be interested in joining our sanctuary and becoming one of us?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's invitation, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. He had long heard of the sanctuary's great fame, where the top martial arts talents from across Huaxia gathered, making it a dream training ground for every warrior. "Brother Lin Yu, what do I need to do to join the sanctuary?" After hearing Chen Feng's question, Lin Yu laughed heartily, taking out a palm-sized jade token and handing it to him. "Hold this. The sanctuary will soon hold an entrance examination for new recruits in Tianjin City. There will be someone responsible for taking you to register. Let's go. We should head back to the city first." The next day, in the Wang family mansion in Tianjin City, Wang Tianzong sat in the main seat of the hall. His injuries had been simply treated, but his anger could not be concealed. "Investigate. Find out where that little thief Chen Feng is right now." Wang Tianzong's voice trembled slightly, clearly filled with rage. Wang Taya stood below Wang Tianzong, his expression serious. "Young master, we have found out that Chen Feng is from the Su family." "That abandoned child of the Su family." "Abandoned child of the Su family?" "So Chen Feng is actually from the Su family." Wang Tianzong's brow furrowed, clearly not in a good mood. "Yes, young master. Although he was abandoned by the Su family, the blood ties are still there. If we act against him in the city, it might provoke the Su family's dissatisfaction," Wang Taya said in a deep voice. "Humph, even if he has imperial blood, he cannot be let off so easily. This secret realm inheritance must belong to my Wang family." Wang Tianzong's voice was low, carrying a chilling, killing intent. He sneered and lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound. "Taya, I know what you're worried about. The Su family is indeed a tricky existence. But our Wang family is not a fish to be slaughtered at will." A cold glint flashed in Wang Tianzong's eyes. "What does the young master mean?" Wang Taya was slightly taken aback, then asked. Wang Tianzong stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the morning sun outside. He slowly spoke. "It's not suitable to act in the city, so we will resolve it outside the city. Although Chen Feng has blood ties to the Su family, he is ultimately an abandoned child. The Su family won't go to war with us for him." Wang Tianzong's voice was filled with a strong ruthlessness. Wang Taya nodded, indicating his understanding. "I understand, young master. We will arrange personnel outside the city. Once Chen Feng leaves Tianjin City, it will be our time to act." Wang Taya's tone conveyed a sense of determination. Wang Tianzong turned around, his gaze sharp as he fixed on Wang Taya. "Remember, I want it done flawlessly. Chen Feng must die, but we can't leave any traces, nor can we give the Su family any excuse to retaliate against us." Wang Tianzong's voice revealed an undeniable authority. "Understood. I will ensure to fulfill the young master's orders." Wang Taya bowed and turned to exit the study. The study fell silent again. Wang Tianzong stood by the window, the morning city calm and peaceful, but in his heart, only the flames of revenge burned. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Chen Feng was completely unaware of this. After selling off the gains from leaving the city yesterday, he decided to continue his studies at the Cold Star Sword Pavilion. After all, the Cold Star 9 swords, with its 9 layers of attack stacking up to 512 times the attack power, was something he highly coveted. Of course, the main point was that the Cold Star 9 swords could help him quickly enhance his combat power, rapidly achieving attack strength comparable to that of a martial general. Chapter 26. Sword Techniques of the General. In ascending confrontation, Chen Feng passed through the sword hall, where students were diligently practicing their swordsmanship, and arrived at the training ground deep within the hall, a place typically reserved for a select few core disciples. Before long, a graceful woman with a cool demeanor walked into the training ground. It was Chen Feng's senior sister, Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue swept her gaze across the training ground and finally fixed her eyes on Chen Feng. She walked slowly to him, her expression revealing a hint of scrutiny. "Chen Feng, have you mastered the second sword of the Cold Star 9 swords?" Lin Qingxue asked straightforwardly. Yes, Chen Feng nodded. A look of surprise flickered across Lin Qingxue's face, her eyes showing a brief astonishment before returning to normal. In that case, perform it for me first, and let me see how well you've grasped it. She took a few steps back, providing Chen Feng with enough space to practice. Following her instructions, Chen Feng moved to the center of the training ground, focused his mind, and gradually entered a state of cultivation. He began with the first sword of the Cold Star 9 swords, Cold Star appears, lightly tapping the tip of his sword as if it were the first star twinkling in the night sky. The sword light flickered, cutting through the surrounding air. Next, he smoothly transitioned to the second sword, Star River hangs down, accelerating the sword technique. The sword light resembled a meteor streaking across the night sky, imbued with speed and power. Lin Qingxue watched quietly, her eyes sparkling with interest. With her cultivation as a third-level Grand Martial Master and her rich experience as a swordsmanship instructor, she had already sensed Chen Feng's true level of skill. Second-level Martial Master. Such rapid progress. Lin Qingxue was inwardly astonished, but her expression remained calm and composed. After Chen Feng finished his practice, she nodded slightly, expressing her satisfaction. Your swordsmanship foundation is solid, and your mastery of the first 2 forms has reached a certain level. Now, I can teach you the third sword, Star sinks to the sea bottom. Lin Qingxue moved to the center of the training ground, lightly waving her long sword to begin the demonstration of Star sinks to the sea bottom. Her sword technique contained a unique rhythm. Each swing seemed to depict the scene of stars sinking to the sea bottom. Pay attention. The key to Star sinks to the sea bottom lies in restraint and explosion. Each swing must carry the steadiness of stars sinking and the surge of the ocean. Lin Qingxue explained the essence of the sword technique while demonstrating. Chen Feng focused intently on the tip of Lin Qingxue's sword. As she danced with her sword, his mind immersed in the concept of stars sinking to the sea bottom. Lin Qingxue's sword technique was like stars descending into the deep sea, embodying both profound stability and surging power. When Lin Qingxue finished her demonstration, Chen Feng took a deep breath and stepped to the center of the training ground. He closed his eyes, recalling Lin Qingxue's sword dance, then slowly opened his eyes and began his attempt. As he practiced continuously, when Chen Feng fully memorized the move Star sinks to the sea bottom, the upgrade button for the Cold Star 9 swords finally appeared on the system panel. System. Upgrade Cold Star 9 swords. Chen Feng called out in his heart. With Chen Feng's mental command, the system quickly responded to his instruction and upgraded the Cold Star 9 sword skill. Ding! Cold Star 9 swords LV1. Cold Star 9 swords LV3. Heart and sword unified. A concise and swift 3-hit combo. First hit 200 attack power, second hit 400, third hit 800. At that moment, Chen Feng's sword tip traced ripples in the air, resembling starlight at the sea bottom distorted by the waves on the surface. It's seeking balance and power within the fluctuations. The power of this sword gradually reigned in before suddenly erupting. Like the undercurrents stirred up after stars sank to the sea bottom. Lin Qingxue watched Chen Feng with calm eyes, but her heart was already surging with waves of astonishment. She had never seen anyone like Chen Feng grasp the Cold Star 9 swords as easily as eating and drinking. It should be noted that even she, having grown up in the Cold Star Sword Hall, had only comprehended the 4th sword by the age of 23. Even so, her father had already called her a swordsmanship genius. Chen Feng had only practiced for a few days. He was actually catching up to her. This sword technique truly could not be taught further. It was too discouraging. How envious. But she still had to maintain the composure of a senior sister. Forcing herself to calm the stormy waves in her heart, Lin Qingxue smiled and said, "Not bad, very good. Your progress is faster than expected. Thank you for the praise." Senior sister, Chen Feng humbly replied. However, mastering the 3rd sword of the Cold Star 9 sword was not his purpose for coming to the sword hall this time. The flowing light starfall slash had an attack power of 3,000, and the 3rd level Cold Star 9 swords were still somewhat inadequate for Chen Feng. When he learned the 5th sword, or even the 6th sword, at that time, the Cold Star 9 swords could become his new trump card, making it possible to confront martial generals at a higher level. Chen Feng looked at Lin Qingxue with anticipation, his tone filled with a thirst for knowledge. Senior sister Lin Qingxue, I have already grasped the essence of star sinks to the sea bottom, and I want to continue learning the 4th to 6th swords of the Cold Star 9 swords. Lin Qingxue was slightly taken aback by his eagerness to delve deeper into the sword techniques so quickly. After pondering for a moment, she replied seriously, Chen Feng, your talent and effort are indeed impressive. However, the sword techniques beyond the Cold Star 9 swords can only be taught by the Hall Master. If you wish to learn them now, I will need to go fetch my father. Thank you, senior sister. Chen Feng's tone was filled with gratitude. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly, said no more, and turned to walk deeper into the sword hall, her figure gradually disappearing at the end of the training ground. Before long, Lin Qingxue returned to the training ground accompanied by a distinguished middle-aged man. It was Lin Qingxue's father, Lin Tianxiong. His gaze was deep, and his steps were steady, each stride seeming to blend with the aura of the sword hall. Lin Tianxiong's face was filled with surprise as he found it hard to believe Chen Feng's talent and speed. Chen Feng, you have already mastered the first 3 swords in just a few days. His voice was filled with astonishment and approval. Each sword of the Cold Star 9 swords contains profound martial arts essence, which cannot be mastered overnight. For Chen Feng to fully grasp the first 3 swords in such a short time, and to learn the 3rd sword star sinks to the sea bottom in just 1 or 2 hours. Such a talent for understanding swordsmanship was unprecedented in his lifetime, and he had never heard of anything like it before. Lin Tianxiong couldn't help but feel excited about Chen Feng's potential and future. This young man would surely make a remarkable impact at the upcoming swordsmanship exchange among the younger generation. The Cold Star Sword Hall was saved. Lin Tianxiong believed that among the young generation under 20 in Tianjin City, no one had swordsmanship talent comparable to Chen Feng. In the eyes of Lin Tianxiong's praise and expectation, Chen Feng nodded and said humbly, Hall Master, I have indeed mastered the first 3 swords in a short time, but this is thanks to senior sister's careful guidance. I will continue to work hard and live up to the expectations of the Sword Hall, fully integrating the essence of the Cold Star 9 swords. Upon hearing this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Lin Tianxiong's eyes. Chapter 27. Chen Feng targeted Lin Tianxiong, cleared his throat, and began his instruction. Chen Feng, since you have already mastered the first 3 swords, I will now teach you the 4th sword, Cold Star Dawn. This sword technique uses stillness to control movement and softness to overcome hardness. The key lies in understanding the character break within the sword technique. You must find a flaw in your opponent's attack and strike true. As he spoke, Lin Tianxiong slowly drew the long sword from his waist. The blade cut through the air, leaving trails of cold light, resembling stars twinkling in the night sky. His movements were not fast, but each strike was precise and filled with power and beauty. Chen Feng watched Lin Tianxiong's every movement intently, silently mimicking him in his mind. Once the demonstration was complete, Lin Tianxiong sheathed his sword and said to Chen Feng, Now, you try. Chen Feng took the long sword and, following Lin Tianxiong's guidance, began to practice. Before long, as he committed all the moves and key points of the 4th sword to memory, the skill panel showed that the Cold Star 9 swords had become upgradable. After silently upgrading the level of Cold Star 9 swords to level 4, Chen Feng's understanding and mastery of the 4th sword, Cold Star Dawn, deepened even further. With a flash of sword light, the tip of the sword sliced through the air, bringing a chill, as if the first ray of sunlight in the morning pierced through the curtain of night. Lin Tianxiong observed Chen Feng successfully executing the 4th sword, Cold Star Dawn, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to not only grasp it quickly, but also to use the 4th sword so adeptly in such a short time. Chen Feng, your performance has exceeded my expectations, Lin Tianxiong said with approval in his voice. You have not only mastered the form of Cold Star Dawn, but have also comprehended its essence. Being able to achieve this in such a short time, you will surely become a brilliant star in the swordsmanship world. Now let us continue learning the 5th sword, Brilliant Galaxy. Lin Tianxiong continued to teach. This time, his sword technique resembled the dazzling Milky Way in the night sky, with flowing sword light, and each strike filled with variations that dazzled the eyes. Lin Tianxiong initially thought this move would challenge Chen Feng for a while. At least not something he could learn today. But unexpectedly, Chen Feng quickly mastered the fifth sword, Brilliant Galaxy, right in front of him. A complex emotion surged within him. He felt a mix of emo, surprise, pride, and even a slight sense of jealousy. Even he himself had only learned 6 swords. Wasn't this the rhythm of being surpassed? Chen Feng, you are now ready to learn the 6th sword. Lin Tianxiong took a deep breath to calm his emotions. The 6th sword is called Meteor Chasing the Moon. The essence of this sword technique lies in speed and continuity. Each swing of the sword should be like a meteor streaking across the night sky, chasing the moon, fast and precise, making it difficult for the opponent to grasp your sword intent. Lin Tianxiong slowly drew his sword, the tip tracing smooth arcs in the air, as if outlining the trajectory of a meteor in the night sky. His sword technique was as fast as lightning, each swing filled with power and beauty. What pleased Lin Tianxiong slightly was that the 6th sword finally stumped Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not learn this sword on the spot, which made Lin Tianxiong breathe a sigh of relief. If Chen Feng learned the 6th sword at light speed, he would really be unable to continue teaching. After all, he truly did not know the 7th sword. However, given Chen Feng's past performance, he knew that it would not be long before Chen Feng grasped the 6th sword, Meteor Chasing the Moon. Chen Feng, today's practice ends here, Lin Tianxiong said gently. Understanding sword techniques takes time. Do not rush for quick results. The deeper meaning of meteor chasing the moon requires you to experience it gradually in your training. Chen Feng stopped swinging his sword, breathing slightly heavier. He understood that Lin Tianxiong's words held a deeper meaning. He nodded to show his understanding. Master, I understand. I will take my time to comprehend the deeper meaning of this sword technique. It was not that he did not want to continue learning, but he had already exhausted his skill points. Fortunately, during his final practice of the 6th sword, he had memorized all of it. He just needed to reach level 30. Then he could immediately allocate points to learn it. Lin Tianxiong looked at Chen Feng with satisfaction, took out a blue manual from his pocket, and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, this is a copy of the Cold Star 9 Swords Manual, which records all the sword techniques of Cold Star 9 swords, including the last 3 swords that I have yet to comprehend. I give this manual to you, hoping you can inherit and carry it forward. But remember, this manual is for you alone to study and must not be shared with others. Chen Feng took the copied manual and felt its weight in his hands. He nodded seriously and promised, Master, I will remember your teachings and trust. As the afterglow of the sunset gradually disappeared beyond the horizon, the sky slowly darkened, and everything in the training ground was shrouded in a layer of tranquil night. Not far from the entrance of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion, in a dark corner, a group of people was impatiently smoking, with numerous cigarettes but scattered on the ground. Damn it, it's already dark. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? A young man appeared anxious, throwing his cigarette but on the ground and stamping on it hard, as if to vent his dissatisfaction. Another more composed, middle-aged man patted his shoulder and said, Be patient, Xiao Chuan. That kid will come out sooner or later. He can't escape. Chen Feng recognized both of them. They were none other than his former classmate Wang Chuan and the instructor of the Fengyun Sword Pavilion, Wang Hai. The two had clearly been waiting for a while. Wang Chuan's anxious demeanor stood out in the night, while Wang Hai, though composed, also revealed a hint of ruthlessness and determination in his words. Just then, the gate of the training ground slowly opened, and Chen Feng walked out with a smile, evidently in a good mood. A sly glint flashed in Wang Hai's eyes as he signaled to Wang Chuan to follow him stealthily, waiting to act once they were a bit farther from the Cold Star Sword Pavilion. Chen Feng seemed unaware of the danger behind him. His steps were light, occasionally glancing up at the stars in the night sky, seemingly pondering a difficult problem in swordsmanship, completely oblivious to the group silently following him. However, when Chen Feng turned a corner and entered a more secluded alley, his pace suddenly slowed. Wang Hai and Wang Chuan exchanged glances, secretly delighted, believing this was a perfect opportunity. They quickly approached the corner, ready to encircle Chen Feng in one fell swoop. Just as they were about to act, a calm voice came from the shadows. Everyone, it's late at night. May I ask what brings you to follow me? Chapter 28. Overreaching Chen Feng's figure slowly emerged from the shadows, a faint smile on his face as if he had anticipated everything. Wang Hai and Wang Chuan were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Their plans seemed to have been uncovered. Wang Hai's lips curled into a cold smile. Chen Feng, you really are a clever man, but tonight, you won't escape. Chen Feng turned around to face the two, his expression calm and unflustered. I didn't expect to see two acquaintances, Instructor Wang Hai, classmate Wang Chuan. What's the matter? Does Instructor Wang Hai want to break my legs again this time? And you, Wang Chuan, do you want to rob me once more? This time, I don't have any beast essence to give you. Chen Feng's voice echoed in the night sky, calm yet tinged with mockery. Stop pretending. I've already learned from the Fengyun Sword Pavilion that you've become a first-tier warrior, and your combat strength is formidable. Wang Chuan said coldly, I didn't expect you, you lowly bastard, to have some talent. I don't want to be secretly retaliated against by you in the future. I know the principle of striking first. After today, you will be just like before, obediently being a waste. Hearing Wang Chuan's words, Chen Feng's smile deepened, and a look of realization crossed his face. So that's what you had in mind. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng's laughter echoed through the alley, revealing a hint of sympathy for Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan's fear and anger stemmed from his intense jealousy of Chen Feng's strength. Are you afraid? Chen Feng's smile revealed disdain, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing Wang Chuan's heart. What you call striking first is nothing but self-humiliation to me. Chen Feng's voice was calm, yet filled with confidence. Seeing Chen Feng so composed, a hint of unease arose in Wang Chuan's heart. But he still gritted his teeth and said, Chen Feng, don't be too arrogant. Your strength is good, but tonight you're facing not only me, but also my uncle Wang Hai and the elites of Fengyun Sword Pavilion. Do you really think you can win? Wang Chuan tried to regain control of the situation with his words, striving to appear tough. Chen Feng shook his head, his gaze landing on Wang Hai. I could truly have a connection with your Wang family. You think you can make me surrender just like that? Chen Feng's words exuded an air of composure, and his eyes were resolute, seemingly telling Wang Hai and Wang Chuan that he was not afraid. Wang Hai's expression darkened further. He didn't expect Chen Feng to remain so calm in this situation. Chen Feng, you do have some skills, but tonight you are too overconfident. Wang Hai said in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Isn't it better to obediently join Fengyun Sword Pavilion? Why must you be so ungrateful? A hint of mockery appeared on Chen Feng's face. If you want to fight, then fight. Enough with the nonsense. You don't know when to die. Since that's the case. Wang Hai's expression darkened, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, clearly angered by Chen Feng's mockery. You all attack. This time, not only will I break his legs, but I will also sever his tendons, making it so he can never hold a sword again. Yes. The 12 young men brought by Wang Hai responded in unison, drawing their swords and closing in on Chen Feng. Hee. A mocking expression appeared on Chen Feng's face, as if ridiculing their overestimation of themselves. Wang Hai, Wang Chuan, you are truly getting more foolish. As soon as he finished speaking, the young men from Fengyun Sword Pavilion launched their attack, their sword lights shooting towards Chen Feng like meteors from all directions. However, Chen Feng remained standing in place, his breath steady, his eyes revealing a sense of calm. The members of Fengyun Sword Pavilion felt their vision blur. Chen Feng's figure seemed to become indistinct in an instant. The next moment, they felt a numbness in their wrists, and their long swords fell to the ground. A white sword light suddenly appeared before them. Puffed, puffed. A series of 12 crisp sounds echoed, and blood immediately splattered from their chests as their bodies flew backward like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. All losing consciousness. Chen Feng still stood in place, as if he had never moved, and he calmly said, having numbers doesn't necessarily mean you're useful. Seeing this, Wang Hai and Wang Chuan's pupils constricted sharply, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. To kill 12 first-tier warriors in one move, what does that mean? Chen Feng must have already advanced to the second-tier warrior level. He might even not be weak among warriors. Impossible. It has only been a few days. How could Chen Feng advance so quickly? This kid must have been hiding his strength. He is definitely not a first-tier warrior. Although Wang Hai was incredibly shocked by the astonishing swordsmanship displayed by Chen Feng, he did not feel fear. There is a clear strength difference between the third tier and second tier. As a third-tier Grand Warrior, Wang Hai was absolutely confident he could suppress Chen Feng. Chen Feng, your strength indeed exceeds my expectations. But do you think you can be arrogant in front of me like this? Wang Hai coldly shouted. Tonight, let me show you the power of a third-tier Grand Warrior. A powerful aura erupted from Wang Hai, his figure flickering as he transformed into a shadow, rushing towards Chen Feng. His movements were incredibly swift, the sword light attacking Chen Feng like a violent storm. Each strike was filled with power and speed, far beyond what those first-tier warriors could compare to. Feng 9 styles. Sky break slash. Wang Hai swung his arm, and in an instant, winds rose and clouds surged, the sharp sword in his hand bursting forth with a dazzling silver light. The sword light tore through the void, carrying terrifying pressure as it slashed down towards Chen Feng. Humph. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, a cold snort escaping his lips, just this. His internal spiritual energy flowed, and the tip of his sword trembled lightly. Cold Star 9 swords, 3 consecutive slashes. Stars sinking to the bottom of the sea. Chen Feng shouted, and his swordsmanship suddenly became profound and elusive. The sword light resembled stars sinking in the night sky, carrying an unfathomable power as it met Wang Hai's sky break slash. Boom! The two powerful forces collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. The surrounding air seemed to twist and deform under the impact of this force, leaving deep sword marks on the walls of the alley. Although Wang Hai's sky break slash was ferocious, it could not gain the upper hand against Chen Feng's stars sinking to the bottom of the sea. Chen Feng's swordsmanship contained a unique rhythm and pace, making it difficult for Wang Hai's offensive to fully exert its effect. The sword lights of the two intertwined in the night sky, and each collision sent waves of air rippling outward. It has only been a few days. You have actually learned the third sword of Cold Star 9 swords. A look of disbelief appeared in Wang Hai's eyes, his voice filled with shock and incredulity. In just a few days, Chen Feng not only mastered the first 2 swords, but could even unleash the third sword, stars sinking to the bottom of the sea. Such speed and talent far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 29, your so-called ultimate move, is a bit weak, isn't it? Today, I will cripple you. Wang Hai's face turned extremely sinister. He was completely enraged by Chen Feng's performance and had made up his mind that he must cripple Chen Feng's hands and feet today, turning him into a person who could never wield a sword again. This is the consequence of defying him. Cripple me? Hee, is that all you've got? A hint of mockery appeared in Chen Feng's eyes as he lightly waved his arm, and an overwhelming aura suddenly swept through the area. Wang Hai's complexion turned ashen. He couldn't accept that he was being pushed to such a state by a young second-tier martial artist. As an instructor of the Fengyun Sword Academy and a third-tier grand martial artist, when had he ever been subjected to such provocation and humiliation? Fengyun 9 styles, continuous break. Wang Hai roared, his swordsmanship becoming even more vicious, each strike filled with the determination of burning bridges. The sword light surged like a storm, wave after wave, relentlessly attacking Chen Feng. There was no trace of fear in Chen Feng's eyes. His heart was filled only with a commitment to the sword path and a thirst for victory. Cold Star 9 swords, 4 consecutive slashes. Dawn of the Cold Star. Chen Feng shouted lightly, his swordplay becoming even more agile, like bright stars twinkling in the night sky, elusive and hard to grasp. The sword light flowed like a stream of light, slicing through Wang Hai's continuous assault, each strike carrying an unstoppable force. The two sword lights intertwined in the night sky, and every collision stirred up waves of energy. Although Wang Hai's attacks were fierce, he could never gain the upper hand against Chen Feng's piercing swordsmanship. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Wang Hai's mouth. Sweat beads dripped from his forehead, and the fire of anger in his heart burned even hotter. But Chen Feng's offense became sharper and sharper. Is this what you call your ultimate move? A bit weak, don't you think? Chen Feng's voice was incredibly calm, as if he were merely stating the most ordinary of phrases. His cold gaze fixed on Wang Hai. Arrogant. No matter what, today I will cripple you. Wang Hai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In his view, If he lost to Chen Feng today, it would be equivalent to losing face. Chen Feng was a disciple of the Cold Star Sword Academy. If others saw him unable to defeat even a newly initiated disciple, how could he ever qualify to be an instructor at the Fengyun Sword Academy again? A surge of powerful spiritual energy surged through Wang Hai, causing his aura to swell once more. His sword intent became even more frenzied, every swing of his sword imbued with reckless determination. Fengyun 9 styles, storm rising. Wang Hai roared, unleashing his most powerful sword move. His sword light surged like a storm, carrying the power to destroy everything as it slashed towards Chen Feng. Now that's more like it. A faint, composed smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Radiance of the microlight. Swift sword intent. Flowing star falling slash. Instant 5 slashes. Chen Feng called out softly, and the light spirit sword in his hand transformed, dividing its light into 5, becoming 5 dazzling streams of light. In an instant, the sword transformed into flowing light, rapidly shooting towards Wang Hai. Wherever the flowing light touched, Wang Hai's sword energy was shredded to pieces. Immediately afterward, the 5 streams of light continued forward, heading straight for Wang Hai. Such a fast sword. A look of horror appeared on Wang Hai's face as he hurriedly swung his long sword to defend. Unfortunately, he was unable to withstand Chen Feng's sword light at all. In the blink of an eye, the sword he swung was shattered, and the flowing light instantly penetrated Wang Hai's protective spiritual energy, drilling into his skin, muscles, and bones. Wang Hai felt intense pain throughout his body, and fine beads of blood began to surface on his skin, forcing him to let out a cry of agony. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Wang Hai's body continuously exploded with blood, each wound spraying blood and staining his clothes. How could this happen? You can't be that strong. Wang Hai's cries echoed in the night sky, and his body could not maintain stability under Chen Feng's sword light, continuously retreating until he crashed against the wall of the alley and slid to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief and pain, and his body twitched slightly from sword wounds. Nearby, Wang Chuan watched in shock as Chen Feng defeated Wang Hai. His astonishment was evident. He never expected that Chen Feng, who had ranked last in martial talent in class, had grown to the point where he could confront and defeat a third-tier grand martial artist. Chen Feng's performance completely overturned Wang Chuan's understanding, causing his body to tremble slightly. I took his first-tier beast essence and even brought people to try to cripple him. Would he let me go? Chen Feng sheathed his sword and stood calmly. Chen Feng, there has been a misunderstanding between us. Wang Chuan tried to explain, but the words came out stuttered. Chen Feng's gaze shifted from Wang Hai to Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan felt a chill run from his feet to his head, and he involuntarily took a few steps back, fear making his voice tremble. Chen Feng's eyes were indifferent, as if he were looking at an inconsequential passerby. He said nothing, merely standing there silently. But this silence was more frightening than any threat to Wang Chuan. A deep sense of regret welled up in Wang Chuan's heart. Had he known Chen Feng's strength was so terrifying, he would never have provoked him. But now it was all too late. Chen Feng, I'm willing to compensate you. Just let me go. Wang Chuan spoke this sentence with a near-pleading tone. In the shadows of the alley, Wang Hai's body slumped weakly against the cold wall, his face pale, breathing rapid and shallow. Despite his severe injuries, Wang Hai's eyes still flickered with unwillingness and anger. Shut up, Wang Chuan. Don't bring shame to our Wang family. Wang Hai's voice was weak, but the anger and arrogance contained within were still clear. Wang Chuan stood not far away, his body trembling slightly, his gaze shifting between Wang Hai and Chen Feng. Uncle Hai, but I don't want to die. Wang Chuan stammered, unsure of what to say. He knew his performance had disappointed Wang Hai, but facing an opponent like Chen Feng, his heart was filled with fear. Chen Feng stood quietly to the side, his gaze sharp, as if scrutinizing every move of the two. He was not angered by Wang Hai's insults. Instead, he appeared exceptionally calm. You think you've won, Chen Feng? Wang Hai's voice was hoarse, laced with mockery. You dare not touch us. We are from the Wang family. Chen Feng turned around to face Wang Hai, his eyes showing no fear, only a hint of cold determination. Do you think the Wang family's name can protect you? Chen Feng's voice was calm, yet it revealed an undeniable strength. Today, I indeed do not plan to kill you, but using your own methods against you. If I cripple you, will the Wang family still care about you, two useless people in the future? Chapter 30. The seed class of Wuda and Magic City Wang Chuan stood to the side, his face filled with hesitation and panic. He knew that he and Wang Hai were in a very disadvantageous position, and deep down, he understood that without compensation, Chen Feng would not easily let them go. Chen Feng, Wang Chuan swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What happened today was our fault. We are willing to compensate for whatever you want. Just please let us go. Chen Feng turned around, his gaze shifting from Wang Hai to Wang Chuan. There was no anger in his eyes, only a deep contemplation. Compensation? Chen Feng repeated the word lightly, as if weighing something. Although Wang Hai was injured, his pride made it impossible for him to accept such a humiliating proposal. He glared at Wang Chuan and roared, "Wang Chuan, what are you doing? People from the Wang family do not need to compensate anyone." However, Wang Chuan was not swayed by Wang Hai's words. If their cultivation was destroyed today, considering their past actions, they probably wouldn't survive long after returning to the Wang family. In this situation, dignity was cheaper than life. He turned to Wang Hai, his voice low but exceptionally firm. "Uncle Hai, as long as we have the green hills, we need not fear the lack of firewood." Wang Hai was choked by Wang Chuan's words. He knew Wang Chuan was right, but he was already too weak to fight back. Though he felt unwilling, he understood that the situation was stronger than the person. His gaze shifted on Wang Chuan, finally fixing on Chen Feng's indifferent back. "Chen Feng," Wang Hai's voice carried a hint of helplessness. "I, Wang Hai, admit defeat today. This is a bottle of third-tier beast essence. Consider it compensation." Saying this, Wang Hai took out a small bottle from his pocket, which shimmered faintly, containing the essence of a third-tier beast. He threw the bottle to Chen Feng. Although the action seemed a bit forced, it still represented a gesture of sincerity. Chen Feng reached out to catch the small bottle, feeling the energy fluctuations within it, and nodded slightly. "Get lost. Today's matter ends here." Seeing this, Wang Chuan felt a sense of relief in his heart. He knew Chen Feng was giving them a way out. "Thank you, Brother Chen Feng, for your magnanimity," Wang Chuan said quickly, his attitude sincere. Chen Feng said nothing more, just waved his hand lightly and turned to leave. Although this matter had temporarily come to a close, the feud between the Wang family and himself had long been established, and the road ahead would undoubtedly not be smooth. Killing in a martial artist city was a major taboo. He didn't want to confront the law enforcement agency of Tianjin City over two insignificant members of the Wang family. As he watched Chen Feng's figure disappear into the night, a shadow flickered in Wang Hai's eyes. Although they seemed to have escaped a calamity today, he would never let it go. Wang Chuan secretly vowed in his heart to never provoke someone like Chen Feng again. This lesson was enough for him to remember for a lifetime. The next day, Chen Feng received a call asking him to report to Tianjin No. 1 high school. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt confused. When did he have a connection with Tianjin No. 1 high school? Wasn't he already expelled from No. 2 high school? Did No. 1 high school have such keen insight to recognize him as a genius among geniuses? It wasn't until the mention of the Hanqing Sword Pavilion in the call that Chen Feng recalled that the pavilion had promised that if he learned the fourth sword within a month, they would reward him with a guaranteed admission slot to one of the top 5 universities in the country. This spot was precisely from Tianjin No. 1 high school. Holding the phone, a warm current surged through Chen Feng's heart. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise for him. With this spot, he would be on the same starting line as the super geniuses of major aristocratic families. He could enter one of the top 5 universities early and compete for a spot in the seed class with the real super geniuses of the entire Huaxia country. In martial arts, moving quickly means moving efficiently. The students of the seed class in the 5 top universities were all extraordinary prodigies that led the way in every era. Soon, Chen Feng tidied up a bit and went to report to Tianjin No. 1 high school. Following the instructions, he arrived at the principal's office, where he found the principal to be the same plump man in a suit he had met at Hanqing Sword Pavilion, Huang Jianren. "Chen Feng, welcome to Tianjin No. 1 high school." Huang Jianren stood up, walked around his desk, and extended his hand to shake hands with Chen Feng as a welcome gesture. "Hello, Principal Huang." Chen Feng politely responded, feeling a bit surprised about the principal's identity. He didn't expect that the promise from Hanxing Sword Pavilion would actually be realized through the principal of Tianjin No. 1 High School. Huang Jianren seemed to see through Chen Feng's confusion and smiled, explaining, "Chen Feng, you may not know, but besides being the principal of Tianjin No. 1 High School, I am also an honorary advisor of Hanxing Sword Pavilion. You truly surprised me. I thought that was a difficult requirement. But I didn't expect you to directly comprehend the fifth sword." As he spoke, Huang Jianren pulled out a letter from his drawer and handed it to Chen Feng. "This is a recommendation letter from Modu Wu University. With this letter, you can directly report to the seed pre-selection class of Modu Wu University in a month. Regardless of your future college entrance examination results, you will become a student of Modu Wu University." Chen Feng took the recommendation letter, feeling its weight in his hand. It was not just the weight of a piece of paper. It was the beginning of a new opportunity. Modu Wu University, ranked second among the top 5 universities in the country, had every graduate at least as a mid-third tier martial artist, with the highest reaching the 7th tier master. "Thank you," Chen Feng replied softly, his eyes sparkling with infinite expectations for the future. Huang Jianren looked at Chen Feng, his tone encouraging, "But remember, Modu Wu University does not accept waste. If you cannot pass the entrance test there, you will also be expelled. However, I believe that with your talent and effort, you will definitely succeed." Chen Feng tightly gripped the recommendation letter, feeling the trust and expectation in Huang Jianren's words, his eyes shining with determination. "Thank you, Principal. I will prove to everyone that I am strong." Huang Jianren smiled and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. "Now, you can prepare yourself. The seed class test of Modu Wu University in a month won't be easy. You need to be well prepared." After bidding farewell to Huang Jianren, Chen Feng stepped out of the principal's office, filled with anticipation for the future. However, just as he walked out of the school gate of Tianjin No. 1 High School, he suddenly heard the honking of a vehicle behind him. Chen Feng turned around and saw a military green Jeep parked not far away, its headlights flashing as if signaling him to come over. The car door opened, and a man in a black suit stepped down, his expression serious and his steps steady, exuding an imposing presence that could not be ignored. Chen Feng couldn't help feeling a hint of vigilance in his heart. The Black Society? Could it be the Wang family seeking revenge? This was right at the school gate. Was the Wang family that domineering? Chapter 31. The gathering of geniuses at the hall assessment. Before Chen Feng had the chance to think much, the man in black had already walked up to him, his sharp gaze sizing him up. Then he spoke. "Chen Feng, I'm a special envoy from the hall, codenamed Shadow 18. Based on the jade token positioning provided by student Lin Yu, I found you." The voice of the man in black was calm and powerful, revealing an undeniable sense of authority. "We at the hall believe you are qualified to participate in the hall assessment and cordially invite you to take part in today's entrance examination." Chen Feng could sense the aura emanating from the man, making him realize that this person was not ordinary. "I know you may have doubts, but time is of the essence, and I don't have much time to explain." The man in black took out a black leather ID from the inner pocket of his suit and handed it to Chen Feng. "This is my hall work ID. I believe no organization or individual in Huaxiao would dare to forge this document," he explained. Chen Feng took the ID, which featured a national emblem at the top, with Huaxia Hall written on it, followed by the man's name, position, and a photo. The ID also had anti-counterfeiting marks and special watermarks, looking very authoritative. Chen Feng carefully examined the ID and felt its authenticity, his doubts gradually dissipating. He returned the ID to the man in black and nodded in acknowledgement. "No problem. I am willing to accept the hall's assessment." Chen Feng's tone revealed a hint of understanding. "Please follow me." The man in black nodded and then turned to walk towards the vehicle. Chen Feng followed closely behind, and the two got into the car, heading to the hall's secret assessment location. The vehicle sped along the wide road before turning into an inconspicuous small path. On either side of the path were dense woods, and as they drove deeper, Chen Feng noticed some hidden surveillance equipment and sentinels along the roadside. These signs indicated they were approaching a highly confidential location. Soon, the vehicle arrived at its destination. Chen Feng saw a massive iron gate ahead, with towering walls behind it, covered in electric fencing. Armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance, their expressions vigilant, indicating that security measures here were very strict. The man in black, Shadow 18, presented a special badge to the guards, who carefully checked it before saluting and opening the gate. The vehicle slowly entered, and Chen Feng noticed that the facilities inside the base were very modern, with various high-tech surveillance devices everywhere. The vehicle eventually stopped in front of a large building. The man in black led Chen Feng out of the car and into the building. The interior was simply and practically decorated, with martial arts maxims and hall emblems hanging on walls. Please stay close to me. The assessment will officially begin once all the candidates have gathered. They walked through a long corridor, lined with portraits and introductions of past hall members. Next, they arrived at a spacious assembly area where many young martial artists, like Chen Feng, had already gathered for the assessment. Some stood, some sat, some exchanged insights, while others quietly adjusted their breathing. Everyone's eyes sparkled with anticipation and nervousness for the upcoming assessment. The man in black led Chen Feng to a corner of the assembly area, indicating that he should wait there. Before the assessment officially begins, you can prepare and adjust your state here. During the gathering, Chen Feng closed his eyes to rest, ready to face the upcoming assessment. At that moment, a voice interrupted his tranquility. Hey brother, you seem pretty calm. I'm Jin Yukai. How about we look out for each other during this assessment? A chubby, smiling young man approached Chen Feng and extended his hand. Chen Feng opened his eyes, glanced at Jin Yukai, and smiled politely as he shook his hand. Hello, Chen Feng. Looking out for each other is a good idea, but the assessment will likely depend on individual abilities. Seeing Chen Feng's calm demeanor before the assessment, Jin Yukai couldn't help but feel a bit of respect. Thinking that Chen Feng must be a hidden expert, he leaned closer to Chen Feng and whispered, Brother Chen Feng, I see you aren't worried at all about this assessment. You must be very strong, right? My skills are average, but I really don't want to be eliminated in this assessment. As he spoke, Jin Yukai took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Chen Feng. If you can help me out during the assessment, this will be yours. Chen Feng looked at the check in the chubby young man's hand, which was for 1 million, and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. It seemed like a fat sheep walking right into his hands. Chen Feng smiled slightly, pocketed the check, and nodded. Not bad. You have a good eye. You spotted me in the crowd with just one glance. But, as he spoke, Chen Feng rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Haha, I understand. Jin Yukai smiled slightly and then promptly handed over 2 more checks. Thank you, Brother Chen Feng. I'll be relying on you during this assessment. Don't worry. I guarantee you will pass and ace this hall entrance assessment. Chen Feng confidently patted his chest, clearly very self-assured about it. Seeing Chen Feng's firm promise, Jin Yukai was overjoyed. I've really hit the jackpot this time, with such a powerful ally. This hall assessment is surely in the bag. Hey, new guy, you're quite cocky. Do you know how difficult the hall entrance assessment is? You might not even pass yourself, yet you dare to promise to help others pass? Are you trying to scam us? Just then, Chen Feng and Jin Yutsai's conversation was interrupted by a sudden voice, drawing everyone's attention. A figure emerged from the crowd, exuding confidence, even arrogance. He was followed by several lackeys, their eyes filled with admiration. Let me introduce you. This is our boss, Gao Xiang. At just 18 years old, he is already a second-tier martial artist and has received direct admission offers from both Kyoto Martial University and Magic City Martial University. Boss Gao Xiang wouldn't dare to boast like this. Yet you, an unknown, are so brazen here? Gao Xiang's lackeys chimed in, their voices filled with pride and arrogance. Hearing the praise for Gao Xiang from his lackeys, the crowd immediately erupted in discussions. An 18-year-old second-tier martial artist was indeed rare in all of Huaxia. Gao Xiang's talent was truly unbelievable. Moreover, Kyoto Martial University and Magic City Martial University were coveted institutions for many martial artists. And Gao Xiang had received offers from both, an unparalleled honor. It seemed that in this hall assessment, Gao Xiang would undoubtedly shine and take the top spot without a doubt. The flattery from his lackeys brought a smug smile to Gao Xiang's face. He surveyed the surroundings, and his gaze finally landed on Chen Feng and Jin Yukai. He crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips, seemingly waiting for Chen Feng's response. Chapter 32. Second-rank martial artist. Who isn't? Faced with the provocations from Gao Xiang and his lackeys, as well as the murmurs from the surrounding crowd, Chen Feng merely smiled faintly, showing no signs of anxiety or hesitation. True strength is not gained through flattery, but must be displayed in the assessments with real skill. Chen Feng calmly looked at Gao Xiang and said, "Second-rank martial artist, who isn't?" As soon as Chen Feng's words left his mouth, the entire assembly area fell silent. Everyone's gaze shifted back to him, filled with surprise and a sense of reevaluation. A hint of astonishment appeared in Gao Xiang's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by seriousness and interest. "Oh," Gao Xiang's voice carried a playful tone. "Since you are so young, yet possess the strength of a second-rank martial artist, you must not be an unknown figure in Tianjin City. May I have your name?" Gao Xiang's words sparked curiosity among the onlookers. Indeed, a second-rank martial artist, so young in Tianjin City, cannot possibly be an unknown. Whispers among the crowd gradually turned into open discussions as they began to speculate about Chen Feng's true identity. Facing Gao Xiang's inquiry, Chen Feng maintained his composure and confidence. Smiling slightly as he replied, "I am Chen Feng, a student from Tianjin No. 1 High School, not well known." Jin Yukai, standing beside him, felt both surprised and excited. He said to Chen Feng, "Brother Chen Feng, you really make people see you in a new light. It's truly remarkable for a student from Tianjin No. 1 to reach such a level." After Chen Feng introduced himself, the crowd, having never heard of his name among the younger generation in Tianjin City, erupted into laughter and mockery. "Haha, from Tianjin No. 1? I've never heard of this person. Is he someone who just popped up? A second-rank martial artist? Don't joke around. There are only a few geniuses like that among high school students. What arrogance. I know all the top talents among the younger generation in Tianjin City, but I've never heard of Chen Feng. Does he think the assessment is a joke? He dares to show off in front of boss Gao Xiang. I think this kid is desperate for fame." In the face of the surrounding jeers, Chen Feng showed no signs of being moved. His eyes did not even ripple. Gao Xiang looked at Chen Feng's unperturbed demeanor and said disdainfully, "Kid, your courage is commendable, but the assessment cannot be passed just by bragging. I want to see if your strength is as impressive as your mouth." Chen Feng did not respond to Gao Xiang's provocation. He simply glanced at Gao Xiang indifferently and continued to treat him as if he were invisible. In his eyes, if Gao Xiang was merely a second rank, he was not worth being his opponent. Gao Xiang's expression turned cold as he regarded Chen Feng's indifference. "You, very well." His voice was filled with anger, and those around him could feel his emotional fluctuation. "All right, boss Gao Xiang, this guy isn't worth your anger. Let's just wait for the assessment to start." A clever lackey beside him quickly advised upon seeing his boss getting angry. Gao Xiang nodded, shooting a fierce glare at Chen Feng before telling his lackeys, "Let's go." The students around them believed that Chen Feng was too arrogant, daring not to take Gao Xiang seriously. This was simply seeking death. The looks directed at Chen Feng were filled with disdain and a hint of glee at his misfortune. Seeing Chen Feng's behavior, Jin Yukai felt a twinge of worry. He walked over to Chen Feng and whispered, "Brother Chen Feng, if you ignore Gao Xiang like this, he might hold a grudge against you. Let him hold a grudge. He can't beat me anyway, so what is there to fear?" Chen Feng replied dismissively. Jin Yukai was taken aback. He suddenly found Chen Feng's reasoning quite sound. At that moment, an examiner entered the assembly area and stood on the central platform. His gaze swept over everyone as he announced in a loud voice, "Attention, everyone. The assessment is about to begin." The arrival of the examiner quickly silenced the previously noisy assembly area. He continued to announce the detailed rules of the assessment. "There are a total of 100 doors in front of you, and each student can choose to enter any door for the assessment. Your final score will be linked to the number of levels you pass behind that door." The students listened intently as the examiner explained, mentally calculating the challenges and choices they might face. The examiner continued, "Please note that each person's assessment is conducted individually. Once you enter a door, the assessment begins, and you cannot change doors." After hearing the exam rules, Jin Yukai appeared somewhat nervous. He said to Chen Feng, "Brother Chen Feng, why is it an individual assessment this time? What should I do?" His strength was merely at the beginning of the first rank, and relying solely on his own abilities, he feared his chances of passing were slim. Report. I have a question. Chen Feng suddenly raised his hand, immediately attracting the examiner's attention. All eyes turned to him, including the examiner, who looked a bit surprised. The examiner nodded, indicating Chen Feng could ask his question. If the battle becomes too intense and I accidentally break through a wall, affecting other students, would that count as a violation? Chen Feng's question stunned the examiner and the other students. They didn't expect someone to ask such a question. The examiner then smiled and confidently replied, "The walls of the assessment rooms are specially reinforced. You can rest assured that unless a martial general comes, it is impossible to break through the walls." Chen Feng nodded, thanking the examiner for his answer. Jin Yukai appeared somewhat worried. He walked over to Chen Feng and whispered, "Brother Chen Feng, do you have any plans?" Chen Feng smiled slightly and said to Jin Yukai, "Don't worry, your assessment is secure. Just choose the door next to mine and hold on tight." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Jin Yukai felt both confused and reassured. He didn't understand Chen Feng's true intentions, but from Chen Feng's confident tone, he sensed that Chen Feng seemed to want to break through the wall to help him. But was that even possible? Only martial generals could break through those walls. Their group was at most second rank. How could they possibly do that? "Everyone, you may start choosing your doors," the examiner's words fell. And all the students began to walk towards the 100 doors, looking for the assessment room they would enter. Jin Yukai glanced at Chen Feng, and although he was filled with doubts, he decided to trust Chen Feng. He followed Chen Feng towards the adjacent 2 doors. At the Holy Hall base, in a spacious monitoring room, 100 screens were neatly arranged on the walls, each displaying real-time conditions from an independent assessment room. The atmosphere in a room was tense and serious as dozens of officers focused on monitoring these screens, their expressions attentive and calm, always ready to react to any situation that might arise during the assessment. Chapter 33: The Attention of the 7th Level Master in the Monitoring Room. A middle-aged man in military uniform, with golden eagles embroidered on his shoulder epaulettes, stood at the forefront, his sharp gaze sweeping across every screen like a hawk. He was the main person in charge of this assessment, the senior officer of the sanctuary, 7th Level Master Lin Weigua. "Have all the contestants entered the assessment room?" The adjutant quickly checked the monitoring screens and then turned to report to Lin Weigua. "Report, General. All contestants have entered the assessment room, and the assessment can officially begin." Lin Weigua nodded. "Very well, start the assessment." His voice was firm and powerful, exuding undeniable authority. Lin Weigua's gaze swept across the monitoring screens again, with particular attention to several screens marked with special indicators, which displayed young martial artists deemed to have potential, including Chen Feng and Gao Xiang. Opening the door he had chosen, Chen Feng stepped into a super spacious assessment room, resembling a football field. The room was softly lit, and in the center stood a massive cage made of heavy iron bars. Inside the cage, a huge figure could be faintly seen, its breathing revealing extraordinary strength. The assessment begins. The rules are simple. Kill the beast in the cage. The examiner's voice echoed in the room, announcing the formal start of the assessment. As the examiner's voice fell, the cage slowly rose, revealing the beast held inside. It was a large tiger with sharp claws and hard scales. Its eyes glinted with a wild light, and upon seeing Chen Feng, it let out a deafening roar, seemingly declaring that its territory was not to be infringed. Just freed from its confinement, the tiger beast displayed astonishing explosive power, launching itself at Chen Feng like an arrow from a bow. However, Chen Feng simply stood there quietly, the sword in his hand glinting coldly under the light. This aura is even inferior to a first-level beast. Trash! Chen Feng casually swung his sword, the blade's light streaking across the sky like a meteor, effortlessly penetrating the defenses of the tiger beast, and with one strike decapitated it. At this moment, in the monitoring room, the officers were discussing the performances of the contestants. "Look at that Gao Xiang. No wonder he's a standout among the young generation of Tianjin City. His strength is indeed remarkable." An officer pointed to screen number 37, which showed Gao Xiang defeating a beast with astonishing speed and power. Lin Weigua nodded in agreement. "Not bad. Gao Xiang's martial skills and combat experience are outstanding. He's a talent worth nurturing. Then, his gaze shifted to another screen, which displayed a long-haired girl. Her gaze was resolute, and although she held no weapon, she was able to crush the beast with her mental power using just one hand. This girl in room 66 is also quite interesting. Her name is Tang, right? Lin Weiguo remarked. Her talent as a mentalist is extremely rare. Judging by her mental strength, she will definitely play a significant role on the battlefield in the future. The adjutant quickly replied, "Yes, General." Tang Yu's mental power is indeed remarkable. She easily defeated the beast without expending much physical strength. Just as the officers were discussing the excellent performances of Gao Xiang and Lin Yu, a young officer responsible for monitoring suddenly exclaimed, "This is impossible." He pointed at the screen of Chen Feng's assessment room, number 88, 1 minute and 30 seconds. This student in room 88 is about to pass the 6th level. How is that possible? The fastest record for passing the 6th level in the sanctuary is only 3 minutes and 38 seconds. The 6th level involves a 2nd level beast. No contestant has ever been able to advance from the 1st level to the 6th level in such a short time. General Lin Weiguo quickly turned around, his sharp gaze locking onto Chen Feng's screen. He saw Chen Feng easily defeating the 6th level beast at an almost impossible speed. The time taken far shorter than the previous record. Why is this contestant advancing so quickly? Lin Weiguo pointed at Chen Feng's screen. What is his name? The adjutant immediately checked the relevant information. Report, General, this contestant is named Chen Feng, a genius recommended by Lin Yu. A look of disbelief appeared on Lin Weiguo's face, quickly replaced by the joy of discovering a treasure. He focused intently on the screen, carefully observing every move and detail of Chen Feng. This Chen Feng, Lin Weiguo said in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. Quick, zoom in on his screen. I want to see his replay. The adjutant quickly operated the control panel, enlarging Chen Feng's monitoring screen to the main display and activating the replay function. All the officers in the monitoring room were fixated on every detail of Chen Feng's assessment process. On the screen, Chen Feng's sword seemed to reach an incredible speed. The spectators could barely see him flick his finger before the beast was instantly slain. He even stood still without moving. This speed, I didn't even see how he drew his sword. Indeed, his swordsmanship is astonishingly fast. Every strike accurately hits the vital points. What incredible eyesight and control this requires. Even a 2nd level beast can't withstand his single strike. What tremendous combat power. A deep contemplative expression appeared on Lin Weiguo's face, and he ordered again. Slow down the playback of Chen Feng's video. I want to watch it again. The adjutant immediately adjusted the playback speed, slowing Chen Feng's movements down to 1/8 of the original speed. Even in slow motion, Chen Feng's swordsmanship remained fluid and lethal. This is simply beyond imagination. An officer couldn't help but exclaim, his voice trembling, I've never seen anyone who can maintain such speed and swordsmanship even at such a slow playback speed. His sword skills have surpassed our conventional understanding. Another officer added, his eyes reflecting recognition of Chen Feng's potential. As General Lin Weiguo re-examined Chen Feng's movements in slow motion, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He noticed that Chen Feng's swordsmanship displayed not only speed and technique, but also an indescribable inner power driving each strike. Sword intent. This is sword intent, General Lin Weiguo said almost to himself, his eyes shining with brilliance. This kid Chen Feng, his swordsmanship contains sword intent. This is not a realm that low-level martial artists can reach. Lin Yu, this little brat, has truly recommended an extraordinary genius. Sword intent is a realm that only mid-level 3-tier martial artists can begin to touch. It represents not just technical refinement, but also a deep integration of the mind and swordsmanship, signifying that a martial artist's understanding and mastery of the sword has reached a new level. In the sanctuary, such talents are extremely rare, enough to attract the attention and importance of the higher-ups. Chapter 34, The Impossible Challenge. Dragon Bloodline Beast in the assessment room. Chen Feng was unaware that his performance had drawn the keen attention of General Lin Weiguo and numerous officers. He was solely focused on his battles, giving his all in every fight. At this moment, Chen Feng had entered the 7th level, facing a mid-tier 2nd-grade beast. This beast had sharp fangs and claws, its fur a dark gray, and its sturdy limbs caused the ground beneath it to tremble with each step. Roar! The second-grade beast let out a roar and charged at Chen Feng. "Oh, it's just a little monkey," Chen Feng chuckled lightly. With a flash of his sword, the tip penetrated the beast's defenses and struck its vital point directly. Roar! The beast let out a brief cry of agony. Then its body stiffened and crashed to the ground, motionless. Chen Feng stood quietly in place, his sword already sheathed, as if the previous battle had been nothing more than a light warm-up. His expression was calm, his breathing steady, showing no signs of fatigue. This kid, not only is his swordsmanship superb, but his mindset is also so stable. Yes, it's truly rare for him to maintain such a relaxed attitude when facing a second-grade beast. In the monitoring room, General Lin Weigua and the officers were very pleased with Chen Feng's performance. Soon, the second-grade high-tier beast was released from its cage. The beast's eyes glinted with a cold light, its body larger and its muscular lines containing astonishing explosive power. As the cage slowly rose, the beast let out a heart-shaking roar, and its heavy footsteps made the entire room seem to tremble with every move. Hey, a second-grade high-tier beast. This time, Chen Feng can't win so easily, right? What a powerful aura, it seems. It seems this beast is about to be taken down in an instant. All the officers widened their eyes, nervously and eagerly watching the monitoring screen. In the footage, Chen Feng's sword light flowed like water, continuously striking at the beast's attacking gaps with perfect timing. Soon, the tip of his sword traced a perfect arc in the air, radiating dazzling light, aimed directly at the beast's vital point. With a swoosh, the sword tip pierced through the beast's skin and deeply stabbed into its heart, killing a second-grade high-tier beast in 1 minute and 30 seconds. This speed and efficiency are truly incredible. This kid is probably not far from reaching the 3rd grade. Such combat power could rival that of Su He, the little sword king of the Su family. All the officers looked at Chen Feng with intense interest and admiration. Next up is the peak of the second-grade beasts. We will finally get to see Chen Feng's full combat power. A hint of curiosity also flickered in General Lin Weigua's eyes. He too wanted to see Chen Feng's combat when fully unleashed. The mechanisms in the assessment room activated, and the cage for the 9th level slowly rose, revealing a peak second-grade beast. This beast was even larger, covered in heavy iron armor, with each scale glinting with a metallic sheen. Its limbs were strong and powerful, and its claws were sharp as blades. Chen Feng is quite lucky. He actually encountered the iron-armored tyrant. A senior instructor began to comment. Among peak second-grade beasts, it is notoriously difficult to deal with. Its defensive power is extremely strong, and ordinary second-grade martial artist attacks can hardly inflict any damage. General Lin Weigua nodded and said in a deep voice, "Indeed, the iron-armored tyrant is a standout among peak second-grade beasts, and its appearance will undoubtedly present Chen Feng with an unprecedented challenge. Let us see how he responds." The iron-armored tyrant let out a deafening roar, its gaze locked tightly on Chen Feng, then charged at him with astonishing speed. The ground trembled beneath its feet, akin to a minor earthquake. The battle was about to erupt. The iron-armored tyrant's attacks were like a torrential storm, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing scream. Chen Feng's sword tip traced subtle trajectories in the air, as if weaving a net to capture the ferocious beast. However, the iron-armored tyrant's heavy scales seemed like an unbreakable fortress, easily deflecting Chen Feng's sword light. It looks like I need to use some real skills. Chen Feng snorted lightly, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he activated the spiritual energy within him, and the sword tip began to gather brilliant light. "Cold Star 9 swords, triple slash," Chen Feng shouted, and the light on the sword tip converged into a dazzling beam, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, aimed directly at the iron-armored tyrant's head. The sword light pierced through the air, driven by an indomitable resolve, targeting the iron-armored tyrant's vital point. The iron-armored tyrant sensed the threat, emitting a thunderous roar, attempting to block this fatal strike with its heavy claws. However, Chen Feng's sword momentum was unstoppable. With a swoosh, the sword light penetrated the iron-armored tyrant's defenses, accurately hitting its neck. One cut, two pieces. The massive body of the iron-armored tyrant shook violently, then crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Incredible. This young man's strength is unfathomable. His sword light can so easily pierce through the iron-armored tyrant's defenses. Such attack intensity is likely already comparable to that of a martial artist just entering the 3rd grade. Although Chen Feng's strength is extraordinary, the boss of the 10th level is no ordinary 3rd grade beast, and it won't be so easy to deal with. General Lin Weiguo listened to the officer's discussions, and a thoughtful light flickered in his eyes. That 3rd grade beast is an almost impossible challenge for 2nd grade martial artists. However, Chen Feng's performance so far has exceeded our expectations. Even if he stops at the 10th level, his strength and potential cannot be underestimated. With a victory in the 9th level, the atmosphere in the assessment room became even tenser. All eyes were focused on the upcoming 10th level. This was not only the final stage of the Holy Hall entrance exam, but also the ultimate test of Chen Feng's strength. A low rumbling sound echoed in the room, as if even the air was trembling, heralding the arrival of a powerful presence. An ancient and formidable aura spread, and with the echo of the roar, a massive figure slowly appeared. This aura seemed to come from the call of the abyss, instilling an indescribable sense of oppression in every person present. This is the dragon-armored giant beast, a terrifying 3rd grade beast with the bloodline of dragons. A military officer said in a low voice, his tone tinged with awe. The body of the dragon-armored giant beast was covered with a layer of heavy dragon scales, each scale as hard as steel, glinting with a metallic luster. Its limbs were strong and powerful, with sharp claws that seemed capable of tearing apart any obstacle. Most striking were its deep and cold eyes, emanating an unchallengeable authority. Chapter 35 Ultimate Secret Technique. Killing the dragon-armored behemoth. As the figure of the dragon-armored behemoth appeared in the assessment room, a strong aura spread throughout, and Chen Feng's expression immediately changed. The previous ease and calm were replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and focus. In the monitoring room, General Lin Weiguo and the officers also noticed the change in Chen Feng's attitude. It seemed that Chen Feng had realized the formidable beast he was about to face was not to be underestimated. Chen Feng slowly drew his long sword, its blade reflecting a cold light in the room. The dragon-armored behemoth let out a thunderous roar, and its powerful body charged towards Chen Feng with an almost tearing momentum. Chen Feng, how will you face this nearly insurmountable defense? Lin Weiguo muttered to himself. In the room, Chen Feng gripped the hilt tightly, feeling the chill emanating from the blade. He took a deep breath, slowly channeling his spiritual energy into the sword, causing the tip to tremble slightly, radiating a faint golden glow. Faint light radiance. Swift sword. Speed sword intent. Full state. Chen Feng slowly raised his head. The dragon-armored behemoth had closed in, its sharp claws lunging towards Chen Feng, the hard scales glinting ominously. Cold Star 9 swords. Triple slash. Chen Feng shouted. The golden light on the sword intensified, and 3 slender strands of golden light pierced into the thick, solid scales of the dragon-armored behemoth in an instant. Shallow white marks appeared momentarily, but quickly reverted to their original state, leaving no trace behind. What thick scales? They can't be breached. Chen Feng was taken aback. The terrifying defense of the dragon-armored behemoth made him feel a sense of difficulty. Channeling his spiritual energy again, Chen Feng pushed off the ground, his body shooting out like a cannonball. Cold Star 9 swords. Quadruple slash. The long sword in his hand drew graceful arcs, striking fiercely at the head of the dragon-armored behemoth. Clang! The sword hit the behemoth's head, producing a clear metallic sound, but the behemoth's forehead remained intact. Chen Feng felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, its defense was incredibly strong. Such an attack couldn't even harm it. The dragon-armored behemoth seemed to sense Chen Feng's provocation. Its fearsome mouth suddenly opened wide, and its sharp fangs snapped toward Chen Feng's neck. Not good. This guy's teeth are incredibly sharp, Chen Feng thought. His wrist spun sharply, his body leaning back to dodge the behemoth's bite. And he slashed down again with his long sword. Crack! Another white sword mark appeared on the behemoth's head, but it was not deep. So hard. Chen Feng cursed under his breath, increasing the speed of his movements, leaving numerous fine white marks on the behemoth's body with his swiftly moving sword. In the monitoring room, General Lin Weigua and the officers watched Chen Feng's every move with tension. Chen Feng seems to be looking for the behemoth's weakness, the aide analyzed. General Lin Weigua nodded. Indeed, he needs to find that one flaw to have a chance of winning. The dragon-armored behemoth was enraged by Chen Feng's actions. It let out an angry roar and opened its mouth wide, its sharp teeth aimed at Chen Feng's chest. "Humph, want to bite through my bones? Dream on." Chen Feng sneered, suddenly vanishing from his original spot. Chen Feng did not stop, although his attacks were unlikely to inflict effective damage on the dragon-armored behemoth. As long as he could find its weakness, he had a chance to turn the tide. "I don't believe your eyes are as hard as your skin. One more time." Cold Star 9 Swords Quadruple Slash. Chen Feng shouted, directing the sword tip at the behemoth's eyes, as golden light concentrated into a beam, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Just as Chen Feng's sword was about to touch the behemoth, it seemed to sense the danger and suddenly closed its eyes. The tip of Chen Feng's sword struck the behemoth's eyelid, producing a crisp sound, but failing to penetrate. What? Chen Feng was shocked. Its eyelids were harder than city walls. The dragon-armored behemoth defense is too strong. Even its eyelids can withstand Chen Feng's attack, an officer couldn't help but say. Chen Feng needs to find a new breakthrough. This battle has just begun. General Lin Weigua smiled slightly. The dragon-armored behemoth opened its eyes again, a strong sense of danger emanating from its gaze. It was completely enraged by Chen Feng's provocation, letting out a deafening roar that shook the entire room. The defense of this dragon-armored behemoth exceeds my expectations. I can't just attack head-on. No creature can be completely without weaknesses. Chen Feng took a deep breath, calming the shock in his heart, and his gaze gradually became resolute. If the outside won't work, then try from the inside. I don't believe its insides are as hard as its scales. A flash of determination sparkled in Chen Feng's eyes. It seemed he could only use the ultimate secret technique he learned in his past life. Dragon-armored behemoth, don't blame me. I really didn't want to use this ultimate secret technique, but you forced my hand. During the fight, Chen Feng had already noticed, whenever the behemoth turned or moved, its hindquarters would momentarily expose itself, and the scales there appeared slightly weaker than in other areas. Before Chen Feng could think too much, the dragon-armored behemoth charged at him like a black lightning bolt, faster and more powerful than before. Its claws swung with a tearing sound, filled with the power to destroy everything. However, Chen Feng chose not to take it head-on, but instead turned his body, skillfully dodging the behemoth's fierce attack. Moving quickly around the room, driven by anger, the behemoth's movements became wilder, but this also made it more likely to expose its weaknesses. Chen Feng's gaze remained fixed on the dragon-armored behemoth, as if searching for something. An officer suddenly spoke up. Indeed, Chen Feng's battle intelligence is extraordinary. He is using the behemoth's anger and impulsiveness to find the moment that will decide the battle. General Lin Weigua's eyes were glued to the monitoring screen, quietly praising him. Just as the dragon-armored behemoth turned again, trying to sweep its massive tail at Chen Feng, he finally got the opportunity he had been waiting for. The behemoth's movements were slightly clumsy due to its rage, revealing its weakness in the moment of turning. Now, Chen Feng's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he gathered all his spiritual energy into the tip of his sword. "Let you taste my ultimate strike," Chen Feng shouted, his body accelerating sharply. The long sword streaking through the night sky like a meteor, piercing directly at the behemoth's hindquarters. 1,000-year kill, flowing light meteor slash. The sword tip pierced through the behemoth's scales, and under the breathless gaze of everyone, the sword tip sank deep into its soft flesh. The behemoth's movements instantly halted. Its eyes filled with disbelief, tears welling up in its orbs. Its massive body shook violently, letting out a world-shaking scream. Chapter 36. Can you withstand this 64-fold strike? In that instant, the air in the entire testing room seemed to freeze. The anguished screams of the dragon-armored beast echoed in every corner of the room. Despite suffering unprecedented damage to its rear, the dragon-armored beast's anger and hatred prevented it from falling easily. With a roar of pain, it swung its massive tail with the remaining strength, sweeping directly towards Chen Feng. The tail of the dragon-armored beast was like a giant iron whip, and this strike was terrifying, as if even the air trembled under its attack. A serious expression flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. This strike was not to be underestimated. If hit, it would be certain death. His gaze revealed calmness and determination, and his body began to react. He quickly dodged to the side, choosing not to meet the tail with his sword, but instead using it as a lever to apply force precisely on the side of the tail. Turn! Chen Feng shouted softly, pushing his sword against the side of the beast's tail with strength, cleverly guiding its direction. This maneuver caused the tail to veer off course. And due to the immense power of the tail, combined with Chen Feng's clever manipulation, it ultimately swept back at an impossible angle, striking the beast itself. Boom! A loud crash resounded as the beast's tail, carrying the sound of air breaking, hit its own rear, the very spot Chen Feng had attacked earlier. In the astonished gaze of everyone, the tail pierced through the dragon-armored beast's dark scales, brutally stabbing deep into its innards. The roar of the dragon-armored beast was like thunder, filled with indescribable pain and despair, echoing throughout the testing room. It struggled to stand up, but the wounds caused by the tail were too severe, having reached its vital organs. The beast struggled a few times in agony, its body beginning to tremble continuously, each tremor accompanied by low groans. Finally, with a tear of regret in its eye, its body gradually stopped struggling, collapsing heavily to the ground, dust swirling in the room. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Tier 3 beast, dragon-armored beast, and earning 1,000 experience points. I'm sorry, Brother Dragon. I didn't want to use this move, but your other parts are just too tough. Chen Feng sighed slightly, observing a moment of silence for the misfortune of the dragon-armored beast. Watching this indescribable scene, the officers in the monitoring room fell silent, even feeling a chill in their own rears. After a while, they couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid is really dirty. It's truly unexpected, this fighting style. Haha, this is called being unpredictable and attacking when unprepared." Chen Feng has really given us a big surprise. General Lin Weigui said solemnly, "On the battlefield, there are only victors and losers." Chen Feng's ability to exploit his opponent's weaknesses to achieve victory without breaking the rules is the mark of an excellent soldier. He has fought against a Tier 3 dragon-armored beast with the cultivation of a Tier 2 martial artist. Even ordinary Tier 3 grandmasters would likely not be his match. Meanwhile, in the testing room, the loudspeaker at the top of the room announced, "Candidate Chen Feng, you performed exceptionally well in this entrance examination, completing all levels in 26 minutes and 31 seconds. Congratulations on successfully joining the sanctuary. Please exit within 30 minutes to allow staff to clean the area." When the announcement finished, Chen Feng did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned around and started to carefully examine the walls of the testing room. After all, having received several valuable papers from Jin Yukai, Chen Feng believed in keeping his promises. Oh no, the martial way. He must help Jin Yukai pass the examination. Chen Feng walked around the walls, occasionally touching the surface with his hand, feeling its texture and possible structure. He pondered, "This wall material is extraordinary. I wonder if my strongest strike now could break through it with a few more hits? What is Chen Feng doing? The battle is over. Why isn't he leaving?" One officer wondered. Another officer speculated. Perhaps he is interested in the structure of the testing room and wants to learn more? The officer who had previously gone to inform the candidates that the test was starting suddenly recalled Chen Feng's earlier question about the walls and said, he wouldn't be thinking of breaking this wall. Would he? Hearing this, General Lin Weigui couldn't help but laugh. Break the wall? Even a full force strike from a peak Tier 3 beast couldn't damage this wall at all. He is far from being able to do so. But look, he is about to swing his sword, a young officer suddenly exclaimed. With the young officer's shout, all eyes focused back on the monitoring screen. Chen Feng stood by the wall, slowly raising his sword, the tip pointing towards the wall. Radiant light, swift sword, speed of sword intent, taking a deep breath. His spiritual energy flowed within him, and a glow gradually gathered on the blade. Cold Star 9 swords. 5 continuous slashes. Chen Feng shouted softly, instantly unleashing 5 sword lights. Each sword light condensed all his strength and spiritual energy. The sword lights shot through the room like 5 shooting stars, accompanied by the sound of air breaking, striking different parts of the wall. The wall emitted a dull sound under Chen Feng's sword lights. However, just as General Lin Weigua had predicted, it merely left a shallow sword mark and was not breached. The 5th sword of Cold Star 9 swords boasts a 3,200 skill attack power, yet it only left such a shallow mark. This wall appears to be extraordinarily thick. Even if I exhaust all my spiritual energy, it seems impossible to break through. However, if I can't break it at the peak of Tier 2, what about at Tier 3? A glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he summoned a Tier 3 beast essence from the system space. Without hesitation, Chen Feng began to absorb the energy from the Tier 3 essence, his spiritual energy rapidly circulating within him, and his aura gradually becoming more powerful. Ding! You have successfully absorbed the Tier 3 beast essence, gaining 1,000 experience points. Level 1 Ding! Congratulations! Your level has reached 30. Name: Chen Feng. Level: LV 30. Strength: 80,050. Intelligence: 800. Constitution: 800. Attack speed: 40. Movement speed: 40. Chen Feng opened his eyes, filled with newfound power and confidence. System: Level up. Cold Star 9 swords. In his heart, Chen Feng called out, adding his upgraded skill point to Cold Star 9 swords. Ding! Cold Star 9 swords LV1. Cold Star 9 swords LV6. Heart and sword unified. A swift and concise 6-hit combo. First hit 200 attack power. Second hit 400. Sixth hit 6,400. The realm of a Tier 3 Grandmaster. Plus 6,400 skill attack power. Could this mere wall possibly withstand it? Chapter 37. Promotion to 3rd grade Grand Martial Artist. At this moment, Chen Feng was still unaware that his on-the-spot promotion had stirred waves of excitement among the officers. Was he promoted? A 3rd grade promotion at such a young age is an extremely rare talent in the entire Huaxia. A Master S demeanor. Chen Feng's future is absolutely limitless. At this moment in the arena, Chen Feng approached the wall again, feeling the surging power within him, and his eyes were filled with no more doubt. The Cold Star 9 swords, 6 consecutive strikes. A surge of power and spiritual energy gathered at the tip of Chen Feng's sword. The sword light streaked through the room like 6 shooting stars, each beam of light more dazzling than the last, with each strike's power continuously building up until the final sword light erupted with terrifying might. His swordsmanship had actually broken through in real combat. The power of each strike was compounding, making the final strike simply unimaginable. Cracks began to appear in the wall, rapidly spreading until, with a deafening roar, the wall completely collapsed into a pile of rubble and dust. This is impossible. The officers present gasped in shock at the sight. Having just been promoted to a 3rd grade Grand Martial Artist, he actually had the ability to destroy a wall that even a 4th grade martial general could not break. This was 2 against the heavens. This is the Cold Star 9 swords. General Lin Weigua said solemnly, his tone filled with undeniable shock. The swordsmanship that Master Lin Tianxiong spent his entire life trying to master was achieved by Chen Feng at such a young age. He knew the power and difficulty of the Cold Star 9 swords. Lin Tianxiong, as the top expert of the Cold Star Sword Pavilion, had practiced for most of his life to reach only the 6th sword. Hurry up and check the information. Let us see which faction cultivated this genius. Lin Weigui said to his deputy. He did not want this super genius he discovered to slip through his fingers. Soon, when the deputy reported Chen Feng's background information to General Lin Weigua, the atmosphere in the monitoring room changed subtly. The first page of the information displayed. Chen Feng, student of Tianjin City No. 2 Middle School, F-level talent, glimmer of light, junior body refinement stage. Due to seriously hindering the promotion of excellent students in No. 2 Middle School, was expelled by the school. The officers exchanged surprised glances, clearly taken aback by Chen Feng's past. F-level talent, Junior body refinement stage? Not even a martial artist? The most outrageous part was that he was expelled from school half a month ago. How blind can this school be? General Lin Weigua's anger in the monitoring room was almost palpable. The information in his hand was slammed on the table, his eyes flashing with undeniable fury. This is simply absurd. His voice echoed in the office. A genius with the potential of a top scholar was expelled for such a nonsensical reason? In Huaxia, a third-grade grand martial artist among college entrance exam candidates is extremely rare. Such strength is enough to cause a sensation in any martial arts academy and could even make him a candidate for a generation's master. Chen Feng's potential and strength evidently far exceeded the evaluation of Tianjin City No. 2 Middle School. The anger in Lin Weigua's heart was hard to quell. Investigate. I want to know who made such a short-sighted decision. The deputy felt General Lin Weigua's anger and immediately responded, "Yes, General. I will find out right away." Not long after, the deputy returned to General Lin Weigua's office with more detailed information. His expression was serious, indicating that the investigation results were not optimistic. "General, after our investigation, the decision to expel Chen Feng was led by his homeroom teacher, Wei Lingfeng," the deputy reported. "Wei Lingfeng?" General Lin Weigua repeated the name solemnly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. A homeroom teacher actually had the audacity to ignore Chen Feng's talent and potential and make such an unwise decision. General Lin Weigua's face grew darker, his fists clenched tightly as he coldly stated, "This is not only unfair to Chen Feng, but also a desecration of martial arts education. What a Tianjin No. 2 Middle School. What a Wei Lingfeng. Truly deserving of condemnation." Huaxiao attaches great importance to education. They even go so far as to incorporate education into the law. Yet there are still such incompetent homeroom teachers who bury a genius like Chen Feng. This is simply against the law. If Chen Feng becomes disheartened and is brainwashed by a cult, just think of the powerful enemy it could bring to Huaxiao in the future. The rise of cult geniuses may well be related to these morally bankrupt teachers. It seems that Tianjin No. 2 Middle School needs a thorough investigation. We must not allow a few bad apples to spoil Huaxia's good educational atmosphere. This Chen Feng, the Hall of Saints has secured him. "General, look quickly. Chen Feng has entered examination room 67. How should we handle this special situation?" The deputy, seeing that General Lin Weigua's anger had slightly subsided, mustered the courage to point at the monitoring screen and ask. At this moment, Chen Feng had already broken through the wall and entered Jin Yotsai's room. The purpose was self-evident, but it seemed against the rules. Chen Feng not only possessed outstanding strength, but also had a sense of brotherhood among martial artists, a quality that is extremely rare among the younger generation. General Lin Weigua pondered for a moment and then slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Our Hall of Saints examination regulations do not state that one cannot break walls to help others, right? Since there is no such rule, let it be. After all, this fat guy's strength can barely be considered as him entering the Hall of Saints. As long as Chen Feng can smoothly join the hall, that's all that matters." General Lin Weigua thought confidently. The officers present could not help but smile knowingly upon hearing General Lin Weigua's decision. The general is wise. General Lin Weigua slightly nodded, his gaze once again turning to the monitoring screen, paying attention to the examination situation of Chen Feng and Jin Yukai. In examination room 67, Jin Yukai was facing a tough battle. His opponent was a powerful first-grade middle-tier beast, which posed a huge challenge for Jin Yukai, who had just reached the first grade. Just as Jin Yotsai's chubby body was running almost to the point of exhaustion, Chen Feng broke through the wall and appeared in the examination room. His arrival was like a ray of hope for Jin Yukai. "Brother Chen Feng," Jin Yukai exclaimed in surprise. Chen Feng nodded to Jin Yukai and then turned to the beast, calmly saying, "Leave the rest to me." Jin Yukai retreated to the side, panting heavily as he watched Chen Feng draw his sword to face the beast. Chen Feng's sword light flickered again, the power of the cold star 9 swords illuminating the entire examination room. "Hiss!" Jin Yukai gasped at the sight. Such a fast sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword light reached the beast, which hadn't even had time to react before Chen Feng's sword tip accurately struck its vital point. Chapter 38, Record-Breaking. Speedrun of the hall assessment with a soft sound. The enormous body of the beast trembled violently, and then it fell heavily to the ground as if it had lost all its strength, no longer moving. Jin Yukai stared in shock at this scene. He did not expect Chen Feng's strength to have reached such a level that even a mid-tier first-grade beast could not withstand the might of his sword. Big brother Chen Feng, you are too strong, Jin Yukai said excitedly, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. Chen Feng sheathed his sword and smiled confidently at Jin Yukai. Don't worry, I promise to take you into the hall, and I will definitely do it. This time, I will help you clear the levels. Feeling Chen Feng's sincerity and power, a warm current surged in Jin Yutsai's heart. Soon, with just one sword, Chen Feng led Jin Yukai through several levels without stopping, and they reached the 10th level. This time, facing a similarly tricky third-grade beast, Chen Feng no longer took shortcuts. He unleashed a series of 6 consecutive strikes from the Cold Star 9 swords, directly slashing it under his sword. At this moment, the loudspeaker in the room announced again, "Congratulations to candidate number 67 for clearing the assessment in 38 minutes and 15 seconds. Please leave the room promptly to allow staff to clean. Thank you for your cooperation." Hearing this score, Jin Yukai was so excited that he almost jumped up. He looked at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Big brother Chen Feng, you are amazing. I don't even know how to thank you. Chen Feng smiled slightly and waved his hand. Yukai, remember to find me for such good things next time. When Chen Feng and Jin Yukai walked out of the assessment room, they found that many candidates and examiners were already waiting outside. These candidates were either sharing their assessment experiences or discussing others' performances. Upon seeing Chen Feng and Jin Yukai come out together, whispers arose from the crowd. Hey, these two guys just came out now. They must have been stalling inside, right? That must be it. Jin Yukai just entered the first grade. He probably couldn't even clear the second level, and that braggart beside him thought he was so impressive. Coming out so early, he probably only has the skills for the 4th or 5th level. Gao Xiang hasn't come out yet. He must be facing a second-grade beast by now. This year's top spot in the hall selection must be his. Chen Feng and Jin Yukai heard the discussions around them, and their expressions varied. Jin Yukai looked a bit awkward and uncomfortable, while Chen Feng remained calm and indifferent. Big brother Chen Feng, what they say about us? Jin Yukai whispered to Chen Feng. Chen Feng gently patted Jin Yutsai's shoulder and replied lightly, Yukai, don't mind them. When the final results come out, they'll naturally quiet down. After a while, a slight mechanical sound attracted everyone's attention as a door to the assessment room slowly opened and a figure gradually emerged. Gao Xiang stepped out of the room, wearing a calm smile on his face, his steps revealing confidence and the demeanor of a victor. His appearance immediately caused a stir. His followers, sensing the moment, surrounded him. Brother Xiang, you're out. We knew you would make it. How far did you get? One of his followers asked excitedly. Gao Xiang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally landing on Chen Feng and Jin Yukai, a flash of disdain flickering in his eyes. I reached the 8th level. Gao Xiang raised his voice, ensuring everyone present could hear him. I am very satisfied with my performance. His followers and the onlooking candidates exclaimed in admiration and discussion. Brother Gao is so strong. The 7th level is not easy to clear. Yeah, Brother Xiang's strength is definitely top-notch among the younger generation. Now, in this hall selection, Brother Gao will undoubtedly be first. Chen Feng and Jin Yukai stood among the crowd, listening to the praises and discussions about Gao Xiang. Jin Yukai whispered to Chen Feng, Big brother Chen Feng, there's still one candidate who has the tea come out. Gao Xiang might be celebrating too early. The martial artist present had sharp hearing, and though Jin Yukai spoke softly, his words still reached everyone's ears. In an instant, the previously lively discussions came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes turned to Chen Feng and Jin Yukai. One of Gao Xiang's followers, hearing Jin Yutsai's words, showed a look of disdain. Don't embarrass yourself here. Even if it takes longer, no one could possibly clear the 8th level. The champion will definitely be Brother Gao. Who came out earlier? Chen Feng faced the provocation from Gao Xiang's follower with just a gentle shake of his head, not saying much. Jin Yukai, however, couldn't contain himself. He wanted to retort, but was stopped by Chen Feng's calm gaze. At this moment, a door to the assessment room in the distance slowly opened, and a figure under 1.5 meters tall walked out. She wore a black cheongsam that split to her thighs, her expression very calm, seemingly indifferent to everything. The appearance of this figure surprised everyone present, especially her outfit and demeanor, which were not in line with her age, causing a stir of whispers. Isn't that the genius girl of the Tang family, Tang Yu? Someone recognized her and exclaimed in surprise. Why is she only coming out now? With her calm expression. She didn't really pass the 8th level, did she? Another candidate asked in confusion. Tang Yu's arrival clearly shattered the confidence of Gao Xiang's follower. He stuttered. This is impossible. She is so young. How could she possibly defeat a high-grade second-grade beast? Gao Xiang saw Tang Yu and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He stepped forward, speaking in a condescending tone. Tang Yu, your performance was decent, but I am the one who will be the top in this hall selection. Tang Yu glanced at Gao Xiang disdainfully, said nothing, merely nodded lightly, then stepped aside to await the announcement of the results quietly. It seemed she didn't regard Gao Xiang at all. As the last candidate, Tang Yu appeared. The atmosphere on site gradually became tense. All eyes focused on the central display screen, waiting for the final results to be revealed. The examiner approached the display screen, cleared his throat, and announced, "Now, I will announce the list of candidates who have passed the hall selection and their rankings." The names of the candidates and their clearing times began to scroll across the display screen. Each name that appeared sparked a wave of murmurs in the crowd. When the screen slowly rolled to the 4th place results, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit subtle. 4th place, Gao Xiang, cleared the 7th level in 47 minutes and 36 seconds. Gao Xiang himself displayed an expression of disbelief, shock written all over his face. 4th place? How is this possible? Gao Xiang's voice revealed clear doubt. Chapter 39, Familiar Faces. Whole ranking Gao Xiang's little brothers were also stunned. They had originally been confident that Gao Xiang would easily take the top spot, but the current result was beyond their expectations. Xiangge, this must be a mistake, right? One of the little brothers stammered. Don't worry, this ranking is definitely correct. The examiner at the side of the screen glanced at Gao Xiang and the others and coldly explained. The rankings continued to scroll, revealing the name of the 3rd place candidate. 3rd place, Tang Yu, cleared the 9th level in 53 minutes and 30 seconds. Tang Yu stood in the crowd, her appearance and demeanor that did not match her age, along with her calm expression, made her stand out. When her name appeared on the display screen, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, as if realizing something. Her gaze found Chen Feng in the crowd, and she looked at him deeply. Chen Feng felt Tang Yu's gaze. He could sense the intense fighting spirit in her eyes. This genius girl from the Tang family was not discouraged by this failure. Instead, it ignited her fighting spirit even more. 2nd place, Jin Yukai, cleared the 10th level in 39 minutes and 20 seconds. 1st place, Chen Feng, cleared the 10th level in 26 minutes and 31 seconds. Finally, when Chen Feng's name appeared on the display screen, ranking 1st, the entire venue fell into silence. This result left everyone dumbfounded. Gao Xiang was also caught off guard. Chen Feng actually cleared it. The 10th level was a 3rd-tier beast. More importantly, he didn't know what method Chen Feng used to bring Jin Yukai through as well. Could it be that his strength had already reached the level to slay a 3rd-tier beast? Thinking of this result, Gao Xiang felt so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He had made a fool of himself in front of everyone. As the full list was released, the examiner cleared his throat and officially announced the rewards. Dear candidates, after intense assessments, the results of this hall selection have been fully released. The top 3 candidates not only can join the outer gate of the hall, but they will also receive hall contribution points as rewards. As soon as these words were spoken, a low murmur erupted among the crowd. Hall contribution points are a type of currency used within the hall, which can be exchanged for various rare cultivation resources, martial arts manuals, and even for some special treatments and opportunities. The examiner continued. 3rd place, Tang Yu, is awarded 200 contribution points. 2nd place, Jin Yukai, is awarded 500 contribution points. 1st place, Chen Feng, is awarded 1,000 contribution points. Gao Xiang's little brothers exchanged glances, They had thought Gao Xiang would easily win, but now they could only watch as Chen Feng became the center of attention. Chen Feng stood in the crowd, his expression still calm, clearly not surprised by the result. Jin Yukai was ecstatic. He never expected to enter the hall with second place. 500 contribution points were a significant amount of wealth for him. Moreover, some precious martial arts and cultivation resources in the hall could only be exchanged with contribution points and could not be obtained with money. Jin Yukai walked up to Chen Feng and said softly, "Brother Chen Feng, it's all thanks to you that I achieved this result." Chen Feng smiled slightly and patted Jin Yukai on the shoulder. "Yukai, this is just the beginning." Tang Yu stood aside, her gaze fixed on Chen Feng. This failure did not signify the end, but rather would be a tempering of her path in martial arts. After all, she was only 16 years old, younger than everyone present, yet she could stand in this examination hall and even secured third place, showcasing her strong talent. "Hello, my name is Tang Yu. Nice to meet you." Tang Yu approached Chen Feng, her tone filled with fighting spirit. "Chen Feng, next time, I will definitely surpass you." Chen Feng turned around, facing Tang Yu's determined gaze, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Tang Yu, I look forward to that day." In the path of martial arts, competition leads to progress. Tang Yu nodded, not saying anything more, but her eyes revealed an unyielding determination. "All right, new students, follow me." The examiner's voice interrupted their conversation. "Next, I will guide you through the enrollment procedures and introduce some basic rules of the hall." Everyone followed the examiner's steps, crossing the hall's plaza and arriving at a magnificent hall. Inside the hall, there were rows of stone pillars, each covered with runes that emitted a faint glow. This was the task hall of the hall, where all students accepted and submitted tasks. On the walls, various task information flickered on light screens. Ranging from simple material collection to dangerous beast hunting, everything was available. The examiner pointed at these light screens and introduced to the new students. Hall tasks are an important way for you to improve your strength and earn contribution points. Each task has its difficulty level and corresponding contribution point rewards. You can choose suitable tasks based on your strength and interests. Next, you will receive the hall's identity badge, the hall bracelet, the examiner said, raising his arm to show the exquisite bracelet on his wrist. At the same time, staff members began distributing bracelets to each new student of the hall. This is not only your identity badge, but also a convenient tool for checking rankings, accepting tasks, and exchanging resources. He guided the new disciples on how to activate and bind a bracelet, as well as how to check their personal rankings through the bracelet interface. With just a touch of the bracelet, they could see their current cultivation realm and their ranking among the outer disciples. The examiner demonstrated the operation while saying, "You can also view the list of the top 100 disciples in both the inner and outer halls, along with their cultivation levels." The new students eagerly tried operating their bracelets, feeling curious and excited about the high-tech functions. In addition to checking rankings and accepting tasks, your bracelet has a unique ability to link to the hall's virtual world. The examiner's words greatly intrigued the new disciples. He explained in detail the function of the virtual world and how to use the bracelet for mental linking. In the virtual world, you can engage in ranking battles with your peers to improve your ranking or simulate battles to enhance your combat skills. But remember, while the virtual world can provide practical experience, it is always just an aid to reality. True strength still needs to be honed in the real world. The examiner reminded the new disciples solemnly. Following the examiner's guidance, Chen Feng touched the bracelet, and immediately the inner and outer hall rankings were displayed before him. His gaze quickly swept across the inner hall ranking and suddenly paused for a moment on one position, where there was a name he was very familiar with. Chapter 40. Talented New Student. Challenge of the 21st place in the outer gate ranking. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Luo Yutong, the girl who shone brightly during the Beast Tide, the owner of the SSS level talent, the Undying Phoenix, with her powerful combat strength, still left a deep impression on Chen Feng. The 86th place. Chen Feng whispered this ranking, and he gained a deeper understanding of the strength of the Holy Hall. Luo Yutong, possessing the combat power of a 6th-tier martial general, ranked only 86th among the inner disciples of the Holy Hall. Indeed, the Holy Hall was a place where hidden talents gathered, with experts everywhere. After the examiner of the Holy Hall briefly introduced the relevant rules, he left, leaving the new students to familiarize themselves with the environment in the hall. After the examiner left, Chen Feng found a relatively quiet corner in the Holy Hall and sat down. He was very interested in the so-called virtual world of the Holy Hall. Wasn't this just the virtual reality technology referred to in his previous life? Chen Feng lightly tapped the virtual world connection button on his wristband, and an energy shield formed around him, completely enveloping him. Closing his eyes, Chen Feng's consciousness gradually immersed in the virtual space provided by the Holy Hall. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world completely different from reality. Chen Feng stood in a vast square, surrounded by many young people, with two towering 100-story towers standing before him. Below the two towers, huge display screens were scrolling through the top 100 rankings of inner and outer disciples, recording the glory and competition of the Holy Hall students. Approaching the towers, Chen Feng learned that they were named the Inner Gate Top 100 Tower and the Outer Gate Top 100 Tower, specifically for the challenge of the top 100 students. As long as a student pays the corresponding contribution value to the Holy Hall, they can challenge the combat projection left by the top 100 students at any time. If they win, they directly replace the ranking of the top 100 student, and the rankings behind them automatically shift back by one position. Of course, if the top 100 students are available, they will also connect their consciousness to respond to the challenge. Real men go for the 100th floor, Chen Feng murmured to himself, his eyes shining with confidence. Then let me start from the first floor and climb step by step to the top. He walked to the entrance of the tower and paid the required contribution value to the Holy Hall. With a flash of light, Chen Feng was transported to the first floor of the Outer Gate Top 100 Tower. In this challenge, he faced the combat projection of the student ranked 100th among the outer disciples of the Holy Hall. Although this student ranked last on the leaderboard, the outer disciples of the Holy Hall were carefully selected young talents from all over China, and even the last place was still an elite among elites. Possessing the peak strength of the third tier, his power could not be underestimated. Standing on the arena, facing the projection of the gatekeeper, Chen Feng could feel the strong battle intent and pressure radiating from his opponent. The gatekeeper was a burly warrior with distinct muscle lines, wielding a heavy battle axe, his eyes shining with a challenge. New challenger, on the 100th place in the Outer Gate Top 100 Tower, Yang Lai, the gatekeeper's voice boomed like thunder, imposing and powerful. Come on, let me see your strength. Chen Feng nodded slightly, his expression calm. Although his opponent was a peak third-tier martial master, he still had confidence in his swordsmanship and strength. He slowly drew his long sword, the tip angled towards the ground, preparing himself. The battle exploded immediately. Yang Lai swung his heavy battle axe, creating a whistling sound as he launched a fierce attack on Chen Feng. His attacking style was bold and wild, filled with power. Chen Feng moved gracefully, his swordsmanship like light, skillfully deflecting Yang Lai's offensive. His sword tip traced arcs in the air, searching for the opponent's flaws. As the battle progressed, Chen Feng gradually adapted to Yang Lai's attack rhythm and began to counterattack. His swordsmanship flowed like water, and finally, Chen Feng found an opportunity. He thrust his sword, the tip penetrating Yang Lai's defenses, striking his heart in an instant. Yang Lai's offensive faltered, blood spilling from his lips, and he fell to the ground. Chen Feng won the challenge on the first floor, successfully replacing Yang Lai's position as the 100th in the Outer Gate Top 100 Tower. Chen Feng continued to challenge upward, with each floor's gatekeeper growing stronger, but he overcame them one by one with his swordsmanship and battle intelligence. His ranking on the outer disciple leaderboard steadily rose, quickly reaching the 50th place. At this moment, many outer disciples gathered in the square below the top 100 tower, discussing Chen Feng's performance. This newcomer named Chen Feng is climbing the ranks so quickly. In just a little while, he has already reached the 50th floor. That's right. In such a short time, there are very few newcomers who can reach the 50th floor in the history of our Holy Hall. This year's fierce dragon is not just Chen Feng. There's another newcomer named Zhao Long who is also climbing the top 100 tower rapidly, and he's about to reach the 50th floor too. Are all the newcomers this powerful? It seems we older disciples need to step up our game. We can't let the newcomer surpass us. The higher-ups of the Holy Hall, including elders and stewards, also noticed the rise of these two newcomers. It seems our Holy Hall has welcomed two exceptionally talented prodigies, an elder said, stroking his beard and smiling. Indeed, based on Chen Feng and Zhao Long's current performances, they might both make it into the top 20. Another steward nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with admiration for the combat strength of these two newcomers. Meanwhile, Chen Feng remained fully focused on the challenges in the top 100 tower, with such high-frequency confrontations against strong opponents of the same tier. Chen Feng clearly felt his combat experience continuously strengthening, his swordsmanship becoming sharper, and his control over power becoming more precise. The top 100 tower of the Holy Hall was indeed a great thing. After dozens of battles, if Chen Feng's previous PK skills were considered silver, then he was now at least gold. Under Chen Feng's deliberate control of his strength, his pace in the tower gradually slowed down. Zhao Long was catching up to Chen Feng's progress. At this rate, there would definitely be a battle between them. I lean more towards Zhao Long. Chen Feng's pace has slowed down, while Zhao Long's pace remains incredibly rapid. Look, they are really going to encounter each other on the 80th floor? Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Zhao Long finally caught up to Chen Feng and challenged him on the 80th floor. At this moment, having just defeated the 80th floor, Chen Feng received a challenge message. Outer disciple Zhao Long, in 21, has initiated a ranking battle against you. Do you wish to participate? Zhao Long. It seems there was no name Zhao Long among the gatekeepers he had previously challenged. A hint of doubt arose in Chen Feng's heart. Could he be a newcomer like him? A new member from another city's Holy Hall? He probably would be quite formidable. Thinking of this, Chen Feng decisively chose to participate. Soon, the figure of Zhao Long appeared before Chen Feng. Zhao Long was tall and robust, with extremely thick arms, radiating a brutal aura of slaughter. Clearly, Zhao Long's third-tier cultivation was built through blood and fire, and his combat experience was far beyond what an ordinary high school student like Chen Feng could compare to. Chapter 41. The Northern Star's Secret Technique. The true form of the Tiger King Chen Feng took a deep breath, drew his sword, and focused his attention in preparation. Zhao Long grinned, revealing his white teeth and sharp tiger fangs. Not bad, not bad. Chen Feng, it seems you're a worthy opponent. Zhao Long's laughter echoed in the tower, his eyes revealing a thirst and excitement for the upcoming battle. Come on, let us have a thrilling fight. Let me see your true strength. Zhao Long shouted, and his body suddenly burst forth with a powerful aura, like a beast ready to pounce. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, feeling Zhao Long's strength continuously rising, and a strong fighting spirit surged within him as well. As you wish, Chen Feng replied solemnly, slowly raising his sword. The tip pointed directly at Zhao Long. An invisible sword energy emanated from the tip, clashing with Zhao Long's aura in the air, creating ripples. Zhao Long moved like a flash of lightning, instantly rushing in front of Chen Feng. He swung his arms fiercely, unleashing a barrage of fierce punches towards Chen Feng, each punch accompanied by the sound of piercing air, showcasing incredible power. Chen Feng's figure swayed, skillfully avoiding Zhao Long's attacks. His long sword drew arcs of light in the air, flowing like water, intertwining with Zhao Long's punching wind, producing a series of clanging sounds like metal striking metal. As the clash between Chen Feng and Zhao Long intensified, more and more students gathered to watch, discussing animatedly. Chen Feng's swordplay is astonishingly fast. The naked eye can barely catch a glimpse of the fleeting sword light. If it were me, I probably couldn't even withstand a single strike. Zhao Long is no simple character either. His punching technique is ferocious and domineering, not something an ordinary person could handle. Yet Chen Feng can actually match him blow for blow. Zhao Long is not to be trifled with. He is the second strongest among this year's freshmen at Beichin Martial University, and also ranks among the top in the younger generation of Beichin City. No wonder he's so arrogant. He has the backing to be. As the discussions grew louder, the atmosphere in the tower became increasingly tense. Each exchange between Chen Feng and Zhao Long felt like thunder igniting the earth, stirring the blood of the watching students. Zhao Long's punches grew even more ferocious, each strike like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, filled with wildness and untamed ferocity. The heads of the various city sanctums were also closely watching the battle, their eyes gleaming with admiration and anticipation for the two young martial artists. "Hey, old Lin, your Tianjin city sanctum has really struck gold this time." Chen Feng's strength could probably place him in the top 10. Lin Weiguo smiled slightly, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. But he intentionally lowered his voice. "Top 10? Zhang Tianhua. You might be underestimating him. This kid's strength is far from simple." "Oh." Zhang Tianhua raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by old Lin's words. "What exactly is so extraordinary about that kid?" Lin Weiguo feigned mystery, chuckling. "You'll find out soon enough. Let's just watch the changes unfold." Lin Weiguo's enigmatic smile piqued Zhang Tianhua's curiosity, and his gaze refocused on Chen Feng in the battle, trying to find answers in the fluid and rapid swordplay. Just then, Zhao Long suddenly retracted his fists, retreating rapidly to distance himself from Chen Feng. "Enough. I'm done playing." Zhao Long spoke suddenly, his tone tinged with impatience. "This could go on forever. Let us show our true abilities. Let us decide the winner in one go." Before Zhao Long's words fell, a violent aura suddenly surged around him. And the entire tower seemed to feel the fluctuation of this power. Zhao Long slowly brought his fists to his waist, and an invisible cyclone formed between his fists, distorting the surrounding air as if it were being twisted by this force. Then his body began to change. His muscles swelled, veins bulged, and his aura instantly rose several notches. Zhao Long's eyes became exceptionally sharp, like a beast locking onto its prey. "This is..." A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Weiguo's eyes. The secret technique of Beichen Martial Academy. True form of the Tiger King. Zhang Tianhua widened his eyes. True form of the Tiger King? Isn't that the legendary technique that can exponentially increase combat power for a short time? Zhao Long has actually mastered this. Zhao Long's body was completely enveloped in a faint tiger-shaped shadow, and at that moment his strength, speed, and reflexes reached their peak. He charged towards Chen Feng again, this time with even greater speed and ferocity, each punch accompanied by the sound of tearing air. Faced with Zhao Long's sudden surge, Chen Feng did not show any signs of panic. Instead, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Come at me," Chen Feng shouted, and his sword suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance, the air around the sword beginning to vibrate. Light of the microcosm, sword intent of speed, divine speed sword, full blast, flowing light meteor slash. In an instant, the tip of Chen Feng's sword illuminated countless starlights, as if he held the most brilliant stars of the night sky in his hands. This strike was like a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying an unstoppable force, fiercely slashing towards Zhao Long. Zhao Long's true form of the Tiger King made his punches like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, wild and domineering. But faced with Chen Feng's sudden flowing light meteor slash, even he felt unprecedented pressure. The duel between the two reached its peak at this moment, with Zhao Long's punches and Chen Feng's sword light colliding in the air, erupting into dazzling sparks, like fireworks bursting, brilliant yet fleeting. "This Chen Feng is truly astonishing," Zhang Tianhua couldn't help but exclaim. His swordplay is surprisingly able to hold its ground against Zhao Long's true form of the Tiger King. Lin Weiguo smiled slightly, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. "I told you, Chen Feng's strength is far from simple." Boom! Ultimately, Chen Feng's flowing light meteor slash in Zhao Long's true form of the Tiger King revealed the difference in their strengths, and the overwhelming force erupted, directly sending Zhao Long flying. Despite Zhao Long's efforts to control his body, he was unable to do so. He flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. The entire tower fell silent in an instant, all eyes focused on Zhao Long. The atmosphere tense, as if time had frozen, especially the newcomers from Tianjin City Sanctum, who were left dumbfounded. It was hard to believe that Chen Feng was this strong. He truly deserved to be the top newcomer. At this pace, he might even top the outer door rankings. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among Gao Xiang's lackeys was rather awkward. They exchanged worried glances, filled with unease and panic. They had blindly followed Gao Xiang before, mocking and belittling Chen Feng. Now, the strength Chen Feng displayed filled them with unprecedented fear. What should we do? Will Chen Feng hold a grudge against us for our previous words and actions? His current combat power has definitely reached the level of the top freshmen from the 5 major universities. We used to mock him. If he seeks trouble with us, we would be utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 42. The Man of Gu Dao. Han Fei hiding his strength, surrounded by his subordinates. Gao Xiang appeared even more dejected. He was a standout among the younger generation in Tianjin City, always proud of his own strength and looking down on others. However, Chen Feng's victory completely shattered his self-esteem, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of defeat. Gao Xiang sat in the corner, his eyes vacant, filled with self-doubt. I always thought I was the strongest, but actually, what right do I have to mock others? A strong sense of defeat surged within him. But more than that was a feeling of confusion about the future. His self-proclaimed unparalleled talent was worthless in front of true prodigies. Tang Yu stood beside him, her eyes revealing disdain for Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang, your mentality is truly disappointing, she said coldly, with no trace of sympathy in her voice. You should feel excited about Chen Feng's strength, not dejected. A true warrior should find their shortcomings in the face of a strong opponent and use that to motivate themselves to become stronger. In her opinion, even in the face of failure, a martial artist should maintain a resilient will and mindset. Gao Xiang, just a waste with some talent. In the 100 Floors Tower, Zhao Long slowly stood up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining with an indomitable light. Chen Feng, this time I admit defeat. Your strength has truly opened my eyes. However, next time we fight, I will definitely win back. Chen Feng nodded slightly and reached out his hand to Zhao Long. Their palms met in a strong clap, a recognition of each other's strength and a promise for a future rematch. I look forward to our next battle, Zhao Long. Chen Feng's voice was firm and calm. Zhao Long nodded slightly, showing respect to Chen Feng, and then his figure gradually became blurred, eventually dissipating like data flow within the tower. Chen Feng, victory! He did not linger and continued up the stairs to the higher levels. Chen Feng moved quickly through the tower, defeating every challenger on each floor with astonishing sword speed and power. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the door of the 99th floor. Here, he would face Han Fei, the second-ranked powerhouse on the outer door leaderboard. Old Lin, Chen Feng's strength is truly unbelievable. Is he really just a new disciple? Zhang Tianhua couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with surprise and admiration. Lin Weigua smiled slightly, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Zhang Tianhua, I told you before that Chen Feng's strength is not that simple. However, Zhang Tianhua stared at Chen Feng's figure on the big screen, shook his head, and said, Han Fei is not an ordinary opponent. Although he is ranked second on the leaderboard, his actual strength even exceeds that of the first-ranked disciple. This student from the Magic City Martial University has always been very low-key in the sanctuary. His true combat power is probably hard to estimate, even for us old-timers. Chen Feng's challenge might very well stop at the 99th floor. Upon hearing Zhang Tianhua's words, Lin Weigua surprisingly did not immediately refute, but fell into deep thought for a moment. He knew how formidable Han Fei was, with the SSS-level Paperman avatar talent. Han Fei was indeed a unique legend in the sanctuary. He always managed to win with minimal consumption in battles and never easily revealed his full strength, which made his reputation in the sanctuary both mysterious and awe-inspiring. After a moment of silence, Lin Weigua finally spoke slowly. Let's keep watching. Perhaps Chen Feng can make Han Fei reveal his true strength. The two turned their attention back to the big screen, where Chen Feng had already stood before the door of the 99th floor. He slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Han Fei was already waiting there, dressed in a green robe with a long sword at his waist, exuding a calm and unhurried demeanor. Upon seeing Chen Feng enter, a slight smile appeared on his lips. At the 99th floor of the 100 Floors Tower, Han Fei did not immediately engage Chen Feng, but instead regarded this newly emerged powerhouse with an air of interest. Chen Feng, your strength indeed surprises me, Han Fei said leisurely, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible admiration. But before we begin, I want to ask you a question. Chen Feng nodded slightly, indicating he was willing to listen. Han Fei continued, you have reached the 99th floor, just one step away from the first place. But do you know that the first place on the outer door leaderboard is not so easily shaken? Chen Feng calmly replied, I understand that each ranking corresponds to its respective strength. However, no matter how strong the first place is, I will not be afraid. A warrior must fight whenever there is a battle. Ha! Han Fei's smile carried a deeper meaning as he assessed Chen Feng, seemingly evaluating the young swordsman's determination. The first-ranked Lu Xiaoman is not your opponent. Although she is ranked first, her strength is at most that of the top 20. However, she has the support of strong figures on the inner door leaderboard. Chen Feng, can you handle that? Are you really not afraid? Chen Feng frowned slightly, sensing the seriousness in Han Fei's words. But soon his gaze became resolute. No matter who the opponent is, no matter what forces they have behind them, my goal will not change. I came to the sanctuary to challenge myself and pursue a higher realm. Lu Xiaoman, I will eventually compete with her. Chen Feng's tone was firm and affirmative, exuding a strong fighting spirit and sharpness. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Even if he is the first-ranked Xia Haoge, who possesses EX-level talent, do you dare to offend him? This is beyond SSS-level talent. Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light as he asked, which academy is he from? Han Fei was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to understand Chen Feng's intent and quietly replied, Xia Haoge, a fourth-year student for the Magic City Martial Academy. Chen Feng nodded, his fighting spirit intensifying. No problem. I'm not afraid. Magic City? What is there to fear? By the time I go, Xia Haoge will have already graduated. Can he come all the way to Tianjin City to deal with me through the internet? In this vast sea of people, he first has to find me. Enough nonsense. Han Fei, come and fight. Chen Feng's bold proclamation echoed within the tower, his momentum like a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and revealing. Han Fei looked at the young swordsman before him, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect this vigorous guy to also be a man of Gu Dao. His speech is so eloquent. His liberal arts scores must be quite good. All right, since you have such determination, I must let Lu Xiaoman accompany you for a battle. I admit defeat. Han Fei suddenly announced his concession, causing the air within the entire tower to seem to freeze for a moment. Chen Feng's hand, which was about to grasp his sword, hung in mid-air, his gaze shifting from the sword tip to Han Fei, filled with confusion and doubt. Chapter 43. The threat of the first on the inner door ranking? Still turned into a pig head. Han Fei smiled slightly, seemingly not surprised by Chen Feng's astonishment. Chen Feng, there's no need to be surprised. The reason I chose to concede is also for my own selfish reasons. Chen Feng withdrew his hand, raising an eyebrow, signaling Han Fei to continue. Han Fei stepped closer to Chen Feng, leaning in a whisper. I've been annoyed by Lu Xiaoman for a long time, but I've never found a suitable opportunity to teach her a lesson. A hint of cunning leaked from Han Fei's voice. Chen Feng listened quietly, understanding Han Fei's intention behind conceding. To put it bluntly, Han Fei, being a person of the survivalist way, didn't want to offend the first on the inner door ranking, Xia Haoge, and wanted to let this impulsive youth take the lead. The atmosphere in the tower became relaxed during this conversation. The confrontation between the two martial artists turned into a tacit exchange of glances. Soon, Han Fei's figure gradually blurred and finally disappeared in the tower. Han Fei actually conceded directly, which was truly unexpected. Zhang Tianhua couldn't help but speak. Lin Weiguo appeared more composed, smiling slightly, seemingly not surprised by Han Fei's decision. This kid Han Fei always does the unexpected. It fits his style. Zhang Tianhua still found it hard to believe, but Chen Feng, this new student, has only been in the door for a day and has directly become the first on the outer door ranking. How much of a stir will this cause? Lin Weiguo chuckled. Indeed, but this matter seems quite interesting, doesn't it? Lin Weiguo gazed at the big screen, his eyes deep. Perhaps Chen Feng's arrival can break the current inner door pattern of the Holy Hall. Meanwhile, inside the 100-strong tower, Chen Feng stepped forward and pushed open the door to the 100th floor. Lu Xiaoman was already waiting for him. She had a pure and lovely face, with big eyes sparkling innocently, resembling a harmless girl next door. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin was fair, her brows like distant mountains, and her lips like a touch of vermilion, giving a gentle and friendly first impression. Oh, so she's a high-level green tea bitch. No wonder she can charm the top of the inner door ranking to the point of making him threaten outer door students in such a humiliating manner. Lu Xiaoman wore a smile that was almost mocking, her voice sweet and charming. Chen Feng, I know you are very strong, but in the Holy Hall, strength alone cannot decide everything. Chen Feng listened quietly, feeling the hidden threat in Lu Xiaoman's words. Oh, what do you mean? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, replying disdainfully. Isn't the first position determined by who has the strength? Lu Xiaoman chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned by Chen Feng's response. Chen Feng, your courage is commendable, but sometimes making choices is more important than hard work. If you can see now, considering you're a newcomer and don't understand, I can let you off the hook. Lu Xiaoman continued, her voice still sweet, but her words hinted at a warning. Chen Feng, you can't afford to provoke me. If you're smart, you should know when to back off. Chen Feng laughed heartily, his smile bright. Are you ready? If you have nothing else to say, I'm about to start my challenge. Lu Xiaoman's eyebrows raised slightly, clearly not expecting Chen Feng to react this way. She thought her words would provide enough hint for any newcomer, but Chen Feng seemed completely unfazed. Chen Feng, it seems you still don't understand the situation. Lu Xiaoman's voice remained sweet, but her eyes had begun to show a hint of coldness. In the Holy Hall, it's not just about whose fists are harder. Are you sure you can handle the people behind me? Chen Feng shrugged, looking relaxed. I only know martial artists must compete. Since I've come, if I don't fight, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Lu Xiaoman's expression shifted from sweet to completely cold, her eyes flashing with intense anger. This newcomer, how dare he be so disrespectful? She stared at Chen Feng, her beautiful eyes flickering with resentment. Her voice was no longer sweet, but carried a bone-chilling coldness. Chen Feng, you are seeking your own death. Lu Xiaoman gritted her teeth and said, do you think that if you beat me, you can still sit comfortably in this first position? You're gravely mistaken. She paused, continuing with each word seeming squeezed out between her teeth. I will make you regret what you did today. The forces behind me are beyond your imagination. In the Holy Hall, you will have no place to stand. Facing Lu Xiaoman's threats and continuous provocations, Chen Feng's gaze gradually turned cold, his patience finally wearing thin. What a mouthful! Chen Feng's voice echoed in the tower. His figure suddenly moved, using his fists instead of a sword, striking out fiercely towards Lu Xiaoman. Lu Xiaoman didn't expect Chen Feng to make a sudden move. The arrogance on her face was instantly replaced by panic. She hurriedly tried to dodge, but Chen Feng's movements were too fast, and her reaction was a beat too slow. Lu Xiaoman was flustered, trying to defend herself. But Chen Feng's attacks came like a storm, each strike landing accurately in her defensive gaps. Pain and disbelief showed on her face, not expecting Chen Feng to actually dare to attack her in the tower. Chen Feng's punches were relentless, each one carrying the sound of breaking air. Lu Xiaoman's figure kept retreating. She wanted to concede, but under Chen Feng's onslaught, she found it hard to breathe, let alone speak. Soon, bruises appeared on her face, her once pure appearance now a mess. The outer door disciples outside the tower erupted into deafening cheers upon witnessing this scene. Many of them had long been dissatisfied with Lu Xiaoman's arrogance and unfair behavior, and Chen Feng's actions undoubtedly provided them with an outlet for their frustration. Chen Feng, well done. This is the outcome for being arrogant. Lu Xiaoman, you have your day today. Let this so-called number one truly taste the flavor of fists. Lu Xiaoman's face was already swollen and bruised, her eyes filled with fear and despair. She realized she had indeed kicked a steel plate today. Chen Feng's strength far exceeded her expectations. However, Chen Feng's movements showed no signs of slowing. Each punch was precise and powerful. The dull sounds of fists colliding with flesh echoed in the tower, and Lu Xiaoman's resistance grew weaker. Finally, with a heavy punch from Chen Feng, her eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Lu Xiaoman's face had swollen into a pig's head, no longer resembling the pure girl next door she had been at the start. Zhang Tianhua and Lin Weiguo witnessed all of this, their faces revealing shock and concern. This kid Chen Feng, really? Too impulsive. Zhang Tianhua sighed, this won't end well. Lin Weiguo snorted coldly. The rules of the Holy Hall are that the strong go up and the weak step back. Chen Feng, as the first in the outer door, is well deserved. If Xia Haoge dares to break the Holy Hall's bottom line of mutual harm, I will personally take action to dispose of him. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Weiguo's eyes, clearly dissatisfied with Xia Haoge's bullying of the outer door for a long time. At this moment, Xia Haoge was sitting in the exclusive training room of the inner door, watching the live broadcast of the scene in the outer door's 100-strong tower. Chapter 44 learned the ninth sword. 512 times attack power. Xia Haoge's originally calm face turned ashen when he saw Lu Xiaoman being brutally attacked by Chen Feng, ultimately knocked unconscious on the ground. Some inner disciples who followed him stood by, exchanging glances, afraid to make any sound. They knew that Xia Haoge's anger at this moment was not something they could easily quell. Xia Haoge's tightly clenched fists made a faint sound, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Chen Feng, a new outer disciple, actually dared to harm Xiaoman. He truly had great audacity. Haoge, what should we do now? An inner disciple asked cautiously. Xia Haoge slowly stood up, his voice low and filled with pressure. What to do? Naturally, we wait for him to enter the inner sect so he can clearly understand that my authority is not to be challenged. In the Sacred Hall's virtual world, after completing all the challenges, Chen Feng's consciousness gradually returned to the real world. He opened his eyes and found himself still sitting in a slightly quiet corner of the Sacred Hall branch in Tianjin City. The Sacred Hall bracelet was flashing a faint blue light, indicating that he had unclaimed contribution points. Chen Feng stood up, stretched his muscles, then raised his wrist and lightly tapped the bracelet. He opened the Sacred Hall interface, where his current contribution points were clearly displayed. 1,000 points for the first reward of the newcomer assessment, plus 3,000 points for being first on the outer sect leaderboard, totaling 4,000 contribution points waiting to be claimed. He tapped the screen and selected the option to claim the contribution points. The bracelet vibrated slightly, accompanied by a pleasant prompt sound, indicating that the contribution points had been successfully credited to his account. Next, Chen Feng opened the online contribution point mall of the Sacred Hall and began to select the supplies he needed. The interface of the contribution point mall was dazzling, with various cultivation resources and treasures overwhelming the senses. However, Chen Feng's gaze was directly locked on the essence of exotic beasts, which was what he needed most at the moment, as it could quickly increase his leveling experience. Being at the third-tier cultivation level was still a bit too weak. Chen Feng carefully checked the redemption information for the third-tier essence of exotic beasts on the bracelet. Each bottle of essence was priced at 400 contribution points, and the 4,000 points he just claimed were enough for him to exchange for 10 bottles. He tapped the screen and decisively completed the exchange. With the completion of the transaction, the contribution points displayed on the bracelet decreased from 4,000 to 0. After completing the exchange operation, a prompt message popped up on the screen. Exchange successful. Please go to the Sacred Hall front desk to redeem your items with the QR code. He did not hesitate and directly walked toward the front desk of the Sacred Hall. The front desk was located in the center of the hall, managed by several staff members responsible for daily distribution of supplies and inquiries. Chen Feng approached the front desk and showed the QR code on his bracelet to the staff. Hello, I am here to collect the third-tier essence of exotic beasts I just exchanged, Chen Feng said politely. The staff smiled and nodded, taking Chen Feng's bracelet and scanning the QR code with a scanner. With a beep, the screen displayed the information of the items Chen Feng had exchanged. Please wait a moment. I will prepare it for you right away, the staff member said as they turned and walked toward the supply storage area. Moments later, the staff returned to the front desk with an exquisite box, inside which were neatly arranged 10 bottles of third-tier essence of exotic beasts. Each bottle was well sealed, emitting a faint glow. Here are your 10 bottles of third-tier essence of exotic beasts. Please take care of them. The staff member handed the box to Chen Feng. Chen Feng accepted the box, feeling the abundant energy contained within it. After thanking the staff, he carefully stored the box in his storage space. After receiving the essence, Chen Feng returned to his seat and immediately opened the task system of the Sacred Hall. After all, the contribution points were gone. It was time to earn more. As long as he had enough contribution points, he could drink the essence of exotic beasts in the Sacred Hall like water, making himself invincible. Others could not bear the full power of the essence of exotic beasts in a short time, but he had the system. As he drank the essence, it would gradually transform into experience points without any side effects. Chen Feng's gaze wandered among the many tasks, eventually locking onto a task titled Instructor for the Top Talent Training Camp at Tianjin City's second high school. The task involved providing concentrated guidance and protection to the students of the training camp over the next 14 days, not only improving their cultivation, but also cultivating their practical abilities and combat wisdom. This task required the instructor to have a cultivation level above the 3rd tier, as well as rich practical experience and outstanding combat power. No need to exaggerate which 3rd-tier outer disciple of the Sacred Hall was more suitable for this task than him. Chen Feng chose to accept the task without hesitation, and a confirmation prompt sound immediately came from the bracelet. The corners of his mouth lifted in a smile as he muttered to himself, "The Top Talent Training Camp. I really look forward to it." Chen Feng's face revealed a satisfied smile. In the following days, Chen Feng arranged his life in an orderly manner. He returned home and initially used those precious 3rd-tier essence of exotic beasts. Each bottle of essence contained powerful energy. As he cultivated, this energy was gradually absorbed, transformed, and integrated into his body. In addition to cultivating, Chen Feng would venture into the wild to hunt 3rd-tier exotic beasts roaming around Tianjin City, gaining experience while also collecting some gold coins. Chen Feng immersed himself in the state of cultivation, feeling his cultivation steadily improving. As the energy from the last bottle of exotic beast essence was fully absorbed, his level reached 33. Name: Chen Feng. Level: LV 33. Strength: 110,050. Intelligence: 1100. Constitution: 1100. Attack speed: 40. Movement speed: 40, of course. The most important point was that Chen Feng gained 3 additional skill points, which he could all allocate to the Cold Star 9 swords. If he successfully executed the 9th sword, his attack power would be simply terrifying. Cold Star 9 Swords LV 9. Unity of Heart and Sword. A simple and swift 9-hit combo. First hit, 200 attack power. Second hit, 400. Ninth hit, 51,200. Just as Chen Feng was still immersed in his cultivation, his Sacred Hall bracelet emitted a crisp prompt sound. He opened his eyes and checked the information on the bracelet, discovering it was a task collection notification from a Sacred Hall. Student Chen Feng, hello. According to the task arrangement of the Sacred Hall, please gather at Tianjin City's second high school by 10 o'clock a.m. today to protect the school's outstanding college entrance examination graduates and escort them to the Top Talent Training Camp. Please be sure to arrive on time and make necessary preparations. What a coincidence. They actually assigned him to pick up and drop off students at Tianjin's second high school. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. More than half a month ago, he was still one of the students at Tianjin's second high school, and now he was returning as an instructor of the Sacred Hall. What a wonderful arrangement of fate. Chapter 45. Slap Wei Lingfeng. What kind of garbage are you? Tianjin number 2 Middle School. Chen Feng walked slowly through the campus of Tianjin number 2 Middle School, the surroundings both familiar and strange, each place evoking memories of his past. He walked past the corridor of the teaching building, which had been a must-pass area for him every day. He passed by the library, which had once been his refuge in the sea of books. Now, he returned here with a brand new identity, and it was somewhat ironic to think about it. On the playground, the sun shone brightly, and a group of energetic graduates were lined up under the command of military soldiers, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future and the challenges ahead. The soldiers, dressed in crisp uniforms, wore serious expressions, ready for action. Chen Feng quietly stood in a corner of the playground, not disturbing the students who were lining up, just observing silently. His arrival did not attract much attention, as he was dressed casually and looked no different from an ordinary visitor. On the playground, Wei Lingfeng was busy guiding the students when suddenly his gaze fell on Chen Feng. His expression darkened as he quickly walked towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng, what are you doing here? Wei Lingfeng's voice was stern, carrying an undeniable authority. Chen Feng turned around to face the teacher who had once caused him to lose his college entrance examination opportunity. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Teacher Wei, long time no see. I'm no longer your student. What I do is none of your business, right?" Wei Lingfeng was angered by Chen Feng's mocking tone. "You have been expelled, and Tianjin No. 2 Middle School does not allow outsiders to enter freely. Please leave immediately." "What if I refuse to leave?" Chen Feng replied. "Then don't blame me for throwing you out." "Security!" Wei Lingfeng shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, several security guards from Tianjin No. 2 Middle School rushed over immediately. "Throw him out!" Wei Lingfeng yelled. "Wait!" Chen Feng raised his right hand. "What do you want to do?" Wei Lingfeng retorted. "Teacher Wei, you want to solve the problem with violence without understanding the situation," Chen Feng coldly responded, his gaze revealing disdain for Wei Lingfeng. "Are you sure about that?" Wei Lingfeng was slightly taken aback by Chen Feng's retort, but quickly regained his tough attitude. "Chen Feng, you appeared in the campus without reason. I certainly have the right to ask you to leave." He then turned to the security guards and said, "Hurry up and drive him away." Upon receiving Wei Lingfeng's order, the security guards immediately took action, surrounding Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng showed no signs of fear or tension, maintaining his composure. Just as the security guards were about to touch Chen Feng, he moved. Chen Feng's movements were swift and precise, evading the guard's grasp with almost uncatchable speed. With a few simple and powerful moves, he caused the front guards to lose their balance and stagger backward. This scene happened so quickly that the onlookers barely saw how he did it. The playground suddenly fell into silence, all eyes focused on Chen Feng. Wei Lingfeng witnessed everything, his face showing an extremely ugly expression. This kid had actually advanced to become a martial artist. Chen Feng turned around to face Wei Lingfeng, his tone calm. "Teacher Wei, you are still so unreasonable. Do you want to continue?" Wei Lingfeng's face turned pale with anger. "Chen Feng, you are challenging my bottom line. Since you refuse to leave, let me teach you a lesson and let you know that Tianjin No. 2 Middle School is not a place where you can run wild." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Lingfeng quickly attacked, his palm wind fierce, aimed directly at Chen Feng's vital points. His movements were rapid, clearly intending to subdue Chen Feng in front of everyone to maintain his authority. However, Chen Feng was no longer the naive person from before. He knew Wei Lingfeng was a third-level grand martial artist, but only an ordinary one at that. Facing Wei Lingfeng's attack, Chen Feng merely shifted slightly, skillfully avoiding the palm wind. He then reached out and grabbed Wei Lingfeng's wrist, applying a bit of force to force him to abandon the attack. Wei Lingfeng frowned, feeling as if Chen Feng's grip was like an iron clamp, making it impossible to break free. More importantly, Chen Feng's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary third-level grand martial artist. How could this be? Wei Lingfeng was filled with intense surprise and shock. He could not believe that this 17 or 18-year-old boy had become a third-level grand martial artist. Yet the power Chen Feng displayed forced him to admit defeat. Wei Lingfeng reined in his arrogance and said in a low voice, "Let go." Smack! Chen Feng slapped Wei Lingfeng across the face. "You!" Wei Lingfeng covered his cheek, extremely angry. Chen Feng snorted coldly. "Teacher Wei, I called you teacher out of respect, but I also hope you can correct your attitude. Chen Feng, don't go too far. What's wrong with bullying you? Who told you to be garbage?" Chen Feng scoffed. Wei Lingfeng gritted his teeth, glaring at Chen Feng, his fists clenched. But he ultimately held back because he knew he could not defeat Chen Feng. His face turned from green to white. Never had he been subjected to such humiliation, especially in front of so many students. Chen Feng's slap made the atmosphere on the playground even more tense. The surrounding students recognized Chen Feng, the former top student in the liberal arts, and they began to whisper and discuss among themselves. "Isn't that senior Chen Feng? Why has he come back? I heard he was expelled by Teacher Wei, but now he seems to have become really powerful. Look, he's actually daring to confront Teacher Wei, and in such a dominating manner. Senior Chen Feng is really so cool." Just then, a dignified voice interrupted the commotion on the playground. "What happened?" Zhao Xiang, the principal of Tianjin No. 2 Middle School, stepped forward. His face bore a serious expression, exuding an air of authority without anger. Zhao Xiang's gaze swept over Wei Lingfeng and Chen Feng, finally landing on Chen Feng. He did not expect that the boy who had been expelled by him and Wei Lingfeng over half a month ago would return in such a manner. Moreover, his strength was not to be underestimated. From what he could see, he was at least at the peak of the second level. Chen Feng, you are truly surprising, Zhao Xiang said, his voice carrying a hint of an unnatural smile, revealing hypocritical admiration. With such talent, why hide it so deeply? What's the point? Chen Feng glanced at Zhao Xiang, coldly replying, I like it. What does it have to do with you? Zhao Xiang let out a wry smile and continued. If we had known you had such potential back then, we wouldn't have let you leave number 2 middle school. Our decision back then was clearly a mistake. Chen Feng, on behalf of the school, I hope you can reconsider and rejoin number 2 middle school. Chapter 46 Principal Zhao. I don't want to be expelled again. Chen Feng coldly stared at Zhao Xiang, hearing the cunning and insincerity hidden in the other's words. Principal Zhao, I'm currently a student of number 1 high school, so you don't need to worry about me. A flicker of malice crossed Zhao Xiang's eyes, but it was quickly hidden behind his amiable facade. All right, Chen Feng, since you are so determined, I won't force you. Principal Zhao feigned generosity. But remember, the door at number 2 high school will always be open for you. Chen Feng remained unmoved, his disdain evident. Principal Zhao, let's keep that door closed. I don't want to be expelled again. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Zhao Xiang's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. In that case, I won't disturb you. However, Chen Feng, Zhao Xiang's tone shifted, carrying a clear accusation. Your treatment of Teacher Wei seems a bit inappropriate. Chen Feng scoffed, showing no concealment of his contempt for Wei Lingfeng. Principal Zhao, Teacher Wei made the first move. I was just acting in self-defense. Wei Lingfeng's face turned pale with anger. But faced with Chen Feng's strength, he dared not make any further moves. The surrounding students murmured among themselves, shocked by Chen Feng's courage and power. Senior Chen Feng is amazing, with such strength. He could choose any of the top 5 martial arts schools. However, it's surprising that such a strong martial artist was expelled from number 2 high school. It can only be said that his homeroom teacher, Teacher Wei, is really blind. Hearing the students' discussions, Zhao Xiang felt increasingly displeased, but he maintained his composure as a principal. Chen Feng, since you are here today, do you have other matters to discuss? Chen Feng released Wei Lingfeng's wrist and calmly took out a well-crafted instructor certificate issued by the hall, which emitted a faint glow. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Feng opened the certificate, clearly displaying his name and the official seal of the hall. Principal Zhao, I am one of the instructors for this year's Tianjin City College Entrance Examination Talent Training Camp. Is there any need to elaborate on why I'm here now? 2 high school. Chen Feng's voice was clear and powerful, cutting through the surrounding murmurs, allowing everyone to hear him. Zhao Xiang looked at the certificate in Chen Feng's hand, his face showing unmistakable surprise. Instructor? Chen Feng, you're actually a member of the hall. Zhao Xiang's expression changed. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to not only be a member of the hall, but also to have the capability to serve as an instructor, which likely meant he ranked quite high in the hall's outer sect. With such an identity and talent, even he, as the principal, had to re-evaluate this student who had once been expelled from his school. Chen Feng nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. At this moment, the surrounding students had begun to whisper among themselves, their awe and curiosity about Chen Feng growing stronger. Senior Chen Feng has really become an instructor of the hall. It's unbelievable. Yes, he will lead us to the training camp. That's so cool. Wei Lingfeng stood by, feeling reluctant, but facing Chen Feng's achievements and status. He could only choose to remain silent. Just then, a military officer in a neatly pressed uniform walked onto the playground, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The officer walked steadily towards Chen Feng and saluted him with a standard military gesture. Instructor Chen Feng, I am Captain Su Jiang, responsible for transportation for this training camp. I am here to receive you and ensure all students arrive safely at their destination. Chen Feng politely nodded. Thank you for your cooperation. When shall we depart? Captain Su replied. Everything is ready. Please have you and the students board the bus, and we will set off immediately. He then handed Chen Feng a package containing a well-designed, sturdy battlefield camouflage uniform, which bore the unique emblem of the hall, signifying the authority and identity of an instructor. Chen Feng accepted the package and thanked Captain Su. "Captain Su, I need a little time to change into the instructor's uniform," Chen Feng said to Su Jiang, who was waiting nearby. Su Jiang immediately responded, "Of course, Instructor Chen Feng, please follow me. I will take you to the changing room." Under Su Jiang's guidance, Chen Feng quickly made his way to the changing room. Once inside, he swiftly changed out of his casual clothes and put on the instructor's uniform from the package. After changing, Chen Feng's demeanor had clearly transformed. Though still young, he appeared more authoritative and professional. Chen Feng adjusted his uniform and then said to Captain Su, "Captain Su, I am ready now. We can board the bus." After confirming that Chen Feng had changed into the instructor's uniform, Captain Su nodded and said, "Instructor Chen Feng, this way, please." Chen Feng nodded and followed Captain Su's lead. They walked out of the changing room and arrived at the large bus waiting beside the playground. The students had already lined up in an orderly fashion under the soldier's direction. "Students, please pay attention," Captain Su's voice echoed across the playground. "We are about to head to the Tianjin City College Entrance Examination Talent Training Camp. Please maintain order and board the bus as instructed." Under his command, the students began to move in an orderly manner, boarding the bus one by one. Wei Feng, as the class teacher, also prepared to board. He walked up to Chen Feng, and despite his complex emotions, he forced a smile. "Student Chen Feng, as your teacher, I also need to accompany you." Chen Feng glanced at him and directly boarded the last bus, leaving Wei Feng with an awkward smile on his face. He had thought that after expelling Chen Feng, he would surely be finished. Who would have thought that in just over half a month, Chen Feng had transformed into a member of the hall? With such talent and strength, why couldn't he have revealed it earlier? Why did he have to pretend to have an F-level talent? If Chen Feng had shown even first-tier martial artist strength, how could he have possibly given the first-tier beast essence awarded by the city to Wang Chuan? Wei Feng was filled with regret and unwillingness. His job as a teacher was probably coming to an end. In that case, it would be better if everyone had a hard time. Watching Chen Feng's departing figure, Wei Feng's eyes narrowed into slits, a hint of murderous intent flashing by. "Chen Feng, just wait and see." Wei Feng silently vowed in his heart, "Our score has yet to be settled." The bus doors slowly closed, and Captain Su confirmed that everyone was seated before signaling the driver to depart. The bus slowly left the campus of No. 2 High School, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Principal Zhao Xiang stood on campus, watching the bus leave, although he maintained a smile on his face. He was already beginning to plan how to deal with this sudden turn of events. Chen Feng's appearance had undoubtedly disrupted some of his plans. "Chen Feng, your growth is indeed beyond my expectations," Principal Zhao murmured to himself, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. "However, what does it matter if you are a member of the hall? In Tianjin City, things will still be done according to my rules." Chapter 47, Tianjin City College Entrance Exam Elite Training Camp. The vehicle bumped its way into the wilderness, passing through dense forests and rugged mountain roads. Finally arriving at the elite training camp for college entrance exam students located on the outskirts of Tianjin City. Here, outstanding students from various high schools in Tianjin City would gather to undergo a grueling 14-day training. As the vehicle slowly came to a stop, the students eagerly poured out as soon as the doors opened. They excitedly looked around, some gathered in small groups discussing, while others took out their phones to capture this unforgettable moment. The air was filled with the essence of youth and limitless aspirations for the future. Among the students from Tianjin No. 1 High School, one figure particularly caught Chen Feng's attention: Jin Yukai, an old acquaintance of his. Jin Yukai had a simple and honest face, but his eyes sparkled with a sly glint. The two exchanged smiles, seemingly reaching a silent understanding. "Brother Chen Feng, we meet again," Jin Yukai said as he stepped forward and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Chen Feng smiled in return. "Yukai, I didn't expect to see you here. Looks like this training camp will be fun." Their conversation was quickly drowned out by the surrounding noise. The students excitedly exchanged information, discussing the upcoming training projects. Amid the chaos, a loud voice cut through the clamor. "All trainees, assemble immediately." The students quickly quieted down and turned to face the source of the voice. A middle-aged man dressed in military uniform, standing tall on a platform, had sharp eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts. Under the stern gaze of the middle-aged military man, the students quickly formed neat lines. Chen Feng stood in the center, scanning the instructor team, and suddenly, his gaze landed on a familiar figure, Lin Yu. It was Lin Yu who had stepped up during the last beast tide, saving Chen Feng with his incredible marksmanship. Chen Feng had never forgotten this life-saving grace. As their eyes met, both Chen Feng and Lin Yu revealed a hint of surprise and joy. Lin Yu nodded at Chen Feng and gave a subtle salute, while Chen Feng responded with a grateful smile. As the lines were organized, the middle-aged military man's voice rang out again, this time more firm. I am your chief instructor, Tai Wen-shan. You can call me Chief Instructor Tai. Here, you are no longer the top students of your respective schools, but members of the elite training camp. You will learn how to unite and cooperate, how to survive in the wilderness, and how to fight against beasts. Chief Instructor Tai Wen-shan's voice echoed throughout the camp, stating that training would begin the next day, and the content would involve real combat within a 10-kilometer radius of the camp. Your task is to eliminate the beasts that threaten the safety of Tianjin City. For every beast you kill, you will earn training camp points, which can be exchanged for various cultivation resources you desire. Upon hearing this, the trainees exchanged excited glances. Clearing beasts was not only an opportunity to gain rich practical experience, but also a chance to acquire valuable cultivation resources. Remember, Tai Wen-shan's tone grew more serious. Every mission is a real battle. The beasts you will face vary in strength, speed, and attack methods. You must learn how to protect yourselves while also safeguarding your teammates. During this training, you will form teams of 5. Each team will be assigned an instructor to guide and protect you. Tai Wen-shan pointed to the team of instructors who would fight alongside them, ensuring they received timely help in the face of danger. Now disperse. With Tai Wen-shan's order, the trainees began to break up, discussing plans for the next day in small groups. Chen Feng walked towards Lin Yu, and the two found a quiet corner at the edge of the camp. Brother Lin Yu, I really didn't expect to see you here, Chen Feng said with a smile, his tone filled with emotion. Lin Yu returned a warm smile. Chen Feng, it's only been a little over 10 days, and you've already grown this much. It's truly impressive. Chen Feng scratched his head and chuckled. It's just luck. If it weren't for you, Brother Lin Yu, I might have died in the Black Forest a long time ago. I've always wanted to find a chance to thank you properly. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. Chen Feng, we are all warriors. Supporting each other on the battlefield is only natural. Your swordsmanship and courage are what truly impress me. The two sat on a rock, sharing their cultivation insights and combat experiences. Lin Yu recounted his strict training at the Holy Hall's inner gate, while Chen Feng shared his survival insights gained from real combat. Just as they were chatting, Jin Yukai hurried over, looking somewhat hesitant. Brother Chen Feng, Jin Yukai lowered his voice. I have something I want to discuss with you, but... Jin Yukai glanced at Lin Yu, seemingly unsure of how to proceed. Chen Feng looked at Lin Yu and then said to Jin Yukai, don't worry. Brother Lin Yu is my lifesaver. Just say it. There's nothing he can't know. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Jin Yutsai's doubts dissipated. Brother Chen Feng, Instructor Lin Yu. Look at this. He pulled an old map from his pocket and carefully unfolded it in front of them, marked with strange symbols and routes. Chen Feng and Lin Yu exchanged curious glances. Chen Feng examined the map closely. This is a treasure map? Jin Yukai nodded. I got it accidentally from an old hunter. He said it has been passed down for a long time and points to a hidden valley of spiritual herbs deep in the wilderness. From a location, the valley is not far from the training camp. Should we go take a look? There might be treasure. Training starts tomorrow, and we have plenty of time today to explore. Jin Yutsai's voice carried a hint of adventurous excitement. Chen Feng and Lin Yu exchanged glances, both looking puzzled. Chen Feng broke the silence first. The Valley of Spiritual Herbs? I've never heard of it. Are you sure this isn't some trap or rumor? Jin Yukai quickly explained. I can't be 100% sure, but the old hunter who gave me the map said it was a treasure he stumbled upon, but he never had the courage to explore due to the presence of beasts. I think we have the ability to find something valuable. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then said, I'm familiar with the area around Tianjin City. Given our strength, common dangers shouldn't be a concern. If we have this opportunity, It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Since Brother Lin Yu says so, let's go explore. However, we must proceed with caution and be fully prepared. The three followed the directions on the map, traversing the forests surrounding the training camp as they headed toward the marked location. Little did they know, at the edge of the camp, a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness silently watched them. Chapter 48. The Treasure of the Spirit Herb Valley. Giant exotic beasts. As Chen Feng and the others gradually ventured deeper into the wilderness, the surrounding environment became increasingly desolate, yet it matched the descriptions on the map more and more. They cautiously avoided potential dangers, such as lurking exotic beasts and treacherous terrain. After several hours of trekking, they finally arrived at a concealed entrance to a valley. It was covered by dense vegetation, and without the detailed guidance from the map, they would have almost missed this place. Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings and said, "It seems we've arrived. This place is indeed very hidden. Without the map, it would be hard for us to find it." Chen Feng vigilantly observed the area, reminding them not to let their guard down, as there could be unknown dangers lurking. Jin Yukai excitedly pulled out the map and compared it to the actual environment, saying, "According to the map, we should enter from here. The Spirit Herb Valley should be deep within the valley." Chen Feng nodded, gently touching the hilt of his sword at his waist, trying to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Lin Yu checked his equipment, especially his gun, ensuring he was ready for any sudden situations. "Let's go. We need to make the most of our time. It's best to make a discovery before dark and then safely return to the camp." They stepped into the valley, and the sunlight was gradually obscured by the thick canopy of trees, causing the light within the valley to dim. The plants around them grew increasingly peculiar, with some hanging fruits they had never seen before, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and vegetation. As they ventured deeper, they began to notice some footprints that had been trampled different from their own. Chen Feng stopped and pointed to the tracks on the ground, saying, "It seems we're not the only ones who know about this place, or there are other visitors." Lin Yu nodded. "Everyone stay alert. Don't split up." Chen Feng felt uneasy, glancing around. "I have a feeling we're being watched. The atmosphere here is too strange." They continued forward and soon arrived at an open area. Here, some plants they had never seen before were growing, emitting a faint glow. On the map, this was marked as the area with the spirit herbs. Jin Yukai couldn't help but want to step forward to collect them, but was stopped by Chen Feng. "Wait, something feels off. Don't act rashly." Lin Yu observed for a moment and pointed to a nearby rock. "Let us go there first. The view is open, and we can observe the surroundings." The three moved silently behind a rock, from where they could see the entire open area. Indeed, they discovered some exotic beasts wandering around the spirit herbs, but they seemed to be avoiding certain specific areas. Chen Feng frowned, noting their behavior. It seemed they were guarding the spirit herbs but dared not approach certain places. "This is unusual. We need to be careful," he said. Lin Yu analyzed. This could mean that there are more powerful entities in those areas, or there might be some special mechanism. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened, and he whispered, "Yukai, you stay here and continue observing. Lin Yu and I will attempt to get closer to that area. If anything unusual happens, signal us immediately." Jin Yukai nodded nervously. "Be careful. I'll keep an eye out for any movement." Chen Feng and Lin Yu slowly moved out from behind a rock, using the surrounding vegetation as cover, silently approaching the spirit herbs. They were extremely careful to avoid attracting the attention of the exotic beasts. However, just as they were getting closer to the spirit herbs, the ground suddenly began to shake, and a powerful aura surged from underground, accompanied by a deafening roar. A massive exotic beast burst out from an underground cave, its eyes glowing red, clearly awakened by some force as a guardian beast. Chen Feng and Lin Yu quickly exchanged glances. The aura of this beast was incredibly powerful, clearly not an ordinary wild beast. "Fall back!" Chen Feng shouted, drawing his sword, the blade slicing through the dimness of the valley. Lin Yu also reacted swiftly, pulling his long gun from his back and holding it steadily, the gun tip angled toward the ground. "Roar!" The exotic beast roared and lunged at them, its massive mouth spewing two fireballs directly at Chen Feng and Lin Yu. Chen Feng was already on high alert as the beast charged. He bent his legs slightly and leaped into the air, dodging the fireballs and landing safely on the other side. The beast, surprised that the two had evaded its attack, became even more furious, roaring wildly and continuously lunging at them. This was a fourth-tier martial general-level exotic beast, at least 10 meters tall, its thick tail swinging like a battering ram toward the two. Boom! The ground shook violently several times, and dust flew everywhere. Although Chen Feng and Lin Yu were instructors from the training camp, and their strength was certainly not weak, Jin Yukai couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for them. He quickly held his breath and fixed his eyes on the ground to avoid being injured by the flying dust. Once the dust settled, Chen Feng and Lin Yu's figures came into view. Both stood unharmed in their original positions, and Chen Feng looked at the exotic beast, smiling. This beast doesn't seem that strong after all. Lin Yu, do you want to take it on, or should I? Hearing this, Lin Yu also revealed a hint of a smile. I'll do it. I can be quicker. You're currently at the third tier. It's better not to take unnecessary risks. Chen Feng nodded, sheathing his sword and stepping aside for Lin Yu. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu gripped his long gun tightly, his eyes shining with determination. His body suddenly erupted with a strong fighting spirit. The exotic beast seemed to sense Lin Yu's fighting spirit, stopping its frenzied attacks and turning its attention toward him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu flickered and transformed into a shadow, quickly approaching the exotic beast. Roar! The beast let out another roar, flames spewing from its massive mouth again, trying to block Lin Yu's advance. But Lin Yu's movements were extremely agile. He cleverly dodged the flames, and his long gun struck like a venomous dragon, piercing directly into the beast's abdomen. The exotic beast howled in pain, letting out an even more furious roar as its massive tail swung violently toward Lin Yu. Calmly, Lin Yu turned his long gun to meet the attack, and then using the momentum, he flipped onto the back of the exotic beast. From this height, Lin Yu thrust the long gun repeatedly, each strike accurately hitting the beast's vital points on its head. Under Lin Yu's relentless assault, the exotic beast began to stagger, its attacks growing weaker. Finally, with a powerful strike from Lin Yu, the beast let out one last wail and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Feng stepped forward and gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Lin Yu, your strength has improved quite a bit. However, at that moment, a stronger tremor resonated from deep within the valley, as if the entire ground was shaking. The expressions of the three instantly turned serious. They realized this might not simply be an earthquake, but that a more powerful entity was about to emerge. Chapter 49, Emergence. Beast God Cult. Jin Yukai nervously looked at Chen Feng and Lin Yu. What? What is going on? Is there a creature stronger than this beast? Chen Feng tightly gripped the sword hilt, a bad premonition rising in his heart. This situation isn't good. We should retreat for now. There may be dangers we cannot anticipate here. Lin Yu gracefully jumped down from the back of the beast. Chen Feng is right. Safety comes first. If a fifth-tier beast general appears, it would be beyond our ability to fight. Suddenly, a low and long horn sounded from deep within the valley, and with it, a more powerful aura gradually approached. The three immediately stood back to back, forming a defensive formation. A group of figures slowly walked out from the shadows of the valley. They wore identical black robes and cold masks, their steps in perfect unison, clearly organized. Lin Yu whispered to Chen Feng and Jin Yukai, "Be careful. These people are members of the Beast God Cult, and their strength should not be underestimated." Chen Feng turned to Lin Yu, his eyes filled with questions. "What is the Beast God Cult? I've never heard of it before." Chen Feng frowned, obviously unfamiliar with the name. Jin Yukai nodded in confusion as well. It was his first time hearing this term, too. Lin Yu's expression was serious. He understood the severity of the appearance of the Beast God Cult members here and quietly explained. The Beast God Cult is an anti-human cult that worships the Beast God, believing that beasts are beings that surpass humans. They think that by merging human and beast genes, one can gain greater power, and they refer to themselves as the new humans. Chen Feng and Jin Yukai showed expressions of surprise after hearing this. They had never imagined someone could worship beasts to such an extent. Lin Yu continued in a low voice, "Be extra cautious. This organization operates secretly, and their arrival in Tianjin City is likely not for good. At this moment, a tall figure in a black robe slowly stepped out from the crowd of black-robed individuals. His voice, coming through the mask, was hoarse and authoritative. Chen Feng, Lin Yu, you two young men exhibit impressive potential. Come, let us embrace the beast god. You will achieve a comprehensive elevation of power and qualifications. Jin Yukai was taken aback, thinking to himself, wow, he completely disregards my existence. Chen Feng and Lin Yu, however, stared intently at the leader of the black-robed figures, sensing the powerful aura emanating from him. Chen Feng coldly replied, we do not need to gain power through evil means. Your so-called elevation is merely the beginning of degradation. Lin Yu took over, his tone firm. Our strength comes from justice and belief, not from your underhanded dealings. Jin Yukai quickly nodded, saying, that's right. The leader of the black-robed figures seemed to scan the three with disdainful eyes behind his mask. His voice carried a hint of contempt. Justice and belief? How beautiful those words sound. But in this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, strength is everything. The human race, with its frail bodies, has no chance of overcoming beasts. The leader continued, his tone filled with scorn. Knowing defeat is certain, yet foolishly rushing to death. Those old-fashioned humans are the true culprits of humanity's demise. His words were like blades, directly targeting the beliefs of Chen Feng and the others. If you can't win, just join. Isn't that a simple enough principle to understand? The leader of the black-robed figures coldly stared at the three, a hint of killing intent spilling from his icy gaze. Chen Feng, Lin Yu, I'll give you one last chance. Submit or die. Chen Feng sensed the threat in the leader's words, a smirk appearing in his eyes as he replied, huh, are you sick? Why not just be a decent person? Why rush to become livestock for other races? Lin Yu gripped his spear tightly, the tip aimed directly at the black-robed leader. His voice powerful. We would rather die in battle than live like livestock. Although Jin Yukai felt some fear in his heart, he mustered his courage and stood beside Chen Feng and Lin Yu, shouting, that's right. The leader of the black-robed figures was silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Since you have chosen the path of death, don't blame me for being rude. The glory of the beast god cannot be desecrated. With the leader's command, the surrounding black-robed figures began to close in on the three, the tension in the air reaching its peak. Chen Feng, Lin Yu, and Jin Yukai quickly stood back to back, preparing for battle. Chen Feng drew his bright spirit sword, the blade cutting through the dim valley with a cold light. His gaze resolute, showing no signs of fear. Lin Yu's spear was like a flash of lightning, ready to strike at any moment. Jin Yukai also took out his weapon. Though his hands trembled slightly, his determination remained steadfast. The black-robed figures, under the leader's command, launched a fierce assault on the three. Their movements were swift and orderly, clearly having undergone careful training and preparation. Chen Feng waved his bright spirit sword, the sword light flickering with each swing, creating a sound of breaking air, forcing back the approaching black-robed figures. His sword technique was fast and precise, able to find and exploit the weaknesses of his many opponents. Lin Yu's spear darted through the crowd like a swimming dragon, each thrust accurately hitting the enemy's vital points. His spear technique was powerful and swift, making it difficult for the black-robed figures to get close. Although Jin Yukai was relatively weaker, his fighting spirit was unwavering. He swung his weapon, trying to create space between himself and the enemies. You two are truly surprising, but the game ends here. The black-robed leader's voice was low and threatening as he wielded two crescent-shaped blades, the sound of slicing air echoing as he charged at Chen Feng. Chen Feng showed no fear. The light of the bright spirit sword surged, meeting the black-robed leader's attack. Radiant light, swift sword, quick sword intent, flowing light meteor slash. The two forces collided, releasing a powerful shockwave that forced the surrounding black-robed figures to retreat. Boom! In an instant, Chen Feng was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But Chen Feng's eyes brightened. The black-robed leader, though strong, was only at the peak of the 4th tier. This bastard talks so much big talk and has such a strong aura. Yet I thought this black-robed leader was at least a 5th tier great martial general. There's a chance. If he and Lin Yu teamed up, they could take on a 4th tier peak. and even a fifth-tier beginner great martial general might not be impossible to contend with. A mere fourth-tier peak martial general would surely be slain under his sword today. Chen Feng slowly got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with even greater fighting spirit. Chapter 50. Dad, save me. Lin Yu felt a tightness in his heart when he saw Chen Feng injured, but upon seeing Chen Feng stand up again with an unyielding light in his eyes, he knew that Chen Feng had not lost his fighting spirit. Lin Yu tightly gripped his spear, ready to fight alongside Chen Feng once more. Although Jin Yukai felt anxious, he was encouraged by the determination of Chen Feng and Lin Yu, mustering his courage and gripping his weapon tightly, vigilantly watching the surrounding black-clad figures. The leader of the black-robed men showed a hint of surprise when he saw Chen Feng stand up after being knocked away, smiling as he said, "Not bad, not bad. It seems I underestimated you, Chen Feng." After saying this, his expression suddenly turned cold as he coldly declared, "However, this won't change the outcome. You will surely die today." A hint of sarcasm flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he replied, "The outcome is still uncertain. Don't speak too soon." Hearing this, the leader of the black-robed men felt an even stronger killing intent in his eyes. He swung his crescent moon scimitar again, launching another attack at Chen Feng and the others. The blade light was like a cold current under the moonlight, pressing towards the three. Chen Feng's radiant spirit sword swung again, the sword light flashing as it clashed with the leader's scimitar, creating a crisp metallic sound. Lin Yu's spear moved like a silver dragon, each thrust accompanied by the sound of air being pierced, targeting the leader's vital points. Jin Yukai had run far away, his short legs circling around Chen Feng and Lin Yu, evading the pursuit of the black-clad henchman. The scimitar of the black-clad leader intertwined with Chen Feng's radiant spirit sword and Lin Yu's spear, creating a fierce and dazzling battle scene. With their tacit cooperation, Chen Feng and Lin Yu successfully defended against the leader's fierce onslaught. They exchanged a glance and nodded, their fighting synergy allowing them to understand each other's intentions without needing to speak. They decided to launch a powerful joint offensive, aiming to break through the leader's defenses in one strike. Chen Feng swung his radiant spirit sword, the brilliance on the blade becoming more dazzling as he infused his inner strength into it, unleashing his ultimate move, the 9 cold star swords. A series of 9 slashes. Lin Yu was equally unyielding, his spear thrusting upward like a dragon emerging from the sea, carrying the momentum of breaking air and executing his ultimate skill, the Thunder God Spear. 2 powerful forces converged in the air, forming an unstoppable wave of attack that rushed towards the black-robed leader. The leader of the black-robed men felt a hint of surprise upon seeing this. He hurriedly swung his crescent moon scimitar to defend, but Chen Feng and Lin Yu's combined attack was too powerful, and his defense was instantly breached. With a loud explosion, the black-robed leader was hit, his body flying back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly severely injured. The black-robed leader crawled up from the ground, his mask shattered, revealing a twisted and furious face. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and rage, and suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar. "Damn it! You dare to hurt me! Do you really think I am this weak?" The voice of the black-robed leader became deeper and hoarser, and a violent aura surrounded his body. "Come, feel the glory of the beast god." As he roared, the black-robed leader's body began to change. His muscles bulged, bones cracked, and he rapidly beastified, transforming into a half-human, half-beast monster, revealing a wild and ferocious look in his eyes. His aura surged violently, instantly reaching the level of a 5th-tier great martial general. "Now, you will pay the price for your actions," the black-robed leader roared, his voice echoing like thunder in the valley, causing the eardrums of the 3 to ache. Chen Feng tightly gripped his radiant spirit sword, the brilliance on the sword unwavering under the pressure of the black-robed leader. "I'm not afraid of you." Lin Yu's spear followed closely, his eyes filled not with fear, but with fighting spirit. "Come on, let us see what is so great about your so-called glory of the beast god." The black-robed leader let out a furious roar and charged at the 2 like a whirlwind. His speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly crossing the distance between him and Chen Feng and Lin Yu. His claws sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Chen Feng's chest. Chen Feng's body swayed, dodging the strike at an almost impossible angle, while simultaneously, his radiant spirit sword slashed towards the black-robed leader's waist. However, the leader's skin was as hard as iron. The long sword merely left a white mark on it. Lin Yu was also unyielding. His spear moved like a thunderbolt, rapidly approaching the black-robed leader's vital points. The tip of the spear glimmered with a cold light, just waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. However, under the black-robed leader's claws, Lin Yu's spear found it difficult to inflict effective damage. Ha ha ha, it seems you're only capable of this much. You truly disappoint me. The black-robed leader laughed heartily, his attacks becoming even more ferocious, each strike putting immense pressure on Chen Feng and Lin Yu. Chen Feng, we can't go on like this. We must find his weakness. Lin Yu shouted loudly. Chen Feng nodded in agreement, his gaze quickly scanning the body of the black-robed leader after his beastification, especially lingering for a moment on his rear. The black-robed leader, noticing the two seemed to be whispering about something, let out a cold snort. It's useless to discuss. Your fate of defeat is already sealed. Before his words fell, he launched another offensive, throwing two crescent moon scimitars that sliced through the air, targeting Chen Feng and Lin Yu. The two quickly separated, attempting to attack simultaneously from both sides to distract the black-robed leader. Chen Feng's radiant spirit sword flashed with brilliance as he channeled his spiritual energy, aiming the sword's tip directly at the black-robed leader's rear. Lin Yu also adjusted his attack angle, his spear like a dragon, similarly aiming for that point. However, just as the sword tip was about to reach the black-robed leader, a glint of ferocity flashed in the leader's eyes, and his claws struck out with astonishing speed, directly hitting Chen Feng's shoulder. Chen Feng felt a massive force hit him, sending him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately after, the black-robed leader easily dodged Lin Yu's attack and countered with a claw, sending Lin Yu flying as well. The black-robed leader stood with his knife in hand, not advancing to attack further, but looking disdainfully at the two who lay on the ground. In the face of the beast god's power, you are as insignificant as ants. I will give you one last chance. Join the glory of the beast god sect, or die. Chen Feng and Lin Yu struggled to get up from the ground, their bodies covered in wounds, but their eyes still filled with unyielding fighting spirit. Chen Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Who says we can't fight anymore?" Lin Yu also gripped his spear tightly, his body trembling but his determination unwavering. "Today, only you will die." The black-robed leader snorted coldly, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, a loud voice rang out from behind. "Dad, save me." Chapter 51. Fifth rank Grand Marshal General? Just a sword. A powerful aura surged behind the leader of the black-robed figures, and he cautiously looked in the direction from which the aura emanated. There stood Jin Yukai, holding up a golden token high, which shone dazzlingly in the sunlight, with the Jin family emblem gleaming brightly within it. As Jin Yukai shouted for help, the emblem on the token began to emit increasingly strong light, and a powerful force rippled through the air. A phantom rose from the token. At first, it was indistinct, but as the light intensified, it gradually became clearer. It was a middle-aged man in golden battle armor, with fury flashing in his eyes and an imposing aura. Who dares to harm the son of the Jin family? The voice of the middle-aged man's phantom boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the valley. The leader of the black-robed figures was taken aback, his voice trembling. Indestructible avatar, 8th rank Marshal Venerable. He could sense the power contained within this phantom was far beyond his capabilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the phantom of the middle-aged man in golden armor moved. With a swing of his long sword, a golden sword energy shot through the air, directly aimed at the leader of the black-robed figures. The leader hurriedly waved his crescent moon scimitar to defend, but the might of the sword energy exceeded his imagination. There was a tremendous crash, and the leader of the black-robed figures was struck by the sword energy, his head exploding like a watermelon, leaving only a headless corpse on the ground. Seeing this, the other black-robed figures attempted to flee in all directions. Oof. Another beast god cult, damn bugs. The middle-aged man in golden armor snorted coldly, unleashing several more sword energies, annihilating all the black-robed figures. After dealing with the leader of the black-robed figures and his subordinates, the phantom of the middle-aged man in golden armor did not immediately dissipate. With his sharp insight, he noticed some unusual aspects in the valley. "This place is somewhat suspicious," the phantom of the middle-aged man in golden armor said. His figure, though illusory, exuded an extraordinary aura with every step he took. The phantom looked around, seemingly sensing something, and after a moment, his gaze fixed on the spot where the strange beast had fallen, where chaotic energy fluctuations were present underground. Chen Feng struggled to stand up and bowed to the phantom of the middle-aged man. "Junior Chen Feng, thank you for your timely rescue, Senior." Lin Yu also stood up, gripping his spear tightly, expressing his respect to the phantom of the middle-aged man. "Junior Lin Yu, I share the same gratitude." Jin Yukai ran to the phantom of the middle-aged man with a smile, saying, "Dad, it's good you came, otherwise your son might have been finished here today." The phantom of the middle-aged man in golden armor glanced at Jin Yukai, a hint of fondness and comfort flashing in his eyes. "Shao Kai, don't be afraid. As a member of the Jin family, you must have the courage to face all difficulties." He then turned to Chen Feng and Lin Yu, "Young friends, I am Jin Wuwei, the current head of the Jin family. Thank you both for taking care of my son." Jin Wuwei's gaze swept around again, his expression turning serious. "However, this place is not suitable for long stays. This avatar of mine cannot last long. You should leave immediately. The remnants of the beast god cult may reappear at any time." Chen Feng nodded. Though filled with questions, he knew it wasn't the time to ask. "Senior Jin, we will follow your lead." Lin Yu quickly followed suit, nodding in agreement. "All right, we will retreat immediately." Jin Yukai looked around at the faintly glowing spiritual herbs with some reluctance, and asked Jin Wuwei's phantom, "Can we pick these spiritual herbs before we leave? They are rare treasures." Jin Wuwei pondered for a moment. He understood that these spiritual herbs would greatly benefit the younger generation's cultivation. Finally, he nodded. "All right, but be quick. We cannot linger here for too long." After receiving his father's approval, Jin Yotsai's face lit up with joy, but he did not take action himself, as Jin Wuwei's phantom had already taken action. With a wave of his hand, an invisible wave spread from him, gently sweeping over the spiritual herbs. As the wave passed, the herbs seemed to be plucked by an invisible hand, slowly rising from the ground and flying toward the phantom of Jin Wuwei. Jin Wuwei's phantom gently placed the gathered spiritual herbs on the ground and said to Jin Yukai, "Quickly collect the spiritual herbs. You can divide them among yourselves when you get back. Leave immediately." Jin Yukai swiftly stored the spiritual herbs in his spatial container, taking care to preserve them. After securing the herbs, the three quickly left the valley under the guidance of Jin Wuwei's phantom. Tianjin City, Jin Family Mansion. A cold glint flashed in Jin Wuwei's eyes as he murmured to himself, "An altar for summoning and sacrifice? Such altars should not exist alone. There are likely other similar altars nearby." He, so close to the college entrance examination talent training camp, could be aimed at the young talents of Tianjin City. It seems that this group of beast god cult scum needs to be properly dealt with. Why not use their own strategy against them? I want to see what kind of schemes these scum are plotting. A glint of brilliance flashed in Jin Wuwei's eyes. He knew that the actions of the beast god cult must be part of a deep and far-reaching plan. He decided to seize this opportunity to both protect the young talents of Tianjin City and capture some big fish from the beast god cult, ideally making them too afraid to show their faces for over a decade. Without any hesitation, Jin Wuwei immediately set off for the city lord's mansion in Tianjin City. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, Lin Yu, and Jin Yukai successfully returned to the training camp, after equally dividing all the spiritual herbs into 3 portions. The 3 returned to their respective tents to heal and rest. After this battle, Chen Feng had a rough idea of his own combat strength. Although the 9th sword of the Cold Star 9 Swords had attack power comparable to a 5th-rank Grand Marshal General, that did not mean he had the strength to directly confront a 5th-rank powerhouse. As long as the opponent was strong enough to interrupt Chen Feng's Cold Star 9 Swords combo, if the 9th sword couldn't be used, no matter how high the skill's damage, it would still be useless. The Cold Star 9 swords had already reached its peak and could not be upgraded further. But the skills of the Swift Sword and Glimmering Light could still be leveled up. Recently, he had indeed become inflated. Daring to challenge even the peak of the 4th rank, it was better to be more cautious. Who knew if those peak 4th rank warriors had desperate skills? The combat power of peak 4th rank could barely be managed, but he would definitely kneel before 5th rank. However, if he could unleash 9 swords in 1 second, then what about 100 swords, 1,000 swords, or even 10,000 swords in 1 second if the attack speed was fast enough? It was time to level up quickly. Otherwise, every time it was others unleashing their ultimate moves on him, while he couldn't even unleash his own. Lower-tier warriors practically had no human rights. He must quickly find a large number of 3rd-tier or above strange beasts to gain experience and level up to a 4th-rank martial general. Once Chen Feng reached level 40, there would be a powerful status skill waiting for him in the inheritance of the Kunlun Sword Sect's Tian Shu Sword Classic. At that time, he would truly become a peerless sword immortal. 5th rank Grand Martial General? Just a sword. Chapter 52, Beast God's Sacrifice. Everything is proceeding as planned. The morning light spilled over the Gaokao Talents training camp at the edge of Tianjin City, marking the start of a new day with the rise of the sun. Under the command of Chief Instructor Tai Wenshan, the students quickly assembled, having already formed their teams, with each person standing next to their chosen teammates from the previous day. Tai Wenshan stood on the platform, his gaze resolutely scanning each young and vibrant face. Good, I see you have quickly found your teams. His voice penetrated the morning calm, carrying a hint of approval. Today's task will test your strength and teamwork. 5 students will be paired with 1 instructor, and you will face the challenges as a whole. Tai Wenshan announced that each group would be assigned to hunt specific types of exotic beasts, which were fierce and cunning, each possessing its own unique combat style. A note of seriousness crept into Tai Wenshan's voice. Remember, this is not a game. It is real combat. Your safety is the utmost priority, but maximizing your task completion while ensuring safety will be your greatest test. Soon, your instructor will lead you to embark on the hunting mission. As one of the instructors at the Talents training camp, Chen Feng's team consisted of Jin Yukai and 4 other students from Tianjin No. 1 High School. They quickly gathered around Chen Feng, each displaying focus and readiness. Our team is ready, Instructor Chen Feng. We can set off at any time. Jin Yukai, representing the team, expressed their confidence to Chen Feng. Before we depart, I think it's necessary for us to get to know each other better. Chen Feng cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the team members. Let's introduce ourselves so we can know each person's strengths and experiences. Jin Yukai stepped forward first, sporting a slight smile as he began his introduction. Hello, everyone. I am Jin Yukai from Tianjin No. 1 High School. I excel in close combat, especially proficient in several sets of boxing techniques. Following him, the other team members took turns introducing themselves. Chen Feng listened attentively, noting each person's characteristics. I am Zhang Yi, from Tianjin No. 1 High School. A cute girl with a longbow said, her eyes determined. I specialize in long-range support and precise strikes, hoping to provide assistance on the battlefield. You can call me Lei Tao. A burly male student followed, his voice deep and powerful. My strength and endurance are my advantages. I will charge to the front lines in close combat. Next, a girl named Su Qing gently introduced herself. My talent leans towards medical and recovery support. Please feel free to let me know when you need help. The last team member, a boy named Zhao Yu, revealed a glint of cleverness in his eyes. I am a psychic, and I can disrupt enemies with my mental powers, creating advantages for the team. Chen Feng nodded, surveying the group before continuing. I am Chen Feng, your instructor, and I will be responsible for your safety. The task of hunting the exotic beasts will be completed independently by your squad. Now that we have a basic understanding of each other, it's time to set off. Your mission is to hunt swift-winged wolves, with no limit on numbers. Chen Feng declared, his voice exuding confidence. These exotic beasts are known for their speed and agility. It will be a real challenge for you, but as long as you unite, you will surely be able to easily slay them. Now let us go. With Chen Feng's command, the team began their journey towards the habitat of the swift-winged wolves. As they gradually moved away from the training camp, the wilderness atmosphere thickened. They traversed dense forests and crossed winding streams, finally arriving at the area where the swift wind wolves were active. In a concealed underground cave in the wilderness of Tianjin City, dim lights illuminated the outlines of several mysterious figures. They sat around a round table, the air thick with an unsettling atmosphere. All of them wore long black robes and different masks, each mask possessing unique features. For altars had been prepared. The speaker wore a wolf head mask, and his voice came through the mask with a chilling smile. The eyes of the wolf head mask glowed red, as if they could see into one's heart. Another figure wearing a crow mask nodded, his voice raspy and sharp beneath the mask. As long as our friends in the training camp complete the final rune engraving, we can initiate the sacrifice. The sharp beak of the crow mask trembled slightly with the rhythm of his speech, giving an ominous feeling. Those students who think of themselves as the chosen ones do not know that their fate has long been sealed. A figure wearing a fox mask spoke, his voice sly and tempting. The fox's eyes on the mask darting cunningly as if plotting something. But we must be cautious. It seems one of our sacrificial locations has been discovered. A figure wearing a snake mask warned, his voice low and filled with caution. The snake's tongue on the mask seemed to flicker as he spoke, sending chills down one's spine. Rest assured, for safety's sake, we have not only inscribed 4 altars. There are 3 hidden altars they will never notice, and the sacrifice will definitely proceed. The wolf-head masked man spoke again, his voice revealing a hint of confidence. The crow-masked figure let out a sharp laugh, as if foreseeing the chaos and victory to come. Even if they discover some clues, they cannot stop our grand plan. The will of the beast god will be realized through us. The fox mask figure's eyes glinted with cunning. Our friends' positions in the training camp are crucial. Their actions must be cautious and not raise any suspicion. At this moment, a figure wearing a bullhead mask joined the discussion, his voice deep and powerful. Rest assured, our friends have solid positions in the training camp. They will not notice anything. The wolf-head masked man stood up, his figure appearing particularly tall in the dim light. Then, let's each prepare. The beast god's sacrifice is about to commence. Let Tianjin City welcome our era. The masked figures rose one by one, their silhouettes gradually disappearing into the shadows of the basement, like a group of ghosts returning to the embrace of darkness. Meanwhile, in the training camp, in a hidden underground chamber, faint light flickered, illuminating a figure. This person wore a black bodysuit and a featureless white mask, revealing only a pair of deep-set eyes that exuded a sense of mystery and coldness. The figure in black was intensely focused on inscribing complex runes on a stone platform. These runes were ancient and mysterious, their lines interwoven and filled with strange power. With each stroke, the runes gradually emitted a faint glow, resonating with the rhythm of the figure's heartbeat. As the final rune was completed, the runes on the stone platform suddenly shone brightly, the light converging into a beam that shot up to the top of the underground chamber, as if responding to some external force. The figure in the white mask stepped back, satisfied as he examined his work, murmuring to himself, "Everything will proceed as planned." Chapter 53. Human Traders. Intense battle at the training camp. Chen Feng and his team had just finished a day of hunting tasks and were returning to the training camp, filled with joy and satisfaction from their bountiful haul, albeit tired. Suddenly, Chen Feng stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixated on an unusual phenomenon in the sky. 5 beams of light shot up into the sky, dazzling and blinding, with one of them clearly rising from the direction of their training camp. A sense of foreboding surged in Chen Feng's heart. What is that? Jin Yukai also noticed the strange sight, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Chen Feng furrowed his brows as he quickly observed the positions of the other beams of light, discovering they were arranged in an unusual pattern, seemingly forming some kind of mysterious formation. Unclear, but this is definitely not a good sign. Chen Feng responded in a deep voice, a fleeting image of the beast god cult flashing through his mind, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. We must return to the training camp immediately. This could be a threat to all of us. Everyone speed up. We might not have much time left. Chen Feng commanded, his figure swiftly moving as he led the team toward the training camp. As they approached the training camp, the brightness of the beam of light intensified, enveloping the entire area above the camp in a mysterious glow. Inside Tianjin City, several senior officials stood on the city wall, staring at the sudden 5 beams of light. At the forefront of the wall stood an extraordinary middle-aged man. His hair was as dark as ink, and he wore a black long robe that billowed in the wind. His deep and sharp eyes seemed capable of seeing through all truths and falsehoods in the world. He was the lord of Tianjin City, known in Huaxia as Sword King Su Jingtong. City Lord, it seems the beast god cult can no longer contain themselves. They have begun their sacrificial ceremony. Jin Wuwei said, his eyes glinting with sharpness. Su Jingtong's gaze pierced through the distant beams of light, landing in the direction of the training camp, a hint of inscrutable contemplation flashing in his eyes. Let us proceed as planned, in pairs, and take down these 5 sacrificial formations first. Su Jingtong ordered in a deep voice, his tone revealing an undeniable resolve. On the other side, Chen Feng and his team had already approached the training camp. They discovered that the camp's gate was tightly shut, and the surroundings were unusually quiet, seemingly devoid of any human presence. Something's off, everyone be careful. Chen Feng whispered, gripping his weapon tightly, prepared to respond to any sudden situations. What's going on? Jin Yukai couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Chen Feng didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the beams of light. Suddenly, a deep chanting sound emanated from within the light, as if some ancient incantation was being recited. As the chanting grew louder, the brightness of the beam intensified, shrouding the entire training camp in a mysterious radiance. Be careful, don't get separated. Let us find out the source of this light, Chen Feng said swiftly, his eyes firm and calm. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from a beam. It was a mysterious person clad in a black robe, wearing a strange mask that obscured their true identity. Hey, another few top-quality sacrifices delivered to my door. The mysterious person's voice was deep and hoarse, as if it came from another world. Who are you? Why are you here? Chen Feng shouted. The mysterious person did not respond, merely smiled faintly. That smile was filled with mockery and disdain, as if looking at a group of ignorant ants, hiding your head and showing your tail, not daring to reveal your true self. Could this be the courage of your beast god cult? Chen Feng's voice carried a hint of provocation. The mysterious person laughed heartily, their voice carrying a chilling aura. You needn't worry about who I am. You're all dead, so it doesn't matter. Chen Feng, you still have time to take your own lives. Otherwise, I'll take matters into my own hands, and my methods won't be so gentle. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, a cold smile creeping up the corner of his mouth. Take my own life? Why don't you try it yourself? Since you want to taste the pain, I'll certainly oblige you. Chen Feng, the mysterious person cackled, a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiating from their body. Their body began to undergo violent changes, bones cracking, muscles bulging, and rough hair sprouting from their skin. The eyes behind the mask flickered with a beast-like light. Their face contorted, completely transforming into an ugly beast man. Ha ha ha! The beastman's laughter echoed in the night sky, filled with arrogance and contempt. This is power. This is the power granted to me by the beast god. How can you insignificant humans contend with me? He felt this surging power within him, a strength he had never experienced before, so powerful that it made him feel invincible. Just a 4th rank? A cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he whispered, seems quite weak. He tightened his grip on his sword, the blade reflecting a chilling light under the beam. Come on, I don't have time to waste with you. Chen Feng shouted coldly, his figure flashing like lightning, charging straight toward the beastman. Arrogant. Then let me see what you, an ant, can accomplish. The beastman roared, swinging his massive fists toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng's figure appeared like a phantom under the beam's illumination, his speed so fast that the beastman's enormous fists could only strike at his afterimages. Slow. You're too slow. Is this the so-called power of the beast god? Chen Feng dodged while speaking disdainfully, with a flash of sword light. Chen Feng's sword tip had already pierced the beastman's chest. However, the beastman's skin was exceptionally tough, and the sword tip only left a shallow mark. Oomph. Are you just scratching me? You're nothing but a flea that can only dodge. The beastman sneered, then swung his gigantic fists, creating a whirlwind as it attacked Chen Feng. Your power is strong, but if you can't hit your target, what use is it? Chen Feng provocatively said, a hint of mockery in his voice. I will kill you and tear you to pieces. The beast man roared, charging toward Chen Feng again, his fists pounding the ground, shaking it with rocks and dust flying everywhere. Come on. Chen Feng, however, was completely unafraid, instead urging the beast man to attack with all his might. Bang, 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 bang. The beast man continuously swung his massive fists, each strike accompanied by thunderous explosions, as if the heavens were collapsing. Unfortunately, he couldn't even touch Chen Feng's clothes, let alone harm him. Not bad. Quite strong. Then try this move. Chen Feng exclaimed, simultaneously swinging his long sword. Cold Star 9 swords. 9 continuous slashes. Clang. A brilliant sword light swept across, striking the beast man, instantly stirring up clouds of dust. Puffed. Blood splattered as the beastman's massive body trembled under the fierce sword light, letting out painful roars. His beastly exterior began to crack, muscles rapidly shrinking, hair gradually falling away, ultimately transforming back into a familiar person before the astonished eyes of everyone. Chapter 54. Beast God Sect Assassin. 6th rank, Wei Feng, the former homeroom teacher of Chen Feng, the leading teacher from number 2 high school. At this moment, he lay on the ground, covered in wounds, with his mask shattered beside him, revealing his pale face. How could you be this powerful? Wei Feng clutched the wound on his shoulder, looking at Chen Feng with confusion, his eyes filled with panic and resentment. Chen Feng actually had the combat power of a 4th-rank martial general. That last sword strike nearly severed him in half. The tip of Chen Feng's sword lightly touched the side of Wei Feng's neck, his gaze cold as ice, devoid of any sympathy. Wei Feng. What is the purpose of the Beast God Sect? Ha ha! Chen Feng, even if I told you, what difference would it make? You are nothing more than chickens in a pen, destined to be slaughtered by us. Wei Feng sneered, mocking. Do you think you've won? Ha ha ha! I'm just a small pawn. You will never escape. Today, let us all become the nourishment for the resurrection of the Beast God. Ha ha ha! Wei Feng laughed maniacally, thinking that with a talent like Chen Feng accompanying him to the grave, he wouldn't lose anything. However, at that moment, the 2 beams of light in the southeast suddenly extinguished. This is impossible. Wei Feng's laughter abruptly stopped. Chen Feng frowned slightly. Although he didn't know what was going on with Wei Feng, he could roughly deduce the purpose of the Beast God Sect: to kill everyone within the range of the light beams, and then sacrifice their flesh and even souls to the so-called Beast God. To exterminate the young talents of Tianjin City? That was truly ruthless. Wei Feng, tell me, where do these light beams come from? Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a glint of killing intent, coldly staring at Wei Feng, his sword slightly cutting into Wei Feng's neck, drawing a trace of blood. Chen Feng, I have already betrayed humanity, and there's no way out for me. Why would I tell you the location of the altar? If you have the guts, kill me now. Wei Feng looked at Chen Feng as if he were an idiot. However, a glint of amusement appeared in Wei Feng's eyes, and he smiled. Maybe if you kneel down and beg me, I might show you mercy and tell you. Seeking death. Do you really think I won't dare to slay you with a single sword? Chen Feng said coldly. Old beast, do you really think you're not afraid of anything? He then turned to Zhao Yu and the team and asked, does your mental illusion work on him? Zhao Yu shook her head. Instructor, I'm afraid it won't. He's 4th rank, and I'm 1st rank. The gap is simply too large. However, Zhao Yu carefully examined Wei Feng and then said, if we beat him to the point of confusion, his mental defenses would be weakest then. It might be worth a try. Good, I understand. Chen Feng nodded, gripping Wei Feng's neck and lifting him into the air, then began walking towards a certain direction in the training camp. The place was where the camp usually imprisoned otherworldly beasts. Jin Yukai and the others felt that Chen Feng's actions were somewhat perplexing, but they continued to follow. A sense of deep unease welled up in Wei Feng's heart. It seemed that Chen Feng was not planning to do anything good. Chen Feng, what are you trying to do? Wei Feng anxiously twisted his body, but it was ultimately futile. Chen Feng's steps were firm and swift, He did not respond to Wei Lingfeng's question, merely continuing to move forward coldly. Time was of the essence. Every minute and second was crucial to the survival of everyone present. Upon reaching the place where they were imprisoned, Chen Feng unhesitatingly threw Wei Lingfeng in front of the cage. Inside the cage, a group of fierce glared at them with blood-red eyes, focusing on the sudden intruders. Chen Feng and the others. Chen Feng, you lunatic! What on earth are you trying to do? Wei Lingfeng looked at them in terror, sensing the intense, killing intent emanating from them. But what truly frightened Wei Lingfeng was not death itself, but Chen Feng's slightly mocking gaze. He believed that Chen Feng would not let him die so simply. Standing outside the cage, Chen Feng's voice was calm but carried an undeniable determination. Wei Lingfeng, I give you two choices. 1. Honestly tell me the location of the altar. 2. I beat you half to death, strip you naked, and throw you in there, using illusion to make you serve as a wife to these. I give you 3 minutes to consider. Wei Lingfeng's face instantly turned pale. Chen Feng's heart was truly dark. What a beast! To come up with such a despicable idea. Is this something a normal man can endure? And not just one. He looked at the slowly approaching, and his fear reached its peak. He knew that Chen Feng was serious. He would really play him a death here. I'll tell you. Wei Lingfeng finally broke down. He could die, but he didn't want to die in such a humiliating way. The location of the altar is... Just as Wei Lingfeng was about to reveal the location of the altar, a faint sound suddenly echoed in the air, and a shadow darted past like a ghost. Before anyone could react, a cold light flashed across Wei Lingfeng's throat. Wei Lingfeng's words were abruptly cut off. He clutched his throat, his eyes filled with disbelief. Soon, his body began to convulse, ultimately collapsing to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. At this moment, everyone finally saw clearly that the shadow was a person dressed in a black cloak, wearing a white smiling mask. Who are you? Chen Feng quickly turned around, his sword tip pointing at the suddenly appearing assassin, his eyes filled with vigilance and anger. From beneath the white, smiling mask came a low and eerie laugh. Wei Lingfeng, this waste can't even handle a few students. Then it will have to be done by me personally. Chen Feng's gaze was as cold as frost. He fixedly stared at the suddenly appearing assassin, quickly analyzing the situation before him. Wei Lingfeng's sudden death meant they had lost the key clue to obtaining the location of the altar, and this mysterious assassin was clearly not to be underestimated. Are you also a dog of the beast god sect? Chen Feng's voice was low, the sword tip slightly trembling, showing his readiness to strike at any moment. A dog? I like that title. The assassin's laughter came through the mask, carrying a hint of mockery, but I prefer to be called an executor. The will of the beast god needs an executor to fulfill it. The will of the beast god? Chen Feng snorted coldly. That's just an excuse you use to cover up your atrocities. Excuse? The assassin seemed to raise an eyebrow beneath the mask. You mortals always like to judge unknown powers with your narrow vision. Your companions are already on the road to the underworld. Soon, you will feel the power of the beast god in despair. Before the words fell, the assassin's figure suddenly became blurry, as if merging with the surrounding air. Chen Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. He could feel a strong sense of crisis approaching. This assassin's momentum was even stronger than that of the 5th rank member of the beast god sect from last night. Could it be 6th rank? Just as Chen Feng and the others prepared to face the fierce attack of the beast god sect assassin, suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from deep within the training camp. Following that, a figure shot through the night sky like a meteor, appearing on the battlefield with astonishing speed. Chapter 55, 6th rank. The strongest on the Huaxia Heavenly Commander list. Finally, a big fish has appeared. A steady and powerful voice echoed, and the total commander of the training camp, Taiwan Shan, appeared before everyone, dressed in a special black battle armor and wielding a long spear that shimmered with a cold light. His gaze was resolute and his aura formidable, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Commander Tai, Chen Feng, and the others exclaimed in surprise. The scum of the beast god sect dares to run rampant in my training camp. Commander Tai snorted coldly, shaking his spear, which immediately gathered a powerful force at its tip. Then, he slammed the spear onto the ground, creating a shockwave that radiated outward. This force directly tore apart the shadow the assassin relied on, forcing him out of hiding. You, the assassin, gritted his teeth, clearly not expecting Tai Wen-shan to arrive so quickly and ruin his plans. Tai Wen-shan gave him no chance to catch his breath, swinging the spear again, this time aiming directly at the assassin's vital points. However, just as Tai Wen-shan's spear was about to reach the assassin, two figures suddenly appeared from different directions. Their movements were swift and coordinated, clearly the result of countless rehearsals. The three launched an attack on Tai Wen-shan from three angles, forming an almost flawless encirclement. A hint of surprise flashed in Tai Wen-shan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by calm. So it's you, the Yuming three brothers. I didn't expect you to serve the beast god sect, Tai Wen-shan said in a deep voice, swiftly changing his spear technique from a thrust to a sweep. Facing three opponents alone, the Yuming three brothers were not ordinary figures. Their combined attack technique was renowned throughout the martial world, and even he could not afford to be careless. The eldest brother, Lei Hu, was the most robust, his voice deep and powerful. Tai Wen-shan, your strength is indeed well-deserved. But today, you're destined to fall here. The second brother, Lei Bao, was agile like a ghost, his voice sharp and piercing. Big brother is right. Even if you're a martial commander on the heavenly commander list, you will find it hard to withstand our combined attack. The third brother, Lei Chai, was the most silent, yet his actions were the deadliest, quietly approaching Tai Wen-shan, preparing to launch a fatal strike. Come on, Tai Wen-shan shouted, his spear dancing like a swimming dragon, the tip drawing out streaks of cold light as he advanced. The shadows of the spear intertwined with the brothers' weapons, creating a continuous clashing sound of metal. Tai Wen-shan clearly had the advantage, pressing the three brothers back. However, even though they were at a disadvantage, they still managed to maneuver around Tai Wen-shan with their bizarre footwork. Is this the strength of the Yuming three brothers? Much weaker than the rumors, Tai Wen-shan said coldly, looking disdainfully at the three. The Yuming three brothers, however, were not angered by this. The eldest, Lei Hu, chuckled. Perhaps each of our individual strengths may not match those on the heavenly commander list, but don't underestimate us. Tai Wen-shan, do you really think we would face you head-on without any trump cards? As soon as Lei Hu finished speaking, the trio's momentum suddenly changed, and their martial arts' true intent erupted fully. The eldest brother's force intent was like a mountain pressing down, providing a heavy, oppressive feeling. The second brother's speed intent was like a violent storm, swift and elusive. The third brother's stillness intent was as deep as an abyss, concealing endless killing intent. The surrounding air seemed to solidify with their presence. Tai Wen-shan, let me show you our true power. The Yuming threefold heaven. Lei Hu roared, their martial intents gradually merging, forming a unique resonance. This resonance flowed among the three, making their offensive suddenly become exceptionally fierce, as if three layers of martial arts intent had overlapped, creating an indescribable sense of pressure. Just as the brothers' assault was about to reach its peak, Tai Wen-shan moved. His spear shot forward like a meteor, streaking across the night sky, carrying an unstoppable determination and power, aimed directly at the center point of the brothers' merged martial intent. Break army, Tai Wen-shan shouted, thrusting the spear fiercely. The power at the spear tip instantly erupted, forming a powerful shockwave that surged toward the brothers' merged martial intent. With one thrust, Tai Wen-shan's martial intent was released as if it were a tangible substance, merging with the power of the spear, forming an unstoppable impact. This force was not just a physical shock, but also a mental shock, directly targeting the core of the Yuming three brothers' martial arts' true intent. The Yuming three brothers' Yuming threefold heaven began to waver under Tai Wen-shan's assault. Although their threefold intent was powerful, in the face of Tai Wen-shan's unwavering martial intent, it was as if they had met their nemesis. The heaviness of the force intent, the swiftness of the speed intent, and the depth of the stillness intent all began to crack under Tai Wen-shan's break army thrust. Impossible. Lei Hu looked incredulously at his threefold intent being dismantled by Tai Wen-shan. Their combined attack technique was actually suppressed by one person's strength. Third-level spear intent. Tai Wen-shan, you actually broke through. Lei Hu gritted his teeth, but the battle did not give them much time to be shocked. Tai Wenshan's spear continued to advance, each thrust accurately striking the critical nodes of the brothers' merged martial intent. With each loud bang, the intent of the Yuming threefold heaven crumbled layer by layer, and the brothers' offensive was completely dismantled. However, the battle was not over yet. Tai Wenshan, do you think you can win against us just with your third-level spear intent? Lei Hu's voice carried obvious sarcasm. Your strength indeed surprises us, but the game has just begun. Feel the power that the divine grants us. Ha ha ha. Lei Hu's voice became sharp and distorted, and his figure began to swell, his muscles and bones changing in an inhuman way. Lei Bao and Lei Chai exchanged glances, and a wildly violent aura erupted from them as well. The three men sprouted thick fur on their skin, and their eyes gleamed with a wild light. In their beastified state, each of their powers was enough to rival those on the heavenly commander list. Their roars shook the entire training camp, sending chills down spines. Come on, let me see the divine power you rely on. Tai Wenshan's voice was firm and calm, his spear tilted toward the ground, its tip trembling slightly, as if responding to the battle intent within him. The beastified Yuming three brothers said nothing more. Their martial arts' true intent once again completed its fusion, like three raging storms, attacking Tai Wenshan from different directions. Their strikes were filled with wildness and primal power, each swing accompanied by a thunderous explosion that tore through the air. Beastification and martial intent fusion indeed increased your strength, but under my spear, any power will return to nothingness. Tai Wenshan coldly replied, his aura suddenly retracting to the extreme, then violently releasing like a volcanic eruption. His spear shook violently, and an even more powerful aura surged from within him, perfectly merging with his spear intent. This was not a simple increase in momentum, but a qualitative leap. At this moment, his spear intent reached a new level. Chapter 56, 7th Rank Master, The Domain of Guns. The true meaning of guns from Tai Wenshan has completely transformed into the domain of guns. Gun domain, breaking the army. Tai Wenshan's lips slightly parted. The domain of guns unfolded, and the three brothers of the underworld seemed to be swept into an entirely different battlefield. This was no longer a simple training camp, but a world filled with the intent of guns, where every inch of space was filled with Tai Wenshan's will and power. In this gun domain, Tai Wenshan was the absolute ruler. His spear danced, each thrust carrying the momentum of breaking the army, tearing through the air, directly targeting the vital points of the Underworld brothers. Although the three brothers had greatly increased their power after beastification, their movements became sluggish within Tai Wenshan's gun domain, and every attack was heavily suppressed. Their triple martial arts' true meaning could no longer form an effective offensive under the influence of the gun domain. This is a domain. Lei Hu felt an unprecedented fear, his voice trembling. This is impossible. You actually broke through? Lei Bao and Lei Chai were equally shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. The domain is the most significant mark of a 7th rank master. Below the 7th rank, all are ants, meaning that within the domain, the master is invincible. Can it be that Tai Wenshan has already broken through to a 7th rank master? They are bound to lose this battle. It's over. Underworld brothers. Tai Wenshan's voice was like the cold wind of winter, sharp and resolute. His spear swung again, gathering all his power and will at the tip, forming a brilliant point of light. This thrust, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, illuminated the entire gun domain. The point of light at the spear's tip instantly expanded, forming a massive beam of light, charging towards the Underworld brothers. The Underworld brothers had nowhere to hide. They could only watch helplessly as the beam approached, feeling the threat of death. No, Lei Hu let out a final roar, but in this domain, his resistance felt so insignificant. Lei Hu's fear reached its peak under the oppression of the gun domain, and facing the threat of death, he finally broke down, letting out a desperate cry. You can't kill us. Lei Hu's voice was filled with panic. I can tell you the location of the altar. Just spare our lives. Tai Wenshan's spear did not falter in midair. His gaze was as cold as a knife, piercing through Lei Hu's fear, staring deep into his soul. We already know the location of the altar. Taiwan Shan's voice was calm, with no trace of pity in his expression. We did not destroy it immediately. Just to lure the higher-ups of your beast god sect to appear, to encircle and wipe you out in one go. Lei Hu's face turned pale in an instant as he realized he had fallen into a carefully laid trap. However, at this critical moment, Lei Bao and Lei Chai, the two brothers of the underworld, moved. A flash of determination crossed their eyes, and their bodies suddenly swayed, rushing to Lei Hu's side at lightning speed. Lei Bao pushed his speed to the limit, his figure like a flash of lightning, grabbing Lei Hu's arm and using all his strength to pull him back. At the same time, Lei Chai displayed his astonishing strength, pressing both hands against Lei Hu's back, letting out a low growl, pushing him toward the other side of the battlefield. "Big brother, run!" Lei Bao and Lei Chai shouted simultaneously, their faces filled with determination and reluctance. The beam of light pierced through the bodies of the two brothers, their beastified forms turning to ashes before this force, as fragile as paper. The sacrifice of Lei Bao and Lei Chai filled Lei Hu's heart with grief and anger. They fought for Lei Hu's chance at survival, giving him an opportunity to escape this deadly domain. Lei Hu's body traced an arc in the air, heavily landing on the edge of the gun domain. He struggled to get up, covered in wounds, but his eyes sparkled with the light of hatred. "Taiwan Shan, I will remember this grudge." Taiwan Shan gripped his spear tightly, his murderous intent evident in his eyes as he looked back at Lei Hu, coldly replying, "You should join your brothers down there. Today you cannot escape." As soon as the words left his mouth, Taiwan Shan's spear struck again, the tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, directly stabbing at Lei Hu's vital points. Just as Taiwan Shan's spear was about to reach Lei Hu, he suddenly threw out a radiant treasure. The treasure erupted with dazzling light in midair, forming a momentary portal of light. Seizing this opportunity, Lei Hu used his last bit of strength and leaped into the portal. Taiwan Shan's spear pierced through the portal, but only struck Lei Hu's chest, sending up a spray of blood mist. Lei Hu let out a painful howl, but his figure had already disappeared on the other side of the portal. As the power of the treasure was exhausted, the portal dissipated, leaving only Taiwan Shan standing in place, facing the empty battlefield. A hint of regret flashed in Taiwan Shan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Although Lei Hu had escaped, he was severely injured and would pose little threat in the short term. After a while, the 5 ritual light pillars all extinguished. The trainees and instructors of the training camp were gathered again by Taiwan Shan on the training ground. Only a small number of unfortunate instructors and trainees were killed by the followers of the Beast God sect on their way back. Taiwan Shan stood on the high platform of the training ground, his gaze sweeping over every trainee and instructor. Although they had gone through a life-and-death trial, the light of defiance still shone in their eyes. He knew that these young warriors had grown significantly from today's battle. "Everyone, although we lost some companions in today's battle, we have thwarted the Beast God sect's conspiracy." Taiwan Shan's voice was firm and powerful, penetrating the vast sky. "However, we must remain vigilant. The enemy will not give up easily, and our hunt of the Beast God sect will not stop. From this moment on, the followers of the Beast God sect will also be our targets in this trial. Any trainee who kills a follower of the Beast God sect will not only earn training camp points, but also receive additional military merit. Followers of the Beast God sect, kill on sight." Taiwan Shan's voice echoed across the training ground, each word resonating powerfully, shaking the hearts of everyone present. "Chief Instructor, we follow your orders." A young trainee shouted back, his voice filled with passion and fervor. Others responded in kind, their voices merging into a powerful force, resonating in the sky. "Kill on sight. Kill on sight." "Very good." Taiwan Shan nodded. The Sword King and all the martial masters have marked this group of remnants with their divine senses. You will search out these rats in teams. Remember, leave no survivors. With Taiwan Shan's command, the trainees and instructors quickly spread out, preparing to dive into the jungle to hunt down the remnants of the Beast God sect, initiating a counter-offensive. In the distance, in the darkness, Lei Hu's figure appeared in a hidden cave. He clutched his injured chest, his eyes flashing with the light of revenge. Although he had escaped a calamity, he was severely injured and with his spiritual power exhausted, he would need a long time to recover. Taiwan Shan, Tianjin City. What you have given me, I will return it tenfold. Lei Hu's voice was low and filled with hatred. The power of the Beast God sect is far from over. Although he now felt like a stray dog, the Beast God sect plan this time was undoubtedly successful. Soon, the flames of revenge would reignite in Tianjin City. Chapter 57. The Mark of Death. Beast God Cult. No mercy. Lei Hu was hiding deep in a cave, breathing weakly, unaware that his fate had already been marked by the Sword King. In the eyes of the strong in Tianjin City, he was nothing but a fish caught in a net with nowhere to escape. Above the cave, a blood-red character for kill appeared out of thin air, emitting a faint glow like the mark of the Grim Reaper, clearly indicating Lei Hu's fate. This character could only be seen by specific powerful individuals. It was a mark personally imposed by the Sword King, signifying that Lei Hu had become a target that Tianjin City must eliminate. Within 100 kilometers surrounding Tianjin City, the Sword King had specially arranged a training ground for human geniuses, with the mission objective being the remnants of the Beast God cult. No mercy. In the wilds of Tianjin City, Chen Feng's team was weaving between the dense forest and mountains. After some time of searching, Chen Feng and his team had already killed quite a few followers of the Beast God cult. Suddenly, Chen Feng's gaze was attracted by what seemed to be an ordinary cave. He stopped in his tracks. Above the cave, a blood-red character for kill was quietly suspended, emitting a faint glow. Everyone halted. Chen Feng's voice broke the rhythm of the team's advance, and the team members gathered around him. Brother Chen Feng, is there a problem? Jin Yukai asked, following Chen Feng's gaze but seeing nothing unusual. Chen Feng did not answer directly, but instead asked, "Did you see the kill mark above the cave?" The team members exchanged puzzled glances and then shook their heads, indicating they saw nothing out of the ordinary. "No, everything looks normal in that area," Jin Yukai replied. Chen Feng nodded, his voice revealing a hint of caution. "It seems this mark can only be seen by me. For safety, I'll go check it out alone. You wait here for me. If I don't return within half an hour, you immediately go back to the training camp to report the situation." The team members nodded in understanding. The hidden remnants of the Beast God cult were far beyond their strength, and even if they went in, they would only be a burden. Chen Feng slowly approached the cave, his steps light and cautious, avoiding any sounds that might alert the enemy. His gaze was sharp, constantly paying attention to everything around him. As he entered the cave, the dim light and damp air heightened his senses. He could feel the enemy's aura not far away, but he also sensed an unusual oppressive feeling. Inside the cave, although Lei Hu was heavily injured, his spiritual sense remained strong, and he felt Chen Feng's approach. When Chen Feng's gaze met Lei Hu's, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Although Lei Hu was injured, the aura of a powerful being still made him not to be underestimated. Without hesitation, Chen Feng turned and ran towards the cave exit. "Trying to run? Not that easy." Lei Hu's voice echoed in the cave, laced with mockery. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes as he strained to muster his remaining spiritual power, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that formed an invisible barrier, blocking Chen Feng's path. Feeling the spiritual energy wave behind him, Chen Feng did not stop. Instead, he quickened his pace, preparing to break through the barrier Lei Hu had hastily set up. He gripped his sword tightly, and a beam of sword light slashed down hard against Lei Hu's hastily erected barrier, creating a small crack. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng dashed through the crack and continued to flee outside. "Do you think you can escape from my grasp?" Lei Hu roared, struggling to rise, preparing to pursue Chen Feng. But his injuries were too severe. As soon as he moved, he felt dizzy and almost fell. Stumbling, Lei Hu steadied himself. Despite his serious injuries, there was still a fierce light in his eyes. If Chen Feng managed to escape to inform Taiwan Shan, it would be almost certain death for him in his current state. Thinking of this, Lei Hu exhausted all his remaining spiritual power, sending out a powerful wave of spiritual energy. This wave was different from the previous barrier. It was like an invisible hand, tightly grabbing Chen Feng and pulling him back into the cave. Chen Feng felt a powerful force binding him, preventing him from moving forward even a step. However, Lei Hu did not launch a fatal attack as expected. Instead, he took a breath and extended an unexpected invitation to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, your strength has impressed me. Lei Hu's voice was hoarse, and his eyes revealed recognition of Chen Feng's power. The beast god cult needs talents like you. Join us, and I want to kill you. Chen Feng's gaze swept over Lei Hu, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although he scoffed at Lei Hu's proposal in his heart, he pretended to be intrigued on the surface. If I join, what are the benefits? Chen Feng asked curiously, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of sarcasm. Seeing that Chen Feng seemed to waver, Lei Hu secretly rejoiced, believing he had a chance to persuade this young warrior, and at least buy enough time to recover his strength. Chen Feng, with my recommendation, you will receive the full support of the Beast God cult, gaining access to various rare cultivation resources. Moreover, with the blessings of the Beast God, I guarantee that you will at least possess the potential to become a martial king. Lei Hu's voice carried a hint of temptation, trying to paint a beautiful future. Oh, just empty promises. Is there no substantial reward? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone revealing obvious distrust. Chen Feng's question momentarily stunned Lei Hu. He did not expect Chen Feng to directly ask for tangible benefits. Of course, substantial rewards are also indispensable. Lei Hu said solemnly, pulling out a bottle of pills from his pocket, his voice filled with confidence. As long as you join us, this bottle of pills will be yours. It's called Dragon Blood Pill, containing powerful vitality and energy, enough to elevate your cultivation level in a short time. And I promise, with your talent, the cult will supply you with one bottle every month as a cultivation resource. A hint of pride flashed in Lei Hu's eyes. This time he was not afraid of Chen Feng disagreeing. For a warrior pursuing power, the allure of the Dragon Blood Pill was hard to resist. Chen Feng's gaze lingered on the Dragon Blood Pill in Lei Hu's hand for a moment, his thoughts racing. He had only been joking, yet he didn't expect Lei Hu to actually offer it. The Dragon Blood Pill. Lei Hu was indeed generous. He was willing to give this away. Wouldn't it be better to just slap himself dead? At the very least, he could directly capture himself back to the Beast God cult. Would he still be afraid of not joining? Was it necessary to say so much and keep tempting him to join the Beast God cult? Unless he really couldn't make a move. Really giving it to me? A playful smile curled at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth as he looked at Lei Hu, seemingly reassessing the situation. Since you're so sincere, I certainly can't refuse. Chen Feng said, slowly walking towards Lei Hu, extending his hand to receive the Dragon Blood Pill. Chapter 58, 6th Rank Martial Commander. Seeing this, Lei Hu's body relaxed a bit. Hey, this kid is really greedy. He actually thought I would easily hand over the Dragon Blood Pill to him. Lei Hu silently sneered in his heart, quietly feeling the power within his body. The spiritual power had recovered somewhat, but it was still far from enough. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lei Hu's eyes. Greed is good, but my things are not so easy to take. Let you be a little pleased for a while. Soon, it will be your turn to be unlucky. Lei Hu thought so in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be very generous, handing the Dragon Blood Pill to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the Dragon Blood Pill that Lei Hu handed over, appearing satisfied on the surface, but secretly sneering inside. He could sense that Lei Hu's spiritual power fluctuations were still weak, indicating that the other party was still in an extremely weakened state. Lei Hu, besides this bottle of pills, do you have anything else more sincere? Chen Feng feigned greedily, his eyes flashing with mockery. Lei Hu's expression darkened. He didn't expect Chen Feng to be so greedy, actually daring to push for more. Did he really think that as a 6th rank martial commander, he wouldn't have any temper? Chen Feng, don't go too far, Lei Hu said angrily, his voice clearly filled with frustration. You've already received the Dragon Blood Pill. Isn't that enough? Don't be too greedy. Chen Feng merely chuckled lightly, not giving. Fine then. Chen Feng tucked the Dragon Blood Pill into his bosom, smiling at Lei Hu. Lei Hu's heart leaped with joy, thinking that Chen Feng had accepted the deal, but he was stunned by Chen Feng's next words. Since you are so stingy, I will take your good intentions to heart, but I want to join the Beast God sect. Chen Feng's voice was light, but the mockery within it made Lei Hu feel a sense of unease. Lei Hu's face instantly turned gloomy as he realized he had been tricked by Chen Feng. But Lei Hu also knew that keeping calm was the most important thing at this moment. If he could endure a little longer, he would definitely make Chen Feng suffer. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and slowly took out an ancient book from his bosom. Chen Feng, this is the last sincerity I can offer. Lei Hu's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but his eyes revealed determination. This is a breathing technique that leads directly to the martial king level, called the heavenly Gang Qi technique, far beyond the introductory breathing techniques you learned in school. He showcased the heavenly Gang Qi technique to Chen Feng. The cover of the book was engraved with complex patterns, emitting a faint glow, clearly not an ordinary item. If this breathing technique could be cultivated to perfection, it could produce a strand of heavenly Gang Qi with extraordinary offensive power and even offer a chance to touch higher realms above the martial king. Lei Hu continued, trying to attract Chen Feng with his precious breathing technique. Such secret techniques are rare in the Beast God sect, and I am giving it to you to show my sincerity. Chen Feng's gaze swept over the heavenly Gang Qi technique, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He could feel that this breathing technique was unusual, it seemed. Indeed, quite impressive. However, breathing techniques mainly serve to condense spiritual energy within the body, refine the physical body, and increase a martial artist's total spiritual power, thus breaking through realms. For someone like Chen Feng, who could level up by killing monsters and enhance both his physical and cultivation levels comprehensively, it could only be considered a bonus. However, it still had some utility. It could be traded for contribution points at the sanctuary. After all, it was at least a king-level technique, and it would definitely be worth quite a few contribution points. Lei Hu, you are indeed very sincere. Chen Feng's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Give it to me, and I will immediately swear to join the Beast God sect. Seeing that Chen Feng was finally satisfied, Lei Hu felt a slight sigh of relief in his heart. As long as he could temporarily hold Chen Feng back, everything would be worth it. Once he restored his strength, Chen Feng would be nothing more than a dead man. There was no need to get angry with the corpse. Let Chen Feng temporarily keep the dragon blood pill and the heavenly Gang Qi technique. Soon he would personally take them back from Chen Feng's corpse. Chen Feng, this heavenly Gang Qi technique is now yours. Lei Hu said in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness but more hidden killing intent. Chen Feng took the heavenly Gang Qi technique and tucked it away, pretending to be excited as he said, "Great, brother Lei Hu. From now on we will be loving fellow disciples. You can rest assured and recover from your injuries. I will protect you." Seeing this, Lei Hu felt a bit more at ease and began secretly mobilizing the remaining spiritual power in his body. His current state was extremely poor. He had to quickly regain some combat ability and then slap this little brat Chen Feng to death. However, just then, Chen Feng suddenly moved, his speed incredibly fast, almost instantly arriving in front of Lei Hu. Light of micro glow sword intent of speed swift sword. Full power explosion. 9 cold star swords. 9 continuous slashes. Chen Feng shouted, the light of the bright spiritual sword carrying a cold gleam, aimed directly at Lei Hu's heart. This was the strongest strike he could unleash at his current realm. He intended to kill the heavily injured and bloodied Lei Hu in one blow. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Lei Hu was both shocked and angry. He didn't expect Chen Feng to attack him even after accepting the heavenly Gang Qi technique. How shameless. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth curled up into a cold smile. The tip of his sword had already touched Lei Hu's skin, and he was about to take Lei Hu's life. However, although Lei Hu was severely injured as a 6th-rank martial commander of the Beast God sect, his physical strength should not be underestimated. Clang! The light of Chen Feng's sword struck Lei Hu's heart, producing a muffled sound. Lei Hu's body only trembled slightly, but a faint white mark appeared on his chest. What? Chen Feng's pupils widened slightly. How could it not break through his defenses? Chen Feng, you dare to ambush me? Lei Hu's roar echoed in the cave, his eyes filled with rage and killing intent. Even though he was heavily injured, being ambushed by a junior was a huge insult to him, even if it didn't break through his defenses. Chen Feng was startled, not hesitating to withdraw immediately, quickly creating distance between himself and Lei Hu. But how could Lei Hu let him off so easily? His anger had already been ignited. Lei Hu disregarded his injuries and forcibly urged the remaining spiritual power in his body to attack Chen Feng. The atmosphere in the cave instantly became tense to the extreme. Even in his severely injured state, Lei Hu exuded an astonishing aura. He clenched his fists tightly and smashed them toward Chen Feng, with the sword in hand. Chen Feng flashed the sword light, tiptoeing to execute a turn, cleverly dodging Lei Hu's attack. Lei Hu's fist did not dodge, but directly slammed toward the large stone behind Chen Feng, raising a cloud of dust. A fist imprint appeared on the large stone, but nothing much happened. Chen Feng, Lei Hu. So you've already been injured to this extent, Chen Feng said softly, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Chapter 59, Level Up to 3. The Wang Family Conspiracy. With Lei Hu's current combat power, he couldn't even break a stone, and he was likely weaker than a first-tier warrior. Lei Hu, your struggles are in vain. Chen Feng raised his sword once again, the tip shimmering with a cold light. Go to hell and serve your beast god. Lei Hu glared at Chen Feng, knowing that his situation was extremely unfavorable. Yet he still refused to give up. He tried to concentrate his spiritual energy again, but the injuries in his body made every attempt futile. Chen Feng, don't get too complacent. Lei Hu's voice, though weak, still carried a fierce determination. Your attacks are nothing but a tickle to me. Once I recover, I will surely kill you. Chen Feng remained unmoved. He knew Lei Hu was just bluffing. Looking at the white marks on Lei Hu's chest, he chuckled. If one sword can't break through, then what about 100 swords or 1,000 swords? I can wear you down. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng, you need to have that much spiritual energy first. I want to see, before your energy is exhausted, whether I kill you or you kill me. Lei Hu glared fiercely at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chen Feng sneered, then let us give it a try. Chen Feng's sword cut through the air like a shooting star, aiming directly for Lei Hu's vital point. Although Lei Hu wanted to dodge, his severely injured body no longer obeyed his commands. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out continuously for a full 10 minutes. Chen Feng's sword did not stop. Finally, Chen Feng halted, breathing heavily. Even for him, continuously using the devastating skill called Star 9 Swords had ultimately drained his spiritual energy. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng, it's useless. Even if you run out of spiritual energy, you can't kill me. You're dead for sure. Chen Feng, once I recover, I will definitely kill you. However, Chen Feng just looked at Lei Hu as if he were an idiot. Spiritual energy was something he had never lacked. He just needed money. Chen Feng spent 10,000 in the system store to buy a bottle of third-tier blue potion and down it in one go. Instantly, his spiritual energy was fully restored. Let us continue. Chen Feng smiled slightly, his eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent. How is this possible? What kind of spiritual energy potion did you drink? How can it be so effective? Lei Hu looked incredulously at the empty potion bottle in Chen Feng's hand. A strong sense of unease and fear surged in Lei Hu's heart. He had never seen such a powerful spiritual energy recovery potion. It was beyond his comprehension. He suddenly realized that he might really die here, dying at the hands of a mere third-tier warrior. Chen Feng observed Lei Hu's shocked expression and stopped responding. He raised his sword again, pointing it coldly at Lei Hu, saying, Lei Hu, you have no idea how much more there is to know. Now please die. D. Lei Hu. Chen Feng shouted, thrusting his sword fiercely. Damn it. How could I possibly die here? Lei Hu roared, channeling the remaining spiritual energy to strike at Chen Feng's head. But under Chen Feng's relentless attacks, he couldn't gather much spiritual energy. His weak strike was easily dodged by Chen Feng, only managing to cut a strand of Chen Feng's hair. However, this time, Chen Feng's attack was effective. Even a drop of water can penetrate stone. With a thud, the long sword pierced through Lei Hu's chest, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger as he slowly fell, never to make another sound. Ding! Congratulations on participating in the kill of a 6-tier powerhouse. Experience gained. 300,000. Ding! Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 36. Name: Chen Feng. Level: LV 36. Strength: 140,050. Intelligence, 1400. Constitution, 1400. Attack speed, 40. Movement speed, 40. He actually leveled up by 3 levels. Chen Feng thought to himself, this was quite a haul. Chen Feng sheathed his sword and took Lei Hu's storage ring, expecting it to contain countless treasures. But when he opened it, he found only some miscellaneous items and low-value goods. Cough. This Lei Hu is too poor. A dignified 6th-tier martial commander. And this is all he has. Chen Feng couldn't help but complain. He carefully checked the items in the storage ring, confirming that there were indeed no treasures he had hoped for. Well, although these things weren't worth much, they were still a gain. At least he could sell them for some money. Chen Feng tidied up the battlefield, placing Lei Hu's corpse into the storage ring, and quickly rejoined Jin Yukai and the others. After 7 days of encirclement, as the last remnant of the Beast God sect fell, the atmosphere in the training camp shifted from tense to relaxed. Exhausted warriors finally set down their weapons and enjoyed the joy of victory. Chief Instructor Tai Wenshan gathered everyone on the training camp playground. Everyone, please gather according to your respective teams to count the numbers. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. The students quickly took action, grouping themselves around their respective instructors as they did during training. Although they had achieved victory, everyone knew that it came at a cost. Even with the protection of the instructors, facing the mad beasts of the Beast God sect, casualties were still inevitable. But in this era, once one chose to become a warrior, whether a student or a soldier, they must possess the determination to die in battle. The first squad had 4 remaining, with 2 casualties. The second squad had 2 remaining, with 4 casualties. The third squad had 6 remaining, with no casualties. As the reports continued, a sense of emotion appeared on Tai Wenshan's face. Each report of casualties was a blow to the training camp, with every number representing the fall of a young genius. All the suffering originated from the traitors of the Beast God sect. Comrades, Tai Wenshan's voice rang out again, piercing through the silence of the playground. Although we have achieved victory, the cost is heavy. Today, we mourn for them here. Tomorrow, we will take them as our example and continue on our martial path. The students stood silently, many shedding tears of sorrow. Many of them had lost friends, comrades, and fellow warriors who had fought alongside them. Tai Wenshan's voice grew firm and powerful. Though the Beast God sect is strong, the warriors of Tianjin City are even stronger. Whether in the past, present, or future, our attitude towards the Beast God sect will always be ruthless. At this point, Tai Wenshan paused before continuing. Students, as of today, this training camp will come to a close. His voice echoed solemnly across the playground. But please, always remember this anger between us and the beasts. It's either you die or I die. The students listened quietly, their eyes revealing sorrow for their fallen comrades and determination for the future. As warriors, they had chosen a path filled with bloodshed and danger, but it was also a path of glory and growth. Chen Feng stood in the ranks, deepening his understanding of this cruel world. Just as he was reflecting, Lin Yu walked over and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Chen Feng, I heard you plan to go to the Magic Capital's Martial University seed class for the test. Chen Feng looked quite surprised. Brother Lin Yu, how did you know? Lin Yu smiled. I was also a student of number 1 high school. Principal Huang asked me to bring you along when I returned to the Magic Capital's Martial University. The new semester in the Magic Capital was about to start, and I need to prepare to go back in the next couple of days. How about it? Do you want to walk with me? Chen Feng nodded and replied with a smile. Of course. Brother Lin Yu, having a companion on the way will make it less boring. Lin Yu also responded with a smile. All right, then we will set off early in 3 days. You should prepare the necessary items in these few days. The test at Wuda and Magic City is very strict, so you need to be fully prepared. Deep within the luxurious Wang family mansion, in a study adorned with ancient calligraphy and exquisite decorations, Wang Tianzong was sitting on a carved wooden chair, his brows furrowed and his gaze icy. In front of him on the mahogany table lay a train schedule from Tianjin City to Magic City and Chen Feng's information. Chapter 60, Mutation, Train Attack. With a light knock on the door, a man dressed in black, Wang Taya, walked in. Young master, you called for me? Wang Taya bowed his head, his voice deep. Wang Tianzong looked up, his sharp gaze locking onto the young man. Taya, Chen Feng will take the train to Magic City, Wu University, in 3 days. We must take action. Wang Taya pondered for a moment before responding. There are many people on the train. It won't be easy to deal with him without leaving traces. Wang Tianzong scoffed coldly, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. What is so difficult about that? Have you forgotten that there are members of our Wang family among the train's guards? Wang Taya suddenly understood. Young master wants to create an accident too. Exactly. Wang Tianzong interrupted him, his voice carrying a hint of malice. Create an accident on the train, making Chen Feng accidentally lose his life. This way, it won't raise suspicion, and that kid will be silenced forever. Wang Taya nodded, but hesitated again. But what about the ordinary people on the train? If an accident happens, they will. Wang Tianzong waved his hand impatiently, cutting off Wang Taya's doubts. What difference is there between the lives of ordinary people and livestock? Their existence is insignificant. As long as we achieve our goal, what does a little sacrifice matter? He stood up, walked to the window, gazing at the night sky, and continued. Ensuring that the inheritance on Chen Feng falls into our hands is what we truly need. Wang Taya understood Wang Tianzong's intentions. He knew the Wang family was willing to pay any price to obtain the inheritance from Chen Feng. He bowed his head again. Understood, young master. I will arrange it immediately. Wang Tianzong turned around and nodded in satisfaction. Go, don't let me down. Wang Taya quickly exited the study, leaving Wang Tianzong alone in the dim light, a cold smile playing on his lips. He seemed to already envision the scene of Chen Feng dying in the train accident. 3 days later, as the clock at the Tianjin City train station chimed, Chen Feng and Lin Yu boarded the train to Magic City. The carriage was elegantly decorated, exuding a sense of stability and comfort. Passengers were busy with their own activities, some flipping through books, while others leaned by the window, enjoying the scenery outside. Not long after Chen Feng and Lin Yu entered the carriage, they overheard 2 passengers conversing nearby. One young man, dressed in simple clothing, pointed at the train's metal shell, worry etched on his face. Brotherly, look at this train. Such a long carriage. Is it really safe? The other middle-aged man, appearing to be a traveling martial artist, chuckled confidently. Zhang Xiaodi, just sit back and relax. This train is made of a specially forged alloy that can withstand impacts from beasts up to level 6. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes widened in surprise and relief, but he still asked anxiously, but what if we encounter a higher-level beast attack? The middle-aged martial artist smiled. No need to worry too much. The head of our train's guards has at least a level 6 cultivation. There are also several experts accompanying us, starting from level 5. Moreover, the train's route is carefully planned and protected, so we typically won't encounter high-level beasts. The young man finally relaxed, nodding in understanding. I see. It seems I was overthinking it. Beside them, Chen Feng and Lin Yu exchanged smiles. As one of the important means of intercity transportation for humans, the safety of trains is naturally taken seriously. Chen Feng found a seat by the window, while Lin Yu sat across from him. The train slowly started, emitting a deep and powerful sound, gradually accelerating towards the distant Magic City. Inside the carriage, the passengers quieted down. Some began to close their eyes to rest, while others continued to admire the scenery along the way. However, they were unaware that a conspiracy against Chen Feng was brewing in the shadows. Meanwhile, Wang Taya had secretly contacted a guard on the train. He conveyed Wang Tianzong's orders, requesting cooperation to capture Chen Feng alive, extract the inheritance, and then silence him. Although the insider was a bit hesitant, considering the Wang family's power and his own situation, he ultimately agreed. The train continued its journey, time passing minute by minute, and the atmosphere in the carriage remained calm and harmonious. Soon, the train was about to enter a mountainous area, where the terrain was complex, requiring the train to slow down. The insider guard observed the surroundings, believing it was a good opportunity to execute the plan. He quietly left his post and headed toward the train's control room. The train began to decelerate, and the passengers in the carriage did not notice any abnormalities. Chen Feng was still immersed in the scenery outside, while Lin Yu was resting with his eyes closed. The insider guard arrived at the control room and found the key device for controlling the train's speed and direction. He took a deep breath, preparing to act. However, just as he was about to make his move, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Wang Liqiang, what are you doing? Wang Liqiang was startled, turning to see a middle-aged man in a black robe standing at the door, his eyes filled with mockery. Wang Lizuang, shut up. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Liqiang sighed in relief. If this matter were to be discovered by the overly righteous head guard, it would be hard to explain. Brother, don't worry. I've checked the area, and there's no one around. Wang Liqiang felt slightly reassured but still warned in a low voice. Be cautious. Don't let others see any signs. Young Master Wang Tianzong's plan must not fail. Wang Lizuang nodded, a sly smile appearing on his face. Brother, you can trust me. I won't let you down. That kid Chen Feng will definitely not escape. Wang Liqiang took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety, and began to operate the train's control device. His movements were skilled and cautious, ensuring that the train's deceleration process was smooth and natural, not alarming the passengers. Just as the train was about to pass through a steep turn, Wang Liqiang gently nudged the control lever, and the train speed began to subtly change. At the same time, Chen Feng furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Lin Yu noticed the change in Chen Feng's expression and quietly asked, Chen Feng, what's wrong? Chen Feng shook his head. It's nothing. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't explain the source of his unease. At that moment, the train suddenly jolted slightly, and the lights in the carriage flickered a few times. Passengers looked up, confusion evident on their faces. Chapter 61, 6th Rank. Giant exotic beast. Earth-splitting python. Just as everyone was in confusion, there was another violent tremor. Bang, bang. A loud noise echoed from all directions, and the entire train seemed to be struck by something, starting to sway left and right as if it were about to topple over. What is happening? Why did it suddenly start shaking? Everyone, hold on to the handrails. Be careful. The carriage was instantly thrown into chaos, with screams echoing continuously. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed sharply as he focused, peering through the glass to see what was happening outside the train. In front of the train, a giant python was coiled atop a mountain peak, its tongue flicking at the train, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment and swallow the train whole. This giant python had a body as thick as a barrel and was over 200 meters long, its size unimaginable. If it weren't coiled on a protruding rock, its entire body would have already fallen down. The python's head was fierce and twisted, filled with sharp fangs, and even through the window, one could smell the foul stench of its teeth. The ferocity and cruelty shining in its massive pupils even made Chen Feng feel the threat of death. Not good. Chen Feng's mind raced as he recalled the origins of this monstrous python. The giant exotic beast, earth-splitting python. Given its size, it must have reached the 6th rank. Although Chen Feng had never seen a real 6th rank exotic beast, judging from the danger this python presented, its strength was far superior to that of an ordinary 6th rank martial artist, even terrifying. Bang! At that moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the cockpit. The sound of the explosion reverberated like the death knell, echoing in every corner of the train. My God, what is going on? A woman's voice pierced through the panic, her scream triggering a chain reaction, and the carriage was instantly filled with shrieks and cries. Bang! Bang! The continuous crashing sounds echoed as the earth-splitting python's tail slammed against the train like a giant hammer, again and again. Passengers in the carriage screamed and cried, filled with despair and terror. Everyone, don't panic. There are 6th rank martial commanders on the train, and with the cooperation of the defense team, we might be able to slay this earth-splitting python. Lin Yu stood up from his seat and shouted loudly. Lin Yu's voice was particularly firm amidst the chaos, his words like a refreshing stream, alleviating some passengers' panic. But the train's shaking became more and more intense, and the earth-splitting python's attacks grew fiercer, the situation critical. Shougong, the head of the train's guards, was standing at the front of the train, his gaze like lightning, firmly locking onto the earth-splitting python ahead. At the same time, the alarm on the train sounded, urgently summoning all members of the train's defense team. Where are the Wang brothers? At such a critical moment, why aren't they gathering? Zhao Gang's voice revealed immense anger. In this crucial time that required everyone to fight to the death, the brothers' cowardice was tantamount to betrayal. The team members looked at each other, shaking their heads in confusion. We'll settle the score with them later. Right now, we can't waste any more time. Zhao Gang's voice rang out again, this time even more resolute. All team members present, take your positions immediately. We must protect the train and the passenger's safety, no matter the cost. He took a deep breath, his internal energy surging like a tide. At that moment, Zhao Gang's eyes sparkled with indomitable fighting spirit. This battle will only end in death. Fight! With Zhao Gang's command, the team members atop the train began to act. The weapons in their hands glimmered coldly in the dim night sky, each one fixated on the earth-splitting python closing in on the train. Come on, monster! Shao Gong roared, leading the charge, his body leaving a trail as he soared through the air, his giant axe shimmering with cold light, aimed directly at the python's vulnerable spot. Quick, full speed ahead, the train conductor decisively ordered, taking advantage of the defense team's fierce battle with the giant python to issue the command. However, at this critical moment of life and death, the train suddenly felt as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, coming to a sudden halt. The air in the carriage seemed to freeze, each person's breath becoming rapid and heavy. The braking system has failed. The engineer's shouts echoed in the control room, their faces filled with disbelief. The train suddenly stopping led to a complete silence in the carriage, followed by the panic and murmurs of the passengers. Chen Feng and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, understanding that the situation might be worse than they had anticipated. At that moment, the door of the carriage was forcefully pushed open, and a group of masked men in black entered the carriage. Their movements were swift and orderly, clearly well prepared. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened like a knife, coldly scanning the group of black-clad men. Their attire was almost identical to that of the beast god cultists they had encountered before. This attack on the train was likely connected to the beast god cult. Who are you? A passenger shouted harshly. The group of black-clad men ignored him and headed straight for Chen Feng and Lin Yu's position. The cold and direct gaze of the black-clad men made their target clear. Beast god cult members? Chen Feng asked coldly, trying to glean information from their reactions. The leader of the black-clad men didn't answer directly, but the smug, cold smile on his face was enough to explain everything. Lin Yu stood beside Chen Feng, both of them back to back, forming a small defensive circle. Chen Feng's hand gently brushed over the hilt of his sword, while Lin Yu tightly gripped his spear, both their eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. Beast God Cult. Those who encounter them among the martial artists of Huaxia must kill. The young master said, capture Chen Feng alive. One of them should be killed directly. The leader of the black-clad men spoke in a low voice, and the others immediately dispersed, forming a half-encirclement that trapped Chen Feng and Lin Yu in the middle. The atmosphere in the carriage became tense to the extreme, every slight sound amplified, every breath seeming exceptionally heavy. The leader of the black-clad men waved his hand, and several subordinates immediately attacked Chen Feng and Lin Yu from different directions. Chen Feng's sword drew out like a swimming dragon, its gleam flashing, cutting through the air with a cold light, targeting the black-clad man rushing in front. One sword slash sent him flying. Lin Yu's spear plunged like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, the spear tip cutting through the air, directly stabbing a black-clad man charging forward to death. Just a third-rank martial artist. How dare they cause trouble on the train? Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile, his spear spinning in his hand, creating a flurry of spear shadows. The cold light flickered on the spear tip, each thrust accurately hitting the vital points of the black-clad men. Hee? Really? How arrogant. The leader of the black-clad men's cold laughter echoed in the carriage, his voice dripping with undisguised disdain and killing intent. Do you think just the two of you students can stop us? The leader of the black-clad men slowly drew out his weapon, a long knife glimmering with cold light. His steps were steady, his aura overwhelming, clearly a master with a knife. Then let me teach you what true power is. Before the leader's words fell, fine fur grew instantly on his fair face. He charged toward Chen Feng and Lin Yu, the long knife cutting through the air with a chilling light, targeting the two of them. Chapter 62. This 512-fold sword. Can you block it? Clang. The long knife struck against the weapons of the two, producing a sound of metal clashing. Although it didn't break the weapons of Chen Feng and Lin Yu, the strength of the man in black was extremely fierce, and in a head-on clash, he actually gained a significant advantage. Bang bang! Lin Yu and Chen Feng were forced back several steps, feeling a tightness in their chests. Chen Feng could only feel his palms go numb, almost unable to hold onto his long sword. Your strength is quite good. The face of the man in black was filled with mockery, but you are still far from my match. Accept your fate of defeat. The leader of the man in black raised his long knife again, sweeping it like a long whip towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. Facing the sweeping long knife of the leader, he did not flinch. The spear shook violently, the tip tracing an arc in the air, cleverly redirecting the knife's momentum away. You wish. Lin Yu shouted, the spear like a dragon, not only neutralizing the attack, but also launching a counterattack. The spear tip pointed directly at the chest of the leader, so fast that the leader had to withdraw his knife to defend. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was not idle. He took a deep breath, steadied his stance, and the tip of his sword trembled lightly. Glimmering light. Swift sword. The sword intent of speed. Full state explosion. Cold star 9 swords. 9 consecutive strikes. Chen Feng shouted softly, his figure suddenly lunging forward, the long sword flowing like water, bypassing the knife light of the leader and stabbing directly at his side. In an instant, 9 swords. The last sword with 512 times attack power. Chen Feng was confident he could pierce through this guy's flesh. The leader of the man in black's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that after the head-on clash, Chen Feng and Lin Yu could retaliate so quickly. He swiftly adjusted his tactics, the long knife swirling, forming a tight defensive net that blocked both of their attacks one by one. At this moment, inside the train's cockpit, something feels off. The train conductor heard the sounds of chaos caused by the battle, his brow furrowed. He sensed that the train's vibrations were not just due to the attack of the earth-splitting python. I'll go see what's happening, the conductor said to the attendant beside him, then quickly headed towards the carriage. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Feng's Cold Star 9 swords streaked across the night sky like meteors, the sword light flickering with incredible speed. Lin Yu's long spear was as agile as a swimming dragon, each thrust filled with power. The two's cooperation was seamless, their attacks surging like tides, one wave after another crashing towards the leader of the men in black. Although the leader was fierce, he began to feel the pressure under the combined assault of Chen Feng and Lin Yu. His long knife, while dancing impenetrably, struggled to defend against the tricky angles of Chen Feng and Lin Yu's attacks. It seems I underestimated you, the leader of the man in black roared. And suddenly a strong black mist erupted from his long knife, causing the temperature in the entire carriage to drop several degrees. This is his A-class talent, Shadowblade, which can instantly enhance his attack power and make his swordplay more vicious and unpredictable. A sinister glint flashed in the leader's eyes, and his long knife, enveloped in black mist, lunged at Chen Feng and Lin Yu like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, carrying a deadly threat. Beast God Cult, seeking death. At that moment, the conductor's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire carriage. His figure flickered and appeared before the leader of the men in black, his speed so fast that no one could react in time. The leader was startled. He hadn't expected the conductor to be a 6-tier powerhouse, and his strength far exceeded his expectations. He tried to swing his knife to counterattack, but the conductor's strike was quicker and more ruthless. The conductor slammed his palm out, the palm wind containing powerful internal force, directly hitting the leader's chest. The force of this palm was immense. The leader's shadow blade instantly shattered under this power, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall of the carriage. The leader struggled to stand up, but the conductor's palm had already shattered his internal organs, and his strength was rapidly dissipating. A look of disbelief and deep unwillingness flashed in his eyes, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, clearly at the end of his rope. The carriage fell silent as the passengers watched the scene before them in shock, unable to believe that the leader who had just held the upper hand was defeated by the conductor in one blow. What happened? Just then, Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang rushed into the carriage, their eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. The conductor cast a glance at the two, his gaze sharp as a knife, seemingly displeased with their tardiness. But the situation was urgent. Now was not the time to address the negligence of these two brothers. The conductor suppressed his anger and instructed, "The beast god cult is causing trouble. I have already suppressed this carriage. Wang Liqiang, Wang Liz Wang, you two go check other carriages. If you find any members of the beast god cult, kill them at once. We cannot allow them to threaten the safety of the passengers." His voice, though aged, conveyed an undeniable authority. Wang Liqiang and Wang Liz Huang exchanged glances, a glimmer of cunning flashing in their eyes, but it was quickly concealed. They nodded and bowed, pretending to comply. "Yes, conductor." However, just as they stood up and prepared to leave, their bodies suddenly began to change, muscles bulging, scales covering their skin, sharp teeth glinting coldly. In an instant, they transformed into two snake-headed humanoid monsters. Before the conductor could react, the two wielded their blades and pierced through the conductor's chest. "Conductor, is this what the members of the beast god cult look like?" Wang Liqiang sneered, the snake head flicking its tongue, eyes gleaming with cruelty and cunning. The conductor's body trembled violently. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw two blades embedded in his chest, blood quickly soaking his clothes. "You!" The conductor's voice trembled, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me." The conductor's body suddenly erupted with powerful strength, his hands grasping Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang's weapons tightly, forcefully swinging them outward. In the shocked gazes of everyone, he pulled the two beastmen from his body and flung them to one end of the carriage. Although the conductor was severely injured, there was no fear in his eyes, only determination and resolve. He could not allow these two traitors to harm the innocent passengers. "Run. I'll hold them off. You go notify the guard captain Zhao Gang." The conductor shouted with his last strength to all the passengers. At the conductor's roar, the air in the carriage seemed to freeze for a moment. The passengers snapped out of their shock and began to frantically search for escape routes. Chen Feng and Lin Yu exchanged glances. Now was not the time for hesitation. They had to act immediately. "Go!" Chen Feng shouted, pulling Lin Yu beside him. And the two quickly dashed towards the other end of the carriage, heading in the direction of the guard captain Zhao Gang battling the giant python. The conductor's body swayed unsteadily, but he still stood firm, like an insurmountable fortress. His bloodied fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes radiated an unyielding light. Chapter 63, Blood Battle. Unyielding Determination. Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang were pushed back by the sudden counterattack of the train conductor, their snake-like heads showing expressions of anger. "You traitors of humanity!" The conductor roared, his body beginning to emit a powerful aura. Despite being seriously injured, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. "How dare you cause chaos on this train? I will never allow you to harm any passenger." Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang exchanged a glance and smiled, their eyes gleaming with disdain for the conductor. He was already gravely injured and could not possibly stop them. "Old man, you have little strength left. Better step aside." Wang Lizhuang mocked. "Dream on. Let me see what you scum of the beast god cult are capable of." The conductor's voice thundered, shaking the entire carriage. He unleashed his last surge of power and charged at Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang. The sound of fierce combat erupted again in the carriage as the conductor's figure intertwined with those of Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang. Each collision was accompanied by the sound of metal clashing and waves of force. At the other end of the train, Zhao Gang and the other members of the guard team were still unaware of the crisis occurring in the carriage. Zhao Gang was fully focused on battling the earth-shattering python, pouring all his strength into each swing of his axe. His only thought was to defeat this monster and protect the safety of the train and its passengers. Zhao Gang's giant axe sliced through the night sky with a whooshing sound, aiming directly at the vital points of the earth-shattering python. However, this giant python was not easy to deal with. Its massive body twisted agilely, managing to evade Zhao Gang's attack. The earth-shattering python let out a deafening roar that shook the ground. It opened its huge maw, revealing sharp fangs, and a wave of foul wind rushed towards them. But Zhao Gang and his team showed no fear. They knew that if even one person hesitated, it could mean the death of them all. In this battle, we will fight to the death. However, the power of the earth-shattering python far exceeded their expectations. Its enormous tail swept violently, sending several team members flying, and a shallow dent appeared in the metal shell of the train under this force. Seeing this, Zhao Gang's heart tightened. If they did not end the battle quickly, all the passengers on the train could perish in the python's belly. Concentrate fire, attack its eyes, Zhao Gang commanded loudly, his voice standing out clearly amidst the chaos of battle. The team members immediately adjusted their attack strategy, targeting the earth-shattering python's glowing green eyes. Zhao Gang wielded his giant axe, charging from the left to strike at the python's head while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to its abdomen. The earth-shattering python seemed to sense the fatal threat, abandoning its pursuit of the team members and turning to defend itself, but it was already too late. Zhao Gang's axe came down like the Grim Reaper's scythe, accompanied by the roar of thunder and an indomitable fighting spirit, cleaving towards the python's head. His kick was as fierce and accurate as a beast's pounce, striking the python's abdomen hard, eliciting a painful roar from it. The giant axe struck the python's hard scales, creating countless sparks, but only leaving shallow bloodstains without causing serious harm. The earth-shattering python was thoroughly enraged, its massive body thrashing and knocking surrounding team members to the ground, then slamming its tail against the train's roof. Boom! The roof was dented, and the passengers on the train screamed in terror. Beast! Zhao Gang roared in fury, faced with the ferocious, earth-shattering python. Perhaps only his secret technique could completely slay it. Everyone fall back, Zhao Gang shouted, his voice filled with determination and strength. Zhao Gang took a deep breath, his body beginning to radiate dazzling lightning. Earth-shattering python, receive my move. Thunder flash, 10,000 tons thunder axe, Zhao Gang yelled, leaping into the air, his giant axe carving a massive arc, striking down towards the earth-shattering python with the force of rolling thunder. This move was Zhao Gang's lifetime ultimate skill, the strongest strike honed through countless battles. With this move, he was confident he could challenge the top 100 on the Huaxia Heavenly Commander list and take their place. As the giant axe sliced through the air, it seemed as if it would split the sky. The earth-shattering python felt an unprecedented threat, and for the first time, fear appeared in its eyes. But Zhao Gang's attack was already upon it, the giant axe crashing down with the sound of breaking air, striking the python's head. The python tried to evade, but Zhao Gang's speed and power were too great. It could not fully escape. Bang! A loud sound echoed as the giant axe struck the python's head, finally leaving a deep axe mark on its hard scales. This time, the axe blade truly cut into the python's flesh, even reaching its bones. The thunderous power exploded upon contact, surging along the axe blade into the earth-shattering python's body, destroying its vitality. The python let out a piercing scream, its body convulsing violently under the onslaught of thunder, its massive form rolling down the mountain as boulders tumbled. However, the flame of its life gradually extinguished under Zhao Gang's thunderous strike. Zhao Gang landed firmly on the metal shell of the train, a hint of fatigue on his face. As the earth-shattering python finally fell to the ground under Zhao Gang's thunderous blow, urgent warnings came from the top of the train from Chen Feng and Lin Yu. Captain Zhao Gang, it's bad. Wang Liqiang and Wang Liz Wang are disciples of the beast god cult, and the conductor is being besieged by them. Chen Feng's voice was filled with anxiety. Zhao Gang's heart sank. He knew the conductor also possessed the cultivation of a sixth-tier martial general, those who could threaten his life, like Wang Liqiang and Wang Liz Wang, were certainly sixth-tier fighters as well. If the conductor really faced an accident, the entire train would be in grave danger. They had to rescue the conductor in time. Everyone follow me. Zhao Gang showed no hesitation, leading his team swiftly towards the carriage where the conductor was located. However, before they could reach, a heartbreaking scene unfolded before them. Wang Liqiang and Wang Liz Wang cruelly tossed the conductor's body in front of everyone, their faces adorned with smug smiles, as if mocking Zhao Gang and his team's incompetence. No need, we've already delivered the conductor. Wang Liqiang's voice dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Captain, Not in shape anymore, huh? With your remaining strength, can you still be a match for my two brothers? Why not join our beast god cult? With your strength, after being baptized by the beast god, you could certainly rank high on the heavenly commander list. A flicker of cold light flashed in Zhao Gang's eyes as he looked at the conductor's body, an endless anger surging within him. Join you? Ha! Zhao Gang's voice was low and powerful. You traitors dare to stand before me and say such things. The blood of the conductor shall not be shed in vain. Zhao Gang gripped his giant axe tightly, his body once again radiating a strong aura, as if an indomitable flame was burning in his heart. His team members felt his determination and stood behind him, ready to fight alongside him. Chapter 64, Kill. Thunderous Axe. Do you think killing the conductor can control this train? Zhao Gang's voice was like a cold wind in winter, piercing and resolute. I, Zhao Gang, along with my teammates, will surely slay you two traitors today. Fight! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Gang's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang. His giant axe spun in his hand, emitting a howling sound, as if even the air was being torn apart by this force. Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang sneered, their bodies suddenly becoming blurry, weaving like two snakes amidst the shadow of Zhao Gang's axe. Zhao Gang, you are truly pitifully weak now, Wang Liqiang mocked, his two short blades slicing through the air, colliding with Zhao Gang's giant axe, creating dazzling sparks. Zhao Gang remained unfazed by Wang Liqiang's taunt. His eyes were filled only with deep hatred for these two traitors. The conductor's death ignited a furious volcano of rage within him that could not be suppressed. Weak? Enough to cut you down, Zhao Gang roared, a powerful aura surging from within him, as if an invisible force surrounded him. Axe intent thunder flash. His giant axe suddenly accelerated, each swing carrying a more violent force, the axe blade grinding against the air, producing a sharper howling sound. Zhao Gang's attacks became more direct and lethal, each strike filled with the determination to tear his enemies apart. Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang's snake-like heads revealed a grave expression. Under the fierce chopping of Zhao Gang's giant axe, their hands gripping the double knives became slightly numb from the intense lightning. If they continued to defend like this, they would surely be defeated. Captain, we're here to help you. The guards tightened their grips on their weapons and joined the battle. Together, let us kill these traitors. Zhao Gang roared, his axe relentless, striking down at Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang. Facing Zhao Gang, Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang already felt immense pressure. Upon seeing the arrival of the guards, a glint of determination flashed in their eyes. If it didn't fight with all their might now, they might really die here. But today only Zhao Gang will die. The murderous intent surged in the eyes of the two brothers. Combined blade intent, double snake venom dance. As Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang shouted in anger, their figures began to twist, as if two real snakes were flying within the carriage. Their double knives glimmered like venomous fangs, weaving a deadly net of blades toward Zhao Gang and his teammates. Fight to the death. No retreat. Kill. A guard shouted, his body slashed by the blade light. Yet he still exerted his last strength, thrusting his long sword towards the enemy. No, Xiao Bo. Zhao Gang watched as his teammate Xiao Bo fell before him. This scene struck Zhao Gang's heart like a heavy hammer, his rage and sorrow reaching a peak at that moment. Zhao Gang let out a thunderous roar, his eyes turning blood red, tears and sweat mingling and streaming down his face. Tanda Flechsturm war Achse. His giant axe seemed to come alive in his hand, each swing carrying the power of thunder and storm, mercilessly chopping towards Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang. The power of lightning and storm intertwined, forming destructive storm axe shadows that tore through Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang's net of blades. Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang felt an unprecedented threat. Their combined blade intent began to crack under Zhao Gang's frenzied axe technique. Each of Zhao Gang's strikes was like thunder, shaking their spirits and causing their double snake venom dance to lose its previous fluidity and lethality. Impossible! How could you still have such strength? Wang Lizhuang roared, his voice tinged with fear. Brother, we have to use that move. Wang Liqiang shouted to Wang Lizhuang, a fierce glint flashing in their eyes, clearly having made a life-or-death decision. "All right, let them see our true strength," Wang Lizhuang replied, their figures suddenly separating, then charging towards Zhao Gang at an even faster speed. "Snake Shadow Dance." Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang shouted in unison, their bodies leaving trails of afterimages as they moved at high speed, like countless snakes weaving through the carriage, dazzling the eyes. But Zhao Gang was not deceived by this chaotic scene. His heart was filled only with extreme anger towards the enemies. His axe technique became even more frenzied, each swing accurately targeting the true bodies of Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang. "Fight to the death. No retreat." The other guards also shouted, following Zhao Gang, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy. Bang! Bang! The sound of intense collisions echoed through the carriage, with each strike causing blood to rain down from above, staining the entire carriage red. Bang! Zhao Gang's giant axe collided with Wang Liqiang's blade, bursting forth with brilliant sparks. However, Wang Liqiang felt a massive force transmitted from the giant axe, instantly breaking his grip, nearly causing him to drop his short blade. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain, enduring the blow, shouting, "Brother, take this chance. Kill all the guards except Zhao Gang." Hearing his brother Wang Liqiang shout, Wang Lizhuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He knew this was their last chance. His figure darted through the carriage like a ghost, charging straight at the other guards. "You won't get away with this," Zhao Gang roared. He would never allow Wang Lizhuang to harm his teammates. His giant axe, bearing the force of a thunderous strike, suddenly turned to intercept Wang Lizhuang's attack. But Wang Liqiang would not let his brother face danger alone. He endured the pain, swinging his short blade to clash once more with Zhao Gang's giant axe. Sparks flew as Wang Liqiang was knocked back repeatedly, but he successfully bought time for his brother. Wang Lizhuang seized the opportunity to approach the guard team, his double knives like the fangs of a venomous snake, fierce and deadly. Although the guards were brave, they began to suffer heavy casualties under Wang Lizhuang's sudden assault. "No!" Zhao Gang's eyes widened in rage. He never expected that his momentary negligence would allow Wang Lizhuang to succeed. His heart filled with self-recrimination and anger. The fire of rage burned fiercely in his chest. "Today, even if it costs me my life, I will kill you." Zhao Gang's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he shouted, "Die!" Thunder flash, thunderous axe. In his roar, his axe technique became even more frenzied, each swing carrying the momentum of rolling thunder, aimed directly at Wang Liqiang. Poof! A head soared into the sky, blood spraying like a fountain. Wang Liqiang's headless body fell from the air, his face still filled with shock, glaring at Zhao Gang with unyielding eyes. Zhao Gang's arms grew heavy, the power of the giant axe dissipating slightly. His legs weakened, half kneeling on the ground. His face turned pale, unable to stop a mouthful of fresh blood from spilling out, clearly indicating that this move had taken a severe toll on his body. At this moment, Zhao Gang was at his last gasp. "No!" Wang Lizhuang's roar echoed through the carriage, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted, revealing deep sorrow and rage. "Shougong, you actually killed my brother. I want all of you to accompany my brother in death." Wang Lizhuang shouted furiously, his figure instantly becoming blurry, charging towards Zhao Gang at an astonishing speed. Chapter 65. Don't chase if you dare. Wang Lizhuang's roar was deafening, his figure transforming into phantoms inside the carriage, moving so fast that it seemed he was tearing through the air. His dual blades shimmered with a cold light, each slash accompanied by a sound of slicing through the air, aimed directly at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang was half kneeling on the ground, his breath rapid, his body exhausted to the extreme. But in his eyes, there remained a flicker of indomitable spirit, even though he was completely drained. He could not allow Wang Lizhuang to harm the other team members and passengers. "Come on, Wang Lizhuang. Let's see who lives and who dies." Zhao Gang's voice was hoarse, but revealed a strong resolve. At that moment, Zhao Gang took out a pill from his pocket, knowing it was his last trump card, the Burning Spirit pill. It was a type of medicine distributed by the military that could explosively enhance combat power for a short time, but with terrifying side effects. After use, it would severely damage the user's vitality, potentially leaving them crippled. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, Zhao Gang had no options left. He tightly held the pill and glanced around at his teammates and the passengers. The panic and unease on their faces strengthened his determination. Zhao Gang put the pill in his mouth, and its power erupted within him instantly. A surge of heat rose from his dantian, quickly circulating throughout his body. Zhao Gang felt his strength rapidly recover, even surpassing his peak state. His skin began to glow red, and his eyes sparkled with lightning-like brilliance. Thunder Flash, 10,000 tons Thunder Axe. Zhao Gang roared, his voice containing boundless power and determination. The giant axe in his hand seemed to merge with his body, wielding it with the might of thunder as he struck fiercely at Wang Liz Wang. When Zhao Gang's giant axe sliced towards Wang Liz Wang with unstoppable momentum, a glimmer of despair flashed in Wang Liz Wang's eyes. He knew he could not withstand Zhao Gang's furious blow, and at that moment, a mad thought surged in his heart. If I can't live, then let's die together. Wang Liz Wang roared inwardly, and his body began to emit a strange red light. Seeing this, Zhao Gang's heart sank. He immediately realized what Wang Liz Wang intended to do. No, retreat quickly. He wants to self-destruct. He shouted loudly, trying to prevent the impending disaster. But it was too late. Wang Lizhuang's body exploded like a massive powder keg. A deafening explosion rocked the carriage, and a powerful shockwave swept through the entire space. Zhao Gang was hit by this shockwave, his body flying out like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily against the carriage wall. His body was covered in wounds, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. The other members of the guard team were also not spared. They suffered heavy injuries in the explosion. After the explosion, the interior of the carriage was in ruins. Wang Lizhuang's body had vanished, leaving only bloodstains and debris. Zhao Gang struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with grief and rage. Wang Lizhuang, you madman, he roared, but his voice carried a hint of helplessness. He knew that his teammates had suffered serious injuries in this explosion, and some might have even sacrificed their lives. This battle was a Pyrrhic victory. The Wang brothers, Wang Liqiang and Wang Lizhuang, are truly useless. They couldn't even deal with a half-disabled Zhao Gang. In another corner of the carriage, a cold voice rang out, and a figure slowly walked out. It was a mysterious person dressed in a black robe, wearing a mask with a cold smile, revealing only two eyes that gleamed with a chilling light. Who are you? Zhao Gang gritted his teeth against the pain in his body, staring intently at this sudden mysterious figure. The mysterious person did not answer, merely waved a hand lightly. An invisible force swept away the surrounding debris and dust, revealing a clean patch of ground beneath his feet. I am here to end this farce. The mysterious person finally spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Zhao Gang's heart sank. He could sense the aura emanating from the other party, which felt weak, only at the 5th rank. However, even at the 5th rank, it was enough to take the lives of everyone present. Are you also from the Beast God sect? Zhao Gang tightened his grip on the giant axe, preparing to fight despite his extreme weakness. The mysterious person chuckled coldly, not answering directly, but slowly walked towards Chen Feng. What? Want to make a move? The mysterious person taunted. Now you are just a useless person. Shao Gong roared, using his last ounce of strength to swing the giant axe at the mysterious person. But the mysterious person merely waved his hand lightly, and Zhao Gang's giant axe was deflected, his strength seeming insignificant before the other party. You overestimate yourself. The mysterious person snorted coldly, then extended his palm. A powerful suction force locked onto Zhao Gang, and then he gently grasped Zhao Gang's neck. Zhao Gang felt a wave of suffocation. His face instantly turned red. Despite his desperate struggles, the mysterious person's grip was like an iron claw, making it impossible for him to break free. At that moment, Chen Feng stepped forward, his gaze firm as he walked steadily towards the mysterious person. Let him go. Chen Feng's voice was calm, but filled with power. Your target is me, not him. The mysterious person turned around, looking at Chen Feng with a cold smile. Oh, you are Chen Feng? You're quite clever. But why should I listen to you? The mysterious person's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Chen Feng fearlessly met the mysterious person's gaze. Let me go with you, and you spare everyone here. The mysterious person seemed to consider Chen Feng's proposal, but soon his smile turned colder. You, I will certainly take away, but these people cannot be left alive either. Then come on, let's see if you have the ability. Chen Feng tightly gripped his long sword, the tip pointing at the mysterious person, his momentum reaching a peak at that moment. Good lad, you have guts. Zhao Gang's voice carried a hint of appreciation. The mysterious person seemed surprised by Chen Feng's courage. But he did not retreat. Instead, he grew even more excited. All right, then I will see what you can do to dare talk to me like that. The air between the two suddenly tensed up, as if an intense battle could erupt at any moment. Zhao Gang and the other guard team members, though heavily injured, focused their gaze on Chen Feng, hoping he could create a miracle. Just then, Chen Feng moved. His figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, leaping off the train and quickly fleeing into the distance. Chen Feng, you! Zhao Gang and the other team members exclaimed in shock. They did not expect Chen Feng to actually run away. Coward! I really praise you for nothing. However, at that moment, while fleeing, Chen Feng shouted at the mysterious person, If you dare, don't chase me. If you can't catch me and fail your mission, I bet you'll also be executed by the Beast God sect. The mysterious person's eyes flashed with a hint of anger at Chen Feng's provocation. Chapter 66. Is this how you treat your life-saving tortoise? He never expected Chen Feng to flee without a fight and even dare to challenge his bottom line with mockery. Truly seeking death. Once he forces out the inheritance, he will make sure that Chen Feng suffers a fate worse than death. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? The mysterious person snorted coldly, tossing Zhao Gang aside with one hand, his figure flickering as he followed Chen Feng, leaping off the train to pursue him. In midair, a flying beast slowly appeared, its eyes flashing with a wild light as it steadied itself to catch the mysterious person's leaping body. Go, my pet, chase down that fleeing prey, the mysterious person commanded. The beast let out a low growl and then shot into the sky like an arrow, directly pursuing Chen Feng's direction of escape. Chen Feng fled to a dense forest, where the towering trees made it difficult for sunlight to penetrate through the thick branches and leaves. He weaved between the shadows of the trees, trying to find cover in this forest to evade the flying beast's sight. However, the beast's sense of smell was exceptionally keen, and it quickly caught Chen Feng's scent. With a deafening roar, the beast charged into the dense forest, causing the trees to sway and branches to fly. Chen Feng dodged left and right in the forest, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, sweat trickling down his forehead. He had to find a way to shake off the pursuit. Otherwise, he would eventually be exhausted and captured. Just then, he spotted a lake, its waters shimmering under the sunlight like a giant mirror spread across the ground. Chen Feng's heart stirred. This might be a good opportunity to escape his pursuers. He suddenly accelerated, rushing toward the lake, and jumped into the water without hesitation. The lake water was icy cold, instantly enveloping his entire body, washing away his scent. Chen Feng took a deep breath and submerged, swimming toward the bottom of the lake. The mysterious person circled above the lake, watching Chen Feng jump into the water, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He gently patted the flying beast beneath him, signaling it to lower its flying height, preparing to wait above the lake for Chen Feng to surface at any moment. However, at that moment, the lake suddenly erupted with huge splashes of water, and a massive turtle head emerged from the lake. Its size was enormous, and the patterns on its shell appeared ancient and mysterious under the sunlight, its eyes sparkling with wisdom, clearly not an ordinary lake creature. The giant turtle opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and suddenly bit down on the body of the flying beast. The flying beast let out a painful howl, struggling to escape the giant turtle's grip. But the turtle's biting force was extraordinarily strong, and the flying beast quickly became immobile, only able to emit desperate whimpers. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the mysterious person quickly made a decision, abandoning the flying beast and rolling away to the lake's edge. It's actually the king of the Lake Zame Mountains, the Xuanjia dragon turtle, the mysterious person exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief and fear. The dragon turtle is a legendary spirit beast, renowned for its massive size and nearly unmatched strength. In the ancient texts of the beast god sect, it is recorded as guarding certain mysterious water areas, an ancient creature of the blue planet. The mysterious person stood by the lake, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. A mere fifth-tier summoner like him could never be a match for the Xuanjia dragon turtle. Chen Feng, consider yourself lucky. But facing the Xuanjia dragon turtle, you have no chance of survival at all. The mysterious person muttered coldly to himself, his voice revealing a fatalistic assertion about Chen Feng's fate. Over the course of 3 days, the mysterious person continuously sent flying beasts to circle above the lake, trying to find any trace of Chen Feng's survival. But the lake's surface remained as calm as a mirror. It seems that Chen Feng must have been swallowed whole by the Xuanjia dragon turtle. He cannot possibly be alive. The mysterious person stood by the lake, gazing at the still surface, his voice slightly hoarse. He could no longer wait uselessly and must return to the Wang family to report the situation to the young master. The mysterious person rode away on the flying beast, leaving the lake. Meanwhile, Chen Feng spent 3 days and nights in an underwater cave. During this time, he was not merely hiding, but was engaging in a transaction with the Xuanjia dragon turtle. Hey, kid, considering you're a disciple of the Kunlun sword sect, I specifically saved your life, and this is how you repay your life-saving tortoise? The giant turtle's enormous eyes suddenly widened, pointing at the empty snack bag on its claw. It's all gone. There are really no snacks left. Sir Turtle, your appetite is just too big. I can't afford it all. Chen Feng helplessly spread his hands. When he first met Sir Turtle, he thought it was going to eat him, and to save his life, Chen Feng exchanged some specially made pet food from the system store to trade for his 100 or so pounds of meat. He didn't expect the exchange to yield various snacks, which the greedy turtle immediately fell in love with. It even praised this disciple of the Kunlun sword sect as a good person for bringing so many gifts to meet it. Since then, Sir Turtle has felt uncomfortable unless it eats several tons of snacks daily. But evidently, this ancient turtle's demand for snacks seems endless. It nearly emptied Chen Feng's savings. And if he continued to buy more, he would really go bankrupt. The Xuanjia dragon turtle widened its eyes, seemingly judging the truth of Chen Feng's words. After a moment, it repeated stubbornly, really not even one bag left? Faced with the greedy appearance of the Xuanjia dragon turtle, Chen Feng felt both helpless and somewhat amused. Sir Turtle, how about this? Chen Feng pondered for a moment, and then suggested, I truly have no more snacks on me. But I can promise you that once I return to the city, I will definitely find more delicious snacks for you. The Xuanjia dragon turtle blinked, seemingly considering Chen Feng's proposal. Its massive body gently swayed in the water, showing its inner turmoil. All right, I believe you, the Xuanjia dragon turtle finally spoke, its voice revealing a hint of leniency, but don't let me down on the quantity. Chen Feng sighed in relief, having finally preserved his remaining savings. Thank you for your understanding, Sir Turtle. When I come back next time, I will definitely bring enough snacks as a gift for you. The Xuanjia dragon turtle nodded, then turned to the side, using its giant claw to carve open a spatial portal, pointing to a location deep within the cave where an underground spring was located. Go! There is a spirit spring there, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. As a reward for your offering of snacks, you can cultivate there to the peak of the 3rd tier. Chen Feng followed the direction pointed by the Xuanjia dragon turtle and saw a faint mist swirling in the cave, with bubbles constantly rising from the center of the spring, indicating its extraordinary nature. Thank you, Sir Turtle, Chen Feng said sincerely, then walked towards the spirit spring. In the following days, Chen Feng cultivated in the spirit spring, feeling the spiritual energy within the spring nourishing his meridians. System prompts continuously sounded. Experience 100, experience 100, experience 100. 3 days later, Chen Feng's level successfully rose to level 39, and the spirit spring lost its effect on him. However, he still had a dragon blood pill, which would come in handy at this moment. Chapter 67, The Heavenly Pivot Sword Classic, Sword Immortal State. Taking out a dragon blood pill from the system space, Chen Feng directly swallowed it. Experience 200,000. Congratulations. You have reached level 40. Name, Chen Feng. Level, LV40. Strength, 180, 050. Intelligence, 1, 800. Vitality, 1, 800. Attack speed, 50. Movement speed, 50. Successfully advanced to a 4th rank general. There are 7 skill points left. It's time to learn the powerful skills that he has been eyeing but couldn't meet the prerequisites for. System, allocate points. Heavenly Pivot Sword Classic, Sword Immortal State. Max it out. Heavenly Pivot Sword Classic, Sword Immortal State LV1. Activates Sword Immortal State. Your sword technique will gain a 10-fold increase in power. Each sword swing contains the power of heaven and earth. Sword energy surging with boundless might. Heavenly Pivot Sword Classic, Sword Immortal State failed to upgrade due to insufficient prerequisites. Upgrade condition. Comprehends sword domain. Sword domain? He currently only has a 2nd level sword intent, far from the level of sword domain. In that case, it might be better to allocate points to the Radiance of Twilight talent skill. Perhaps reaching LV10 could give him a surprise like the Swift Sword. System, allocate points. Radiance of Twilight LV3. Radiance of Twilight LV10. During combat, adds Light Attribute. Light Attribute Enhancement 50. When actively using 1st level Sacred Light Martial Intent, Light Attribute damage doubles. 1st level Sacred Light Martial Intent. The enhancement is still relatively weak. However, stacking it with Swift Sword Intent, Swift Sword, and Sword Immortal State. Chen Feng now not only has an astonishing attack speed, but also explosive output. All remaining skill points will be allocated to Swift Sword. This is his most important core skill. Swift Sword LV12. When using sword-type weapons, increases attack speed by 650. When actively using Swift Sword Intent, the attack speed effect quadruples. Chen Feng felt a significant boost in his combat power. It was time to leave and report to the High Martial C class in the Magic City. Old Turtle, I'm leaving. Thank you for taking care of me these days, Chen Feng said gratefully as he stood in front of the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle. The Xuanjia Dragon Turtle nodded, a glimmer of approval flashing in its ancient eyes. Go, young man, remember your promise. I will wait for you to return. Chen Feng nodded and turned to swim towards the surface of the lake. When he surfaced, the sunlight shone on him, and he took a deep breath of fresh air before heading towards the direction of the train station on foot. He needed to get to the nearest human city to buy a ticket to the Magic City. However, he had to walk there first. Chen Feng quietly walked down a desolate street surrounded by ruins, the remnants of walls giving a somewhat bleak atmosphere. The roars of exotic beasts echoed in the distance, reminding him of the dangers of this city. Suddenly, a faint sound of fighting reached his ears. Chen Feng stopped, focusing intently. The sound seemed to be coming from a ruined small building ahead. Cautiously approaching the dilapidated building, Chen Feng's gaze sharpened, and his hand lightly rested on the hilt of his sword, ready to respond to any potential danger. As he drew closer, the fighting sounds grew more intense. Through a broken window, Chen Feng saw the interior. A team of martial artists was battling several exotic beasts. This small team consisted of 6 members, fully equipped and looking quite experienced. 5 of them stood back to back, forming a defensive circle around a young girl in the center. The girl appeared young and confident. Despite the attacks from the exotic beasts, there was no fear in her eyes, only a desire for experience. Dozens of exquisite daggers shot through the air towards the exotic beasts under her control, incredibly swift. The other 5 members coordinated seamlessly, clearly having undergone rigorous training. Although the exotic beasts were fierce, the battle quickly tipped in favor of the team, with the beasts retreating under the team's onslaught. As the last exotic beast fell, the team members did not immediately relax their vigilance, but began to check their surroundings to ensure there were no other threats. At that moment, a burly man turned around, his gaze like lightning as he looked towards the window where Chen Feng was hiding. Friend, you've been watching for so long. It's time to come out, right? His voice was loud and carried an undeniable authority. Knowing he had been discovered, Chen Feng stepped out from behind the wall. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I was just passing by and saw you fighting, so I stopped to observe, Chen Feng explained, his tone honest and sincere, showing no hostility. Li Jin, the team leader, scrutinized Chen Feng for a moment and asked, Student, you've got some guts to hunt alone in the fallen city, number 238. Chen Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. My name is Chen Feng. I am indeed a student. I originally planned to pass through this area, but unexpectedly got lost. He did not hide his predicament. Lost? Li Jin raised an eyebrow, and the teammates around him showed expressions of surprise. The fallen city, no. 238 was an extremely dangerous place. Even experienced martial artist teams would try to avoid entering. It was truly incredible that a student dared to act alone here. Chen Feng, which school are you from? How did you end up here? Li Jin's tone carried a hint of caution. He needed to ascertain Chen Feng's identity and intentions. I am a student from the first high school of Tianjian City. I intended to go to the Magic City, but encountered some unexpected events along the way. And that's how I ended up here. Chen Feng briefly explained his situation, not mentioning the details of being hunted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Li Jin nodded, his attitude slightly easing. The fallen city number 238 is too dangerous. It's not suitable for a student like you to act alone. If you don't mind, our team is planning to leave here. You can come with us. Chen Feng's heart filled with joy. He had been worried about which way to go, and traveling with such a martial artist team was undoubtedly a good choice. If you're willing to take me along, I would be very grateful. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. At that moment, one of the team members, a burly man named Zhang Biao with a full beard, looked at Chen Feng with a hint of disdain. Captain, why should we take the student with us? He looks weak and will only hold us back. Zhang Biao said discontentedly. Captain Li Jin shot a fierce glare at Zhang Biao and scolded. Zhang Biao, our flame team never abandons anyone in need of help. That is our principle. Although Zhang Biao felt indignant at Li Jin's remark, he could only reluctantly shut up and say no more. Then, Li Jin turned to Chen Feng, speaking with a hint of apology. Don't mind him. He is always like this. As martial artists, we should help each other out there. Chen Feng smiled slightly, indicating his understanding. It's all right. I appreciate that you're willing to take me along. I have some combat strength, so you don't have to worry too much about my safety. Li Jin nodded, turning to the whole team, and said, All right, let's get ready to set off. He pointed to the spot next to the girl and said to Chen Feng, stay in the middle with us, and be careful not to fall behind. Chen Feng nodded and moved to the middle of the team. He noticed that the girl in the team was curiously sizing him up, seemingly interested in the sudden appearance of this student. Chapter 68. Immortal and Unyielding. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Hello, Chen Feng. My name is Zhou Xiaoqing. Nice to meet you. The girl showed a friendly smile and extended her hand to Chen Feng. Nice to meet you, Zhou Xiaoqing. Chen Feng shook her hand and felt the strength in her grip, realizing that although she was young, her power was not to be underestimated. Pretty strong, at least at the peak of the second tier. With a smile, Zhou Xiaoqing retracted her slightly swollen right hand, secretly muttering to herself, filled with interest in this new teammate. A middle school student so young, yet at the peak of the second tier cultivation. Could she be a direct admission student of Magic City Martial University like herself? So, she came to Magic City just to participate in the seed class of Magic City Martial University? The group continued on their way, finally leaving the fallen city number 318 by evening. As night fell, the wilderness became chillingly cold. Tonight, let's find a place to rest and continue our journey tomorrow morning. Captain Li Jin called out to everyone to stop and set up camp, preparing to rest on the barren grassland. Chen Feng also found a rock to sit on, took out the Holy Hall wristband to see if there were suitable tasks he could accept. Chen Feng, are you the one who is first on the Holy Hall outer door ranking? Having just finished eating and resting, Zhou Xiaoqing, full of energy, couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the Holy Hall wristband on Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng nodded and said, Yes, that's me. Wow, Chen Feng, you're amazing. Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled. How did you do it? Seeing the expectation in Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes, Chen Feng smiled slightly. A god of wealth sent to my door? In fact, it's not that hard to reach the first place on the outer door ranking. As long as you practice hard, you will achieve it sooner or later. Oh, how can I quickly improve my strength? Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes lit up, immediately asking. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said seriously, Want to learn? I can teach you. I see you have extraordinary talent. I happen to have a powerful martial arts manual with the first 3 moves available for only 199,800, guaranteed to teach you. If you can't learn, I'll refund you in full. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes brightened even more. This is the martial arts that helped Chen Feng reach the first place on the Holy Hall outer door ranking, and this price sounds very reasonable. Really? Brother Chen Feng, are you really willing to teach me? Zhou Xiaoqing asked excitedly. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, of course. I see you are talented and a good material for learning the sword. Once you learn these 3 moves, I will recommend you to my teacher, and you will then be able to learn the complete 9 moves of martial arts. Saying this, Chen Feng took out his phone from the system space, opened the WeChat payment code, and handed it to Zhou Xiaoqing. Just scan here to pay. Zhou Xiaoqing immediately took out her phone and generously scanned 200. Throws 0 Huaxia coins over, excitedly saying, Brother Chen Feng, let us do it now. Before she could finish her sentence, a discordant vibration suddenly came from the air. Chen Feng's senses were exceptionally sharp, and he immediately detected a dangerous aura. Be careful. Chen Feng suddenly pushed Zhou Xiaoqing to the side while swiftly drawing his sword. At that moment, a sniper bullet tore through the air, shooting out from a concealed position at an astonishing speed, heading straight for where Zhou Xiaoqing had just stood. If it weren't for Chen Feng pushing her away in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Bang! The gunshot echoed around, and the bullet ultimately struck the trunk of a large tree, sending wood chips flying. The entire flame team reacted quickly, with Li Jin loudly commanding, Stay alert. Find the sniper's position. Chen Feng protected Zhou Xiaoqing behind him, his gaze sharply scanning the surrounding environment. Zhou Xiaoqing was still shaken, her face pale, but she quickly regained her composure and said softly to Chen Feng, Thank you, Brother Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded, not speaking, fully focused on sensing everything around. The danger had not yet passed. Over there, a sharp-eyed team member spotted the sniper's hiding place and shouted loudly. Just as that team member pointed to the sniper's location, Li Jin had already moved. His figure darted like a bullet, rapidly weaving between trees and rocks, swiftly approaching the sniper's position. However, just as Li Jin was less than 100 meters from the sniper, boom, a bullet exploded in midair, flames soaring, instantly engulfing an area of several meters. Li Jin's figure abruptly halted. Amidst the flames and smoke, Li Jin's silhouette became unclear. The other members of the flame team nervously watched ahead, weapons ready to respond to any potential bullets. Chen Feng shielded Zhou Xiaoqing and whispered to her, Stay alert. There may be more enemies here. Zhou Xiaoqing nodded, her eyes revealing determination and courage. Despite the recent sniper attack leaving her shaken, she did not show fear. At that moment, Li Jin's voice came from the smoke. I'm fine. Everyone be careful. The enemy used special bullets, and he may be preparing for a second round of attack. Suddenly, 5 martial artists in black combat suits charged in from all directions, armed and surrounding the flame team. Damn, they are the Tang family's hunting team. Each one is a martial general. They are definitely targeting us. Zhang Biao shouted angrily. You hunting team of the Zhou family is really out of luck to run into us. A one-eyed man with steel claws on his fingers walked out from the flames, looking slightly surprised at everyone. It's actually the 3rd young lady of the Zhou family. This is truly a delivered achievement. Ha ha! Tang Lai, it's actually you. Li Jin glared at the one-eyed man with hatred, his eyes filled with immense killing intent. Ling. Tang Lai disdainfully glanced at Li Jin and mockingly said, You should surrender. Your brother is not my match, and you're even less my match. At this point, Tang Lai paused, his tone turning cold. Don't end up like your dead brother, a corpse without a whole body. Tang Lai, even if I die, I will definitely kill you today. Li Jin's roar was like thunder, his entire aura exploding in an instant, the Tang knife in his hand shimmering with cold light, its blade intimidating. Tang Lai's provocation completely ignited his hatred, and he could no longer suppress the anger and sorrow in his heart, fiercely swinging the Tang knife, aiming directly at Tang Lai's throat. Unkla Li Jin, calm down. Don't fall for his tricks. Zhou Xiaoqing shouted loudly, sensing that Li Jin's emotions were extremely volatile at this moment. If he couldn't calm down, he would easily lose his reason in battle. You must know, there's still a powerful sniper hiding in the shadows, watching closely. However, Li Jin could no longer hear any words. His eyes filled only with intense hatred for Tang Lai, determined to avenge his brother. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Today we fight to the death. His figure shifted, charging towards Tang Lai at an extremely fast speed, the Tang knife slicing through the air with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 69. In this battle, the winning rate is at least 99. Looking for death. Charge. Kill them all. Tang Lai sneered, advancing instead of retreating, his iron claws reflecting a chilling light under the sun. Although he and Li Jin were both peak martial generals, the combat strength of the Tang family was not something a mere commoner-born martial general could compare to. Not to mention, he was not alone, with snipers backing him up. This wave of victory was at least 99 assured. Kill. Upon hearing the command, Tang Lai's team members swiftly attacked the members of the flame team. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Li Jin moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he had rushed to Tang Lai's side. Fiery blade intent. Sun wheel slash. He raised his sword and slashed at Tang Lai's neck, flames igniting fiercely on the blade, incredibly scorching. Although Li Jin's sword technique was fierce, Tang Lai's reaction was even faster. His iron claws accurately grasped Li Jin's blade, causing Li Jin to feel a jolt. The intense flames sizzled as they made contact with the iron claws, but could no longer advance an inch. However, Li Jin did not back down. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and his entire body's spiritual energy surged, making the fiery blade intent even more intense, trying to burn Tang Lai's skin to force him to let go. But Tang Lai had extremely rich combat experience. While seizing the blade, his leg, accompanied by a whoosh, struck fiercely at Li Jin's waist. Thud! With a loud noise, Li Jin was kicked away and fell heavily to the ground. "Heh, with your mediocre skills, you dare to talk about killing me?" Tang Lai calmly shook his hand, flicking off the flames on his fingers. Then, looking at the fallen Li Jin, he mocked. "Li Jin, you're really much weaker than your brother. To be honest, you don't even have the qualification to fight me." Li Jin struggled several times before finally standing up with great difficulty. Pain flickered across his face, but more was the unyielding and anger. Humiliation. He couldn't even withstand one move from Tang Lai. He knew there was a gap between him and Tang Lai, but he didn't expect it to be this vast. The other members of the Flame Team were also at a disadvantage, although Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing had not yet made a move. One was at the second rank and the other at the third rank. Such combat strength couldn't exert much effect on this battlefield. If this situation continued, they were almost certain to die. Thinking of this, a trace of determination flashed in Li Jin's eyes. Then let's all die together, even if it's self-detonation. I must drag that beast Tang Lai down to hell with me. Uncle Li Jin, are you all right? At this moment, Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing had reached Li Jin's side, ready to help him up at any moment. Li Jin shook his head, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining with a determined light. It's not over yet. This battle has just begun. Uncle Li Jin, let me help you. Chen Feng tightly gripped his long sword, his eyes gleaming with determination. With my help, we won't lose. Li Jin turned to look at Chen Feng, a hint of gratitude in his eyes, but also of firmness. Chen Feng, I appreciate your goodwill. My voice was hoarse, but my tone was resolute. But this is my own battle. I must resolve it myself. He couldn't let a promising student accompany him to death. As long as he fought Tang Lai to the death, Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing might still have a chance to escape. Tang Lai looked at Li Jin, who had stood up again, his mocking smile even more pronounced. Oh, don't want anyone's help. Quite the backbone. However, the outcome won't change. You are destined to die here today. Li Jin did not respond. He simply adjusted his breathing silently, gathering all his strength. Then, he raised the Tang knife again, the fiery blade intent igniting once more, even more vigorous than before. Come on, Tang Lai. Li Jin's voice was filled with determination. Today, I will use your blood to honor my brother's spirit in the heavens. Tang Lai snorted coldly, no longer speaking. His iron claws once again glinted with cold light. The air between the two tightened once more, and an even more intense battle was about to break out. Everyone stop. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqing suddenly stepped forward, holding a jade token in her hand, her gaze revealing a sense of determination and resolve. I have an indestructible spiritual body clone left by my father. If you don't want to die, stop fighting immediately. Everyone was stunned by Zhou Xiaoqing's words, truly halting their battle and staring blankly at the item in her hand. They didn't expect Zhou Xiaoqing to have such a trump card. Each time a strand of indestructible spiritual body clone was created, even a powerful martial sovereign would have to be weakened for a long time. They never expected the head of the Zhou family to spoil his little daughter to such an extent, willing to cut the spiritual body to make an indestructible spiritual body clone for Zhou Xiaoqing's protection. If she were to use this precious trump card, all the Tang family members present would probably die. Ha ha! Just then, Tang Lai began to laugh maniacally, sneering, "Go ahead, use it. I want to see if you can really summon your father." "Tang Lai, don't push me." Zhou Xiaoqing tightly gripped the jade token, her eyes flashing with a hint of anger, but more was calmness and rationality. She did not want to easily use this trump card. Using it against a mere fourth-rank martial general was simply too wasteful. Moreover, she was also unsure if her father would be willing to give her another one. "I don't want to reach that point." Zhou Xiaoqing's voice was clear and firm as she stared at Tang Lai. "You all retreat now. I, as the third miss of the Zhou family, guarantee that I won't cause you any trouble over this matter." "Ha ha! Even now, you still don't realize the situation? My dear third miss of the Zhou family." Tang Lai looked disdainfully at the jade token in Zhou Xiaoqing's hand, coldly saying, "Use it if you want, as long as you can use it. Since you all want to seek death, then don't blame me." Zhou Xiaoqing tightly gripped the jade token, silently reciting the activation incantation in her heart. However, the jade token showed no response. She stubbornly tried several more times, but the expected power still did not arrive. Zhou Xiaoqing's pupils shook violently, her face changing dramatically. In disbelief, she said, "What's going on?" Seeing this, Tang Lai's mocking smile spread across his face. "Did you really think I would give you the chance to use your father's trump card? I have long set up a rune array here specifically targeting spiritual body clones, so you might as well surrender." The members of the Flame team looked at each other. The situation had suddenly reversed, and they didn't expect Tang Lai to be so cunning. The situation was precarious. Faced with a certain death scenario, every member of the Flame team felt a surge of determination to fight to the death. In this battle, there will be death, no life. Li Jin took a deep breath. Despite the unfavorable situation, his voice remained firm. "Xiaoqing, don't panic. We still have other ways." Chen Feng stood up again, his gaze resolute, tightly gripping his long sword. "Chapter 70, are you back to die?" Chen Feng walked to Li Jin's side and whispered, "Uncle Li Jin, let's fight side by side. With 2 against 1, we definitely have a chance." Li Jin looked at Chen Feng, a warm current surging in his heart, but he shook his head and said heavily, "Chen Feng, I appreciate your kindness. You and Xiaoqing, run away, the further the better." Chen Feng wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Li Jin. "Please. Chen Feng, I'm begging you protect Xiaoqing." At that moment, Zhang Biao angrily approached and shouted at Chen Feng, "What are you still doing here? The captain said to take Xiaoqing and get lost with your cultivation level. Don't get in the way here." Chen Feng was taken aback by Zhang Biao's words. He knew Zhang Biao had a straightforward temper, but didn't expect him to be so direct. He glanced at Li Jin, then at Zhou Xiaoqing, and ultimately made up his mind. "Xiaoqing, come with me," Chen Feng said softly, then grabbed Zhou Xiaoqing's hand, preparing to leave the battlefield. "No, I'm not leaving. I want to stay and help everyone," Zhou Xiaoqing stubbornly said, but under Chen Feng's immense strength, she couldn't resist at all. However, at this moment, she was too concerned about Li Jin and the others to notice the intense, killing intent in Chen Feng's eyes. "First, we need to deal with that sniper." Li Jin watched Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing's retreating figures, took a deep breath, and then turned around to face Tang Lai, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit once again. "Want to leave? None of you are getting away today. Stop them." Tang Lai sneered and ordered his team members. With the command given, Tang Lai's team members immediately scattered, pursuing Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing from several directions. "Don't even think about it," Zhang Biao roared, swinging the heavy hammer in his hand with a whooshing sound as he charged at Tang Lai's team members. The other members of the Flame Squad were also unwilling to show weakness, each finding their own opponents. This was the best time to cover for the third Mrs. Escape. Even if it meant death, they had to hold him back. Sword lights, blade shadows, and fist winds intertwined, forming an impenetrable defense line. Li Jin faced Tang Lai, his eyes burning with unyielding flames. Tang Lai, you're my opponent, Li Jin shouted, swinging the Tang knife towards Tang Lai, the fiery blade intent pouring out like a storm. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was swiftly moving through the battlefield with Zhou Xiaoqing. Chen Feng, let go of me. I want to help Uncle Li Jin, Zhou Xiaoqing said anxiously. Here it comes. Ignoring Zhou Xiaoqing's pleas, Chen Feng suddenly muttered something. A sharp sound of breaking air suddenly rang out, and a bullet whistled towards Chen Feng's vital spot. Chen Feng reacted quickly, swiftly dodging to the side as he heard the wind sound. Whoosh! The bullet flew past his shoulder, and Chen Feng could even feel the heat wave created by the bullet cutting through the air. Found it! Over there! Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, locking onto a half-collapsed building a kilometer away. Chen Feng pulled Zhou Xiaoqing and accelerated. His speed was so fast that he seemed like a shadow flickering among the ruins. Zhou Xiaoqing was tightly held by him, struggling to keep up with his pace. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Zhou Xiaoqing's voice carried disbelief. It seemed Chen Feng wanted to deal with that sniper. But how could there be a warrior below the 4th rank in Tang Lai's team? That sniper was at least a martial general. Wasn't Chen Feng walking to his death? Chen Feng didn't answer. His focus was entirely on the sniper's hiding place. I have to be quick. Otherwise, once that sniper moves, it won't be easy to find him again. Just then, the sniper fired again. The bullet shot towards them with deadly precision. But Chen Feng was already prepared. His body turned sharply while moving at high speed, cleverly avoiding the bullet's trajectory. Now, Chen Feng silently thought. Reaching the peak of his speed at that moment, he suddenly pulled Zhou Xiaoqing behind him, while his other hand threw the bright spirit sword, like a meteor crossing the battlefield, straight towards the sniper's hiding spot. Whoosh! The spirit sword, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, was so fast that there was no time to react. Ding! A crisp metallic clash echoed as the long sword accurately struck the sniper's rifle, knocking it out of his hand. The sniper was startled. He didn't expect Chen Feng's counterattack to be so swift and precise. He instinctively tried to evade, but was already too late. Chen Feng quickly closed in, landing in front of the sniper with a few jumps, and steadily caught the rebounding bright spirit sword. A cold, killing intent radiated from his eyes, making even the sniper feel a hint of fear. No, he is just a student, the sniper thought. I'm a martial general. This student cannot be my opponent. The fear in the sniper's heart was quickly replaced by his confidence, even in close combat. As a martial general, he couldn't be defeated by a student who was at most at the 3rd rank. However, the moment Chen Feng caught the bright spirit sword, his body shot towards the sniper like an arrow. The sword tip aimed directly at the opponent's vital spot. The sniper barely raised his dagger to block. But Chen Feng's sword technique was far faster and fiercer than he imagined. Radiant light, quick sword intent, Godspeed sword, 9 cold stars, 9 consecutive strikes. Chen Feng shouted. The bright spirit sword drawing a dazzling arc in the air, swiftly slashing towards the sniper's throat. The sniper's pupils constricted. He could feel the deadly threat contained in Chen Feng's sword. No, it can't be. The sniper was filled with shock and fear, unable to believe that a student could possess such powerful strength. This guy, not just a 3rd rank. The sniper was horrified, but Chen Feng's sword was already at his throat. Puffed. The sword tip pierced through the sniper's throat, spraying a mist of blood. And disbelief filled the sniper's eyes as his life came to an end at that moment. Zhou Xiaoqing witnessed Chen Feng's performance throughout, her heart filled with shock and confusion. A 4th rank martial general couldn't withstand a single strike. Chen Feng was actually this strong. Chen Feng, are you a 4th rank martial general? Zhou Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask, her eyes filled with disbelief. A genius. As far as she knew, none of the first-time candidates from Huaxia this year had reached the 4th rank martial general level. Chen Feng lightly flicked the sword and sheathed it, nodding. He focused intently on the battlefield not far away, sensing that Li Jin's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. I can't delay. I need to hurry over to support. Zhou Xiaoqing's eyes widened, looking at Chen Feng with admiration. So amazing. Chen Feng, can you help Uncle Li Jin? Of course. Chen Feng replied to Zhou Xiaoqing. Wait here for me. I'll go support Uncle Li Jin. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Zhou Xiaoqing nodded with a smile and said seriously, Chen Feng, be careful. I believe in you. Chen Feng quickly moved towards the center of the battlefield, his gaze locked onto Tang Lai, who was locked in fierce combat with Li Jin. Tang Lai's offense was fierce, and Li Jin was clearly at a disadvantage, struggling more with each defense. Uncle Li Jin, hold on. I'm coming to help you. Chen Feng shouted, his voice booming like thunder across the battlefield. Li Jin wanted to speak out to stop him, but he was constantly interrupted by Tang Lai's attacks and couldn't get a word out. Hearing this, Zhang Biao's eyes burned with intensity as he spotted Chen Feng's figure, and his roar echoed like thunder. Chen Feng, why are you back? Are you here to die? Chapter 71. I am also a warrior. Zhang Biao saw that there was no sign of Zhou Xiaoqing beside Chen Feng, and he immediately exploded with rage, shouting, Where's the third miss? Chen Feng, did you lose her? Chen Feng was not angry in the face of Zhang Biao's outburst. This straightforward member of the Flame Squad was simply concerned about Zhou Xiaoqing's safety. Chen Feng quickly responded, Brother Zhang Biao, don't worry. Xiaoqing is safe. I asked her to wait for me in a hidden place while I came back alone to help. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Biao's expression softened slightly, but he still looked somewhat anxious. Then how did you come back? With your third-level cultivation, what can you do to help? Chen Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his internal energy, and the spiritual power within his body surged like a tide towards his limbs. Because I'm also a warrior. The long sword in Chen Feng's hand shone brightly, and his figure shot through the air like a shooting star, the sword light flickering, directly aimed at Tang Lai's chest. What? Tang Lai was startled. He did not expect Chen Feng to have such strength. His iron claws swung out fiercely, trying to intercept Chen Feng's sword edge. However, Chen Feng's swordplay was agile and unpredictable, his sword tip drawing streaks of sword light in the air, cleverly avoiding Tang Lai's iron claws. With a soft sound, Chen Feng's sword tip left a shallow blood mark on Tang Lai's chest. Although it was only a minor injury, it was enough to shock Tang Lai. Li Jin and Zhang Biao witnessed this scene, their faces showing astonishment. Li Jin's heart trembled. Chen Feng's strength and swordsmanship far exceeded his expectations. This kid is even stronger than I am, Li Jin muttered to himself, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Zhang Biao was even more dumbfounded. He had just been doubting Chen Feng's abilities, thinking he was merely courting death. However, Chen Feng's performance completely overturned his view. This kid is actually this strong. Zhang Biao felt his brain was on the verge of crashing. Chen Feng's strength could probably take him out in an instant. You, seeking death, Tang Lai roared, unable to believe that he had been injured by a young student. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. This kid's swordsmanship was too fast, and he was going all out without holding back. Chen Feng, be careful of his hidden weapons, Li Jin shouted loudly. Tang Lai was a well-known master of hidden weapons in the Tang family, and his methods were vicious and treacherous, making them hard to guard against. Too late. Tang Lai snorted coldly, and several hidden weapons quietly shot towards Chen Feng, their speed so fast that it was hard to react. Even a fifth-level great warrior could be injured if caught off guard. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. His long sword seemed to come alive as it drew sword shadows in the air, accurately hitting each hidden weapon. Clang, clang. The hidden weapons were knocked away one by one, soon to be all shot down. Good, Tang Lai said 3 times in succession. Today, I want to see how many of my moves you can block. Suddenly, a burst of silver light erupted from his hands, and countless tiny needle shadows fell like a torrential rain towards Chen Feng, each needle carrying deadly poison. Seeing this, Li Jin's heart tightened, and he shouted, Chen Feng, be careful. It's the Tang family's ultimate technique, the torrential rain needle. Fast's intent. Godspeed sword. Chen Feng shouted lightly, and his long sword began to dance, forming an impenetrable sword net that shot down the torrential rain needles one by one. The silver needles clashed with the sword body, making crisp clanging sounds, like rain hitting banana leaves. Not a single needle could penetrate his defense. How is this possible? Zhang Biao stammered, hardly able to believe his eyes. Li Jin looked deeply at Chen Feng, secretly pondering, sword intent. And it's above level 2 sword intent. This child is extraordinary. He will surely become a great talent in the future. This is impossible, Tang Lai exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. His strongest technique was actually blocked by Chen Feng. Good. You can block one batch of torrential rain needles. I don't believe you can block 10 at the same time. This time, you will undoubtedly die. Tang Lai roared, his hands moving like phantoms. This time, he did not just unleash a burst of silver light, but 10 bursts of silver light that erupted almost simultaneously, like 10 torrential rains of needles, overwhelming Chen Feng. They intertwined in the air to form deadly nets, attacking Chen Feng from different angles and directions, blocking all his escape routes. Faced with such a perilous situation, Chen Feng's expression did not change at all. He slightly parted his lips, saying calmly, "No matter how many there are, they are useless." As he waved the sword net, not a single fine needle could enter Chen Feng's space. With the torrential rain of flying needles overhead, Chen Feng slowly walked up to Tang Lai and coldly said, "It's over." Swish, swish, swish. The sword light flickered, and in an instant, Chen Feng unleashed 9 swords. These 9 swords were so fast that it seemed as if only one sword had been swung, each one extraordinarily sharp. Who exactly are you?" Tang Lai trembled in fear, looking down only to see his body beginning to shatter. So fast. Tang Lai's words were not finished, and his body had already lost the breath of life due to the fatal sword wounds, collapsing heavily to the ground. His flesh was torn into 9 pieces, blood and shattered flesh splattering everywhere, and he made no more sound. The entire battlefield fell into silence at that moment. Everyone was shocked by Chen Feng's strike. Li Jin gasped sharply. He knew Chen Feng's strength was greater than his, but he never expected it to exceed his expectations by so much. He silently pondered, this kid, could he be a 5th-level great warrior? Zhang Biao was also dumbfounded, and, after a long moment, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Where did this monster Chen Feng come from? A student? This must be a joke. Damn it. This is impossible. The captain was killed by this kid. Run. Quickly escape. With Tang Lai dead, his subordinates immediately fell into chaos, beginning to scatter and flee. Escape? Do you think you can escape from the grasp of the Flame Squad? Li Jin said coldly, his voice revealing a strong, killing intent. Zhang Biao also swung his heavy hammer, shouting loudly, "Want to escape? Did you ask my hammer about that?" The other members of the Flame Squad quickly sprang into action, determined not to let any enemies escape. Killers. They're always to be killed. If it weren't for Chen Feng, the Flame Squad, along with the 3rd miss of the Zhou family, would all have died here. These people wanting to escape was simply a pipe dream. Letting any of them go would lead to endless troubles. Under Li Jin and Zhang Biao's leadership, the members of the Flame Squad quickly pursued. They were as swift as cheetahs, and soon, all those who tried to flee were slain. At the Zhou family mansion in Jincheng. As a prominent family in Jincheng, the Zhou family enjoys a great reputation in the martial arts community. The news of Zhou Xiaoqing's safe return had already been sent back to the Zhou family in advance, and the family head, Zhou Tianxing, personally came to greet her. Seeing Zhou Xiaoqing safe and sound, Zhou Tianxing's face showed a relieved smile. "Xiaoqing, you are finally back. The whole family has been worried about you." Zhou Tianxing stepped forward, looking at his daughter with affection. Zhou Xiaoqing hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to her father. "Father, I worried you. I was able to return safely this time, thanks to brother Chen Feng's protection." Chapter 72. The Magic City and the Martial Arts University. Zhou Tianxing turned his gaze to Chen Feng, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Young friend Chen Feng, thank you for saving my daughter's life. I, Zhou Tianxing, owe you a favor. In the future, should you need anything, I will do my utmost to assist you." Chen Feng smiled slightly and humbly replied, "Uncle Zhou, you flatter me. Xiaoqing and I are friends. It's only natural for us to support each other." Zhou Tianxing laughed heartily, patting Chen Feng on the shoulder, and said, "Young friend Chen Feng, please come with me to my residence for a chat. Let us have a good talk." Zhou Tianxing led them into an elegant living room, where servants quickly approached with tea and snacks. Zhou Tianxing picked up his teacup gently blowing on the steam rising from the surface, and smiled. Young friend Chen Feng, I heard you intend to go to the Magic City. Is that true? Chen Feng paused slightly, then honestly answered, I do plan to go to the Magic City, aiming for the martial arts university there to participate in the seed class assessment. Zhou Tianxing clapped his hands and laughed. What a coincidence. My third daughter, Xiaoqing, is also preparing to go to the seed class selection at the martial arts university. Since we are all headed in the same direction, why not travel together? It will be safer. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, then said, Of course, I would be happy to travel with everyone. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoqing beamed with joy. Big brother Chen Feng, I am really looking forward to go to the Magic City Martial Arts University with you. Seeing that both agreed, Zhou Tianxing made a decision. Then it settled. I will have the family prepare the best flying mount, and we will set off in 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of departure soon arrived. In the Zhou family square, a giant flying beast, the wind-winged lion, was ready for takeoff. This lion-bodied, eagle-winged spirit beast was one of the Zhou family's proudest flying mounts. Zhou Tianxing, Chen Feng, and Zhou Xiaoqing climbed onto the broad back of the wind-winged lion. With a command, the wind-winged lion flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, taking them through layers of clouds toward the distant Magic City. After several days of flight, the wind-winged lion finally reached the skies above the Magic City. From high above, the prosperity and magnificence of the Magic City came into view, with towering buildings and well-arranged streets forming a spectacular scene. The wind-winged lion slowly descended into the square of the Martial Arts University, and Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing followed, Zhou Tianxing off the mount. Young friend Chen Feng, Xiaoqing, we will part ways here for a while. I'm going to meet an old friend, Zhou Tianxing said to them. You two take the recommendation letter to the registration office to register, and then familiarize yourselves with the environment of the Martial Arts University. Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing nodded in understanding. The registration office was located in the central area of the Martial Arts University, a grand building. When the two arrived, they found a small line already formed. Here, Chen Feng unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Lin Yu. Lin Yu seemed to be waiting for his arrival and stepped forward as soon as he saw Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I knew you were still alive. Lin Yu greeted them with a smile, concern evident in his eyes. Seeing Lin Yu, Chen Feng's surprise was palpable. He quickly stepped forward. Big brother Lin Yu. What a coincidence to run into you here. Lin Yu gently patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Chen Feng, I have been keeping track of your news and specifically waited for you here. At this point, Lin Yu glanced at the lively girl beside Chen Feng and teasingly asked, By the way, Chen Feng, who is this? Zhou Xiaoqing politely stepped forward to greet Lin Yu. Big brother Lin Yu, my name is Zhou Xiaoqing. You could just call me Xiaoqing. Lin Yu nodded slightly, smiling warmly at Zhou Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, hello, nice to meet you. Chen Feng smiled and introduced them. Big brother Lin Yu is my good friend. We are both in the Holy Hall of Tianjin City. Xiaoqing is a friend I met in the Fallen City number 238, and she is here with me to participate in the seed class assessment at the Martial Arts University. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Fallen City number 238? That place where even martial generals are reluctant to act alone? I didn't expect you to be so strong, Xiaoqing. The assessment for the seed class at the Martial Arts University is very strict. I believe with your strengths, you will surely pass smoothly. Zhou Xiaoqing returned a confident smile. Thank you, big brother Lin Yu. I will give it my all. As the three chatted, the registration was quickly completed. Within the campus of the Martial Arts University, Lin Yu walked with Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing, introducing the history and background of the university. The Martial Arts University has a long history, dating back several centuries. Lin Yu began to speak slowly, his voice revealing a hint of admiration. But what is most well known is that beneath the Martial Arts University lies an ancient magic cave. Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing listened intently, their eyes shimmering with curiosity and caution. This magic cave is said to be a remnant from ancient wars, filled with demonic energy, a power that is extremely dangerous and can corrode all life. Lin Yu continued to explain that to prevent the leakage and spread of the demonic energy, the predecessors of the Martial Arts University made great efforts and sacrifices ultimately suppressing the magic cave beneath the university. The so-called strange beasts are actually spirit beasts that have mutated due to the influence of demonic energy. Lin Yu pointed to the distant back mountain. Although these strange beasts have lost their original spirituality and become violent and dangerous, their existence also provides opportunities for martial arts students to train. Zhou Xiaoqing frowned. Isn't there any way to completely eliminate this demonic energy? Lin Yu shook his head. So far, no one has been able to find a way to completely eradicate the demonic energy. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and asked, Big Brother Lin Yu, will the assessment for the seed class involve these strange beasts? Lin Yu nodded, his expression suddenly becoming serious. That is inevitable. Slaying strange beasts is our duty as martial artists. All students of the Martial Arts University must not fear battle. Chen Feng, Xiaoqing. I must remind you that tomorrow's assessment for the seed class will be very strict. The entry assessment hosted by instructor Han Shuoro is notoriously difficult and dangerous. Lin Yu's words carried a weight of seriousness as he continued. Her assessment has a high casualty rate and is therefore known as the iron-faced judge. I hope you can prepare well, stay vigilant, and ensure your safety. If it comes to a life-threatening moment, it's not shameful to withdraw. Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing listened carefully to Lin Yu's warnings. This was not an alarmist statement, but a real warning, yet as young talents, they also had their own pride. As the morning light broke, the bell tower of the Martial Arts University rang out a clear chime, echoing in every corner of the campus. Today, the entire Martial Arts University was immersed in a tense and expectant atmosphere. Chapter 73, Seed Class Assessment. 5 great talents. Talented martial artists from all over the world, each carrying their dreams and goals, gathered at the Magic City Martial University, hoping to pass the assessment and become part of the seed class. The assessment venue is located at the Central Martial Arts Arena of the university, where many participants and spectators have already assembled. Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing made their way through the crowd to their assigned assessment area. At this moment, a high platform has been erected in the center of the arena, on which stands a female martial artist in a white robe. She has a tall posture and a cold demeanor. She is the chief examiner, Han Shuoro. Han Shuoro surveyed the surroundings, her gaze sharp as a sword, causing all participants who met her eyes to feel an invisible pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the chief examiner for today's assessment, Han Shuoro. Her voice was cold and powerful, resonating throughout the arena, with every word clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. You have come here today to participate in the Magic City Martial University's Seed Class Assessment, which is indeed an honor. However, the number of Seed Class slots is limited, and there are too many of you. I know that you are all geniuses from various places, but here, only the truly strong can remain. She paused, scanning all those present, her gaze becoming even sharper. The first round of assessment is very simple. Anyone who cannot withstand my pressure will be eliminated. Novices, hold on for dear life. My goal is to eliminate at least 50, and I hope you are stronger than I imagine. As her words fell, an invisible pressure emanated from her, sweeping through the entire arena like a storm. This pressure felt tangible, bringing with it a biting cold and ruthless suppression, making everyone present feel unprecedented pressure. Some weaker participants swayed under this pressure, and some even knelt down on the spot, pale-faced. Chen Feng and Zhou Xiaoqing stood in the crowd, their eyes firm, facing Han Shuoro's pressure with calm expressions. Chen Feng's internal spiritual power flowed naturally, forming a protective barrier to resist the external pressure. Zhou Xiaoqing also displayed impressive strength. Her breath was stable, clearly a result of rigorous training. In the arena, some participants began to attempt to use their spiritual power to resist, but soon realized that this pressure far exceeded their expectations, rendering their efforts insignificant. When the pressure from Chief Examiner Han Shuoro completely enveloped the arena, the onlooking crowd began to chatter. Wow, Chief Examiner Han's pressure has increased again. Look over there. Many people are about to collapse. This is a true master. How long can these young students last under her pressure? This is the selection of the Magic City Martial University, brutal yet fair. Han Shuoro stood on the high platform, her eyes revealing a hint of satisfaction. Only truly powerful martial artists could withstand her pressure. Those who take shortcuts wish to enter the Magic City Marshall University's seed class? What delusion! As time passed, more and more participants were unable to withstand this pressure, collapsing one after another. At this moment, Han Shuoro's pressure suddenly intensified, and some participants who had been holding on began to fall under this pressure, cries of despair echoing through the arena. Chief Instructor, is this enough? If the pressure continues to increase, there may not be more than 50 left. A supporting instructor, watching the situation, said worriedly to Han Shuoro. Han Shuoro shot him a cold glance. I know what I'm doing. The Magic City Marshall University seeks true talents, not numbers. If they all fall, so be it. This seed class can remain empty. The instructor, intimidated by Han Shuoro's demeanor, dared not speak further and retreated to the side to continue observing the situation in the arena. Among the onlookers, the discussions grew more fervent. Look, those two young people over there are impressive. They can still maintain their composure under Chief Examiner Han's pressure. Yes, especially that young man in black with a knife on his back. He has an extraordinary presence, definitely not an ordinary child. And that red-haired girl, her foundation is solid. Look how steady her breathing is. She clearly has more strength left. Han Shuoro's gaze swept across the arena, seemingly dissatisfied with the number of participants still standing. It seems it is still too lenient, Han Shuoro muttered to herself. In the next moment, her aura changed dramatically. The already strong pressure suddenly erupted with even greater ferocity, sweeping through the entire arena like an unexpected storm. This pressure was stronger than any previous instance, as if it aimed to completely crush the will of resistance among all present. The audience's chatter abruptly ceased, and they watched in shock, secretly sweating for the participants on the field. This pressure is terrifying. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, what is Chief Instructor Han trying to do? Is she really planning to eliminate everyone? Under the pressure, the participants' expressions changed. Even those who had previously remained calm now showed signs of struggle. Some weaker participants collapsed directly under this pressure, unable to rise again. Zhou Xiaoqing could no longer endure this heavy pressure, half kneeling on the ground. Although her forehead was covered in sweat, she grit her teeth and persisted. As time passed, the number of participants dwindled, and in the end, only a little over 10 remained standing. Among these 10, only 5 maintained their composure. They not only withstood Han Shuoro's pressure, but also remained calm and focused. The audience gasped at this scene. It's unbelievable. Who are these 5? An audience member exclaimed. That young man in black with the knife on his back. I recognize him. He is Huoqiu from the Tiandao family, who once defeated a peak-tier beast without injury. And that red-haired girl is Hua Nongying from the Hua family. Does anyone know the identities of the others? The audience began to inquire among themselves. That young man in a blue robe is from the Qingqing Lu family, named Lu Qinghe, famous for his swordsmanship. That burly man is Zhang Yu from the Beijing Zhang family, incredibly strong. The last one, if I'm not mistaken, is Chen Feng, who ranks first on the outer sect list of the Huaxia Holy Hall with peak-tier strength. The onlookers discussed animatedly, identifying each of the 5. Han Shuoro's gaze swept over the 5, and a rare hint of approval appeared in her eyes. Looking at the remaining participants who had not collapsed, a smile appeared on Han Shuoro's face. Very well, you have passed the first round of assessment. But don't celebrate too early, for what comes next is the real challenge. Chapter 74, Survival Challenge. As the first round of assessments came to an end, Han Shuoro announced the content of the second round of assessments, her voice echoing across the martial arts arena. The second round is the survival challenge. Her words were concise and powerful. You'll be sent to the back mountain of the magic capital Wu University, where fierce beasts roam and the environment is harsh. Your task is to survive there for 3 days and kill as many beasts as possible to gain points. The contestants listen to the rules with serious expressions. In this back mountain, each time you kill a beast, you will earn points based on the beast level. Moreover, it is allowed to steal points from others. But killing is prohibited. Han Shuoro continued to explain that after 3 days, the top 20 candidates in the points ranking will directly enter the seed class. Remember, Han Shuoro's tone suddenly became serious. If you encounter life-threatening danger, immediately activate the safety token on you. and we will teleport you out. But this also means that you will lose your qualification for this assessment. The contestants nodded in understanding. Soon, the runic array in the square lit up. They were teleported one by one to the starting point of the back mountain. Here, ancient trees towered, and the roars of beasts echoed through the forest, filling the air with a sense of danger. Chen Feng was teleported to a clearing in the back mountain, surrounded by dense forest. He could faintly hear the roars of beasts in the distance. He looked around and found that other contestants had also been randomly teleported to different locations. Find a safe place to settle down first, Chen Feng murmured, scanning the area. Not far away, a giant ancient tree caught his attention. The trunk was thick, and the foliage was dense, seemingly providing good cover. With this in mind, Chen Feng strode towards the tree. However, just as he approached, a sudden roar erupted, and he saw a black snake tail, as thick as an adult's arm, lash out violently at him. Startled, Chen Feng sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike, and immediately countered with a sword strike. With a crisp sound, the long sword accurately severed the black snake, splitting it in two. The black snake's body instantly lost its vitality and fell limply to the ground. Points have been recorded. Current points, 100. Current ranking, 35th. The cold voice of the assessment system echoed from the jade token in his pocket. In the monitoring room, several senior instructors and Principal Dongfang Yi were watching the survival challenge through the screens. As the first round of assessments ended, everyone's attention focused on 5 standout students. At this moment, on the monitoring screen, Huoqiu was confronting a massive second-tier beast known as the Iron Armor Violent Bear. The Iron Armor Violent Bear is known for its tough shell and incredible strength, making it a particularly difficult opponent among the beasts of the back mountain. Huoqiu glanced coldly at the Iron Armor Violent Bear, exuding a domineering aura that made the bear tremble in fear, afraid to move. Huoqiu drew his goosewing blade and roared die. The blade, like a black dragon, surged towards the Iron Armor Violent Bear, its light flashing as it directly struck the bear's vital points. Boom! With a loud noise. The Iron Armor Violent Bear's massive body was cleaved in half by Huoqiu's blade, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. The instructors in the monitoring room gasped in shock. Huoqiu's momentum was truly exhilarating. This kid will surely achieve great things in the future. Instructor Huoqinyan couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with expectations for Huoqiu's future. Meanwhile, Han Shuuro turned her gaze to another screen, which displayed Chen Feng dealing with the black-scaled snake. Director Han, you seem to have great confidence in Chen Feng. Principal Dongfang Yi said slowly, a hint of a smile in his voice. Han Kuru smiled slightly, her gaze still fixed on Chen Feng's monitoring screen. Principal, your insight is remarkable. This Chen Feng is indeed somewhat special. Dongfang Yi asked with interest. Oh? What makes him special? After a moment of contemplation, Han Shuuro replied, Chen Feng. He gives me the impression of a sword that is yet to be unsheathed, hidden yet sharp. Perhaps he can bring us a different surprise in this assessment. Just then, a new change appeared on Chen Feng's monitoring screen. Chen Feng cautiously approached the giant tree when suddenly he paused. He crouched down, carefully examining a certain trace on the ground. Is this? Chen Feng murmured, beast footprints? Following the direction of the footprints, he vaguely saw the outline of a cave in the distance. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, then followed the footprints, quietly approaching the cave. The atmosphere in the monitoring room suddenly became tense. That cave, one instructor's expression changed dramatically. ISNT that. Dongfang Yi nodded, his expression grave. That's right. That is the territory of the third-tier beast, the shadow leopard. Han Shuuro's lips curled slightly. Now it gets interesting. In the footage, Chen Feng had already reached the entrance of the cave. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on his sword, and slowly stepped into the darkness of the cave. Chen Feng advanced cautiously in the cave, the surrounding darkness making him remain vigilant. Every step he took was extremely cautious, fearful of disturbing any dangerous creatures that might be present. Suddenly, a faint light caught his attention. The light emanated from deep within the cave, flickering in and out, as if beckoning him. What is this? Chen Feng wondered, but driven by curiosity, he continued forward. As he delved deeper, the light grew brighter. Finally, he arrived at a spacious cavern. In the center of the cavern, a glowing stone attracted his gaze. "Is this a spirit stone?" Chen Feng whispered in surprise. Spirit stones are treasures that martial artists dream of, capable of greatly enhancing cultivation speed. Just as he was about to move closer to examine it, a deep growl echoed from the darkness. Chen Feng's body stiffened slightly as he slowly turned around. He saw a pair of eerie green eyes flickering in the darkness. It was a giant leopard, its body covered in black fur, with dark purple patterns faintly visible. A third-tier beast, the shadow leopard. Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. A glimmer of confidence flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth even curled up slightly. A mere third tier, I can slay it with ease. The shadow leopard slowly emerged from the shadows, each step filled with grace and power. It stared at Chen Feng, its eyes glinting with a dangerous light. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Chen Feng's body. This aura surged forth like a tide, instantly filling the entire cave. The previously fierce gaze of the shadow leopard suddenly flickered with a hint of fear. It sensed an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if facing not a human, but more terrifying beast. In the monitoring room, everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Chapter 75 Encounter. The Duel of Two Great Talents. The aura that could instill fear in the shadow leopard indicated that Chen Feng was at least at the peak of the third rank. A shocked mentor remarked. Han Shuero's eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. It seems that this Chen Feng is even more mysterious than I imagined. Dongfang nodded thoughtfully. Interesting. Very interesting. It appears that our seed class will indeed have a dark horse this year. In the footage, Chen Feng slowly raised his sword and pointed it at the shadow leopard. In the next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The shadow leopard looked around in terror, but its proud, keen senses could not capture Chen Feng's trace at all. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. The shadow leopard didn't even have time to react before it felt a sharp pain in its neck. It looked down to find its throat pierced by a single sword strike. Chen Feng had appeared behind the shadow leopard, with his sword embedded in its neck. "It's over," Chen Feng said calmly. The shadow leopard's body slowly fell, its life rapidly draining away. The entire process, from Chen Feng's attack to the shadow leopard's collapse, took only a few seconds. Points have been recorded. Current points, 1100, current ranking, 5th. The cold voice of the assessment system echoed from the jade token in his pocket. The monitoring room fell silent. Everyone was so shocked by this astonishing scene that they couldn't speak. The silence was broken by Dongfang Yi's voice. Truly amazing strength. It seems we underestimated this, Chen Feng. Dongfang Yi's gaze shifted from the monitoring screen of Chen Feng to the other mentors, his voice carrying a hint of inquiry. "Mentors, how do you think Chen Feng compares to Lu Qinghe of the Qingqing Lu family?" Upon hearing this, the mentors in the monitoring room exchanged glances, clearly deep in thought about the question. Hua Qingyun spoke first. "Lu Qinghe is a recognized genius of swordsmanship. He has already reached the peak of the third rank. Although Chen Feng is strong, the swordsmanship he displayed earlier ultimately cannot compare to Lu Qinghe's." Another mentor, Zhao Ming, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Qinghe's sword techniques are exquisite, and he has comprehended the sword intent, repeatedly proving his strength in actual combat. Zhao Ming said solemnly. As both are third rank, Chen Feng should not be able to withstand 3 strikes from Lu Qinghe. Dongfang nodded and looked at Han Shuero, asking, "Mentor Han, what do you think?" Han Shuero's gaze lingered on Chen Feng on the monitoring screen for a moment before turning to Dongfang. Her voice calm. "I fear that Chen Feng's true strength has not yet been fully revealed." Dongfang smiled slightly, seemingly quite interested in Han Shuero's opinion. "Mentor Han's intuition has always been accurate. Since you say so, let us wait and see." Just then, another monitoring screen changed. Lu Qinghe was seen facing a group of third-rank exotic beasts, his sword light cascading like the Milky Way, unstoppable. It seems Lu Qinghe is also facing quite the challenge. Dongfang said softly. The atmosphere in the monitoring room grew tense again, all eyes focused on Lu Qinghe's screen. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had left the cave and continued to explore the forest. His expression was calm as water, as if killing the third-rank exotic beast was merely a trivial matter to him. Chen Feng thought to himself, "It seems the difficulty of this assessment is quite high. The starting point is all second-rank exotic beasts. If I continue deeper, there should be fourth-rank beasts, right?" With this question in mind, Chen Feng continued to advance toward the back mountain, as exotic beasts below the fourth rank could no longer provide him with experience. Just then, a violent tremor came from afar, followed by a deafening roar. Chen Feng immediately became alert and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a gigantic exotic beast rampaging through the distant forest. It was a third-rank exotic beast known as the rock-armored giant ape. Its body was covered in skin as hard as rock, and it possessed immense strength. A hint of boredom flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. A peak third-rank exotic beast. "Well, points delivered to my doorstep by 1T refuse." Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly felt a powerful blade intent attacking from the side. Chen Feng quickly retreated and saw a sword light flash by, directly slashing towards the rock-armored giant ape's neck. The blade light was incredibly sharp, piercing through the giant ape's tough skin. The rock-armored giant ape let out a painful howl and collapsed to the ground. A figure emerged from the woods. It was Huiqiu. He looked at Chen Feng, surprise flashing in his eyes. "I didn't expect there to be others here." Chen Feng also sized up Lu Qinghe, secretly astonished. The power of that strike, just now, was truly incredible. Huiqiu's gaze swept over Chen Feng, seemingly assessing his strength. Chen Feng remained calm. In this environment, every participant could potentially be a foe. It should be noted that robbing others of points is much easier than killing exotic beasts. Huiqiu broke the silence first, sheathing his yin-shi blade, and said, "I recognize you. Your strength is impressive, and you performed well in the first round of assessments." "I am Huiqiu. What is your name?" Chen Feng nodded slightly, responding in a calm tone. "My name is Chen Feng. I have heard of your great name, and that strike just now was indeed astonishing." Huiqiu smirked. "Since that is the case, how about we have a spar? It's a good opportunity to test our respective strengths." A glint of battle intent flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. "I'd be happy to oblige. You want to know the true combat power of this generation's top talents in China." As soon as his words fell, Huiqiu had already drawn his yin-shi blade, a sharp blade intent instantly filling the area within several meters. Chen Feng also refused to back down, drawing his long sword, the sword energy soaring. In the monitoring room, everyone held their breath. Dongfang Yi said softly, "It seems we will soon witness the duel of two great talents." Huiqiu made the first move. His yin-shi blade struck like a black lightning bolt, directly aimed at Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng remained calm, lightly flicking his long sword to deflect the fierce strike. Huiqiu's knife techniques were domineering and fierce, each strike containing astonishing power. Chen Feng's sword techniques were as swift as lightning, always able to resolve crises at the last moment. Bang! Another fierce collision occurred, and both retreated several steps. A hint of surprise flashed in Huiqiu's eyes. "I didn't expect you to be a fourth-rank martial general as well. I'll take this seriously." As he spoke, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from him, and a black mist faintly swirled around the yin-shi blade. Just then, a violent tremor suddenly came from afar, followed by a deafening roar. Both turned their heads to look and saw a massive exotic beast charging towards them. It was a fourth-rank exotic beast known as the blazing demon wolf, covered in crimson fur and breathing out scorching flames. Huiqiu and Chen Feng exchanged glances, sensing mutual understanding in each other's eyes. "Should we deal with this exotic beast first?" Huiqiu asked. Chen Feng nodded. "All right." The blazing demon wolf was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was before them, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of scorching flames towards the two. Chapter 76, Incredible. The Martial Artist's Genius. Chen Feng's figure flickered, his long sword danced, creating a whirlwind that dispersed the flames. Meanwhile, Huiqiu seized the opportunity to swing his goose-wing knife, directing a domineering blade aura straight at the abdomen of the flame demon wolf. The flame demon wolf let out an angry roar, its flames surging even more fiercely. forming a fire circle that kept the blade aura at bay. In the monitoring room, the instructors showed expressions of shock as they watched Chen Feng and Huiqiu join forces against the flame demon wolf. How is this possible? Hua Qingyun exclaimed. Are they both fourth-tier martial artists? And they can actually contend with the peak fourth-tier flame demon wolf? Zhao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible. Third-tier martial masters are already rare at their age. Who would have thought that two martial artists would appear in this assessment? Dongfang nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. It seems that the quality of this year's seed-class newcomers is indeed extraordinary. Chen Feng and Huiqiu's strength has already exceeded our expectations. Han Shuiro, hearing Zhao Ming and Hua Qingyun's comments, slightly raised the corners of her mouth and said teasingly, Instructor Zhao, Instructor Hua, you just said Lu Qinghe could defeat Chen Feng with 3 strikes. Do you still think so? Zhao Ming and Hua Qingyun exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Hua Qingyun awkwardly cleared his throat and said, Indeed, we underestimated Chen Feng. This kid's strength far exceeds our expectations. Zhao Ming nodded in agreement, looking embarrassed. Yes, Chen Feng's performance is astonishing. Our previous judgment was indeed somewhat hasty. Han Shuiro smiled slightly, not pressing further, but turning her gaze back to the monitoring screen. In the footage, Chen Feng and Huiqiu were still engaged in battle, their cooperation causing considerable trouble for the flame demon wolf. Suddenly, the flame demon wolf howled to the sky, its flames instantly surging, forming a massive fireball that swept toward the two. Be careful! The instructors in the monitoring room couldn't help but exclaim. However, at this critical moment, Chen Feng and Huiqiu reacted almost simultaneously. Chen Feng thrust his long sword forward sharply, unleashing a fierce sword aura that struck at the center of the fireball. At the same time, Huiqiu swung his goose-wing knife, sending out a powerful blade aura that intersected with the sword aura. Boom! A loud explosion erupted as the sword and blade auras cleaved the fireball in half. The flame demon wolf clearly did not expect the two to withstand this blow, and a hint of panic flashed in its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng and Huiqiu quickly launched their counterattack. Chen Feng's figure flickered, appearing like a ghost at the side of the flame demon wolf, his long sword stabbing out like lightning, aimed directly at the wolf's head. Huiqiu's goose-wing knife traced a graceful arc in the air, slashing toward the wolf's hind leg with fierce blade aura. The flame demon wolf let out a mournful howl, its flames surging again as it tried to force the two back. However, Chen Feng and Huiqiu were already accustomed to such high-temperature scorching. Their assault showed no signs of slowing down. Han Nexning Yiyon, 9 consecutive slashes. Chen Feng's sword technique was like the cold stars twinkling in the night sky, brilliant and elusive, targeting the vital points of the flame demon wolf. Dian Zhaoba Si, Tianbong. Huiqiu's blade light was like a black lightning bolt, slicing through the air, striking downwards. The force of that blow seemed capable of splitting the heavens and severing the earth. The flame demon wolf sensed an unprecedented threat, fear flickering in its eyes, but more so was an extreme anger. It suddenly retreated, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike from the two. The flame demon wolf let out a deafening roar. Its flames began to retract, transforming into fiery patterns that covered its fur. Its eyes flickered with a blood-red glow, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful skill. In the monitoring room of the Magic City Martial University. Not good, Hua Qingyun exclaimed. This is the flame demon wolf's ultimate skill. Flame Fury. Zhao Ming's expression changed. This is troublesome. Once this skill is activated, its power is immense. Chen Feng and Huiqiu may struggle to cope. However, Chen Feng and Huiqiu showed no signs of retreating. They exchanged glances, understanding each other's intent. Amidst the flame demon wolf's roar, its body began to change. The fiery patterns flowed across its fur, ultimately converging in its mouth, forming a scorching fireball, a condensation of its violent power. Just as the flame demon wolf was about to unleash this power, Chen Feng and Huiqiu moved simultaneously. Their movements were as quick as lightning, perfectly synchronized. Fast's vault intent. Godspeed sword. Chen Feng pointed his long sword, a chilling sword aura coalescing at its tip. Han Xning Yon. Insta 9 strikes, he shouted. The sword aura surged like a cold current, aiming at the flame demon wolf's fireball. At the same time, Huichio's goosewing knife unleashed a sharp blade light. Black sky blade intent. Split sky. The blade light was like a meteor streaking across the sky, intertwining with Chen Feng's sword aura. The two forces converged in the air, forming a beam of light and darkness that struck at the flame demon wolf's throat. The flame demon wolf clearly did not anticipate this sudden attack. In a rush, it spat out the fireball in its mouth, colliding with Chen Feng and Huichio's joint attack. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, enveloping the entire battlefield in dazzling light. In the monitoring room, all the instructors held their breath, anxiously staring at the screen. When the smoke cleared, the flame demon wolf lay on the ground. Its flames gradually extinguished. Chen Feng and Huichio, although their clothes were tattered, still stood tall and unyielding. The cold voice of the assessment token echoed in their ears, points recorded. Chen Feng, current points 26, 100, current rank, second. Huichio, current points 28, 600, current rank, first. The monitoring room fell into silence, all the instructors stunned into speechlessness by the scene before them. Dongfang Yi was the first to break the silence. His voice filled with undisguised amazement. It seems that our seed class has truly gained 2 brilliant gems this year. Such strength has far exceeded the level of newcomers. At that moment, Han Shui Rose suddenly pointed at a screen beside her and said, "There may be more than just those 2 martial artists. Look, Lu Qinghe is facing a 4th-tier alien beast in the student town." Upon hearing Han Shui Rose's words, all the instructors immediately turned their attention to the screen she pointed at. In the footage, Lu Qinghe was facing a massive 4th-tier alien beast alone. Hua Qingyan exclaimed, "That's the 4th-tier alien beast Thunder Tiger. This is even more troublesome than the flame demon wolf." Zhao Ming frowned. Facing this level of alien beast alone, even a 4th-tier martial artist would find it difficult to cope. Can Lu Qinghe handle it? Dongfang Yi, however, showed a hint of anticipation. Let's wait and see what kind of strength this genius, hailed as a once-in-a-century talent from Qingsheng, can exhibit. In the footage, Lu Qinghe faced the Thunder Tiger, his expression calm, his long sword slightly trembling, as if gathering power. Suddenly, the Thunder Tiger let out an angry roar, its body flashing with blinding electric light as it lunged at Lu Qinghe. Just at that critical moment, Lu Qinghe's figure suddenly blurred, resembling an illusion. This is instant step? Zhao Ming was astonished. He has actually mastered such an advanced movement technique. Chapter 77, This sword has reached the level of a 5th-rank great martial general. In the next moment, Lu Qinghe appeared at the side of the Thunder Tiger, his long sword drawing a beautiful arc. The Qing Shuang sword technique, a sword that astonishes the gods. As the sword light flashed, a deep wound appeared on the Thunder Tiger's body, visible to the bone. The mentors in the monitoring room held their breath. Dongfang Yi murmured, "This sword has probably already reached the level of a 5th-rank great martial general." The battle continued, with each of Lu Qinghe's moves being incredibly precise, as if he could predict every action of the Thunder Tiger. In less than 10 minutes, the Thunder Tiger was already covered in injuries, while Lu Qinghe remained calm and composed. Finally, Lu Qinghe exerted all his strength and thrust his sword into the Thunder Tiger's heart, ending the fight. The sound of the assessment token rang out. Points have been recorded. Lu Qinghe, current points, 31, 200, current ranking, first. The monitoring room fell silent again. Zhao Ming took a deep breath and said, "Lu Qinghe single-handedly defeated the Thunder Tiger, taking slightly less time than Chen Feng and Huichio did together." He gazed through the screen at Lu Qinghe's figure, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Among this year's seed class, Lu Qinghe is probably the strongest. Many mentors nodded in agreement. After all, the mentors present were all above 6th rank, with broad horizons and experience. Even if Chen Feng and Huichio were strong, the gap compared to Lu Qinghe was still quite obvious. A deep light flickered in Dongfang Yi's eyes as he slowly spoke. Let's not rush to conclusions. Chen Feng and Huichio are also heading towards the student town. Soon, these three prodigies are likely to meet. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the large screen. In the footage, Lu Qinghe was walking away from the corpse of the Thunder Tiger, showing no signs of fatigue, but rather a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, he stopped, his gaze directed into the distance. At the same time, another scene displayed Chen Feng and Hui Qiu rapidly approaching the student town. The two seemed to sense something, their steps slowing in unison. Interesting, Han Shuoro said softly. They seemed to have sensed each other's presence. All the mentors focused on the imminent encounter. The meeting of the three geniuses could potentially lead to an extraordinary contest. Lu Qinghe's gaze swept over Chen Feng and Hui Qiu, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from both of them, clearly not ordinary competitors. I didn't expect that there would be others who can reach the martial general realm in this assessment, Lu Qinghe said cautiously. I am Lu Qinghe. May I ask how to address you two? Hui Qiu snorted coldly, not answering directly, but instead retorted, I've heard you're very strong. How about we have a friendly spar for points? Lu Qinghe paused slightly, sensing the strong fighting spirit and desire for challenge radiating from Hui Qiu. The mentors in the monitoring room watched this scene. Dongfang Yi smiled slightly and said, It seems Hui Qiu is very interested in Lu Qinghe's strength and wants to test it through sparring. Hui Qinghe nodded, expressing his admiration. Indeed, the contest between these two young powerhouses is something to look forward to. At this point, Hui Qinghe paused and said with a look of regret, It's a pity. This is the student town. Inside the student town, Lu Qinghe's gaze turned to Hui Qiu, and he said calmly, If that's the case, then let's fight. Upon hearing this, Hui Qiu immediately gripped the handle of his yin qi blade, a sharp blade intent beginning to spread. Just as Hui Qiu was about to strike, the assessment tokens of the three suddenly lit up simultaneously, and a mechanized voice echoed. Warning, mutual attacks between students in the student town are prohibited. Violators will be immediately disqualified from the assessment. Chen Feng pondered and said, It seems this is a safe base set up by the academy for us. Lu Qinghe nodded in agreement. Indeed, this should be a place for us to rest. Hui Qiu sheathed his blade, somewhat reluctantly saying, What a pity. I still wanted to see Lu Qinghe's strength. Just as the three were conversing, a commotion suddenly erupted in the distance. More and more contestants began to pour into the town, all wearing expressions of confusion and vigilance. Chen Feng looked around and said solemnly, It seems it's not just us. All contestants have been guided here. Lu Qinghe nodded. Indeed, there must be deeper significance to this. As more students poured in, the town gradually became lively. Most people sighed in relief, believing they had found a safe haven. Great, finally we can have a good rest. Yes, this should be the safe zone for the assessment, right? The assessment token warned that mutual attacks between students are prohibited in the student town. We can temporarily relax our vigilance. However, just as everyone was easing up, the assessment token rang out again, interrupting their conversation. Attention all contestants, I am the chief examiner for this assessment, Han Shuoro. The student town is your resting place, but it is also a key location for the upcoming assessment. Please pay attention. It is expected that after 1930 tonight, the entire back mountain will erupt with a terrifying beast tide. Please do your utmost to kill the beasts in the tide and protect your town. If the guardian crystal in the student town shatters, all will be eliminated. Han Shuoro's voice through the assessment token instantly threw the entire town into chaos. Beast tide? This is no joke. All eliminated? This pressure is too much. With just over 100 of us, can we withstand the beast tide? Shock appeared on all the contestants' faces. Lu Qinghe frowned tightly and turned to Chen Feng and Hui Qiu, saying, It seems we must cooperate. Fighting alone is not a wise choice. Chen Feng nodded and said solemnly, Lu Qinghe is right. Under the threat of the beast tide, we need to unite to ensure that no one gets eliminated. Hui Qiu's eyes sparkled with confidence as he said, The beast tide is a test, but also an opportunity we don't necessarily have to defend. A glimmer of understanding crossed Lu Qinghe's eyes as he realized Hui Qiu's meaning. You mean, take the initiative to attack, kill the beast to gain points? Hui Qiu nodded, his fighting spirit growing stronger. Exactly. As long as we take out the beast generals in the tide in advance, the beast tide will naturally be nothing to worry about. On the other side, deep in the back mountain, two other geniuses, Zhang Yu from the Zhang family of the imperial capital and Hua Nongying from the Hua family, were advancing deeper into the mountain with determined steps. As they walked, Hua Nongying glanced at Zhang Yu and asked with a relaxed tone, "Zhang Yu, do we really not need to join the excitement at the student town?" Chapter 78. Fifth Order Exotic Beast. Golden Flame Demon Tiger. Zhang Yu's lips curled slightly, his expression filled with a lofty ambition that seemed to look down on the world. He asserted, "The hustle and bustle of the student town is merely child's play. Our battlefield lies deep in the back mountain, where we can truly showcase our strength." Hua Nongying curled her lips and smiled. Who can't boast? Zhang Yu, that fifth-order exotic beast in the back mountain, is not so easy to deal with. Zhang Yu turned his head and flashed a confident smile at Hua Nongying, even with just a fourth-order cultivation level. "I am confident I can take down a fifth-order exotic beast." After saying that, he continued forward. Hua Nongying shook her head with a sigh and quickly caught up to Zhang Yu. The two traversed through the back mountain and soon reached the base of a towering cliff. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, Lu Qinghe, and Huiqiu had reached a consensus and decided to delve deeper into the back mountain to seek and eliminate beast general-level exotic beasts. As soon as the three entered the deeper area of the back mountain, they sensed a suppressive aura. Lu Qinghe said warily, "The aura here is quite unusual. There are likely powerful exotic beasts lurking everywhere." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but we must hurry and try to eliminate the beast generals before the beast tide erupts." Huiqiu tightened his grip on the goosewing knife, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Come on, let's see what kind of monsters are hiding deep in the back mountain." The three moved cautiously through the dense forest, each step filled with caution. Suddenly, Chen Feng stopped and said softly, "There's movement ahead." Almost simultaneously, a massive fourth-order exotic beast burst from the bushes, charging toward the three. The trio reacted instantly and coordinated perfectly. Lu Qinghe's long sword shot out like lightning, forcing the exotic beast back. Chen Feng followed closely behind, his sword light flashing, leaving several wounds on the beast. Huiqiu seized the opportunity, his goosewing knife tracing a graceful arc as it aimed for the beast's vital points. In just a few breaths, the fourth-order exotic beast was killed by their combined efforts. Looking at the corpse of the exotic beast before them, Lu Qinghe pondered for a moment and spoke, "Our efficiency is quite low when we act together. Why don't we split up and each look for fourth-order exotic beasts? This way, we can cover a larger area." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "Splitting up will greatly enhance our search efficiency. With our individual strengths, handling a fourth-order exotic beast should not be a problem." Huiqiu's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I agree. However, we should have a bigger goal." He pointed to the deepest part of the back mountain, where a fifth-order exotic beast likely resided. "If we can take it down together, our points will definitely increase significantly. As for who comes out on top, let's have a proper battle at the end to determine our rankings based on strength." Meanwhile, at another location in the back mountain, Zhang Yu and Hua Nongying were also facing trouble. A peak fourth-order exotic beast was staring at them with a fierce gaze. This beast was massive, covered in hard scales, and looked extremely formidable. Zhang Yu sneered, "Just in time. I'll use you to test my strength." Saying this, he charged toward the beast, his spear shining with dazzling light. "Heavenly dragon piercing the clouds," Zhang Yu shouted, thrusting the spear in a mysterious trajectory, as if it could tear the sky apart, aiming directly for the beast's head. Seeing Zhang Yu make his move, Hua Nongying knew she could no longer hold back. She swiftly shifted her form, like a blooming flower shadow, gracefully circling to the other side of the beast. Flower shadow whip technique, falling petals in abundance. Hua Nongying called out softly, her whip creating phantoms in the air as it struck the beast's vulnerable spots. Each strike of the whip was like petals scattering in the wind, yet instantly coalescing into a deadly blow. The instructors in the monitoring room watched this scene and couldn't help but nod in praise. Dongfang, he took a deep breath and slowly said, 5 martial general-level prodigies. This is the first time in the history of our magic capital martial university." Han Shui Ro nodded in agreement. Indeed, in previous years, it was already rare to see one martial general-level talent. This year, we have 5 appearing simultaneously, which is truly surprising. Zhao Ming also couldn't help but exclaim, "Our magic capital Martial University has managed to recruit such talents. We will undoubtedly overshadow the imperial capital Martial University in the near future." After Lu Qinghe, Chen Feng, and Hua Qiu split up, each headed in different directions deeper into the back mountain. Lu Qinghe chose to head east. His footsteps were light, and he moved like the wind, weaving through the dense forest. Suddenly, a low growl echoed, and Lu Qinghe immediately became alert. A fourth-order wolf-type exotic beast leaped out from the bushes, its fangs bared and eyes glowing with bloodlust. Lu Qinghe remained calm, gently shaking his long sword, which emitted a faint blue light. King Xuan Sword Technique. Frost Sword's cold radiance. The sword light flashed, and the wolf-type exotic beast's movements suddenly slowed, as if frozen. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qinghe turned the sword's edge and aimed for the beast's throat. Moments later, the exotic beast fell to the ground, but Lu Qinghe frowned. This level of exotic beast has just advanced to beast general. Meanwhile, Hua Qiu arrived at an open area. He cautiously looked around, and suddenly, the ground began to tremble. A massive bear-type exotic beast burst forth from the earth, charging at Hua Qiu. Peak fourth order? Interesting. Hua Qiu grinned, drawing his goosewing knife, its cold light flashing. Heavenly Blade 8 styles, slashing mountains and rivers. The blade light cascaded down, completely neutralizing the bear-type beast's offensive. Hua Qiu took advantage of the momentum to close in, leaving numerous gashes on the beast's body. The beast roared in anger, but could never get close to Hua Qiu. After a fierce struggle, Hua Qiu finally found an opening and cleaved the beast's head. Looking at the fallen giant, a hint of disappointment flashed in Hua Qiu's eyes. Still not strong enough. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and Hua Nongying continued deeper into the back mountain. They had just dealt with the peak fourth-order exotic beast and were searching for a new target. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged toward them, and both stopped in their tracks. "Did you feel that?" Zhang Yu asked in a low voice. Hua Nongying nodded. A fifth-order exotic beast should be just ahead. Excitement flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. "Let's go. We will meet it." The two carefully moved forward, and soon they saw a massive tiger-type exotic beast, the Golden Flame Demon Tiger. This beast was covered in dark golden scales, its eyes like two blazing suns, exuding a terrifying pressure. "Early fifth order, impressive strength," Zhang Yu said softly. "We need to be cautious." Hua Nongying nodded gently, a serious look in her eyes. "You attract its attention first, and I'll assist you from behind." Just as the two were about to make their move, the Golden Flame Demon Tiger suddenly turned its head, its gaze like lightning piercing toward their hiding spot. Chapter 79. Peak of the 5th Rank. Towering Fury. "Oh no, we've been discovered." A thunderous roar erupted as the 5th-rank beast, the Golden Flame Demon Tiger, lunged violently at the two. A fierce battle was about to break out. It seemed they could only confront it head-on. Zhang Yu shouted, and the long spear in his hand radiated dazzling golden light. Heavenly Dragon Spear Technique. Hidden Dragon breaking the clouds. The spear surged like a dragon, striking directly at the tiger's head with overwhelming force. However, the Golden Flame Demon Tiger did not dodge or evade, allowing the spear to hit it. Clang! A metallic clash echoed, and Zhang Yu's expression changed drastically. He saw that the tiger's scales were completely intact, while a crack appeared on his spear. "Be careful. Its defense is extremely strong," Zhang Yu warned loudly. Hearing this, Hua Nongying immediately adjusted her strategy. Her figure moved like a ghost around the Golden Flame Demon Tiger, her whip constantly searching for the beast's weaknesses. Floel Shadow Whip Technique, Floral Whirlwind. Countless whip shadows intertwined in the air, sealing off all escape routes for the Golden Flame Demon Tiger. However, the tiger seemed unfazed, instead charging into the net of whips. Roar! With a furious roar, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the Golden Flame Demon Tiger, shattering the whip net. Hua Nongying was knocked back several steps by this force, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. "This guy is more troublesome than expected," she murmured. Seeing this, a look of determination flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. He took a deep breath, his spiritual power surging wildly within him. "Hua Nongying, buy me 5 seconds." Hua Nongying understood and immediately positioned herself in front of Zhang Yu. "All right, hurry." She wiped away the blood from her mouth, and her whip danced again, creating a dense defense. On the other side, Chen Feng ventured deep to the west, arriving at a secluded mountain gorge. The rushing stream thundered beneath him, with steep rock walls on either side. He cautiously advanced along the narrow mountain path, his sword ready for any sudden situation. Suddenly, a sharp screech came from above. Chen Feng looked up to see a massive eagle-like beast descending from the sky, its sharp claws aimed directly at his head. Peak of the 4th rank. And it's a flying type. This terrain is indeed troublesome. Chen Feng muttered to himself, quickly sidestepping and pressing against the rock wall to evade the beast's attack. The eagle-like beast circled above the narrow gorge, its sharp gaze fixated on Chen Feng. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng gripped his sword tightly. Glint of light. Swift sword. A faint golden glow emanated from his sword, and its momentum became swift and agile. Using the terrain to his advantage, he leaped between the rock walls, constantly changing positions, making it difficult for the eagle-like beast to lock onto him. The beast became enraged, diving down to attack repeatedly. Chen Feng took advantage of its momentum to retreat while slashing out several sword chi. Falling star slash. The sharp sword chi cut through the air, striking the beast's wing. The injured beast let out an angry cry and suddenly accelerated to dive. A flash of brilliance appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. Now's the time. He leaped, using the rebound from the rock wall to propel himself towards the beast like an arrow shot from a bow. 9 celestial swords. 9 strikes in an instant. The long sword merged with the fierce wind, and Chen Feng's figure seemed to meld with the sword itself. In a flash, the sword's edge aimed directly for the beast's throat. With a mournful cry, the eagle-like beast crashed heavily into the stream below. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to level 42. As the system notification sounded, Chen Feng landed steadily, sheathing his sword. He looked at the fallen beast, gently shaking his head. This level of opponent is still not enough. With the combined holy light martial intent, plus the tenfold amplification from a celestial sword classic sword immortal state, perhaps even a peak 5th rank beast could be killed. Taking advantage of the moment, Hua Nongying blocked the golden flame demon tiger. Zhang Yu closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as his aura began to surge wildly. He knew that facing a 5th rank beast, he could only rely on his trump card for a chance of victory. At that moment, the golden flame demon tiger seemed to sense danger and turned to flee. Want to run? Not so easy. Strength, martial intent. Zhang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, the golden light on his spear intensifying. Heavenly dragon spear technique, dragon battles in the wild. He roared, 2 sharp beams of light shooting from his eyes as a massive dragon shadow formed at the spear's tip, emitting a thunderous dragon roar. The spear surged forth like a true dragon, striking with overwhelming force at the beast. The golden flame demon tiger seemed to sense a lethal threat and let out a terrified roar, desperately trying to escape. However, Zhang Yu's attack was even faster. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the dragon's shadow collided with the golden flame demon tiger. A powerful shockwave instantly swept across the battlefield, uprooting surrounding trees and sending debris flying. As the dust settled, the golden flame demon tiger lay on the ground, its scales shattered, a deep wound extending from its head to its tail, blood gushing out. The instructors in the monitoring room witnessed all of this, their faces displaying shock and admiration. These two actually defeated the 5th rank beast. The golden flame demon tiger. Hua Qingyun exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Ming nodded solemnly, saying, Zhang Yu's strength has surpassed that of an ordinary 4th rank martial general. He might even be able to contend with a 5th rank great martial general. Don Fangyi revealed a gratified smile. This year's students have truly given us many surprises. In the depths of the back mountain of Magic City Martial University, after delivering this powerful strike, Zhang Yu stood in place, the long spear in his hand trembling slightly. It was clear that this strike had consumed a great deal of his energy. He took a deep breath, vigilantly staring at the golden flame demon tiger, not daring to act recklessly. It's not over yet, Zhang Yu said softly. This guy's vitality is terrifyingly strong. Hua Nongying nodded, her whip ready to strike. We need to finish this quickly. We can't give a chance to recover. At that moment, the golden flame demon tiger suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar of the golden flame demon tiger contained a peculiar rhythm, as if it was calling for something. Suddenly, the entire back mountain fell into an eerie silence. Not good. Zhang Yu's expression changed drastically. It's calling for reinforcements. As soon as he finished speaking, a more thunderous roar came from afar, the intensity of the sound waves even shaking the ground. The distant trees were snapped in half as a much larger tiger-like beast charged out, roaring. This tiger-like beast was covered in scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, its eyes burning with furious flames, exuding a suffocating pressure. This is peak of the 5th rank? Huan Nongying gasped. It seems this is a pair of golden flame demon tigers. The male tiger's gaze lingered on the injured golden flame demon tiger for a moment before turning to Zhang Yu and Huan Nongying, its eyes filled with towering fury. Zhang Yu tightened his grip on the long spear, but his previous full power strike had already drained most of his spiritual energy. Now, facing a clearly stronger and enraged male tiger, the situation became extremely unfavorable. Chapter 80. The 5 Great Talents Unite. Team up against the enemy. Hua, Nongying, and Zhang Yu spoke in a deep voice. This time we have to fight for our lives. This guy is not only powerful, but also in a state of fury. It will probably be harder to deal with than the previous one. Hua, Nongying nodded, preparing for battle. Understood. I will fully cooperate with you. The peak 5th tier beast, the golden flame demon tiger, slowly approached, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Its gaze was fixed firmly on Zhang Yu, clearly having identified him as the one who severely injured its companion. Roar, accompanied by a roar filled with hatred. The peak 5th tier golden flame demon tiger suddenly pounced, its overwhelming momentum suffocating. Its speed was astonishing, and it reached Zhang Yu in an instant. Zhang Yu barely raised his halberd to defend, but the tiger's immense power sent him flying several meters away. Zhang Yu! Hua, Nongying exclaimed, her long whip coiling around the tiger like a serpent, trying to distract it. Zhang Yu adjusted his posture in the air, stabilizing himself. Although he had been knocked away, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. He knew he couldn't fall now. Huan Nongying was buying him time, and he needed to recover his combat strength as soon as possible. Huan Nongying, hold it back. Zhang Yu shouted, quickly retrieving a pill from his storage ring. It was a recovery pill he had prepared for emergencies. The pill melted in his mouth, and a warm flow spread through his body, rapidly replenishing his depleted spiritual energy. Zhang Yu felt his strength returning quickly, and he regained his footing, pointing his halberd at the tiger, charging at him again. Heavenly Dragon halberd technique, dragon soaring the seas. Zhang Yu roared, his halberd dancing, creating layers of halberd shadows, like true dragons swirling around him, resisting the fierce onslaught of the tiger. Seeing this, Huan Nongying also unleashed her ultimate skill, Shadow, binding the world. She lightly shouted, and her whip wove into a net in the air, not only blocking the tiger's movements, but also constantly seeking opportunities to entangle its body. However, just as the situation became critical, the beast suddenly stopped its attack. A strange light flashed in its eyes before it opened its massive mouth. Roar! A terrifying sound wave erupted from the mouth of the golden flame demon tiger, directly shattering Zhang Yu and Hua Nongying's attacks. The two were pushed back repeatedly by the sudden sound wave, their internal energy surging. Cough, cough. What is this ability? Hua Nongying's face turned pale, clearly suffering from serious internal injuries. Zhang Yu was not much better off. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a serious look flashing in his eyes. It seems we both underestimated the strength of a peak 5th tier beast. At this critical moment, a voice suddenly came. Need help? Zhang Yu and Hua Nongying turned in surprise, only to see Lu Qinghe, Chen Feng, and Huiqiu had arrived at some point. Lu Qinghe held a long sword, his gaze like lightning fixed on the golden flame demon tiger. Looks like we arrived just in time. Chen Feng and Huiqiu also gripped their weapons tightly, ready for battle. The golden flame demon tiger sensed the sudden increase in enemies and let out a low growl, a hint of caution flashing in its eyes. Now that everyone is here, Huiqiu grinned. Why don't we join forces and deal with this beast? The other four nodded, their eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. 5 martial talent geniuses versus a peak 5th-tier beast. A monumental battle was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in the student town, as time passed, more and more students began to realize the impending crisis. They started to set up defenses around the town, preparing for the approaching beast tide. A student named Li Ming stood atop a high point, looking around with a serious expression. According to the assessment token's hint, the beast tide will erupt at 1930. It's already 1900 hours. We must hurry. The other students nodded, quickening their preparations. At that moment, a student suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Everyone followed his pointing direction and saw a large mass of dark clouds rapidly approaching in the sky. However, upon closer inspection, it was not clouds at all. It was clearly a swarm of countless flying beasts. Not good. The beast tide has come early. Li Ming's expression changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, "Everyone, take your positions immediately. Prepare for battle." Chaos erupted in the town as students hurried to their posts. At the same time, the ground began to shake as countless ground-based beasts surged in from all directions. A life-and-death battle was about to unfold in the student town. In the monitoring room, all the instructors' faces turned exceptionally focused. Dongfang Yi smiled slightly and said slowly, "It seems the real test is just beginning." Chen Feng and the others exchanged glances and quickly formed a battle formation. Zhang Yu and Hua Qiu stood in the front row, Lu Qinghe and Chen Feng in the center, while Hua Nongying prepared to support from the back. Zhang Yu gripped his halberd tightly, calming his mind, and said solemnly, "The power of this demon tiger should not be underestimated. We must work together if we have any chance to slay it." Hua Qiu nodded, the cold light gleaming on his wild goose-wing blade, his eyes revealing a firm will. "Don't worry, we will fully cooperate with your attacks." Lu Qinghe held his sword, calmly analyzing. This demon tiger is not only immensely strong, but also has sound wave attack capabilities. We need to be careful and not give it a chance to use its sound waves. Chen Feng drew his bright spirit sword from his waist, a sharp look flashing in his eyes. "I will look for its weaknesses and seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow." Hua Nongying held her long whip, softly saying, "I will be responsible for restraining and defending, creating opportunities for everyone to attack." The golden flame demon tiger sensed the threat from the 5 and let out a thunderous roar before suddenly pouncing towards the front row Zhang Yu and Hua Qiu. "Come on," Zhang Yu shouted, sweeping his halberd, heavenly dragon halberd technique, dragon soaring 9 heavens. Hua Qiu was not to be outdone, his wild goose-wing blade dancing like the wind. Heaven Blade 8 styles slashed the mountains and rivers. Their attacks surged towards the golden flame demon tiger like a storm, forcing it to retreat a few steps. Taking this opportunity, Lu Qinghe and Chen Feng charged in from the sides. Blue Frost Sword Technique, 1,000 Ice Blades. Lu Qinghe's sword moves were sharp, and countless sword energies shot out like ice blades. Cold Star 9 Swords, 9 strikes in an instant. Chen Feng's sword glowed with dazzling golden light as it aimed for the golden flame demon tiger's eyes. Surrounded by attacks from all sides, the golden flame demon tiger fell into a predicament. It roared in anger, preparing to unleash another sound wave attack. Not good. Zhang Yu sensed the danger and shouted loudly, "Be careful of its sound waves." At that critical moment, Hua Nongying's long whip coiled around the golden flame demon tiger's mouth like a serpent. Shadow Binding Technique. Binding the world. The tiger's sound wave attack was forcefully interrupted, and it angrily struggled, trying to break free from the whip's restraint. Now, a flash of brilliance appeared in Chen Feng's eyes as he seized the opportunity to rush forward. Sacred Light, Martial Intent. Godspeed Sword. The bright spirit sword aimed straight for the golden flame demon tiger's left eye. Chapter 81, Burning Blood. Half step to 6th level. The golden flame demon tiger let out a piercing howl in pain. It wildly swung its body, and its immense strength shattered the long whip of Hua Nongying. "Be careful." Zhang Yu saw this and immediately rushed forward, positioning his long spear in front of Chen Feng. Boom! The tiger's sharp claws slammed heavily against the spear, and the tremendous impact caused Zhang Yu to stagger back several steps, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. A flicker of anger flashed in Huoqiu's eyes. Beast. He gripped his blade with both hands, and his internal energy surged wildly. Heavenly blade, 8 forms. Open heaven and split earth. A massive blade light cut through the air, striking directly at the golden flame demon tiger's head. The tiger howled to the sky, its body glowing with golden light, and it astonishingly withstood the blow. How is this possible? Huoqiu couldn't believe it. Zhang Yu steadied himself, determination shining in his eyes. We can't let it have a moment to breathe, he shouted, once again swinging his spear to launch a new round of attacks. Heavenly Dragon Spear Technique, Dragon Fighting in the Wild. Zhang Yu roared, and the spear transformed into a golden dragon shape, soaring into the sky. Then with the force of thunder, it struck at the tiger's right eye. Seeing this, Huoqiu was unwilling to be outdone, wielding his yin wing blade to unleash his strongest strike. Heavenly blade, 8 forms, heaven and earth split. The blade light burst forth like a flash of lightning, creating a pincer attack with Zhang Yu's strike. Lu Qinghe and Chen Feng quickly adjusted their tactics, attacking from both sides, sword lights flickering, sword energy like frost. The Cold Star 9 swords and Blue Frost sword technique intertwined, forming an inescapable sword net. Although Huan Nongying's long whip was broken, she did not give up the fight. She swiftly drew a pair of short swords from her waist, moving like a phantom across the battlefield, seeking an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the golden flame demon tiger. The tiger sensed an unprecedented threat and let out a thunderous roar. Its golden scales began to emit dazzling light, and a powerful force erupted from within. Not good. Lu Qinghe's expression changed drastically. It's burning its blood, about to break through its limits. The tiger's body began to swell dramatically, its already massive form becoming even larger. Its scales shimmered with brilliant gold, resembling a moving small mountain. Damn, this beast has such a trump card. Huoqiu gritted his teeth. Lu Qinghe took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Everyone be careful. Its strength has likely reached half-step to 6th level." The golden flame demon tiger roared, its gigantic claws slamming down onto the ground. Boom! The ground instantly shattered, and a massive shockwave spread outwards. The 5 were knocked back repeatedly by this sudden shockwave. Cough, cough. This guy is more than twice as strong as before. Huan Nongying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a grave look in her eyes. Its burning blood won't last long. We just need to hold on, and we'll have a chance. Zhang Yu fixed his gaze on the golden flame demon tiger, searching for a battle opportunity. Just then, Chen Feng suddenly spoke up. "I have a method, but I need you all to create an opportunity for me to kill it." Although the others didn't know what Chen Feng was planning, they nodded without hesitation in agreement. "All right, use whatever method you have. We will do our utmost to cooperate," Zhang Yu said solemnly. Chen Feng nodded and began to gather all the spiritual power within him. His body gradually became enveloped in a layer of golden light, and the light spirit's sword in his hand began to emit a brilliant glow. Sword intent of speed. Activate. Holy light, martial intent. Activate. Tian Shu sword cannon. Sword immortal state. Activate. Chen Feng's aura surged instantly, surrounded by countless sword energies. This is transformation secret technique? Huan Nongying looked at Chen Feng's change in surprise. Chen Feng did not respond, but locked his gaze onto the golden flame demon tiger. His eyes became incredibly sharp, as if they could pierce through everything. This move, my spiritual power can only sustain for 2 minutes. Within these 2 minutes, we must create an opportunity for him. Zhang Yu gripped his spear tightly, determination flickering in his eyes. Huoqiu and Lu Qinghe nodded, their momentum also beginning to rise, preparing to launch a more ferocious assault. Although Huan Nongying was injured, she knew this was not the time to retreat. She gripped her short swords tightly and rejoined the battle. "Come on, beast," Zhang Yu shouted, his spear glowing with golden light. Heavenly Dragon Spear Technique, Dragon Fighting in the Wild. His spear transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, targeting the golden flame demon tiger's vital point. Huoqiu was also unwilling to be outdone. Heavenly Blade 8 forms, heaven and earth split. His yin wing blade also erupted with powerful force, forming a pincer attack with Zhang Yu's assault. Lu Qinghe's long sword exuded chilling air, blue frost sword technique. 1,000 ice blades. The sword energy enveloped the golden flame demon tiger like an ice storm. Hua Nongying moved like lightning, darting across the battlefield. Although her short swords did not cover as much area as her long whip, they remained deadly in her hands, the flower shadows heavy, a riot of blossoms. She attempted to use her agility and sword techniques to restrain the tiger's movements. The four's assault was like a torrential storm, continuously battering the defenses of the golden flame demon tiger, creating an opportunity for Chen Feng. Although the tiger's power had surged, it felt unprecedented pressure under the combined efforts of the four. Under the cover of his teammates, Chen Feng began to gather his strength, his aura growing stronger, the light at the tip of his sword brightening, as if containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Now, Zhang Yu roared, his spear finding a flaw as the golden flame demon tiger's attention was drawn to the other three, and he thrust it directly into its abdomen. Hua Qiu and Lu Qinghe seized the opportunity, swords and blades striking together, forcing the tiger to be distracted in response. Hua Nongying took the chance to close in. Her short sword aimed straight at the tiger's eyes, forcing it to retreat. In that instant, Chen Feng moved, his figure almost turning into a streak of light. Cold Star 9 swords, 9 strikes in an instant. His sword techniques were so fast they dazzled the eye, each strike accurately hitting the tiger's body. The golden flame demon tiger let out a deafening roar, deep sword scars appearing on its body, golden blood splattering. Final strike, Chen Feng shouted, condensing all his power at the tip of his sword, 9th sword. Star River's destruction. His sword shot through the night sky like a meteor, driven by an unwavering determination, aiming straight for the tiger's heart. Just as this sword was about to hit the golden flame demon tiger, a figure suddenly dashed out, blocking in front of the tiger. Roar! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching howl, the previously severely injured female tiger used its last ounce of strength to shield its companion from this fatal blow. The five were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Zhang Yu looked at the scene in disbelief. A complex expression flashed in Hua Nongying's eyes. Even these beasts have emotions we cannot comprehend. The male tiger looked at its fallen companion, a flicker of pain and sorrow crossing its eyes. It lowered its head, gently nuzzling the female tiger's body, letting out a low whimper. However, in the next moment, the male tiger's gaze suddenly turned cold. Chapter 82, 6th rank, the domain of the sword. The golden flame demon tiger let out a long howl, issuing a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Not good. Lu Qinghe's expression changed drastically. It was calling for its companions. As soon as he finished speaking, the distant sounds of beast roars began to rise and fall. In the blink of an eye, dozens of 4th-rank exotic beasts rushed out from all directions, surrounding the five of them completely. Damn it, this guy is even more cunning than we imagined. Hua Qiu gritted his teeth. Zhang Yu quickly made a judgment. Everyone, stand back to back and don't let the exotic beasts break through our defense. The five immediately adjusted their formation, forming a defensive circle. However, the number of exotic beasts was simply too many, and they soon fell into a tough battle. At that moment, the male tiger suddenly opened its bloody maw and began to devour the fallen female tiger. What? What is it doing? Hua Nongying looked at this scene in surprise. Lu Qinghe's expression became serious. It's consuming its mate to enhance its strength. It's about to break through to the 6th rank. As the consumption progressed, the male tiger's aura began to rise sharply. Its body started to swell, and brilliant golden light glimmered on its scales. An overwhelming pressure emanated from it. 6th rank? Hua Nongying looked at this scene in disbelief. Just as the male tiger was about to complete its promotion, Lu Qinghe shouted, "Stop it with all your might. We can't let it complete its promotion." The five struggled to break through the encirclement of the exotic beasts and charged towards the male tiger. However, a large number of exotic beasts continuously blocked their path. Damn it! Hua Qiu roared as he swung his big knife, cleaving the obstructing exotic beasts in half. If this continues, it will be too late. At this moment, Mentor Hua Qingyun stared at the surveillance screen, his expression grave. The power of this demon tiger has far exceeded our expectations for the assessment difficulty. Continuing may endanger the lives of the students. Zhao Ming nodded in agreement. The purpose of the assessment is to test and train the students, not to sacrifice them needlessly. If the exotic beast really advances to the 6th rank, it will be beyond what the students can handle. We should immediately halt the assessment. Han Shiro stood to the side, her voice calm. Everyone, I believe there is no need to stop the assessment. Luck is also a part of the assessment. Just like on a real battlefield, all kinds of accidents can happen. Dongfang turned his head and smiled at Han Shiro. Mr. Han, what is your opinion? Han Shiro nodded slightly and continued. Although the current situation is critical, it is also a test of their crisis management abilities. Moreover, they hold the assessment token, which serves as a last resort for survival and can be activated if necessary. Dongfang pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Mr. Han's words are indeed reasonable. As mentors, we should have enough confidence in them. Let us continue to watch. Facing a 6th rank exotic beast with their abilities, it shouldn't be a problem for them to temporarily retreat. Boom! With the roar of the male tiger, the golden light on its body grew brighter, and its entire body began to swell as its power continuously surged. A suffocating pressure instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The 5 felt a difficulty in breathing, as if a great mountain was pressing against their chests. Is this the power of the 6th rank? Hua Nongying said with difficulty, her face full of shock. Lu Qinghe's expression was grave. It's advancing so quickly. This situation is worse than I imagined. The golden flame demon tiger slowly turned around, its eyes filled with brutality and killing intent. With a casual flick of its tail, it left a deep trench on the ground. The golden flame demon tiger moved. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the 5. Be careful, Zhang Yu shouted, swinging his halberd in an attempt to block, but the golden flame demon tiger merely swiped a paw, sending him flying. Zhang Yu, Huan Nongying exclaimed. Hui Qiu took the opportunity to slash at the golden flame demon tiger, but his attack was like a tickle, unable to inflict any damage. The golden flame demon tiger coldly glanced at Hui Qiu and opened its mouth to spew forth a stream of golden flames. Hui Qiu couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed by the flames, letting out a painful scream. No! Chen Feng roared, and he and Lu Qinghe struck out simultaneously, trying to rescue Hui Qiu. However, the speed of the golden flame demon tiger's attack was too rapid. They couldn't get close at all. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and unleashed his strongest strike. 9 swords of the cold star. 9 hits in an instant. However, this strike landed on the golden flame demon tiger as if it had fallen into the sea, creating no ripples whatsoever. The golden flame demon tiger looked at Chen Feng with disdain, then swatted him away with a paw. Bang! Chen Feng fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood. In front of the golden flame demon tiger, the 5 were as weak as ants. All their attacks couldn't inflict any damage, while a casual strike from the golden flame demon tiger could severely injure them. It's over. Lu Qinghe looked at all this in despair. We are simply no match for it. The golden flame demon tiger slowly approached Hui Qiu, its killing intent growing stronger. It opened its bloody maw, preparing to deliver the final blow to Hui Qiu. In this critical moment, Chen Feng struggled to rise from the ground, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. There is still a chance. His sword intent could become faster, stronger. Chen Feng looked at his bank card balance, then at the price of the skill reset potion in the system shop. He felt a pain in his heart that made it hard to breathe. After finally saving some money to upgrade his weapon, now he would have to spend it all on skill reset potions. But if they didn't take action now, all of them might be eliminated, and Hui Qiu could very well die here. Thinking of this, Chen Feng decisively exchanged for a skill reset potion and swallowed it in one gulp. System, reset my skill points. Chen Feng silently thought. Tianshu Sword Classic, Flowing Light Starfall / LV6 LV0, Light of Twilight LV10 LV8, Light of Twilight Skill Trait, Holy Light Martial Intent LV1 LV0, Godspeed Sword LV12 LV20, Godspeed Sword Skill Trait, Quick Sword Intent LV2, Quick Sword Intent LV3, Quick Sword Domain LV1, Godspeed Sword LV20. When using sword-type weapons, attack speed is increased by 1050. Godspeed Sword Skill Trait Quick Sword Domain LV1. When actively using Quick Sword Domain, all speed enhancements are multiplied by 16 times, and all enemy speeds within the domain are reduced by 90. With the power of the domain, attacks add 1,000 points of damage that ignores defense. Tian Shu Sword Classic, Sword Immortal State LV1 LV2. Activates Sword Immortal State. Your swordsmanship power will receive a 20-fold increase, and each sword swing will contain the power of heaven and earth, with sword energy traversing, making it incredibly powerful. As the skill points were redistributed, Chen Feng felt an unprecedented change. A torrent seemed to surge within him, and his sword intent became purer and sharper. The bright spirit sword in his hand began to tremble slightly, as if responding to the changes in his heart. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Feng slowly stood up, and an indescribable aura began to emanate from him. This aura spread like an invisible wave, causing the surrounding air to start vibrating. Chapter 83. Sixth Order Beast General. The Golden Flame Demon Tiger also sensed this momentum. It stopped its impending deadly strike against Huiqiu and shifted its attention to Chen Feng. It could feel that this human, who had previously seemed insignificant in its eyes, was now exuding an aura that even it found threatening. Domain of Swift Swords, activate. Chen Feng said softly, his voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every corner. As his words fell, a transparent domain rapidly expanded from his center, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Within this domain, Chen Feng's sword intent became omnipresent and all-encompassing. The Golden Flame Demon Tiger attempted to attack, but found its movements unusually slow, as if bound by some force. This is, Zhang Yu watched in disbelief. Sword Domain. Lu Qinghe exclaimed, the power beyond sword intent. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the Demon City Martial University, Huiqiu widened his eyes in disbelief, saying, how? Is this possible? How could a Fourth Order Martial General master such a level of power? Zhao Ming also stood up in shock. Incredible. The Sword Domain is a forbidden power that only Seventh Order Masters can control. How did Chen Feng achieve this? Han Shuoro furrowed her brows slightly, carefully observing the scene. It seems this kid has many secrets. To comprehend the Sword Domain at the Fourth Order, his talent has likely surpassed the realm of genius. Dongfang Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of intrigue. Interesting. It seems we have underestimated the potential of this cohort of students, especially this Chen Feng, who deserves close attention. Just as everyone was in shock, Chen Feng moved. His figure almost turned into a beam of light, instantly arriving in front of the Golden Flame Demon Tiger. 9 Sword of Cold Stars, 9 strikes in an instant. Chen Feng's sword was incredibly fast, with 9 strikes almost simultaneously unleashed. 9 shallow sword marks instantly appeared on the massive body of the Golden Flame Demon Tiger, and red blood splattered everywhere. Roar. The Golden Flame Demon Tiger let out a painful howl. It tried to counterattack, but under the influence of the domain of swift swords, its movements became exceedingly slow. Chen Feng did not give it a chance to breathe. His figure flickered continuously, and sword lights poured down like a meteor shower. Is this still a speed that humans can achieve? Hua Nongying murmured. Huiqiu struggled to stand, his eyes filled with shock. Chen Feng. He can actually contend with a Sixth Order beast. Incredible. Zhang Yu whispered. His combat power has surpassed ours by a large margin. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Chen Feng, Lu Qinghe couldn't help but exclaim. Perhaps he really can slay this Sixth Order Golden Flame Demon Tiger. Heavenly Pivot Sword Classic, Sword Immortal State. With a light shout from Chen Feng, his momentum surged again, and the radiant spirit sword in his hand erupted with dazzling light. The power amplification is even stronger. Huiqiu's eyes widened, realizing that this was not even Chen Feng's full strength. How many trump cards does he have? The other mentors held their breath, fully focused on observing the battle's progress. Roar. The Golden Flame Demon Tiger let out an earth-shattering roar, rallying the surrounding Fourth Order Beast group to charge towards Chen Feng. 9th Sword of Cold Stars. Chen Feng's figure seemed to merge with the sword light. Each sword swing carried the power of heaven and earth, with sword energy transforming into wind, shredding the surrounding air into pieces. Countless sword lights erupted simultaneously on the battlefield. Each sword light contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and wherever they struck, beasts fell one after another. The golden-flamed demon tiger let out a pained roar as countless deep wounds appeared on its body. However, it still stood defiantly, trying to counterattack. Is that not enough? Chen Feng chuckled coldly. Then let us do it again. Star River's destruction. A brilliant sword light descended from the sky, directly piercing through the golden-flamed demon tiger's head. This powerful sixth-order beast finally collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Ding! Congratulations on slaying 34th-order beasts, gaining 3 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a 6th-order beast at level 18, gaining 10 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has reached level 45, having leveled up 3 times. The extra 3 skill points were just enough to bring the Radiant Light back to level 10 and to recomprehend the Holy Light martial intent. The battlefield fell silent. All the beasts had been slain by Chen Feng alone in just a few minutes. The other 4 looked at this scene, stunned into silence. Points have been recorded. Chen Feng's current score is 1, 0, 10, 100. Current ranking, first. The cold voice of the assessment system echoed from Chen Feng's assessment jade token. However, just as everyone thought everything had ended, an unexpected change occurred. With a loud rumble, a massive sound erupted from the ground, and the entire ground began to shake violently. Not good. Lu Qing's expression changed drastically. An earthquake. Zhang Yu quickly assessed. It's likely that the battle just now damaged the geological structure. We must evacuate immediately. Just as the 5 prepared to flee, something even more terrifying happened. The corpse of the golden flame demon tiger suddenly began to glow, and a strange energy erupted from within it. Be careful, Chen Feng shouted. Its corpse is going to explode. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful wave of energy instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The 5 were knocked off balance, and the surrounding trees and rocks were flattened. When the dust settled, everyone was horrified to find that the corpse of the golden flame demon tiger had disappeared, replaced by a massive spatial rift. This is a spatial rift? Hua Noming looked on in disbelief. Just then, a huge claw suddenly reached out from the rift, directly grasping towards the nearest Huiqiu. Huiqiu, be careful. Chen Feng reacted swiftly and slashed at that claw with his sword. However, his sword energy was easily deflected. Not good. Chen Feng's face changed dramatically. The thing from the rift was stronger than a 6th-order beast. Watching the footage in the monitoring room, Dongfang Yi's expression turned extremely grim. He suddenly stood up, a serious look flashing in his eyes. That spatial rift is the demon lair beneath the demon city, Martial University. The other mentors' faces also turned very serious upon hearing this. We must suppress it immediately, Dongfang Yi said solemnly. We cannot let whatever is in the demon lair escape. Before he finished speaking, Dongfang Yi's figure had already vanished from the monitoring room. On the battlefield, Chen Feng and the others desperately dodged the attacks of the giant claw. Just then, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the sky, landing before the spatial rift. Principal Dongfang, Zhang Yu and the others exclaimed. Dongfang Yi ignored them and directly extended his right hand towards the spatial rift. Suddenly, a golden rune lit up in his palm, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. Suppress! Dongfang Yi shouted in a low voice, and that golden energy instantly enveloped the entire spatial rift. The rift began to shake violently, as if resisting this power. With a cracking sound, another crack appeared on the spatial rift, but it was quickly repaired by that golden energy. Principal Dongfang, how can we help? Chen Feng stepped forward to ask. Dongfang Yi shook his head, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. You all step back. It's too dangerous here. Just then, a shrill roar suddenly came from within the spatial rift, and a surge of black energy erupted from the rift, violently colliding with Dongfang Yi's golden energy. Chapter 84. Suppressing the Demon Cave. Terrifying demonic creatures. The entire battlefield was shrouded in the confrontation of 2 forces, the sky dark with clouds and thunder rumbling. As if the heavens and earth were also shaken by this battle. Dongfang Yi's expression grew increasingly serious. This black energy was precisely the demonic aura leaking from the demon cave. It was evil and powerful, capable of corrupting all life. If it weren't for his ninth-tier realm and the support of the runes in this place, it would have been difficult to withstand it. All students, evacuate immediately. Dongfeng commanded loudly while battling the forces from the fissure. Although Chen Feng and the others were worried, they understood that staying would only be a burden. So the 5 of them decided to retreat from the battlefield at once. Dongfeng Yi's golden energy finally gained the upper hand, and the vibrations from the spatial fissure gradually weakened. However, at that moment, a more piercing roar suddenly erupted from the fissure. An even stronger black energy surged out, clashing violently with the golden energy. Not good. The demonic creatures from the cave are about to emerge. Dongfeng Yi's heart tightened. He could sense the power from the fissure growing stronger. He had to suppress this fissure as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the demonic creatures escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Huh! Dongfeng Yi shouted angrily, channeling all his spiritual power to the extreme as a massive golden phantom gradually emerged behind him. It was the image of a formidable warrior, radiating supreme majesty and power. Spirit of martial arts, suppress the 8 directions. Dongfeng Yi shouted, merging his golden phantom with the golden energy to form a gigantic golden hand, which slammed down towards the spatial fissure. Boom! A loud noise shook the entire battlefield, and under the pressure of the golden hand, the spatial fissure finally began to close slowly. However, just as the fissure was about to close, a gigantic black claw suddenly shot out from the fissure, reaching for Dongfeng Yi. Dongfeng Yi's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he charged forward as the golden energy erupted once more, colliding head-on with the black claw. Crack! The black claw shattered under the impact of the golden energy, dissipating into strands of black mist in the air. Ultimately, under Dongfeng Yi's powerful suppression, the spatial fissure was completely sealed, and the demon cave fissure was thoroughly locked down. Dongfeng Yi let out a long sigh, his face slightly pale. Sealing the demon cave fissure had drained a lot of his energy, but the immediate crisis was finally resolved. He looked around and saw Chen Feng and the others leaving. Dongfeng Yi said solemnly, students, the threat of the demon cave has been eliminated. Your assessments will continue. After saying this, he glanced at Chen Feng and the other 5, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Then, Dongfeng Yi's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Chen Feng and the 5 stood together, looking at each other. According to what we agreed before, we still need to spar to determine the final rankings. Lu Qinghe said, Zhang Yu. Huan Nomying. Huiqiu sighed deeply before saying, I think it's unnecessary now. The 4 of us together are no match for Chen Feng, this freak. Lu Qinghe and Zhang Yu also showed expressions of agreement. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. You guys. Zhang Yu patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Brother, your strength indeed earns our respect. The first place is yours without a doubt. Lu Qinghe smiled. In that case, the 4 of us will compete for 2nd to 5th places. This way, we can better understand each other's strengths. Huiqiu's eyes lit up. I have a suggestion. Instead of sparring here, why don't we use the exotic beasts around the student town as the battlefield? Let us see who can kill the most exotic beasts. This way, we can earn points and determine rankings. The other 3 thought this idea was good and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after Dongfeng Yi returned to the school, he immediately summoned the school leaders above the 8th tier martial venerable level. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. Dongfeng Yi surveyed everyone and said solemnly, Everyone, the situation is worse than we imagined. The seal of the demon cave has shown signs of loosening. Although I have temporarily reinforced the seal, I estimate that it can only hold for another 10 years at most. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. 10 years? So short? An elder exclaimed. Dongfeng Yi nodded. Yes, we must start preparing immediately. In the next 10 years, we must do our utmost to cultivate strong fighters who can counter the demon cave. At the same time, we must also prepare for the possibility of large-scale battles. What about the assessments currently taking place? Another instructor said thoughtfully. Dongfeng Yi took over. They can proceed as usual. These excellent seedlings will be our main force in opposing the demon cave in the future. Everyone fell into deep thought, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Dongfang Yi continued. Starting today, we will adjust the teaching plan to increase the proportion of practical training. At the same time, we must strengthen our research on the demon cave to understand our enemy as much as possible. Principal, should we provide special training for those students who performed excellently in the assessments? A female instructor asked. Dongfang Yi shook his head. Martial artists must compete. Only through real challenges can they continuously break through themselves and become stronger. However, Dongfang Yi paused, a hint of deep thought in his eyes. We can provide them with more resources and opportunities. If they want it, they must fight for it themselves. The meeting lasted an entire day, with everyone discussing various response plans and training programs. When the meeting ended, Dongfang Yi looked at the sunset outside the window, a flicker of worry and anticipation in his eyes. He knew that a battle concerning the entire Martial University of Magic City, and even the entire cultivation world, was quietly approaching, and those young people currently undergoing the Beast-Tide assessment would be the key to this war. I hope they perform well in this assessment. Dongfang Yi murmured to himself, the road ahead is still long. As the sun set, the 3-day assessment for the seed class finally came to an end. Han Shuai-Ro stood on a high platform, her gaze sharp as she scanned the tired but determined students below. Students, Han Shuai-Ro's voice echoed across the square. The 3-day assessment has concluded, and each of you has demonstrated remarkable strength and tenacity. Although the students were exhausted, they revealed pride in their eyes upon hearing Han Shuai-Ro's words. In these 3 days, you faced unprecedented challenges. Han Shuai-Ro continued. You fought against powerful exotic beasts, competed with your peers, and battled your inner fears. Now I announce. Han Shuai-Ro's voice became more serious. The final rankings of this assessment are as follows. Everyone's breath caught in their throats as they awaited the final results. Chapter 85. Top 100 Students Ranking. Villa Competition. First place, Chen Feng, 1,001,000 points. Second place, Zhang Yu for 138,000 points. Third place, Lu Qinghe, 386,000 points. Fourth place, Huiqiu, 345,000 points. Fifth place, Hua Nongyin, 312,000 points. 20th place, Zhou Xiaoqing, 50,200 points. Congratulations to the above 20 students for successfully joining the seed class of Magic City, Wu University. Han Shuai-Ro looked around and cleared her throat, saying loudly, "You have proven your strength and potential. Next, senior members of the student union will take you to the dormitory area to complete your check-in procedures." As soon as Han Shuai-Ro finished speaking, a young man stepped forward and introduced himself to the students. "Hello, juniors. I am Chen Feng, a member of the student union responsible for dormitory management. Please follow me." The students followed Chen Feng toward the dormitory area. Along the way, Chen Feng explained, according to school regulations, the top 5 students of the C class can live in a standalone villa, while the other students will have single dormitories. These 5 villas were originally reserved for the students ranked 96th to 100th in the top 100 list. Soon, after settling the students into their single dormitories, Chen Feng, Zhang Yu, Lu Qinghe, Huiqiu, and Hua Nongyin, under Chen Feng's lead, arrive at the entrance of the villa dormitory area, where they saw rows of exquisite villas and dormitories. These villas are quite nice. It seems the school values us a lot. Huiqiu looked around, assessing the villa they were about to move into. Zhang Yu and Lu Qinghe also showed satisfied smiles, as living in such a place was an honor for them. However, when they reached the villa entrance, they found a group of people standing there. Leading them was a short-haired man with a sharp gaze, flanked by 4 young men and women of varying builds. The short-haired man said coldly, "Stop, this is not a place for you." Chen Feng frowned and said, "Zhao Peng, what are you doing here?" The man called Zhao Peng arrogantly replied, Chen Feng, these villas have always been our territory. Why should we give them to these newcomers?" Chen Feng said sternly, "Zhao Peng, this is the school's decision. If you have objections, you can report to the school, not block the freshmen here." Zhao Peng sneered. "The school's decision? These newcomers don't deserve to live in such high-end villas. I doubt they even dare to step over the threshold." Lu Qinghe stepped forward and calmly said, "Senior, We mean no offense. But since this is the school's arrangement, we ask that you comply. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Peng's eyes. Shut up. Don't think that being in the seed class makes you impressive. In real combat, you can't even compare to one of my fingers. Saying this, Zhao Peng suddenly struck, aiming a palm at Lu Qing's chest. Lu Qing reacted quickly, dodging the strike just in time. You. Interesting, Zhao Peng squinted. It seems you newcomers really have some skills. Zhao Peng. Li Shumfen, Shota Angri Li. What are you doing? Fighting in school will get you punished. Zhao Peng coldly laughed. Li Chen I'm just giving some guidance to the juniors. What's wrong? Do you want to stand up for them? A girl behind Zhao Peng scoffed. Li Chen with your little strength, you dare to make a fuss? You should take a look at yourself. Li Chen expression darkened. Zhao Peng, Luo Huan, don't go too far. Chen Feng stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he looked at Zhao Peng. Senior, we respect our seniors, but that does not mean we will tolerate unreasonable provocation. Zhang Yu followed closely, his voice firm. Senior Zhao Peng, there's no need to test us like this. If you want to fight, then let us do it. We're always ready. Hu Qiu also clenched his fists, his eyes shining with fighting spirit. Want to fight, huh? We'll accompany you to the end. Zhang Yu and Hua Noming also assumed fighting stances, and the five of them instantly exuded an aura that was not in the least inferior to Zhao Peng and his group. Zhao Peng's companions' expressions changed slightly, clearly not expecting these newcomers to be so formidable. Lu Qing has sneered. Senior Zhao Peng, was that palm just now your full strength? If so, then it should be us saying that we can't even compare to one of your fingers. In the same realm, we could slaughter you like a dog. Zhao Peng laughed coldly. Oh, you really have a big mouth. You newcomers are quite bold. I just wonder if your skills are as great as your words. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Peng suddenly attacked, aiming a palm at Chen Feng's chest. Chen Feng reacted swiftly, dodging the strike and countering with a punch aimed at Zhao Peng's jaw. Zhao Peng clearly did not expect Chen Feng to fight back, and in a hurry, he could only step back 2 paces to barely avoid the punch. Good kid, you have some skills. Zhao Peng coldly laughed. Brothers, let these arrogant newcomers know our strength. With Zhao Peng's command, the people behind him all moved to attack. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Li Chenfeng took a deep breath and raised his voice. Everyone, stop. Zhao Peng put an end to this farce. Zhao Peng and his companions paused slightly, but their eyes still brimmed with hostility. Li Chenfeng continued. Zhao Peng, you may not take me seriously, but you should at least give some face to President Su Lingxiao of the Student Union, right? Upon hearing the name Su Lingxiao, Zhao Peng's expression visibly changed. He hesitated for a moment and asked, does President Su know about this? Li Chenfeng said solemnly, if you insist on causing trouble, I can call President Su right now. Zhao Peng and his companions exchanged glances, clearly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment of silence, Zhao Peng finally snorted coldly. Fine, for President Su's sake, we won't pursue this today. He turned to Chen Feng and the others, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. But remember, this matter is not over. In the villa competition 3 months later, we'll let you newcomers know the consequences of offending us. After saying that, Zhao Peng turned and left with his companions. Li Chenfeng sighed in relief and turned to Chen Feng and the others. Are you all okay? Chen Feng shook his head. We're fine. Thank you, seniorly. Li Chenfeng sighed. They may come looking for trouble again in the future, so you need to be more careful. Zhao Peng and his group are talented individuals on the top 100 list of Magic City Wu University, and their strength should not be underestimated. Zhang Yu frowned and asked, Senior Li, what is this villa competition that Zhao Peng just mentioned? Chapter 86, President of the Talented Association. Conspiracy at the Welcome Meeting. Li Chenfeng explained. In 3 months, there will be an official villa competition, and all the students in Magic City will have the opportunity to compete for the right to live in the villa. The villa area has independent training rooms, and the training effect is at least twice that of the public training rooms. This is also why Zhao Peng and the others are so unwilling to accept it. Lu Qing pondered. So if we move in now, we will have to compete again in 3 months? Li Chenfeng nodded. That's right. These 3 months can be considered your trial period. The school's intention is to motivate you to work harder and give others a chance to catch up. Huo Qiu clenched his fists. Then we must become stronger within these 3 months. Hua Nongying also said firmly, that's right, we cannot let them look down on us. Chen Feng was silent for a moment, then said, thank you, Senior Li, for telling us this. We will cherish this opportunity. Li Chenfeng nodded. All right, you can go settle in. If you encounter any problems, feel free to come to me. Thus, Chen Feng and the 5 finally entered their respective villas. As Chen Feng pushed open the villa's door, a breath of fresh air greeted him. He surveyed this place that would soon become his new home. The living room was spacious and bright, decorated simply yet tastefully. Chen Feng walked over slowly, his fingers brushing over the smooth tabletop. The second floor had bedrooms and a study, all fully equipped. But what excited Chen Feng the most was the exclusive training room in the basement. As he stepped into the training room, he couldn't help but gasp. Experience 100. As soon as he entered, the system prompt sounded in his ear. The high-tech training equipment and the energy-rich environment made this place a perfect sanctuary for training. Chen Feng couldn't wait to start his first training session. He went to the bedroom to bring over the bed and quilt and comfortably lay down. Time passed quietly during his training. When Chen Feng exited his training state, he realized it was already dark outside. He checked the time and found it was past 9 p.m. With a rumble, his stomach protested, reminding him he hadn't eaten all day. He stretched lazily and decided to go out in search of food. Just as Chen Feng was about to change clothes, a sudden, urgent knock echoed at the door. Who could it be at this late hour? Chen Feng wondered as he walked toward the door. When he opened it, he saw a handsome boy smiling at him. Hello, I'm Wu Hao, the vice president of the student council. I'm here for a routine dorm check. Hope I'm not disturbing you. Chen Feng was taken aback for a moment, then politely replied, No, please come in. He stepped aside to let Wu Hao enter the villa. Wu Hao looked around and nodded. Not bad. It seems you've settled in well. The check went smoothly. Before leaving, Wu Hao suddenly said, By the way, Chen Feng, I heard you performed exceptionally well in the entrance exam. The Talented Association has been looking for outstanding talents like you, and I wonder if you would be interested in joining? Chen Feng was slightly stunned. Talented Association? What is that organization? Wu Hao explained. The Talented Association is the top student organization at Magic City University, gathering the elite from all grades. By joining us, you will gain access to more resources and opportunities. Chen Feng thought for a moment and politely declined. Thank you for your kind offer. But I just started school and want to focus on my studies and training first. Wu Hao's expression changed slightly. Chen Feng, you need to think carefully. An invitation from the Talented Association is not something that comes easily. Chen Feng replied firmly, Senior, my decision is clear. Wu Hao sneered. It seems you don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Do you know who the current president of the Talented Association is? Chen Feng frowned. Who? Xia Haoge. Wu Hao said meaningfully. I heard you had some minor frictions with him before? Chen Feng's expression subtly changed. He recalled the senior from Magic City he had accidentally offended at the Holy Hall, and to his surprise, he was actually the president of the Talented Association. Wu Hao continued, President Xia is very interested in you. If you join the Talented Association, we can wipe the past slate clean. Otherwise, Chen Feng calmed down and looked Wu Hao in the eye. Otherwise what? Do you want to openly bully a junior in school? Wu Hao narrowed his eyes. You really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. In that case, don't blame me for not reminding you. He looked at Chen Feng meaningfully. The welcome meeting for the seed class is tomorrow. I advise you to take care. Chen Feng nodded lightly. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I will be careful. Seeing that Chen Feng was unmoved, Wu Hao snorted coldly and turned to leave the villa. At the Talented Association headquarters, a 3-story independent building, Wu Hao quickly walked into the president's office, where Xia Haoge was facing away from the door, looking out at the night scene. President, I'm back, Wu Hao said respectfully. Xia Haoge slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. How is the situation? Wu Hao lowered his head, his tone slightly uneasy. That Chen Feng rejected our invitation. Xia Haoge's brows furrowed slightly. Oh, interesting. What reason did he give? He said he wanted to focus on his studies and training first, Wu Hao replied. I reminded him that you were very interested in him, even hinting that we could wipe the past clean, but he still refused. Xia Haoge chuckled lightly. It seems this kid has more backbone than I imagined. He walked to the desk, his long fingers lightly tapping the surface. Wu Hao, do you think he really doesn't care, or does he have other motives? Wu Hao thought for a moment. I think he might really not care. His attitude is very firm, and he seems not interested in the talented association. Xia Haoga nodded. Confidence? Or foolishness? Interesting. A freshman who dares to defy our talented association is truly rare. He turned to Wu Hao, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. How have you arranged for tomorrow's welcome meeting? Wu Hao immediately replied. Everything is going according to plan. We will let him know the consequences of rejecting the talented association. Xia Haoga waved his hand. No, change the plan. Wu Hao was taken aback. President? Xia Haoga's lips curled into a playful smile. Since he is so special, let us give him a special welcome ceremony. He walked up to Wu Hao and whispered a few words. Wu Hao's eyes gradually widened, finally revealing a knowing smile. I understand, President. This idea is truly brilliant. Xia Haoga nodded in satisfaction. Go, prepare well. I want to see how far this Chen Feng can go. Wu Hao respectfully exited the office. And at the moment he closed the door, a flash of excitement and anticipation crossed his eyes. The next morning, Chen Feng and the other 19 members of the seed class gathered in the school's main square. The air was filled with an atmosphere of anticipation. Chapter 87. The Martial Generals. The Battle of New and Old Students. Han Shiuro stood on the high platform in the square, surveying all the new students. Her voice was loud and powerful. Welcome, new students, to Magic City Wu University. From now on, I will be your class advisor. Today, we will celebrate your joining with a special welcome ceremony. Han Shiuro revealed a meaningful smile. This ceremony is called Survival in the Siege. The new students looked at each other in confusion. Han Shiuro took out a crystal-clear token and presented it to everyone. Each person will receive a life token like this. The rules are simple. If your token is shattered, you will be eliminated. New students need to survive for 24 hours in the siege, while 50 senior students will hunt you down. For every seed class new student eliminated, a first-year student can earn 200 credits. If new students can survive until the end, they will receive 500 credits. Do you have any questions? Advisuran. I have a question. Chen Feng suddenly raised his hand. All eyes turned to Chen Feng. Han Shiuro raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Chen Feng looked straight at Han Shiuro and asked, if a new student shatter a senior's life token, do we also get credit rewards? Han Shiuro was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a playful smile. Good kid, you have guts. She surveyed the crowd and added, since classmate Chen Feng has raised this question, we will add a rule on the spot. If new students can shatter a senior's life token, they will also receive a reward of 100 credits. As soon as Han Shiuro finished speaking, the new students immediately became excited and began to discuss among themselves. Zhang Yu clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. This just got interesting. We not only have to avoid being hunted, but can also fight back. Lu Qinghe remained calm and said, we must not underestimate them. The senior strength should not be overlooked. But since there is a chance to earn credits, we must give it our all. Huiqiu and Hua Nongying also voiced their agreement. This may be a tough challenge, but it was also a rare opportunity to earn credits. Seeing the new student spirits high, Han Shiuro nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Your courage and determination show me the hope for the future of Magic City Wu University. She continued, now the survival game begins. Good luck to you all. Remember, surviving is victory. Enjoy this game. As Han Shiuro's words fell, a light screen enveloped all the new students, transporting them to various corners of the siege. Chen Feng opened his eyes to find himself standing in a narrow alley. The surroundings were silent, with only faint footsteps in the distance reminding him that danger could strike at any moment. First, find a hidden place and test the strength of the seniors. Chen Feng thought, cautiously moving along the alley. Just then, a scream suddenly echoed from not far away. Chen Feng's heart tightened. He recognized the voice. It was a classmate from his class. Has someone been eliminated already? Chen Feng frowned and quickened his pace. Meanwhile, fighting sounds and screams began to emerge from other parts of the siege. Clearly, the seniors were moving much faster than the new students had anticipated. On the roof of an ancient building, Wu Hao was looking down at the street below. A cold smile played on his lips. It seems these new students are even weaker than expected. A senior beside him respectfully said, Vice President Wu, we have already eliminated 3 new students. However, those few ranked at the top seem to be missing. Wu Hao nodded. No rush, they won't escape. He then inquired, what about that Chen Feng? Any news on him? The senior shook his head. Not yet. But as soon as one of our brothers encounters him, we can immediately lock onto his position. Wu Hao smiled in satisfaction. Good. Tell the brothers that whoever finds Chen Feng will receive an extra reward of 1,000 credits. Yes. The senior replied and left to convey the order. Chen Feng cautiously made his way through the alley when he suddenly heard loud laughter ahead. He immediately held his breath and pressed against the wall, trying to get a closer look. Ha ha! Another overconfident new student has been eliminated, came a rough male voice. Li brother, you are too cruel. You made that kid cry and beg for mercy, said another, slightly shrill voice. Chen Feng peeked out and saw 2 burly boys standing at the mouth of the alley. One had a buzz cut and was muscular. The other had long flowing hair and a delicate appearance. The buzz-cut boy sneered, Zhou Di, you are too merciful. These new student geniuses need to see what they're really up against. Otherwise, they'll think they're really something. The long-hair boy called Zhou Di nodded. Li brother is right. What I enjoy most is tormenting these self-important geniuses. Watching them go from high and mighty to crying and begging for mercy. It's simply wonderful. The buzz-cut boy laughed heartily. Exactly. Let's go find our next target. I heard that the kid named Chen Feng is the top of this seed class. If we can catch him. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou Di's eyes. That would be fantastic. I can't wait to see the look of despair on his face. However, just as the 2 seniors were joking and preparing to leave, a figure suddenly rushed out from a nearby alley. You two, you make me sick. I want to chop you down. The buzz-cut boy and Zhou Di were momentarily stunned, then revealed playful smiles. Oh look, another little mouse who doesn't know how high the sky is, the buzz-cut boy scoffed. Zhou Di, this toy is yours. Zhou Di licked his lips, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Just what I wanted. Kid, what's your name? I like to remember my praise names. Huiqiu snorted coldly. Huiqiu, you will remember this name deeply. Before his words fell, Huiqiu had already struck. His movement was as fast as lightning, aiming a strike directly at Zhou Di's face. However, to Huiqiu's surprise, Zhou Di easily dodged the attack. Oh, interesting, Zhou Di laughed. It seems you're a bit stronger than those previous losers. But, before he could finish, Zhou Di suddenly struck, his speed so fast that Huiqiu barely had time to react. Huiqiu managed to block the strike, but he was knocked back several steps. He looked at the opponent in shock. Are you a martial general? The buzz-cut boy laughed heartily. Kid, do you think we're just some random nobodies? Let me tell you, martial generals are not rare on our side. Huiqiu's heart sank. He hadn't expected these seemingly arrogant seniors to actually have some real skill. Chapter 88. Reinforcements have arrived. The resisting freshman Zhou Di looked at Huiqiu with amusement. What? Are you scared now? But it's too late. Since you came to me, I'll make sure to entertain you properly. Huiqiu gripped the Yinling knife tightly, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Scared? No. I just didn't expect to encounter a real opponent so soon. The buzz-cut guy namely looked on with interest. You've got guts. Zhou Di, have some fun. But don't end it too quickly. Zhou Di nodded, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, I'll cherish him. Come on, let me see what you so-called seniors are really capable of. Huiqiu shouted loudly, the Yinling knife glinting coldly in his hand. Zhou Di and the buzz-cut guy exchanged a smile, revealing cruel expressions. Kid, don't lose too quickly, or I won't have any fun. Zhou Di said with a strange laugh, his figure swaying as he charged at Huiqiu. His long hair danced in the wind like black poisonous snakes, attacking Huiqiu. Huiqiu's eyes sparkled, and he swung the Yinling knife, creating a flurry of blade light that intertwined with Zhou Di's long hair, producing a series of metallic clinks. At that moment, Chen Feng also stepped out from the alley. Seniors, since you want to play, let me join in on the fun, Chen Feng said coldly. The buzz-cut guy and Zhou Di were momentarily stunned, then their faces broke into excited smiles. Oh, another clueless kid has come, the buzz-cut guy laughed. Just in time. I've been itching for a fight. Zhou Di squinted at Chen Feng, sizing him up. You must be Chen Feng, right? The top of the seed class? Interesting. Today is really a lucky day. Chen Feng didn't respond, silently drawing his long sword, its blade glimmering coldly in the sunlight. Huiqiu glanced at Chen Feng and shouted, "Don't underestimate them. These two are martial generals." Chen Feng nodded. "I know." The buzzcut guy laughed heartily. "What a big mouth." "Zhou Di, you handle Huiqiu. I'll take care of this Chen Feng." Zhou Di nodded in agreement. "No problem. But don't go too far. This guy must be dealt with by Wu Hao personally. Rest assured, we have it under control." The buzzcut guy chuckled. Chen Feng coldly regarded the buzzcut guy, his sword trembling slightly, its tip pointing directly at him. "Senior, I advise you to be cautious." The buzzcut guy scoffed. "Humph, arrogant little brat. Let me teach you what it means to respect your seniors." Before he finished speaking, the buzzcut guy lunged at Chen Feng like a fierce tiger. His dual knives wielded with powerful energy charged straight for Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng's eyes sharpened, his body slightly sideways, and his long sword flashed like silver. With a crisp clang, the buzzcut guy's dual knives were blocked by Chen Feng's sword. The two were locked in a stalemate for a moment before Chen Feng suddenly exerted force, pushing the buzzcut guy back several steps. "What?" The buzzcut guy widened his eyes in surprise. How? How can a freshman have such strength?" Chen Feng's lips curled slightly. "Senior, it seems you underestimated us freshmen." The buzzcut guy's eyes flashed with anger. "Kid, don't be smug. This is just the beginning. Power has never been my strong suit." With that, he charged at Chen Feng again, his dual knives dancing like an impenetrable storm, the blade light flashing as if to engulf Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Huiqiu's battle with Zhou Di had also intensified. Zhou Di's long hair attacked Huiqiu's vital points like a living entity. Huiqiu wielded the Yanling knife defensively, barely fending off Zhou Di's assault. Interesting. Zhou Di laughed excitedly. "I didn't expect you to have some skill, kid." But Zhou Di suddenly accelerated his attack, and Huiqiu instantly felt the pressure increase. This level is still far from enough. Huiqiu gritted his teeth, facing Zhou Di's storm-like assault, the Yanling knife slicing through the air, trying to tear apart Zhou Di's attacks. Useless. You're not fast enough." Zhou Di sneered, his long hair like a flexible snake, giving Huiqiu no chance to breathe. Huiqiu's eyes flashed with determination. He exhaled a breath of foul air. The power within him began to surge, and the black light on the Yanling knife became deeper. "Huh!" Huiqiu shouted, the Yanling knife cutting through the air, fiercely slashing towards Zhou Di's long hair. This strike reached a new height in speed and power. A look of surprise crossed Zhou Di's brow as he quickly retracted his hair, his figure swaying as he tried to dodge the blow. However, the power of Huiqiu's strike exceeded Zhou Di's expectations. The blade edge grazed his sleeve, leaving a clear tear. "Oh!" Zhou Di narrowed his eyes, a hint of appreciation in his tone. "It seems I underestimated you. But this makes it more interesting." On the other side, the battle between Chen Feng and the buzzcut guy intensified. Although the buzzcut guy's dual knives were tightly woven, Chen Feng's sword gradually suppressed his attacks. "Damn it! Why is this kid's swordplay so difficult?" The buzzcut guy cursed inwardly, realizing that his dual knives were unable to exert their full power against Chen Feng's sword. Just then, a rapid sound of footsteps attracted everyone's attention. The buzzcut guy and Zhou Di wore smug smiles. "Ha! It seems our reinforcements have arrived." The buzzcut guy laughed. "You little brats, get ready to welcome more senior guidance." "Hee," Zhou Di said with a sinister smile. "I want to see how long you self-righteous freshmen can resist in the face of absolute power." Just then, Lu Qinghe rushed over, his clothes slightly disheveled, and a hint of fatigue on his face. But there was a calm brightness in his eyes. "Chen Feng, Huiqiu," Lu Qinghe shouted, "Are you all right?" The expressions on the buzzcut guy and Zhou Di's faces instantly darkened. "Damn it! How did a freshman come?" The buzzcut guy cursed. Sudi squinted, coldly seeing. "It seems we need to speed up. We can't let these kids gather together." Chen Feng nodded at Lu Qinghe, then turned to the two seniors. A confident smile curving his lips. "Seniors, it seems your calculations are about to fall through. We freshmen are not as easy to bully as you imagined." The expressions of the buzzcut guy and Zhou Di grew even darker. They had initially thought they could easily deal with these freshmen, but the situation had unexpectedly become so tricky. Just then, a sudden sound of rapid footsteps came from a distance. "We caught up with him," a voice shouted. 3 seniors were seen running from the other end of the alley, evidently in pursuit of Lu Qinghe. Zhou Di and the buzz-cut guy's faces once again broke into smug smiles. Chapter 89. The Gathering of Talents. Tension in the air. Haha. It seems your little friends have brought trouble along, Zhou Di said with a cold smile. The crew-cut guy namely laughed loudly, saying it's 5 against 3 now. Do you think you have a chance? As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and the twin blades in his hands suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, striking fiercely at Chen Feng like lightning. Chen Feng's eyes flashed with sharpness as he quickly crossed his long sword in defense. Clang! The clash of blades sent brilliant sparks flying. Although Chen Feng appeared to be pushed back a few steps by the attack, a subtle glint flashed in his eyes. The crew-cut guy namely laughed triumphantly. How about that, kid? This is the gap between you and me. On the other side, Zhou Di seized the opportunity, his long hair attacking like a fierce storm towards Huiqiu. Seeing this, Lu Qinghe wanted to step in to help, but was blocked by 3 senior students who came chasing after them. Kid, your opponent is us. One of the seniors sneered. Lu Qinghe stopped, his cold gaze sweeping over the 3 blocking seniors. Come on, let me see what you can do. Lu Qinghe's voice carried a hint of provocation. The 3 seniors exchanged glances, and one of them showed a mocking smile. What a big mouth. We'll teach you how to be a junior. They attacked simultaneously. Their assault, like a torrential rain, tried to overwhelm Lu Qinghe. Facing the 3 seniors' siege, Lu Qinghe's eyes flashed with determination. He gripped his long sword tightly in his right hand while gently brushing over the sword's body with his left, a strange energy swirling around him. Instant step. Lu Qinghe's figure suddenly became blurry, dodging left and right amidst the seniors' attacks, moving so quickly it was dazzling. What? How is this kid so fast? One senior exclaimed. Another senior snorted coldly. Don't panic. No matter how fast he is, he can't escape our encirclement. The 3 launched another attack, their fists and feet raining down, trying to seal off all of Lu Qinghe's escape routes. However, Lu Qinghe's movements were incredibly elusive. Every time he seemed about to be hit, he could dodge away at an incredible speed. Damn it, stand still. One senior roared in frustration, throwing a heavy punch. Lu Qinghe's eyes flashed with brilliance instead of retreating. He advanced, his figure flickering as he directly passed through the opponent's attack, arriving behind that senior. What? That senior exclaimed in shock. Lu Qinghe seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword like lightning, the tip aimed directly at the senior's back. Feeling the fierce sword energy from behind, the senior's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively dove forward, barely avoiding the lethal strike. Kid, you're asking for death. The other 2 seniors, seeing their companion nearly in danger, immediately flew into a rage and attacked Lu Qinghe simultaneously. Facing the 2 seniors, Lu Qinghe's figure flickered like a ghost, his sword dancing in his hand, emitting streaks of cold light that neutralized both of their assaults. How is this possible? One senior said in disbelief. How can a freshman have such strength? Lu Qinghe sneered. It seems the seniors are too arrogant. We freshmen are not lambs to be slaughtered. The battle between Chen Feng and the crew-cut guy, namely, also reached a heated stage. Facing Li's fierce attacks, Chen Feng's long sword moved like a swimming dragon, each strike perfectly countering the opponent's attacks. The crew-cut guy became increasingly alarmed as he realized that his proud swordsmanship seemed clumsy before Chen Feng. Damn kid, what exactly are you? The crew-cut guy gritted his teeth and asked. Chen Feng smiled lightly. Senior, I'm just an ordinary freshman. Meanwhile, Huiqiu's Yinling blade clashed continuously with Zhou Di's long hair, producing a series of metallic clangs. Interesting, really interesting. Zhou Di laughed excitedly. I didn't expect this little brat could push me to this point. Huiqiu snorted. Senior, you might as well save your energy. This battle isn't as easy as you think. Just then, a commotion broke out in the distance. There's fighting over there. Hurry, it might be freshmen. Another group of seniors was rushing this way. The crew-cut guy named Li was overjoyed. Ha! Reinforcements have arrived. You little brats, you won't escape today. However, Before his smile could fully form, it froze on his face. At that moment, bang! With a loud crash, two seniors flew out like kites with their strings cut, crashing heavily to the ground and groaning in pain. A tall figure charged out from the alley, holding a long halberd, exuding a powerful aura. Chen Feng, Huiqiu, Lu Qinghe, Zhang Yu shouted loudly, "Are you all okay?" The crew cut guy and Zhou Di were stunned, never expecting someone could so easily defeat their companions. In a moment they were taken aback. An elegant figure followed closely, landing lightly. Hua Anonging held a long whip, her eyes shining with fighting spirit. "It seems we arrived just in time." She swung her whip in a graceful arc, accurately ensnaring a senior preparing to ambush Zhang Yu, violently throwing him against the wall. Bang! Another dull thud, and that senior instantly lost his fighting capability. The expressions on the crew cut guy and Zhou Di's faces instantly turned grim. "Damn it! How come two more strong ones have arrived?" The crew cut guy cursed. Zhou Di squinted his eyes, coldly saying, "It seems today as matter 1T and so easily." Chen Feng looked at the imposing Zhang Yu and the graceful Hua Nongying, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Seniors, it looks like the ones being eliminated today will be you." Zhang Yu gripped his halberd tightly, standing beside Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, we're here to lend you a hand." Hua Nongying also joined Huiqiu's side, her whip slightly trembling. "Huiqiu, it seems you've encountered quite a bit of trouble." The crew cut guy and Zhou Di exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. The situation had suddenly reversed, 2 against 5. This was troublesome. Just as both sides were on edge, a slightly mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Oh? 5 little mice have gathered together, saving me the trouble of finding you one by one." Everyone's gaze was drawn to the sudden voice, and they saw a tall, handsome young man walking over leisurely. His expression was cold, a playful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, followed by more than 10 seniors. "Wu! Vice President Wu!" The crew cut guy and Zhou Di's faces lit up with surprise upon seeing the newcomer. Chen Feng and the others immediately became alert, sensing the powerful aura emanating from his person. Wu Hao scanned everyone present, finally locking his gaze on Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, we meet again. It seems you still don't understand how to cherish opportunities." Chen Feng replied coldly, "Senior Wu, I don't think joining the gathering of talents is an opportunity worth cherishing." Chapter 90. Vice President of the Talented Association. 1v1 duel. Wu Hao chuckled lightly. "So arrogant." However, his gaze suddenly sharpened. "Since you are so unaware of your own limitations, I will have to personally teach you a lesson." "Li Xing. Zhou Di, you two step back," Wu Hao said in a deep voice, carrying an undeniable authority. The buzzcut guy and Zhou Di felt somewhat unwilling, but in the face of Wu Hao's command, they chose to obey. They stepped aside, ready to support at any moment. Wu Hao turned to the more than 10 upperclassmen behind him and coldly ordered, "Surround them. Don't let them escape." With Wu Hao's command, the upperclassmen moved quickly, forming a tight encirclement around Chen Feng and his 4 companions. Wu Hao stepped forward slowly, his sharp gaze fixed on Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, I gave you a chance, but you have repeatedly tested my patience." He stopped in front of Chen Feng, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, exuding a confidence that victory was assured. "Now, do you regret it?" His voice carried a hint of mockery, as if he was enjoying this moment of control. Chen Feng coldly laughed, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Senior Wu, you really overestimate yourself." Wu Hao's gaze instantly turned icy, the air around them seeming to freeze. "Arrogant little brat." Wu Hao sneered. "It seems you still don't understand your situation." He suddenly waved his hand and shouted sharply, "Attack! Let these ungrateful freshmen know our strength." Just then, a light laugh suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their attention towards the source of the sound and saw a woman in a red dress walking over slowly. She wore a teasing smile on her face and held a slender sword in her hand. "Luo Yutong, what are you doing here?" Wu Hao frowned, clearly displeased by the arrival of this uninvited guest. Luo Yutong chuckled lightly. "I heard there was some commotion here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect Vice President Wu to personally intervene and bully a few freshmen by outnumbering them. Don't you think that's a bit lacking in grace?" Wu Hao snorted coldly. "Luo Yutong, Are you implying you want to intervene? Luo Yutong elegantly walked over to Chen Feng and the others, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. If Vice President Wu insists on bullying them with numbers, then I might have to stand with these freshmen. Wu Hao's expression darkened. Luo Yutong, you better think carefully. Offending the talented association will have consequences you cannot bear. Luo Yutong laughed dismissively. Talented association? Huh, just a bunch of bullies. I, Luo Yutong, have never needed to care about anyone else's opinions when I act. Her words carried an air of arrogance, showing no fear of Wu Hao's threat. Chen Feng looked at the woman who had once slain a 5th-tier beast general during the Beast Tide in Tianjin City in astonishment, not expecting her to dare to directly provoke the talented association. Wu Hao's expression fluctuated, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Luo Yutong's strength was not to be underestimated. If they really fought, it might lead to significant losses. However, if he retreated now, the talented association's reputation would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly spoke. Senior Wu, how about we settle our grievances with a fair duel? Everyone's gaze focused on Chen Feng. Wu Hao narrowed his eyes, looking at Chen Feng with interest. Oh, how do you want to fight? Chen Feng smiled faintly. Very simple, the two of us a one-on-one duel. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. But if I win, the talented association will not trouble my friends anymore. How about that? Wu Hao was silent for a moment before sneering. Interesting. You, a freshman, dare challenge me? Chen Feng replied calmly. Senior, why not give it a try? Luo Yutong watched this scene with interest, a trace of admiration flashing in her eyes as she softly said, Chen Feng, you need to think this through. This Wu Hao is not an ordinary opponent. As the top of the sophomore C class, he is not comparable to the 5th-tier beasts you usually encounter. Don't act impulsively and make the wrong choice. Chen Feng shook his head slightly, responding calmly. Don't worry, Senior Luo, I know what I'm doing. You seem quite confident in yourself, Chen Feng. Wu Hao displayed a playful smile. His gaze swept over Chen Feng, as if appraising an interesting toy. Do you really think you can compete with me with your martial general strength? Wu Hao's tone was filled with disdain and mockery. The buzzcut guy beside him couldn't help but interject. Vice President, why waste time with such a minor character? Just teach him a lesson directly and be done with it. Zhou Di also sneered. Exactly, this arrogant freshman needs a good lesson. Does he really think he is invincible just because he is a martial general? However, Wu Hao raised his hand to silence them. Quiet, Wu Hao said lightly. Since he wants to play, I will play along. He turned to Chen Feng and sneered, Kid, I hope you can maintain this confidence later. Chen Feng didn't respond, silently tightening his grip on the long sword in his hand. The crowd stepped back, leaving an open space for the two. Luo Yutong softly told Chen Feng, if you can't win, conceding early is not shameful. Chen Feng nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Senior. Wu Hao stretched his muscles, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on, let's see what this so-called top seed of the class can do. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure shot towards Chen Feng like lightning. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, and he drew his sword instantly to meet Wu Hao's attack. Clang! A loud sound echoed as their attacks collided midair, creating a strong shockwave. However, to the shock of Zhang Yu and the others, Chen Feng, who could defeat 6th-tier beasts, was actually pushed back several steps by this strike. Is this the strength of the sophomore C class? Huiqiu said in disbelief. Zhang Yu gripped his spear tightly, his expression grave. 6th-tier combat power. Chen Feng might really be no match. Luo Yutong narrowed her eyes and said softly, Interesting, this Wu Hao seems to be even stronger than the rumors suggest. Wu Hao stood in place, a sneer of disdain on his face. What? Is it all you've got? It seems you've overestimated yourself, Chen Feng. Chen Feng steadied himself and calmly said, This is just the beginning, Senior Wu. Wu Hao sneered. You don't know what's good for you. Let me show you what it means to be humble. With that, he launched another fierce attack, moving as quickly as lightning, the wind from his punches howling, his momentum astonishing. Chen Feng barely managed to defend himself, but was clearly at a disadvantage. Chen Feng, Huiqiu, and the others shouted anxiously, but they could not intervene in this duel. Luo Yutong remained calm, but her hand had unconsciously gripped the hilt of her sword. Just when all the upperclassmen thought Chen Feng was about to be defeated, An unusual light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Chapter 91. Level 3 Sword Intent. Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Chen Feng took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him began to surge wildly. A faint golden light suddenly shimmered on his long sword, and its momentum became even more fierce. This is Level 3 Sword Intent. Wu Hao frowned slightly. Sensing a hint of threat, Chen Feng stopped talking, and like a dragon emerging from the sea, his sword surged with an astonishing momentum as it rushed towards Wu Hao. Wu Hao's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his hand to block. Bang! With a loud crash, Wu Hao was actually pushed back half a step by this sword attack. Interesting. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Wu Hao's eyes, followed by an excited expression. It seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Oomph. Just a level 3 sword intent. And you think you can defeat Vice President Wu? That's too naive, the buzzcut guy scoffed. Zhou Di also sneered in agreement. A mere marshal general dares to show off in front of Vice President Wu? Vice President Wu has already comprehended level 3 martial intent. How could this kid possibly be his opponent? Another senior student shouted, his tone full of disdain. Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. A marshal general dares to challenge the talented association, overestimating oneself. The surrounding seniors chimed in, their mocking voices rising and falling. Chen Feng twirled his sword flower and calmly looked at Wu Hao. Senior Wu, you don't seem as strong as you claim. A flicker of anger crossed Wu Hao's eyes as he coldly laughed. Arrogant kid, do you think level 3 martial intent could be your trump card? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him, and he seemed to transform into a fierce tiger. Metal element martial intent. Tiger roar fist. With a roar, Wu Hao's fist was enveloped in visible energy as he launched a fierce attack towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng's expression turned grave, and the golden light on his sword intensified as he faced Wu Hao's assault. Radiance of subtle light. Holy light martial intent. Boom! The two forces collided, creating a strong wave of air. The people around had to retreat a few steps to avoid being affected. As the dust settled, everyone was astonished to find that Chen Feng had not been pushed back, but was instead locked in a stalemate with Wu Hao. How is this possible? A double martial intent? The buzzcut guy said incredulously. Luo Yutong's eyes flashed with surprise. Is Chen Feng really F-grade talent? This talent has actually derived martial intent, and of decent quality. Wu Hao also showed a hint of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Not bad. But a mere level 1 holy light martial intent is far from enough. If this is your level, then this year's seed class first place is truly disappointing. Enough playing around. This farce should end. He suddenly changed tactics, launching a fierce kick straight for Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. His body slightly tilted as he quickly raised his sword to block, trying to deflect Wu Hao's attack. However, Wu Hao's leg technique was exceptionally swift, accompanied by a strong sound of breaking air, directly targeting Chen Feng's vital points. Bang! Another loud crash echoed, and Chen Feng felt a huge force transmitted from his sword, causing his body to involuntarily retreat a few steps, a look of shock crossing his face. Wu Hao's strength has probably not been fully revealed. If it weren't for Wu Hao treating this battle like a cat playing with a mouse, with his usual combat power, he would have lost long ago. Chen Feng was internally shocked. If a 5th-tier Wu Hao was so difficult, how strong would the 6th-tier Peak Genius Association President Xia Haoge be? Even if he unleashed all his power, he probably wouldn't be a match for Xia Haoge. Beside him, the buzzcut guy and Zhou Di wore smug expressions. So what if you have double martial intent? Chen Feng, your defeat is already certain. The buzzcut guy laughed loudly. Now I know how weak you are, right? The strength of Vice President Wu is not something those mindless beasts in the back mountain can compare to. However, just when everyone thought Chen Feng was about to be defeated, a strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Chen Feng steadied his stance and calmly said, as expected of Senior Wu, your strength is indeed extraordinary. But a confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This battle has just begun. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of gasps and discussions erupted around them. This kid, does he have some hidden cards? It's just a force show. Interesting. Let us see what else he can come up with. Everyone's attention was focused on Chen Feng. Suddenly, Chen Feng's momentum surged, a faint golden light enveloping him. Heavenly pivot sword cannon. Sword immortal state. With a low shout, Chen Feng's aura climbed again, and the long sword in his hand erupted with dazzling light. A powerful sword intent instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Wu Hao's expression changed drastically. This is a transformation technique? With the transformation technique activated, Chen Feng's aura was no weaker than his. Chen Feng didn't give him time to think. The long sword shot out like lightning, reaching peak speed. 9 stars cold sword. 9 strikes an instant. 9 sword lights almost slashed out simultaneously, and Wu Hao could only barely block them in a hurry. But he was still forced back several steps, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? The people around were stunned. Wu Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a serious look flashing in his eyes. It seems I underestimated you, Chen Feng. But his gaze suddenly sharpened. You think this will defeat me? Metal element body. Wu Hao's aura surged again, and he seemed to transform into a raging golden tiger as he charged at Chen Feng. Metal element martial intent. Tiger roar in the forest. A thunderous tiger roar echoed across the battlefield, and a powerful sound wave attack swept towards Chen Feng. Vice President Wu finally used his SSS grade talent, Metal Element Body. With this move, Vice President Wu could easily kill ordinary 6-tier beasts. Near invincible defense combined with unparalleled explosive power. This battle, Vice President Wu is guaranteed to win. The surrounding seniors cheered for Wu Hao, believing victory was within reach. Just at this critical moment of intense confrontation, a black shadow suddenly flashed. It appeared like lightning between the two. Bang! A dull impact sound rang out, and Wu Hao's attack was abruptly interrupted. Everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. As they saw a mysterious figure dressed in black and wearing a mask stand between Wu Hao and Chen Feng. At the same time, 4 other mysterious figures in black silently appeared around the battlefield. What? Wu Hao exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of Magic City, Martial University? The black-clad figures did not answer, only slightly tilted their heads, seemingly assessing Wu Hao. At that moment, several more shadows flashed, instantly surrounding Wu Hao. Sensing danger, Wu Hao immediately took a defensive stance. Who are you? What do you want? Chapter 92, Mutation. Domain-level powerhouse. The black-clad figures remained silent, slowly closing in on Wu Hao. A strange atmosphere filled the air, and everyone held their breath, nervously watching the scene unfold. Oomph. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being rude. Wu Hao roared, his body radiating golden light as he unleashed the full power of his gung metal body. His fists were wrapped in golden energy, striking towards the nearest black-clad figure. However, that figure simply sidestepped and easily evaded what seemed to be a powerful blow. What? Wu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his fist whiz past the black-clad figure. At that moment, another black-clad figure suddenly appeared behind Wu Hao, delivering a fierce chop to the back of his neck. Be careful, the buzz-cut man named Li Xing shouted, but it was already too late. Crack! The chop accurately struck Wu Hao's vital point, causing his eyes to lose focus. His body swayed a few times, and then he collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. The entire process took only a few breaths of time, and the outstanding representative of the second-year elite class of the Magic City Martial University, the vice president of the Tianjiao Association Student Union, was easily taken down. The scene fell into silence, everyone stunned by this sudden turn of events. Li Xing and Zhou Di turned pale, unable to believe their eyes. Just then, black mist suddenly rose around them, encircling Chen Feng and the others. A cold voice emerged from a mist. Hee, the pride of the Magic City Martial University, I didn't expect to find you here. In the monitoring room of Magic City Martial University, the instructors were closely watching the assessment progress through the screens. Suddenly, Han Shuoro's expression changed drastically. Not good. She stood up abruptly, her voice filled with coldness. The students are in danger. The other instructors immediately focused their attention on the screen pointed out by Han Shuoro. When they saw the black-clad figures appear and easily take down Wu Hao, everyone was stunned. Who are these black-clad figures? How did they appear in our assessment venue? Hua Qingyun asked in surprise. Zhao Ming frowned. Is there a traitor in the school? They seem to have sinister intentions toward our students. We must take action immediately. Han Shuoro nodded, quickly making a decision. I will use the teleportation array to rescue them right away. She hurried toward the teleportation array, but when she tried to activate it, she found it unresponsive. What is going on? Han Shuoro's expression grew more serious. The teleportation channel was sealed off. Hua Qingyun stepped forward to check. This isn't an ordinary blockade, but high-level spatial sealing technique. I'm afraid only the principal has the capability to break such a seal from the outside. Han Shuoro took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. I will notify the principal immediately and ask him to assist. You all keep an eye on this for now. Just then, the situation on the monitoring screen changed again. The voice from the Black Mist proposed a cruel game rule, clearly intending to incite the students to turn against each other. These bastards! Zhao Ming slammed his hand on the table in anger. A glint of cold light flashed in Hua Qingyun's eyes. I hope Chen Feng and the others can hold on. If those black-clad figures dare to harm our students, I will make them pay the price. Meanwhile, within the enclosed area that had been sealed off, Chen Feng and the others were facing an unprecedented crisis. Chen Feng cautiously looked around. The black mist blurred his vision. He could sense that others were nearby, but he couldn't make out their expressions. The air was thick with a suffocating sense of oppression. At that moment, the cold voice echoed again. Dear geniuses of the Magic City Martial University, let us play an interesting game. Chen Feng frowned. What game? The rules are simple. The voice carried a hint of mockery. In this domain, each of you will receive a task. Those who complete their tasks can leave alive, while those who fail will be killed by us. Tasks? Hua Qiu asked cautiously. Haha, that's what makes the game interesting. The voice suddenly grew excited. Each person's task is to kill one of your own. What? Everyone gasped in shock. Chen Feng coldly said, You want to incite us to turn against each other. Oh really? The voice turned sinister. Then you all better think carefully. Remember, only half of you can leave alive. If no one acts within 2 minutes, none of you will walk out of this domain. After saying that, the voice vanished, and the surroundings fell silent once more. Chen Feng took a deep breath and turned to the others. Everyone stay calm. We must not fall for their tricks. Luo Yutong nodded in agreement. Chen Feng is right. We must unite. However, at that moment, Zhou Di suddenly spoke coldly. But if we complete the task, will they really let us leave? Dealing with you newcomers is much easier than dealing with these mysterious people. I don't want to die here for nothing. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone watched each other warily, as if assessing who was most likely to betray them. Zhou Di, what do you mean by that? Chen Feng's voice carried a hint of sternness. We are classmates, not enemies. In times like this, we should support each other, not fight among ourselves. Hua Qiu also stepped forward, gripping his Yanling blade tightly, his eyes shining with determination. Chen Feng is right. We cannot let these mysterious figures succeed. Instead of turning on each other, let us take the initiative and fight our way out. Zhang Yu and Hua Nongying also stood beside Chen Feng and Hua Qiu, expressing their support. Lu Qinghe gathered his long sword, his eyes revealing calmness and wisdom. We cannot be controlled by fear. We must analyze the situation calmly. These black-clad figures are hesitant to act, likely because they fear something. Luo Yutong looked around, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. These black-clad figures may not be as strong as we imagine. If this shadowy area counts as a martial domain, then this domain is quite weak. Senior Luo, do you mean? Chen Feng's eyes lit up as if he had caught on to something. Luo Yutong slightly nodded and continued. If they really had no fear, why not directly attack us? Instead, they set up such game rules to incite us to turn against each other. This so-called shadow domain is likely just a half-finished product. If it's a 6th-tier martial general, we might not be without a chance to turn the tables. Lu Qing has said thoughtfully. After hearing Luo Yutong and Lu Qinghe's analysis, a glimmer of light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He whispered, Perhaps I can break this shadow domain. Chapter 93. The Tear of the Realm. 7th Level Master. Chen Feng's words brightened everyone's eyes. Luo Yutong asked curiously, "Do you have a way?" Before Chen Feng could speak again, a cold voice emerged from the shadows. "Time's up. It seems you are still unwilling to cooperate. Then let us help you make a decision." As soon as the words fell, a powerful force suddenly enveloped everyone. Chen Feng felt a wave of dizziness in his mind. And then a voice rang out in his head. "Your task is to kill Zhang Yu. Complete the task, and you can leave alive." Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Yu. From Zhang Yu's shocked expression, he knew that the others had received similar tasks. "Everyone, don't panic." Chen Feng shouted loudly. "No matter what task we receive, we must not fall for it." However, at that moment, Zhou Di suddenly erupted, his long hair like a blade, aiming directly for Huo Qiu's throat. "Zhou Di, are you crazy?" Huo Qiu exclaimed in shock, barely blocking the sudden attack with his Yanling knife. "I am sorry, Huo Qiu." Zhou Di's eyes flashed with a hint of apology, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "But I must live and leave here." The scene instantly fell into chaos. The short-haired man, Li Xing, also joined the fray, his twin blades gleaming coldly as he charged at Lu Qinghe. "Stop!" Chen Feng roared, drawing his long sword in an attempt to stop the farce. Heavenly Pivot Sword Classic, Sword Immortal State. Fast Sword Domain, activate. With a low shout from Chen Feng, a powerful sword intent instantly enveloped the entire space. The surrounding black mist began to fluctuate violently, as if it were about to be torn apart by this sword intent. What is happening? The cold voice suddenly revealed a hint of panic. Chen Feng did not give the opponent time to think. His long sword swung like lightning, each strike carrying the power to tear space apart. Boom! With a loud bang, the surrounding black mist suddenly collapsed, and everyone found themselves back in their original place. At this moment, the older students couldn't help but show shocked expressions, their voices trembling slightly. "My God, I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Is that the sword domain? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even with EX-level talent, one can't master the power of the domain at the 4th level of cultivation. Heavens, what kind of monster is this guy?" The short-haired man Li Xing trembled as he spoke. How is this possible? A freshman mastering the martial Dao domain? Isn't that a power only martial Dao masters can wield? Zhou Di's eyes widened in horror, his voice filled with shock. The sword domain. This is one of the strongest offensive powers. Luo Yutong also looked at Chen Feng in shock, murmuring to herself, "Could it be? He has been hiding his strength all along?" Although Wu Hao had already been knocked down, his consciousness had not faded. As he felt the domain power released by Chen Feng, a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? This is a monster who has mastered the domain power. The reactions of the older students shifted from initial shock to deep fear and awe. "It's over. It's over. We were laughing at him earlier. He wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? My God, how are we going to face him in school from now on? With this kind of strength, he might even surpass some instructors. Do you think he could be a genius hidden by some imperial family in our school? Sure, keep it down. What if he hears us?" The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, everyone looking at Chen Feng with a complex gaze, filled with awe, fear, and a hint of curiosity. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, several shadows suddenly sprang from all around, shrouded in thick shadowy mist. Their speed was completely unaffected by the domain power, rushing swiftly towards Chen Feng and the others. "Be careful," Huo Qiu shouted, swinging his Yanling knife to block an attack from a man in black. Chen Feng's long sword moved like a dragon, engaging in fierce combat with the tall man in black. The movements of the man in black were strange and agile, as if he had merged with the shadows, making him difficult to capture. So strong, Chen Feng was secretly astonished. The strength of this man in black exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, Huo Qiu, Zhang Yu, and Luo Yutong each entangled with one man in black. Hua Nongying and Lu Qinghe teamed up to deal with another enemy. Bang! With a loud noise, Huo Qiu was struck flying by the black-clothed man, crashing heavily to the ground. "Huo Qiu!" Chen Feng shouted, wanting to help, but was firmly entangled by his own opponent. In this critical moment, the previously silent Li Xing and Zhou Di suddenly made their move. Dual blade style. Line of heaven. Li Xing wielded his blades, golden light flashing as he slashed at Huo Qiu's opponent. Zhou Di also unleashed his hair technique, stabbing at the enemy like thousands of steel needles. You guys! Huo Qiu looked at the two in surprise. Li Xing snorted coldly. Don't get it wrong. We're just protecting ourselves. Zhou Di added. That's right, we don't want to fall here because of you. The other older students also joined the battle, teaming up against the other men in black. With the addition of the older students, the situation eased slightly. But the strength of the men in black was clearly above theirs, and the situation remained precarious. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitations, as if something terrifying was approaching. Be careful, he instinctively shouted. The next moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, a powerful aura instantly suppressing everyone. Enough, the person said. All the men in black immediately stopped and retreated behind this person. Chen Feng and the others watched this suddenly appearing mysterious figure warily. He was fully cloaked in black robes, his face obscured, but the oppressive feeling sent chills down their spines. Who are you? Chen Feng asked in a deep voice. The man in black did not answer, only slowly raised his hand, and an invisible force suddenly enveloped Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt his whole body stiffen, his inner spiritual power instantly solidifying, unable to mobilize even a bit, not even able to move his thoughts. This, Chen Feng's pupil shrank sharply. This is domain power, and it's an absolutely powerful domain force that can directly suppress him through the fast sword domain. This man in black, at least at the pinnacle of the 6th level, and he was half a step into the 7th level. If he wasn't at the 7th level, he might be a peerless martial master on the heavenly commander list. The man in black slowly lowered his hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter a prodigy who comprehended the martial Dao domain early here. The depth of the magic capital Martial University's heritage is indeed unfathomable. The man in black gently shook his head, revealing a look of regret. What a pity such a strong prodigy will meet his end here today. As soon as the words fell, the man in black pointed with his right hand, and black light rapidly condensed at his index finger, forming a black sphere of light. Although this sphere was small, the power contained within it made one's heart palpitate, as if it could devour everything. Chapter 94. Han Fei comes to the rescue. The paperman breaks the formation. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as his spiritual power began to surge wildly within him, compressing the sword domain to the point where it could only accommodate himself. Holy light, martial intent. 9 swords of the cold star. Chen Feng shouted again, and a dazzling light erupted from his long sword. The sword intent vast and boundless like a sea of stars, instantly dispersing the dark-robed man's domain power. The dark-robed man clearly did not expect Chen Feng to unleash such powerful strength, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. But soon, a cold smile crept onto his lips, as if he did not take Chen Feng's resistance seriously. Indeed, your power surprises me, the dark-robed man said indifferently. But can you withstand this strike? With that, the dark-robed man lightly waved his hand, and the black light ball instantly transformed into a laser, charging straight toward Chen Feng. The speed of the light ball was incredibly fast, reaching Chen Feng in an instant. Boom! The black laser collided with Chen Feng's sword energy, erupting in a massive roar. The entire examination venue began to shake as if it were about to collapse. Chen Feng felt a tremendous force crashing against his body, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Gritting his teeth, Chen Feng tensed all his muscles, striving to resist this terrifying force. His sword energy was continuously dissipating under the impact of the black laser, but he still persisted, refusing to retreat even a step. 9th sword, Star River Annihilation. Break for me, Chen Feng roared, continuously infusing his spiritual power into the long sword. The light on the sword suddenly surged, shining brightly like a small sun. At the point of collision between the sword energy and the black laser, a blinding white light erupted. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, both forces dissipated simultaneously. Chen Feng was knocked back by the recoil, crashing heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The dark-robed man's eyes flashed with surprise. He actually managed to withstand my attack. Interesting. He slowly raised his hand, preparing to attack again. At that critical moment, a green light suddenly flashed, blocking in front of Chen Feng. Bang! With a loud noise. The dark-robed man's attack was forcefully stopped by this golden light. Everyone turned in astonishment toward the source of the voice, and they saw a young man in a blue robe walking over slowly. Senior Han Fei. Chen Feng looked at the suddenly appearing Han Fei in surprise, feeling both joy and confusion. The dark-robed man coldly regarded Han Fei, his tone laced with disdain. Another ignorant brat has come. Han Fei paid no heed to the dark-robed man's contempt, calmly replying, "In your eyes, we may all be ignorant brats." But, as he spoke, he waved his hands, and countless talismans suddenly flew out from his sleeves, rapidly transforming in mid-air into various paper creatures, such as dragons, phoenixes, tigers, wolves, etc., surrounding all the black-clad individuals. Who says this world cannot be broken? Han Fei smiled slightly, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. The dark-robed man's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Just then, Han Fei suddenly shouted, "Break!" All the paper creatures exploded simultaneously, forming a massive golden vortex that shot into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the spatial blockade enveloping the entire area was instantly shattered. The dark-robed man's expression changed drastically. "How is this possible?" Han Fei sneered. "Did you think your spatial blockade was unbreakable? This boundary-breaking talisman is specifically designed to deal with little tricks like yours." At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield, the mentors Hua Qingyun and Zhao Ming. "Han Fei, well done," Hua Qingyun said approvingly. "Now it's up to you two, mentors. Don't forget to reimburse me for the losses of these paper creatures." Han Fei replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Fei's body suddenly began to turn transparent, as if it was about to dissipate. "Senior Han Fei, what is going on?" Chen Feng looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei smiled and turned to Chen Feng. "Don't be surprised. This is just a paper clone of mine. The real me has been observing from a distance." With that, Han Fei's body completely transformed into a paper figure, then ignited spontaneously in front of the astonished onlookers. "Be careful, Chen Feng." Han Fei's voice came from the burning paper figure. "The days ahead for you may not be peaceful." The paper figure quickly burned to ashes, leaving only a wisp of green smoke rising. On the other side, Zhao Ming coldly glared at the dark-robed man. "You're quite bold to wreak havoc in my magical city, Martial University." The dark-robed man, realizing today, as planned, could no longer proceed, snorted coldly. "Consider yourselves lucky." However, his gaze swept over Chen Feng, Zhang Yu, and the others. "Interesting little fellows. We will meet again. Want to leave?" "That's too naive," Hua Qingyun said coldly, a powerful water-type spiritual power swirling around him. He took a step forward and shouted, "Domain of the Flood, open." Zhao Ming clenched his fists tightly, flames swirling around him. "No one leaves today. Blazing domain, burn." "Oomph. Do you think you can keep me this way?" The dark-robed man snorted coldly, a stronger aura surging from him, the shadowy mist rolling like a living thing. "Shadow demon domain. All things devoured." The dark-robed man shouted, and the surrounding shadows suddenly surged, sweeping toward the two mentors like a tide. The dark-robed man's shadow mist collided fiercely with Hua Qingyun's water flow and Zhao Ming's flames, causing the entire space to shake violently. Hua Qingyun and Zhao Ming's expressions changed as they quickly exerted all their strength to resist. But the dark-robed man's strength was clearly above theirs, and they soon fell into a disadvantage. "Damn it, this guy's strength is even greater than we imagined." Zhao Ming gritted his teeth. Hua Qingyun said solemnly, "Hold on. The principal and others will be here soon." Just at that critical moment, a cold ice suddenly fell from the sky, completely sealing off the dark-robed man's escape route. "Want to leave?" "That's too naive." A clear voice rang out. Han Shuo appeared out of thin air, surrounded by a layer of cold air, her entire being resembling a goddess of ice and snow descending. The dark-robed man's expression changed. Han Shuo, before he could react, Another powerful aura descended from above. "You dare to touch my magical city, yes, students. You're quite bold." A dignified voice reverberated throughout the space. And then a figure slowly descended from the sky. It was the principal of Magical City Martial University, Dongfang Yi. Dongfang Yi's gaze was like lightning as he scanned the entire area. "Since you are here, don't even think about leaving." The dark-robed man's expression completely changed upon seeing this. Dongfang Yi, the dark-robed man, murmured, his voice trembling slightly, "Is this small matter really worth your attention?" Dongfang Yi coldly looked at the dark-robed man, his gaze piercing. "In my Magical City Martial University's territory, how can you rodents run rampant? Today is the day you face justice." The dark-robed man knew that further words would be useless, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes as the shadow power surged wildly, forming a massive black shield to protect himself within. Chapter 95. The Black-Robed Man's Self-Detonation. Xia Haoga's killing intent. "Trying to keep me here? Not so easy." The black-robed man shouted loudly, and the black light shield erupted with intense brilliance, distorting the surrounding space. Shadow escape. His body began to turn transparent, as if he wanted to merge into the shadows. At that moment, seeing the situation was not good, the other black-clothed individuals began to use their escape techniques to flee. "Break!" Dongfang Yi waved his hand casually, and an invisible wave spread out, instantly striking the black-robed man's blacklight shield. All the black-clothed individuals felt an immense pressure and could not move. Boom! With a loud bang, the black-robed man's blacklight shield shattered like glass, and he was sent flying by the force. "Want to escape? You're far from it," Dongfang Yi said coldly. He turned to Hu Qingyan and Zhao Ming. "Control these people." The two mentors immediately took action, quickly subduing all the black-clothed individuals. Dongfang Yi slowly walked toward the leader of the black-robed men, each step carrying unparalleled pressure. "Now, tell me, who leaked the information about our magic martial seed class?" The black-robed man gritted his teeth and refused to speak. A cold glint flashed in Dongfang Yi's eyes. "Not going to say? Then don't blame me for being rude." He raised his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the black-robed man. The black-robed man immediately felt an immense pressure, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if countless knives were cutting into his soul.